Prologue. In the depths of despair, Luo Yang discovered an extraordinary ability, the power to foresee the next 24 hours. His mind raced with possibilities. Without hesitation, he resolved to seize this chance by purchasing lottery tickets with 100-fold stakes, aiming to drain the prize pool. Determined and focused, Luo Yang set himself a modest goal: to amass 100 million by June. Chapter 1. The next 24 hours. A piercing cold enveloped Luo Yang as he huddled on the rooftop, shivering uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, gazing into the pitch-black sky where not a single star dared to shine. The early morning chill was relentless. Dew clung to his hair and brows like frost. He had spent the entire night on the rooftop, his mind tormented by anguish. Luo Yang's heart ached deeply. His girlfriend had left him. For 2 years, he had worked tirelessly to support her, taking on odd jobs, running street stalls, incurring debts, and borrowing from family, friends, and strangers alike. In his desperate pursuit, he had alienated everyone, becoming a person whom no one wished to encounter. Despite his reliability, Luo Yang had found himself entangled in unreliable circumstances. The money he earned and borrowed had all been spent on her, yet his income couldn't sustain her lifestyle. When creditors and landlords began to hound him, demanding repayment and eviction, his girlfriend callously ended their relationship. Reflecting on his 24 years, Luo Yang felt his life had been nothing but misery. His simple dreams were to marry a beautiful woman, always have a bulging wallet, own a villa and a luxury car, and occasionally flaunt his success. Was there anything wrong with such modest aspirations? He believed there was not. In today's world, poverty was often stigmatized more than vice. Wealth didn't guarantee everything, but poverty certainly limited possibilities. His girlfriend's pursuit of a better material life was understandable, and her abandoning him for wealth wasn't entirely her fault. The real issue lay within himself. His inability to earn money was the true flaw. With no hope left in this life, Luo Yang wished to be reborn as a wealthy second generation in his next life. Determined, he prepared to jump. Just as he was about to take the leap, a bright meteor streaked across the dark sky, shining intensely. Legend had it that making a wish upon a meteor could grant its power. Frustrated, Luo Yang muttered a wish for wealth in his next life. Suddenly, he realized the meteor was hurtling directly towards him. Panic surged through him as he thought he might be struck by an alien stone. A blinding light illuminated his vision, freezing his thoughts in that fleeting moment. Time seemed to pass unnoticed until Luo Yang felt a sharp pain in his side. He was jolted awake by a forceful kick. "Mr. Luo, you think hiding on the rooftop will save you? You have 3 days to pay the rent, or you're out." He struggled to his feet, only to face his landlord's large, stern face. Confusion clouded his mind. Had he really contemplated jumping off the rooftop? Why was he still there when the sun was already shining? After the landlord left, giving him 3 days to vacate, Luo Yang returned to his room, sinking onto the bed in despair. The lingering stench from yesterday's untouched instant noodles mixed with the smell of dirty clothes left on the worn-out sofa. The unbearable odors mirrored his hopeless situation. He glanced at his phone, 11:42 a.m. 44 missed calls, 17 from one number, and 7 from others. 4 numbers were recognized, and the remaining were unfamiliar, undoubtedly from debt collectors. The 17 missed calls from a 138 prefix number triggered a vivid image in his mind. Calls at specific times and a threatening message demanding repayment. Was this a hallucination from the stress of debt? Lost in thought, his phone vibrated with an incoming call from the very number he had envisioned. He ignored it, letting it ring until it stopped. The time read 11:45 a.m., and the phone vibrated again from the same number. He refused to answer, cursing under his breath. After several more vibrations, the phone finally quieted. Luo Yang sighed and glanced at the new message. "Repay the money, or we will tarnish your reputation among all your relatives and friends." A sudden realization struck him. Could see future information. The numbers he saw earlier were predicting the exact times and actions of incoming calls and messages. Astonished, he confirmed that the prediction for 11:55 a.m. was accurate when the call came through. Excitement surged within him. With this newfound ability, his first thought was to buy lottery tickets. Determined to empty the prize pool, Luo Yang prepared to change his fate. However, his pockets held only a crumpled 5 yuan bill, and his digital wallets were in the red. Undeterred, Luo Yang embraced his chance. He left his room with newfound confidence, testing his ability to predict future events. He discovered that only meaningful numbers, such as phone numbers and stock codes, triggered his visions, and these predictions were limited to the next 24 hours. Arriving at the bustling lottery shop, filled with hopeful individuals, Luo Yang felt a sense of superiority. He imagined himself as the one who would drain the prize pool and become an overnight millionaire. Yet he realized he still needed to understand how to predict lottery numbers accurately. Picking up an old, discarded lottery ticket, he examined it, but failed to see any predictive visions. It dawned on him that only unclaimed numbers could be predicted, not expired ones. Chapter 2. The Many Paths of Lottery Predictions. Luo Yang glanced around, noticing that no one would discard an unclaimed lottery ticket. Retrieving a crumpled, sweat-soaked 5 yuan bill from his pocket, he hesitated to spend it on an unpredicted number. Only 5 yuan remained. Spending 2 would leave him with 3. This 5 yuan was his most valuable asset, the foundation of his future financial empire. After a moment's thought, Luo Yang opened his laptop and searched for the latest sports lottery results. A list of past draw numbers appeared, but nothing sparked a response in his mind. He then searched for predictions for the upcoming draw, encountering a plethora of expert forecasts. Ignoring the recommendations, he focused on lottery Super Bowl draw 20047 predictions. Strangely, no images materialized in his mind. A chill ran through him. Could it be that he lacked the ability to predict lottery numbers? He realized that the sports lottery Super Bowl was held on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Today was Sunday, with more than 24 hours until the next draw on Monday evening. Enlightened, he understood that his prediction ability only worked within a 24-hour window. Determined not to waste his chance, he swiftly turned his attention to the welfare lottery. The welfare lottery's double chromosphere draw took place on Sundays. Luo Yang entered the current draw number into his computer. As he stared at the numbers, an exhilarating vision flashed through his mind. Double chromosphere draw 20047 will occur on the evening of June 7th, 2020 at 21:15. The red ball numbers are 04, 10, 17, 19, 28, and 32. The blue ball number is 01. Excitement surged within him. Despite only having 5 yuan, enough to purchase 2 tickets, he knew the prize pool still held over 1,021,279,165 yuan. His grandmother, he vowed, he would empty the prize pool in the next draw. With fervor, Luo Yang wrote down the predicted numbers and approached the lottery machine. "I'd like to buy 1 ticket," he requested, handing over his crumpled 5 yuan bill. The 4-year-old clerk, a middle-aged woman, took the slip without looking up. She punched in the numbers and handed him the ticket, returning 3 1 yuan coins as change. Confused, Luo Yang realized he had only bought a single ticket instead of 2. He tore up the prediction slip and disposed of it in the trash, assuming no one would bother to retrieve and reconstruct his numbers. As he prepared to buy another ticket, Luo Yang sensed something amiss. The numbers on his prediction screen began to shift, resembling flashing digital digits that never ceased. He watched in disbelief as the original winning numbers multiplied into dozens of variations. His predictions were altering the actual draw results. Each additional ticket he purchased exponentially, increasing the number of possible outcomes. Panic set in. To secure a win based on the current number of variations, he would need to spend at least 1,000 yuan. Further purchases would only complicate matters, requiring even more money to cover the growing number of predictions. Frustrated and overwhelmed, Luo Yang abandoned the lottery, using his remaining coins to buy a cheap loaf of bread and a bottle of mineral water, which he quickly consumed without satisfying his hunger or thirst. Returning to his cramped rental, Luo Yang felt defeated. Desperate, he tested his prediction ability once more. He discovered that only significant numbers, such as phone numbers and stock codes, triggered his visions within a 24-hour period. Random, meaningless digits yielded no results. At the bustling lottery shop, filled with hopeful patrons, Luo Yang maintained his composure. He imagined himself as the one who would drain the prize pool and achieve instant wealth. Yet he struggled to understand how to accurately predict lottery numbers. Picking up an old, discarded ticket, he attempted to visualize his predictions but found nothing, realizing that only current, unclaimed numbers could be forecasted. As evening approached, Luo Yang anxiously awaited the draw at 21:15. Watching the lottery machine churn, his heart pounded with anticipation. The first ball rolled out 32. Success. The second ball 10. Another hit. His excitement grew as the third ball, 28, matched his prediction. The fourth ball, 19, and the fifth ball, 17, each confirmed his foresight. Finally, the sixth ball, 0, sealed his victory. But his jubilation was short-lived. The blue ball emerged as 0-2, not the predicted 0-1. His first prize was downgraded to the second prize, reducing his winnings from 7.2 million to 190,000 yuan. Devastated, Luo Yang watched as his dreams of instant wealth crumbled before his eyes. Chapter 3. Set a small goal. First earn 100 million. The prize of over 190,000, after deducting the 20% tax, leaves him with more than 14,000. This is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. With over 14,000, he can extricate himself from his current predicament and also have some capital to invest in stocks. Alas, the masked hero and the monkey-faced master brother have lost their chance to flaunt their personas. With a sum of over 100,000, wearing a toothbrush mask seems rather absurd. The following morning, Luo Yang rose early, ensuring he was impeccably groomed before heading out to the city's lottery center. Being utterly devoid of funds, he could not afford to wait. He needed to immediately redeem his winnings to buy rice for cooking. With no bus service available, he set off on foot, a fortunate circumstance given the distance was manageable, taking him 40 minutes to arrive. The young lady at the lottery center's counter, though not particularly attractive, bore an air of arrogance. After verifying Luo Yang's ticket, she instructed him to wait, proceeding with the necessary formalities. The process for claiming a prize of over 100,000 was not overly complicated. After verification and registration, it involved tax deductions and fund transfers, with only the grand prizes requiring more intricate procedures. Luo Yang felt he hardly experienced the envious glances of others, as the process was as mundane as an ordinary worker receiving their wages. After claiming his prize, he indulged in a large bucket at KFC. Satisfying his hunger that felt as if it was gnawing at his back, it was not a matter of reluctance to enjoy a sumptuous meal, but rather an urgent need to eat. With KFC being the nearest option that also promised quick service, a man is made of iron, and food is his steel. Missing a meal can lead to desperation. He hadn't eaten properly for several days, having subsisted on a mere $2 piece of bread the previous day. Once he had filled his belly, his anxiety subsided. On WeChat, there was a stock trading program called 10-cent Way Securities, which made account registration straightforward. Simply register via mobile, complete real name verification, and link a bank card. Voil. With over 14,600 in his bank account, he promptly repaid 3,700 of his credit card debt. One must not owe the state, while personal debts could wait. With 100,900 remaining, he withdrew 7,000 from an ATM, leaving him with 100,000 too. Without a second thought, he transferred 100,000 directly to his WeChat stock account. As for the other debts, they could wait. He resolutely ignored calls from creditors. Upon returning home, he called the overweight landlord, pulled out 4,000 from the 7,000, and handed it all over. Here is 6,600 for you, along with 2,002 for the rent. The remaining 4,004 is a prepayment for 2 months. The landlord was taken aback. Where did you get this money? Luo Yang replied, do you believe I won the lottery? The landlord chuckled. You're trying to fool me, with a sigh. Luo Yang shook his head. What can I do? I ventured into the sea and found a rich woman to entertain for the night. What else can I do when I'm poor? One must bow their head beneath the eaves. The landlord spat in disbelief. You're just trying to deceive me, however. Receiving money was a good thing, no matter its origin. Given the landlord's timid demeanor, he was unlikely to resort to theft or robbery, and if he borrowed money, it would be through selling blood, which mattered little to him. After stroking his full belly, Luo Yang returned to his room and locked the door, settling down to browse through Way Securities for stock selection. He meticulously scanned the stock codes before marking those that had risen, then chose the one with the most vigorous upward trend. Due to the domestic stock market's mechanisms differing from those of the American and European markets, same-day buying and selling were prohibited to prevent speculation. Thus, he could only select one stock to purchase today, intending to sell it at a high point after the market opened the following day. After thorough research, I selected a technology stock, acquiring shares at precisely 19 yuan. With a capital of 100,000 yuan, I managed to secure 520 lots, each consisting of 100 shares, totaling 98,800 yuan, leaving me with a mere 1,200 yuan in surplus, insufficient to purchase another lot. Following my entry, I reassessed the stock's trajectory. To my surprise, there appeared to be little change. Anticipating a surge, I forecasted that by 11:44 a.m. the next day, the stock would hit its upper limit. Thus, upon the market's opening, I promptly set a limit order with a selling price of 20.88 yuan, aiming near the ceiling price. Should it reach the limit, the transaction would not proceed. With no spare funds to linger idly, I had to seize every opportunity, maximizing each penny and moment. Ultimately, at 11:41 a.m., the transaction was executed, yielding a sale of 108,576 yuan. After deducting the initial investment of 98,800 yuan, my net profit amounted to 9,776 yuan, just 224 yuan shy of a perfect 10,000. In a single day, I nearly earned a fortune of 10,000. Though I remained far from my lofty aspirations, this profit brought me to tears. Having lived a life of mediocrity, I had never before earned even 9,000 in a single day, let alone 900. The frustration had lingered too long. They say a man does not shed tears easily, only when truly heartbroken. Yet, this was not sorrow but rather elation, a liberation following years of humiliation. I then proceeded to select more stocks, fully investing once again, and by Tuesday, my profits soared past 10,000, netting a gain of 14,700. My stock account balance swelled to 134,252 yuan. On Wednesday, pure profits reached over 17,000, with my balance exceeding 150,000. By Thursday, my profits surpassed 20,000, reaching 22,600, with my balance nearing 180,000. On Friday, I crossed the 30,000 mark in profits, with my balance exceeding 210,000. In just 1 week, I netted over 110,000, effectively doubling my initial investment. Gazing at the figures in my account, I felt my eyes welling up again. Why was I dwelling on sorrowful thoughts? On Friday, I refrained from selecting stocks, as I could only observe fluctuations within a 24-hour window. The market remained closed over the weekend, and I preferred not to gamble on uncertainties. The weekend was spent tidying my home, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Upon the market's opening on Monday morning, I resumed stock selection, selling on Tuesday morning for a profit of 29,000. Wednesday brought 35,000, Thursday crossed 40,000, and Friday yielded 44,000. By the end of the second week, my balance reached 359,000. By the end of the third week, my balance had soared to 578,000. Almost daily, I invested fully, reaping nearly 10% profit each day. Over 3 weeks, through the magic of compound interest, my initial investment of 100,000 transformed into over 578,000, netting a remarkable profit of 478,000. The second month proved even more astonishing. Just over a month in, my securities account balance had escalated to 1,974,400, only a little over 120,000 shy of 2 million. I withdrew 200,000 to settle all my debts, clearing my financial obligations in one fell swoop. After a restful slumber, I emerged in new attire, feeling rejuvenated under the blue sky and white clouds. My spirit soaring by the latter half of the third month, my account balance surpassed 3 million. Although I had previously tested and found that amounts below 20 million did not significantly influence stock fluctuations, a sense of apprehension lingered within me. After all, each time he invested his entire capital and consistently reaped profits without loss. Currently, he remains a small retail investor, but should the amount increase, it would inevitably draw attention. Although his actions are entirely legitimate, how could such remarkable results not provoke suspicion? He plans to continue trading for another month to see if he can affiliate with a trading company. Otherwise, when his funds grow larger, he intends to venture into American stocks and futures, alleviating concerns about trading in the domestic stock market. The true realm for substantial profits lies within the international financial market, and the thought of it fills Luo Yang with anticipation. August 29th marks Luo Yang's 25th birthday, and his stock account has amassed over 9 million. He has decided to withdraw 4,500,000 to purchase a house and a car, as a birthday gift to himself. Living to 25, this is his first time treating himself. Previously, he would forget his birthday altogether. After the withdrawal of 4,500,000 yuan, he still retains over 5,200,000. Although the balance in his stock account is merely a sequence of numbers, it brings him immense satisfaction. One cannot thrive without pressure. It is the catalyst for motivation. Thus, he resolves to set a modest goal. Luo Yang jots down a note in his notebook. In 2020, set a small goal. Earn 100 million. Chapter 4. The opposite of truth is Bluster. Chuan City is a small locale straddling the line between third and fourth tier cities, where the priciest neighborhood barely reaches 9,000 per square meter. In comparison to first and second-tier cities, this figure is negligible, yet in Chuan City, it is considered substantial. A 100 square meter home totals over 900,000. And with renovations, the price surges to at least 120,000. A typical employee in a government or public institution in Chuan City earns less than 5,000 a month, amounting to approximately 60,000 annually, meaning one would need to save diligently for 20 years to afford a home worth 120,000. Luo Yang, however, feels a sense of pride. While others grapple with their struggles, he has earned 10 million in merely 4 months, and the speed of his future earnings is destined to increase exponentially. Having endured a constrained past, he no longer intends to hoard his earnings. The money he earns is entirely legitimate, and to not flaunt it would be a disservice to the fortune bestowed upon him. He stepped out to summon a luxury car, heading towards Tianzong City, the largest and most well-equipped residential area in Chuan City, where the price per unit is notably high. The sales office of Tianzong City is impressively constructed, featuring an expansive model of the complex, surrounded by a throng of people, both guests and sales agents alike. Visitors are seldom solitary. Families typically come together, as purchasing a home is not akin to buying candy. It demands careful consideration. The sales agents, all women clad in dark uniforms, with fitted tops and skirts that reveal long legs, exude an alluring charm with their striking red lips. Upon entering, Luo Yang cast a few glances around. Some sales agents noticed his arrival, yet none approached him. These agents, despite their youthful and polished appearances, are acutely aware that it is the parents who ultimately decide and finance the purchases. Dressed quite ordinarily, Luo Yang appears youthful and lacks the company of older companions, leading them to assume he is merely browsing without intent. Luo Yang ran his fingers through his hair, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. Furrowing his brow, he cast a glance around before beckoning the most attractive saleswoman with a wave, saying, "Hey, could you come over here for a moment?" Despite the absence of any formal greeting as a guest, he felt it was only proper to call for assistance. The saleswoman approached with a warm smile and inquired, "Hello, are you here to view the properties?" Her smile was enchanting, her features pleasing. On Luo Yang's scale of 10, she would certainly score an 8, a nameplate on her chest read Wei Lin, sales consultant for Tianzong City. Luo Yang pursed his lips and remarked, "I've been here for quite some time without any acknowledgement, and I have no idea if you are actually selling these houses." "Of course we are selling," Wei Lin replied cheerfully, pouring him a cup of tea and adding, "Today, we have an unusually high number of visitors, so it's a bit hectic. I apologize for the oversight." "Which type of property are you interested in?" "We have various layouts. Are you looking for something spacious or more compact?" Luo Yang took a sip of the tea, which was richly fragrant, a golden hue with no tea leaves visible. This was not traditional tea but rather bitter buckwheat tea. Despite its name, it was not bitter at all, but rather aromatic. "I want to see a finished property, not a bare shell. Ideally, it should be large with good views and ample light." Without any superfluous conversation, Luo Yang directly articulated his requirements. Wei Lin's lips curved into a beautiful smirk, though it was likely unnoticed by him. Advertisements adorned the hall and the plaza outside. The pinnacle offering of Tianzong City was the sample luxury apartments. Though many could view them, few could afford them. This young man seemed quite audacious, and based on past experiences, after taking him to view a property, he would likely make excuses to leave, leaving her exhausted. "We have 2 types of apartments available. One is a 170 square meter king unit with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, along with 2 spacious balconies. The other is a limited edition penthouse duplex, with only 4 units available, each boasting an internal area of 220 square meters, plus a complimentary 120 square meter private rooftop garden." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang waved her off, instructing, "Let's go take a look." Wei Lin, somewhat reluctant, asked once more, "Are you really considering a purchase?" Luo Yang huffed, "Of course I intend to buy. You haven't even shown me the finished property. I must see it to ensure my satisfaction before making a purchase. Right? Very well then." Wei Lin procured 2 safety helmets from storage, one for Luo Yang and the other for herself, before leading him onward. Within the already inhabited first phase of the development, on the top floor of Building 9, was the duplex unit that Wei Lin intended to show him. Noticing a hint of reluctance in her expression, Luo Yang urged her, "Please, be quick about it. I still need to purchase a car, and I'm concerned about time constraints." At this, Wei Lin couldn't help but chuckle. This man was certainly putting on airs. However, it was not uncommon. Many attempted to impress her with bravado because of her beauty. What man wouldn't want to show off in front of an attractive woman? Wei Lin smiled and said, "All right, coincidentally, my brother works at Junsheng car dealership. I can help you get a good deal. What kind of car are you looking to buy?" And here they were, discussing cars before even finalizing the house. Observing her teasing expression, Luo Yang realized that Wei Lin undoubtedly thought he was boasting. With a nonchalant "all right, as long as it's convenient," he added, "when it comes to cars, they don't need to be overly luxurious. A spacious interior, decent features, and a comfortable, safe ride will suffice. A budget of around 1 million should be adequate." A chuckle escaped Wei Lin, who could no longer contain her laughter. Gritting her teeth to suppress it, she remarked, "Don't tease me. I'm afraid I'll burst out laughing." Luo Yang simply chuckled in response, offering no further explanation. The building comprised 22 stories, with the elevator reaching the 21st floor. Below the 21st floor, there were 4 units per corridor, while the 21st floor housed only 2 duplex apartments. Wei Lin utilized her keycard to open the eastern unit, featuring an advanced password-protected fingerprint lock and a grand double door, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon entering, one was greeted by a small foyer, adjacent to a large shoe cabinet. Stepping further inside revealed an expansive, airy living room adorned with luxurious European-style sofas, unobstructed floor-to-ceiling windows, and a wall-mounted projection screen. Wei Lin pressed a button on the wall, explaining, "This is a concealed television wall. The outer layer serves as the projection screen, while inside lies an invisible 88-inch curved laser television." With the push of a button, the projection screen gracefully ascended, unveiling the impressive 88-inch television. This level boasted an area of 130 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The kitchen was spacious, featuring a divided layout, half Chinese, half Western, capable of accommodating diverse culinary styles. Upstairs, a 90 square meter area contained only 1 room, an extraordinarily large master bedroom with a private study. The bedroom included a walk-in closet, and the bathroom spanned an impressive 25 square meters, equipped with a double sink vanity, a smart toilet, and a separate shower area, along with a state-of-the-art soaking tub. Outside the bedroom's grand floor-to-ceiling windows lay a 120 square meter private garden in the sky, lush with greenery, featuring a large sun umbrella over a premium lounging chair. The unobstructed cityscape spread out before them, and in that instant, Luo Yang found himself enamored with the apartment. Wei Lin continued to extol the virtues of the property. She contemplated taking him to see the 170 square meter penthouse afterward, though she suspected it might be in vain. "Come here for a moment," Luo Yang beckoned, saying, "No need for further introductions. Let us head down." True to her expectations, Wei Lin approached him with a pout, exclaiming, "Seriously, you've made quite a claim. Couldn't you at least feign some interest instead of being so blunt?" Luo Yang, uninterested in her complaints, walked ahead, stating, "Let us not waste time. Let us go down and sign the contract." Wei Lin was left speechless, her mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 5. Feeling pursued by a beautiful woman in the elevator. Wei Lin tilted her head, scrutinizing Luo Yang. "Are you serious?" she inquired. Luo Yang, hands behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" Wei Lin was uncertain whether he spoke truthfully or not. Upon reaching the first floor's reception area, she asked again, "Are you genuinely buying? If so, I'll go fetch the documents and contract." Luo Yang scoffed, "You're so verbose. I simply can't grasp how your sales tactics manage to sell properties." Wei Lin bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed as she went to retrieve the contract documents. As she exited, several female colleagues tugged at her, whispering with suppressed laughter, "What property is he interested in?" She perceived that he was simply trying to ingratiate himself with her due to her beauty, ultimately rendering his efforts futile. She had noticed him upon his arrival and deliberately chose to ignore him. Wei Lin, with a stern expression, remarked, "How would I know? I'm not clever like you all." Irritated, she retrieved the contract documents and subsequently inquired of Luo Yang. "The price per square meter for the duplex in Building 9 is 9,288 yuan, with an additional 4,000 yuan per square meter for renovations, totaling 13,288 yuan per square meter. The appliances and furniture are provided by the company, making the overall price 2,923,360 yuan, with a minimum down payment of 30%. All right, enough of that, just swipe the card." Luo Yang gestured for her to stop speaking, producing his bank card and tossing it onto the table, instructing her to proceed with the transaction. Wei Lin, taken aback, asked him, "Is this for the 30% down payment?" I haven't even calculated how much that is. Luo Yang, feigning nonchalance, frowned and said, I have a poor memory and might forget when to repay. Let us just go for the full amount. Why bother with installments for a couple of million? Wei Lin's heart sank at the revelation as she led Luo Yang to the finance office to process the payment. Along the way, she couldn't help but wonder if there could truly be 3 million in that card. Was it perhaps an empty card that couldn't even dispense cash? The finance officer, a middle-aged woman with curly hair, raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing about the full payment for the most expensive duplex. She could hardly believe that he appeared to be a wealthy individual. After swiping the card on the POS machine, she requested Luo Yang to enter his password. As he did so and confirmed the transaction, both the curly-haired woman and Wei Lin stared at him with wide eyes. Once the confirmation button was pressed, the machine successfully processed the transaction, printing out the receipt with a hissing sound. Wei Lin was momentarily dazed. Did this really just charge 2,923,000? Luo Yang, holding the receipt, asked Wei Lin, Can we sign the contract now? Suddenly coming to her senses, Wei Lin eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. She then led him to the reception area to complete the paperwork. Her heart was nearly bursting with joy, as the commission from this sale would surely place her among the top earners for the month. After signing the contract, she resolved to discreetly give herself a slap as a reminder not to underestimate anyone in the future. If only they hadn't been so picky today, this lucrative deal could have been any one of them. This young man certainly didn't give off the impression of being wealthy. He was undoubtedly a true rich second-generation heir. Wei Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A full payment of over 2.9 million, nearly 3 million, was an unprecedented figure in the sales of Tianzong City. While there were a few smaller apartments priced under a few $100,000 that were paid in full, over 95% of transactions were typically financed. Not to mention, this duplex was valued at over 2 million. While processing the paperwork, Wei Lin inquired, Are you married? We need both parties' identification to register for the property deed if you are. This is considered jointly owned property. Luo Yang shot her a glance and replied, Why bring that up? I'm a single dog. If you think having just one name on the property deed won't suffice, you can add another name. Wei Lin blushed, nearly revealing her own identification status, but inwardly felt exhilarated. This guy was indeed a single rich heir. The process for securing a loan is rather straightforward when one opts not to pursue it. Merely pay the required sum, complete the registration, and subsequently await the company to handle the certification at the housing authority. Of course, this pertains solely to the documentation process. From the moment Luo Yang swiped his card to make the payment, he had already become the legitimate owner of the property in question. The formalities were swiftly completed, and Wei Lin collected all the keys to the apartment from the office, presenting them along with the necessary documents to Luo Yang with a beaming smile, saying, The procedures are all finalized. Here are the contract documents and keys. Please keep them safe. The envy radiating from several female colleagues was palpable. The saleswoman who had previously overlooked Luo Yang was filled with regret, lamenting the loss of a commission that could amount to tens of thousands, a sum that would take her months of hard work to earn. The most expensive duplexes and prime properties were notoriously difficult to sell. Despite their lucrative commissions, their high prices were prohibitive. Smaller units sold more easily, albeit with considerably lower commissions. Little did she know that in a moment of carelessness, she had forfeited such a significant income. Well, time to buy a car. Luo Yang mused as he grabbed the folder and departed. The exhilarating sensation of spending money so freely was truly delightful, especially given the air of sophistication it conferred. Just look at the group of female salespeople. Their eyes filled with longing, as if they could hardly resist the urge to pounce on him. When one possesses wealth, they become a coveted prize. Without it, they are but a mere trifle. Suddenly, Wei Lin called out to him, biting her lip shyly, Wait a moment, I need to take a brief leave. Luo Yang pondered inwardly, Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? Is she attempting to flirt openly? It seems the allure of wealth is indeed formidable. After securing such a lucrative deal, Wei Lin faced no obstacles in requesting a half-day leave from her manager, who granted it without hesitation. When she emerged again, she had changed into a delicate yellow dress paired with white high-heeled shoes, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and her tall figure was undeniably striking. Let us go, she said, her bag jingling as she exited and the parking lot behind the sales office. She drove out a sleek white Toyota, lowering the window to beckon Luo Yang inside. Once he was seated, she began, Since you have secured such a significant deal today, I must assist you in some way, and then I shall treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." There was something slightly awkward about her words, Luo Yang mused, thinking she should just be straightforward if she was interested in him, rather than beating around the bush. Nonetheless, having such a stunning woman pursuing him was indeed a source of pleasure, even if he recognized that her interest stemmed from his financial status. In this society, can one truly find a partner without a solid economic foundation? At the automobile dealership, Wei Lin walked alongside Luo Yang, entering a lobby filled with an array of vehicles, from luxury brands to more commonplace models. Luo Yang overheard a salesperson jesting about buying a car for one ex-girlfriend. This was reminiscent of a humorous short video on Douyin, where a salesgirl pretended to shout about buying cars as gifts for girlfriends, while the buyers acted as if they were genuinely purchasing for a partner, only to flee with a saleswoman post-purchase. It was a humorous ploy designed to attract attention, and it certainly succeeded. The elegant and tall Wei Lin became the focal point of admiration, effortlessly eclipsing the other female sales staff. She led Luo Yang to a tall, handsome man and declared, "Brother, I'm here to buy a car." Turning to Luo Yang, she added, "This is my brother, Wei Cheng." Wei Cheng, upon noticing his sister, then scrutinized Luo Yang with a skeptical gaze. Chapter 6. No lack of funds. Wei Lin sensed her brother Wei Cheng's puzzled gaze and, her cheeks flushed, hastily introduced, "This is Mr. Luo Yang, who has purchased a property in Tianzong City. I thought since he secured such a significant deal, he also mentioned wanting to buy a car, so I brought him along to help boost your sales performance." "Indeed," Wei Cheng replied, feeling relieved. He promptly inquired of Luo Yang, "What brand and model of car does Mr. Luo desire?" Before Luo Yang could respond, Wei Lin eagerly interjected, "He wants something spacious, well-equipped, with high safety standards. Around 1 million." Wei Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Such a substantial purchase. Given Luo Yang's modest attire and youthful appearance, he had anticipated introducing options in the range of 100 to 200,000. Instantly revitalized, Wei Cheng led Luo Yang and Wei Lin to a more secluded corner, saying, "This way, please. The luxury cars are over here." While many were perusing the luxury vehicles, the number of genuine buyers remained limited. As they walked, Wei Cheng queried Luo Yang, "Mr. Luo, are you inclined towards a sedan or an SUV?" Without hesitation, Luo Yang replied, "An SUV, I suppose. The mountainous terrain of Chuan City necessitates better visibility and off-road performance." "Understood," Wei Cheng acknowledged, guiding them to a selection of luxurious SUVs. "Here are several models available for immediate purchase. Take a look and see if any suit your needs, and if not, we will need to place an order." He began the introductions. "This model is the Range Rover Autobiography." As he continued, he presented options including the Range Rover, BMW X5, Audi Q7, Porsche Cayenne, and Mercedes-Benz GLE 63, culminating with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG Performance version. After a moment of consideration, Luo Yang asked, "How much is the G-Class?" Wei Cheng was momentarily stunned. Not expecting him to select the most expensive option, he promptly explained, "This is the latest G-Class AMG G63, featuring a 4.0T engine with 585 horsepower, achieving 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.5 seconds. The net price is 2.2288 million. However, since you are my sister's guest, I can apply for a discount." Without the discount, the on-road price is approximately 2.48 million. But how does 2.4 million sound to you? After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang replied, "That works, but I currently only have 1.57 million. I still need 830,000, which I must withdraw from my investment account. However, the funds will only arrive tomorrow. Shall we finalize the paperwork and pick up the car then?" With a twinkle in his eye, Wei Cheng suggested, "How about considering a loan? It's more economical. Keeping cash on hand for other ventures is advantageous. Who pays in full for cars or houses these days? Everyone opts for loans." Luo Yang shook his head, stating, "I'm not short on funds. I simply prefer not to take out a loan. I dislike being in debt." Wei Cheng was taken aback once more, while Wei Lin's heart raced. No lack of funds. What an impressive display of affluence. Previously, she had thought Luo Yang was merely boasting, but after his property purchase, she realized he was indeed wealthy. The world of the affluent was truly distinct. This car, costing over 2 million, would also be purchased outright. Hearing this was a blow to anyone else's ego. She had thought he was showing off by claiming he would buy a car for 1 million. Yet here he was, considering a vehicle costing nearly 250,000. Please hold on a moment. Wei Cheng was uncertain about the veracity of Luo Yang's words, as he was unfamiliar with him. Subsequently, he discreetly pulled Wei Lin aside to inquire, "Are you acquainted with this individual?" Initially, Wei Lin intended to shake her head and deny familiarity, yet, as if possessed by an unseen force, she uttered unexpected words. "He's not too bad. Just now, he purchased a 220-square-meter penthouse duplex in our Tianzong city, the most expensive one, with a total payment of 2.92 million fully settled, without any loans. Clearly, he is not short of money. Goodness, he paid for the house in full?" Wei Cheng was taken aback and quickly remarked, "All right then, I shall act as his guarantor. Let us sign the contract immediately. He can come tomorrow to settle the remaining 830,000. He owns both a house and a car, and I can retain the vehicle registration until he returns to pay the final sum. Let us finalize this securely, lest he decides to purchase elsewhere tomorrow." As he spoke, Wei Cheng headed to the manager's office to negotiate with his superior. The matter was not overly complex. The primary concern was assessment. If he were an ordinary person, there would be no agreement, but spending nearly 3 million on a house and an additional 2.5 million on a car in a single day. Could this be the act of an average individual? After careful consideration, the manager consented, proceeding with the transaction. Wei Cheng promptly urged Luo Yang to swipe his card for the procedures, covering insurance and temporary license plates, totaling 1.57 million in cash, with the remaining 830,000 to be paid the next day. They then went to the vehicle registration office, which was conveniently nearby. The staff there were well acquainted, and within half an hour, everything was arranged. Upon returning, he handed over the necessary documents, including registration and driving certificates, to Luo Yang. The vehicle registration certificate would serve as collateral until the remaining 830,000 was settled. Seizing a moment, Wei Cheng pulled his sister Wei Lin aside to quietly ask, "Is that person your boyfriend?" Wei Lin's face flushed, and she shyly glanced at Luo Yang, who was seated in the distance sipping tea. Understanding her reaction, Wei Cheng playfully poked her forehead, saying, "You have a good eye. He appears composed and dignified, but he seems too affluent. I fear you might be at a disadvantage. Perhaps I should demonstrate the might of your elder brother-in-law, so he knows better than to mistreat you." Stop, that it's not at that stage yet. Wei Lin hurriedly restrained Wei Cheng. "What are you talking about? My brother is unaware, and Luo Yang has no idea either. What if you scare him off?" Wei Cheng cast a derisive glance at his sister. "Oh, come on. Aren't you the one who usually looks down on everyone? Why this sudden change today?" Wei Lin playfully pushed him. "All right, enough. We need to go eat. I don't have time for you." "Oh, how cheesy." Wei Cheng squinted his eyes and trembled slightly as he turned away. "Wait a moment," Wei Lin called after her brother, tossing him her car keys. "Drive my car back." Wei Cheng mocked with the G-Class. "You now look down on a little pony. If you have the means, ask him to get your brother-in-law a G-Class too." Blushing, Wei Lin retorted with a smile. "Get lost." At the rest area, Luo Yang was examining the documentation for the G-Class. Wei Lin approached him, bending slightly to ask, "Is everything settled?" As she leaned, the eyes of nearby men were drawn to her. Her figure was undeniably alluring. A few female sales representatives sneered, yet their hearts brimmed with envy and resentment. "All done," Luo Yang replied. Luo Yang brandished the leather bag adorned with the Mercedes-Benz emblem, rising to depart, accompanied by Wei Cheng. The new vehicle was stationed before the entrance. First, they underwent a vehicle inspection, followed by a photo shoot with balloons. The staff from the car dealership mistakenly assumed that Luo Yang and Wei Lin were a couple, directing them to stand closer together, exuding intimacy. Wei Lin silently complied, and once the photographs were taken, the car was handed over. Luo Yang did not scrutinize it closely. He simply opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. Testing the feel of the controls, it was indeed a far cry from the vehicles he had previously driven, such as the Wuling Hongguang and Chevrolet Cruze. This imposing machine commanded a sense of authority. He first drove to a nearby gas station to fill up the tank, but encountered an embarrassing situation when attempting to pay. The funds on his card had been completely depleted. Fortunately, Wei Lin had exited the vehicle as well, intending to purchase a couple of drinks. Upon noticing that Luo Yang's card had been declined, she promptly offered to pay the 620 yuan for the fuel via WeChat. After returning to the car, Luo Yang expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I'll pay you back tomorrow. No need." Wei Lin replied, initially intending to assure him that repayment was unnecessary, but hesitated and refrained from speaking those words. Luo Yang had contemplated dining at a more upscale establishment, But upon realizing his lack of funds, he settled for a more modest venue for their meal. The cost of the meal was not excessive, just over 300 yuan, and during a brief interlude when Wei Lin excused herself to the restroom, she discreetly approached the front desk to settle the bill. Luo Yang had initially withdrawn 850,000 yuan, which would only be available after the market opened the following morning, with the remainder invested in a single stock. He then suggested to Wei Lin, "Let me add your phone number. I'll come by tomorrow morning to repay you." Wei Lin smiled gently, finally unable to restrain herself from speaking. "Well, let me add you on WeChat. We can chat a bit." How could he be so oblivious, utterly lacking in initiative? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yang retrieved his WeChat QR code. "Go ahead and add me." Wei Lin scanned the code with her phone, successfully adding him on WeChat. His username was simply Luo Yang, devoid of any ostentation. Upon opening his moments, she found a solitary post from 4 months prior, with nothing else to be seen. The content was peculiar, featuring a blank sheet accompanied by 2 lines. The past was one of emptiness. "And now I emerge as a butterfly reborn." It was inscrutable. Wei Lin felt a twinge of disappointment. How could someone from a wealthy background lack the dazzling, eye-catching past to showcase? "Are you done eating?" she inquired, still pondering Luo Yang's post. As Luo Yang stood to address her, he asked, "Have you finished?" Wei Lin tucked away her phone and nodded. "Yes, I have." Luo Yang smiled slightly, saying, "I'll need to borrow from you again." Before he could finish, Wei Lin interrupted. "I've already paid the bill. Didn't I mention I was treating you? Thank you for this generous meal today." Luo Yang did not linger in conversation, merely nodding as he exited, returning to his black G-class, with Wei Lin once more occupying the passenger seat. Securing her seatbelt, as Luo Yang drove, he inquired, "Are you heading to your home or mine?" Wei Lin, taken aback, turned to stare at him, her expression shifting slightly. "What do you mean?" Luo Yang replied with a half-smile, "You've been by my side all afternoon. We're not exactly teenagers anymore. What you desire, I desire. Isn't it all rather straightforward?" Wei Lin's demeanor grew icy as she turned her gaze to the window, coldly stating, "Pull over." Luo Yang, momentarily stunned, steered the car to the side of the road, perplexed. "What's the matter?" Wei Lin's chest rose and fell sharply. Her striking face was as frigid as ice as she coldly declared, "I acknowledge that you have captivated me today. I admit I have feelings for you. And I won't deny that a part of my attraction is tied to your financial status. But who doesn't appreciate money? Who can live without it? I too have a fondness for wealth. Yet that does not mean I would compromise my dignity. I am grateful to you for facilitating a significant deal today. Thank you." With that, Wei Lin flung open the car door and exited, not once looking back. Luo Yang sat in stunned silence, questioning whether he had offended her. Were his earlier words too much? Perhaps a little. Perhaps his perception of her as a mere temporary fling was indeed excessive. Is it wrong for a woman to value money? Reflecting on his past relationships, particularly the heartbreak caused by his ex-girlfriend, he suddenly felt a pang of regret as he considered Wei Lin's abrupt departure. Regardless of the circumstances, he had undeniably hurt her feelings. Over the years, Wei Lin was the first woman to willingly spend money on him, even if it was just for a tank of gas or a meal. His former girlfriend had only ever taken from him, never offering a single penny in return. Apart from his mother and sister, no other woman had ever spent money on him. Yet now, he had wounded a beautiful woman who had shown him such generosity. Deciding not to dwell on it further, he attempted to clear his mind, though the more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he parked the car downstairs and called the landlord to arrange for the return of the keys. Most of the belongings in the apartment were to be discarded, leaving only a few outfits and his laptop, which he packed away before heading downstairs with his suitcase. A small crowd had gathered around his vehicle as the rotund landlord arrived. Greeting those present, who were his tenants, the landlord, driving an aging Audi A6, couldn't help but admire the imposing new Mercedes-Benz. "What a magnificent car," he remarked, his gaze lingering on it. Luo Yang placed his suitcase beside the car, opened the trunk to stow it, and then handed the keys to the landlord. "Here are the keys. I can't be bothered to discard any of the items inside. See if the next tenant wants them. If not, feel free to toss them to Is this car yours?" The onlookers, recognizing Luo Yang, expressed their disbelief. Just months prior, he had appeared destitute, and the landlord had nearly evicted him due to the frequent visits from debt collectors. How had he managed to acquire such a luxurious vehicle? One individual, Attempting to grasp the situation, asked Luo Yang. This car must cost around 5 to 600,000, right? The landlord snickered derisively. 5 to 600,000. You might as well indulge in a fantasy. This is the performance version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and its base price exceeds 2,200,000. The on-road price is unlikely to be under 2,500,000. If you were to utter such figures in a car dealership, one would be astonished if you were not promptly shown the door. 2 million plus. The rotund landlord chuckled, dismissing them with a wave, and turned to Luo Yang, exclaiming, "Oh, have you truly ensnared a wealthy lady?" Luo Yang laughed heartily, replying, "In this world, one is often at the mercy of circumstances." The plump landlord remarked, "Spare us the white lies. It seems you've struck it rich. Where are you planning to relocate?" "No more moving," Luo Yang replied. The neighbors in his building had become quite irksome, and he could no longer tolerate their pretentiousness. Tired of the constant shifting, he purchased a duplex in Tianzong City, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, and at a reasonable price of just under 3 million. Goodness. "You've bought both a house and a car?" exclaimed a neighbor in astonishment. The landlord squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Yang with newfound seriousness. He was not particularly envious of the car, as vehicles are mere consumables that drain one's finances, but real estate appreciates in value. Moreover, properties in Tianzong City are the priciest in Chuan City, and a duplex is the pinnacle of residential options, especially when exquisitely renovated, each unit fetching at least over 2 million. A property worth over 2 million, coupled with a vehicle exceeding 2 million. Wasn't he at just under 4 months ago? Has this fellow been printing money or resorting to robbery? Chapter 8. Earning money feels like picking it up off the ground, transitioning from an aging rental complex to the new district of Tianzong City. Luo Yang cruised past in his G-Class, relishing the sense of grandeur it bestowed. The feeling of superiority was indeed exhilarating. Just the thought of those neighbors who constantly derided him and the landlord's astonished gaze filled him with a sweetness akin to honey. The community of Tianzong City enforces a strict no-vehicle policy within its confines. All residents must park their cars in the underground garage, ensuring a more orderly environment and heightened safety for residents, particularly children. The imposing presence of the Mercedes G-Class was undeniable. As he passed the security booth, the guard immediately offered a crisp salute, his eyes reflecting admiration and awe. Luo Yang found a spot conveniently close to the elevator to park his vehicle, then grabbed his suitcase and locked the car before heading upstairs. Standing alone before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of his new abode, he found it difficult to articulate his emotions. Just 4 months prior, he had faced bankruptcy and contemplated despair, drowning in debt so overwhelming that even beggary seemed a distant luxury. Now, for months later, he had purchased the 3 million property outright and had also acquired the luxury vehicle. Fully paid for, with over 5 million in cash still in his account, and daily profits exceeding 50 or 60,000 accumulating. To be candid, he would not have dared to dream of such a scenario before. Such a spacious residence felt rather empty for a solitary occupant. After a reflection by the window, he flopped onto the plush, inviting sofa and retrieved his phone. To his dismay, he found that hardly anyone had messaged him on WeChat. The first notification was a friend request. Recognizing the profile picture immediately, he knew it was Wei Lin. Opening her moments, he noticed her posts had increased significantly, averaging at least one per day. Her updates consisted of property advertisements, work-related content, and snippets of family life, showcasing both the good and the bad, lending an air of authenticity to her online presence. Today was not a day to utter such words to her. Luo Yang felt a twinge of regret in his heart, yet he soon dismissed it, reclining on the sofa and drifting off to sleep. The following day, he awoke past 10 o'clock, the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window left ajar, allowing bright, warm sunlight to flood the room. He checked his phone for stock updates. The stock he purchased yesterday peaked around 11:30, so he placed a limit order at 5 cents below that high. A text message from the bank awaited him, confirming the arrival of the 850,000 he had withdrawn the previous day. After a moment's contemplation, he transferred 1,000 yuan to Wei Lin via WeChat. Shortly thereafter, Wei Lin returned 380 yuan to him, accompanied by a few words. "I've taken 620 for gas. The meal was on me as agreed." Luo Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. She was a principled and proud little money-loving girl. Around 11:25, his order executed successfully, netting him over 590,000, nearing 600,000. His account balance climbed back to 6 million. He then decided to fully invest in another stock. Reflecting on the pace of his earnings, he felt it somewhat sluggish, a waste of his extraordinary capabilities, primarily hampered by the domestic stock market's regulations. Perhaps he should consider opening a U.S. stock or futures account. After some research, he discovered that opening a U.S. stock account was relatively straightforward. Choosing a brokerage would allow him to set up an account online, albeit with stringent conditions for leverage trading. Futures trading, however, entailed stricter requirements, necessitating a visit to a brokerage office with identification and other necessary documents. Currently, there were no brokerage exchanges in Chuancheng, necessitating travel to major cities such as Jingcheng or Modu. He decided to start with a U.S. stock account and, when funds permitted, would find time to open a futures account in the provincial capital or Modu. After some comparison, Luo Yang opted to open an account with the well-known U.S. brokerage Tiger Securities, which offered a simple, fully online process. After completing identity verification and a video call, he was all set. This platform allowed him to trade U.S. and Hong Kong stocks, with rules aligning perfectly with his preferences. Unlike the domestic stock market, which imposed trading restrictions during price limits, the U.S. market was free to rise or fall without such constraints. Moreover, the minimum trading unit was merely 1 share, as opposed to the domestic requirement of at least 100 shares. The openness and inclusivity of the U.S. market were remarkable, implementing a T0 trading system, permitting same-day purchases and sales as long as it was within trading hours. In contrast, the domestic market operated on a T1 basis, necessitating a full day before a purchase could be sold. Luo Yang felt a pang of disappointment for having committed all his cash to investments, realizing he would need to wait until tomorrow to liquidate and transfer funds, which would take another business day to settle. To truly engage in U.S. stock trading, he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. After pondering for a while, he suddenly recalled that he still had a balance of 20,000 yuan in his bank account. Having withdrawn 850,000 yesterday and planning to pay 83,000 at the car dealership, he would still retain 2,000. He decided to transfer that 2,000 into his U.S. stock account for some experimentation. The entry threshold for U.S. stocks was indeed low, allowing for the purchase and sale of even a single share, though it lacked the protective mechanisms of the domestic market, posing significant risks for traders. However, for Luo Yang, who reveled in risk, this concern was of little consequence. The transactions in the American stock market must be conducted in U.S. dollars. Thus, the 20,000 yuan transferred must be converted into a dollar equivalent. However, domestic brokers for U.S. stocks impose certain restrictions, such as the maximum allowable amount for individual accounts, which should not exceed 100 million U.S. dollars. Naturally, few domestic investors possess the means to invest such a substantial sum in stocks, and those who are genuinely formidable and skilled financial moguls would not seek to open accounts with domestic U.S. stockbrokers. Instead, they either establish their own trading companies or open accounts in foreign markets, where there are no limits on capital. In other words, as long as one has the funds, investing $100 billion or even $1,000 billion in stocks poses no issue. The exchange of 20,000 renminbi into U.S. dollars amounts to $2,828, a rather modest sum, especially when considering stocks like Microsoft or Apple, priced in the hundreds of dollars per share. This amount barely suffices to purchase a few shares. While lost in thought, a message notification from Wei Qing appeared on his phone. Xiao Luo, will you be able to handle the balance payment before 2:30 p.m.? Luo Yang was taken aback. Recalling that he had yet to settle the remaining payment at the car dealership, he promptly sent a message indicating that he would arrive shortly. Upon reaching Juncheng car dealership, Luo Yang felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if Wei Lin had vented her frustrations to her brother after her hurried departure yesterday. Fortunately, Wei Qing appeared unperturbed, warmly and courteously guiding him to the finance department to process the outstanding payment of 830,000. With a cheerful demeanor, Wei Qing presented him with several promotional items from Mercedes-Benz, such as an umbrella, sunglasses, and a perfume holder, which Luo Yang accepted with a smile. He sensed a somewhat ambiguous expression on Wei Qing's face, reminiscent of a brother-in-law's gaze, leaving Luo Yang feeling quite awkward. He felt even less inclined to disclose his recent affair with Wei Lin, aware that Wei Qing's imposing stature would make it unwise to provoke him. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Yang excused himself. No sooner had he entered his car than his phone rang. The device, connected via Bluetooth to the vehicle, displayed an incoming call from a landline with a regional code. Could it be a nuisance call? Or perhaps a debt collection call? Yet, he had settled all his debts. Surely there were no outstanding obligations. He let the first call ring out, and just as it concluded, The number called again within a minute. Pressing the answer button on the steering wheel, a voice with a somewhat magnetic quality filled the car. "Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Li Lin, the manager of the trading department at Hualin Securities." Luo Yang was taken aback. From the securities exchange? What could someone from the securities exchange want with him? As long as it wasn't a debt collector, he thought. Chapter 9. Has my net worth reached $500 million? Hello, may I ask what this is regarding? Luo Yang inquired, puzzled. It is as follows. The micro-securities account you opened is a cooperative agent of our Hualin Securities, essentially functioning as part of our online management department. Your trading activities have left us in awe. Although the transaction amounts are modest, every trade is executed in full, and each one yields nearly 10% profit, none resulting in a loss. I greatly admire your technical prowess. Mr. Luo, I wonder if you might be interested in a position with our trading department at Hualin. It turned out they were attempting to recruit him, and since they were affiliated with microsecurities, it was no wonder they were so well informed about him. Noticing Luo Yang's silence, Li Lin quickly added, "Rest assured, Mr. Luo, I will advocate for the highest salary and commission on your behalf." Luo Yang pondered for a moment before declining. "I appreciate Mr. Li's offer, but at present, I do not have any intentions of taking up a position. However, should that change, I will certainly consider Mr. Li's establishment as a priority." Very well. Seeing that Luo Yang had not acquiesced, Li Lin did not press the matter further and cheerfully proposed, "How about this? I hold great admiration for Mr. Luo's acumen and expertise in stock trading. Our company, Hualin, possesses financing capabilities, and I can apply for a leverage of 10 million for you. Would Mr. Luo find this beneficial?" Luo Yang was taken aback for a moment, then promptly agreed, "Sure, thank you, Mr. Li." After Li Lin elaborated on the account operation procedures, he ended the call. Leverage trading essentially involves borrowing funds to invest in stocks. Securities firms extend certain limits to individuals with superior technical skills and profit-making abilities, often ranging from 3 to 10 times the principal, with a maximum limit typically capped at 20 times. The 10 million limit offered to Luo Yang embodies this concept. It exists as a virtual figure within the account, usable solely for trading purposes and not withdrawable. Although this limit is merely a numerical representation, it represents actual financing available only to those firms qualified for such operations. This form of financing is akin to a profit-driven investment characterized by high returns. Certain venture capital funds fall into this category, presenting substantial risks but equally significant profits, with risk management relying heavily on the discernment of investment managers. Individuals like Luo Yang are the most sought-after clients, exhibiting a remarkable accuracy rate and zero margin for error, an achievement that even the most elite financial experts find challenging to replicate. The commission rates associated with leveraging are notably high. For instance, in Luo Yang's case, Li Lin proposed a commission rate of 0.03. Thus, a single transaction of the 10 million limit would incur a commission of 3,000. When considering Luo Yang's trading frequency, 4 times a week except Fridays, this amounts to 16 transactions in a month, culminating in a commission of 48,000 yuan for the 10 million leverage. This figure is not insignificant, as the profit margin for the 10 million could reach around 6%. However, Luo Yang was unconcerned. The annual commission from 10 million would amount to only 5 to 600,000 yuan, while he could easily earn 1 million in a day from this very amount. Upon returning home, he opened his mobile app for microsecurities and indeed found an option for a 10 million leverage limit, a privilege typically reserved for the heads of trading departments. As the market closing time approached, Luo Yang hastily selected a stock that had experienced significant gains and invested the entire 10 million. With little else to attend to in the afternoon, he ventured to the supermarket, purchasing a considerable quantity of ready-to-eat meals and an assortment of fruits. After 9:30 p.m., as the U.S. stock market opened, Luo Yang, overwhelmed by the vast array of options, began to search. He soon discovered a technology stock that had surged by an astonishing 140 within mere hours. And no longer interested in other stocks, he decisively invested $2,828 in this particular share. This stock, a battery concept company backed by the electric vehicle giant Tesla, soon made headlines just after 1 p.m., announcing a significant breakthrough in their battery technology, causing the stock price to skyrocket. It was at this moment that Luo Yang truly witnessed the enchantment of the U.S. stock market. Within just over an hour, the stock price surged by 125, elevating his initial investment of $2,828 to over $6,500. Had it been a national stock, there would have been a circuit breaker mechanism, triggering a halt in trading after a maximum increase of $280. Of course, it is rare to encounter stocks with a staggering rise of over 100% within a short period, yet gains of 30 to 40% are not uncommon. The challenge lies in selecting the right ones. Luo Yang, feeling a surge of excitement, glanced at the stock's fluctuations over the next 20 hours and noticed that the subsequent increase was modest, peaking at a mere 141%. While searching for other stocks, he discovered one that had surged over 70% within just an hour. Without hesitation, Luo Yang divested from the battery stock, netting $6,576, and promptly invested the entire amount into another stock in less than an hour. He sold the stock at its peak, transforming his capital and profits into $11,000. With another swift investment, he managed to amass an impressive $8,000 from an initial $2,000, making profits feel akin to picking up money from the ground. Throughout the night, he engaged in a flurry of transactions, each time fully investing and selecting stocks that exhibited the highest gains, perfectly timing each sale at the apex of their surges. He battled through until 4 in the morning when the market closed. And upon checking his account balance, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, his $2,000 had skyrocketed to $1,001,000. In a single night, he earned 7 million yuan, leaving him somewhat numb, resembling a panda with dark circles under his eyes. After setting an alarm for 10:30, he forced himself to sleep. Yet, the excitement kept him awake, his mind buzzing with images of flying dollars, and he lost track of when he finally drifted off. The alarm rang punctually at 10:30, and as the sun blazed down, Luo Yang rose, washed up, and prepared a quick meal of instant noodles. After executing his stock trades on the microsecurities platform, he noted that his previous investment of 6 million had escalated to 660,000, while another leveraged stock yielded a profit of 970,000, resulting in a total of 757,000 available for withdrawal. Without hesitation, he withdrew 657,000, leaving only 100,000 in his account, and then selected another stock, using the 10 million leverage to invest 1,100,000. After delving into stocks, he found national stocks rather bland, as they typically involved a single transaction per day, with maximum profits capped at around 10%. In contrast, stocks allowed him to trade from start to finish. He would capitalize on short-term surges, buying in low and selling at peaks. Sometimes within mere minutes, he could manage at least 2 to 3 trades within an hour, and on busy days, he could execute 7 to 8 trades within the same time frame. U.S. stocks were undoubtedly enticing. With nothing to occupy his day, he eagerly awaited the market's opening at 9:30 in the evening. Luo Yang's spirits soared as he scoured for the stocks with the highest gains, buying and selling until 4 in the morning. When he checked his stock account balance, it had reached an astounding $776,000. This represented an increase of over 7 times. Luo Yang couldn't suppress an exclamation of disbelief, exhilarated by the transformation of his account from $2,828 to $7,765,847 in just 2 days. The ease of such gains was astonishing. $700,000 converted to yuan amounted to over 50 million. Luo Yang stood there, dumbfounded. Had he truly become a tycoon worth $500 million? It was almost too easy. The U.S. stock market was simply wild. If the national stock rises from 0 to 50 million, it is estimated that it would still take him about 3 months. However, the American stock market seems to soar like a rocket. It appears that his modest goal of earning 100 million can be achieved in just a few days. Is this goal too trivial? Luo Yang, stroking his chin, thought with satisfaction, there are still more than 3 months until the end of the year. At this rate of profit, surpassing 1 billion by year-end is certainly within reach. Chapter 10. A slap in the face should leave a mark. Waking up at 10 o'clock, I followed my usual routine of selling stocks at a higher price. The balance in my microsecurities account had once again transformed into 217,000, augmented by an additional 10 million in leverage. The pure profit amounted to 117,000. Such a figure would astonish anyone, making them incredulous, earning 117,000 in a single day. However, Luo Yang regarded it with disdain. A daily profit of over 100,000 was mere pocket change. Just look at the American stocks, earning tens of millions a day. Joyful, he reveled in the fact that this was money from those capitalists, those crafty old men. The 657,000 that had been withdrawn from microsecurities yesterday had arrived, and he promptly transferred 650,000 to his American stock account, leaving only 70,000 as pocket money. After converting it to dollars, it amounted to 919,100, just shy of 1 million. Combined with the previous 7,765,000, $847, he now had a total of $8,684,947. Over $8 million may not be significant to the capital sharks, but it was quite satisfactory for Luo Yang. After taking a shower, he prepared to go out and purchase a few new outfits, as his previous attire was indeed too shabby. Not that he intended to show off, but at the very least, he wanted to dress comfortably. Besides, he was no longer short on funds. In Chuan City, there were no luxury brand stores. Affluent individuals typically shopped in first-tier cities or abroad. Luo Yang did not plan to spend extravagantly, as he only had 70,000 left, which would barely suffice for a decent purchase. While driving out, he unexpectedly found himself heading towards the sales office. After parking in front of the sales office, he stepped out and glanced inside. He did not see Wei Lin in the lobby, but a female sales representative approached him enthusiastically and inquired, "Are you here to look at properties?" The treatment accorded to those driving luxury cars was indeed different. The last time he visited, no one paid him any mind. Luo Yang shook his head and replied, "I'm looking for Wei Lin. Wei Lin is over there, in building 19, showing a property to a client." The female sales representative gestured in that direction. "Oh, thank you." Luo Yang nodded and proceeded towards that direction. Building 19 was a 36-story high-rise. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated for a moment, thinking it might be best to refrain from seeing her, as it would be awkward. Even if they met, it would only be to offer an apology. Just as he was about to turn away, Wei Lin's voice called out from inside, "Sir, please show some respect. I am selling houses, not myself." Luo Yang was taken aback and glanced inside, where a portly man in his 40s was attempting to take advantage of Wei Lin by grabbing her hand, babbling, "Hey, let's be friends. If we become friends, I'll secure this property." In a flash, Luo Yang rushed in and kicked the man over, exclaiming, "Why don't you go home and find your sister if you want to make friends?" The fat man was momentarily stunned, asking, "Who are you?" Wei Lin, taken by surprise at Luo Yang's sudden appearance, stood speechless, feeling both embarrassed and slightly annoyed. Luo Yang pulled her behind him and declared to the man, "I am her boyfriend." Upon hearing this, the portly individual sighed in relief, climbed to his feet, and began to hurl insults. "You wretched scoundrel! Look at you, so pitiful and yet boasting of a boyfriend. Do you even have any money in your pocket? My car alone costs 500,000. It's a Mercedes-Benz E300. How much do you earn in a year? Can you even afford a single wheel of my vehicle?" As he continued to berate her with arrogance, he brandished his car keys, glaring at Wei Lin. "Do you know anything about business? Offending me means missing out on wealth and prosperity. Isn't it just this face that gives you a semblance of capital? I'll immediately go find your manager to lodge a complaint, and you'll be out of a job." Luo Yang couldn't help but chuckle at this and pulled out his own car keys, waving them in front of the chubby man. "Open your titanium alloy eyes wide and behold. You take pride in a mere 500,000 small Benz. This here is a 250,000 Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG. How many of your car wheels could it buy?" The chubby man paused, glancing at the keys in Luo Yang's hand, and asked with confusion, "That isn't a lighter, is it?" Luo Yang, uninterested in his antics, took Wei Lin's hand and walked away. The chubby man, bewildered, silently followed behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the sales department, Luo Yang pressed the remote, unlocking the car door and sliding inside. He then turned to Wei Lin and said, "I'm off to buy some clothes. You should take a leave and accompany me. Wow, that is truly a G-Class." The chubby man's face fell, instantly deflated. He dared not utter a word and did not re-enter the sales department, opting instead to leave discreetly. Who could afford a 250,000 G-Class but someone extraordinary? Given his previous arrogance, he was likely a wealthy heir, not worth the trouble of provoking Wei Lin. With her head bowed, remained still, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Noticing the chubby man's departure, Luo Yang glanced around and quickly said, "I'm sorry." Wei Lin shot a glance at his evasive demeanor, finding it both amusing and exasperating, biting her lip. She refrained from cursing him and did not outright reject him. Perhaps there was hope. Luo Yang, beaming, asked, "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" Wei Lin remained silent. And just as Luo Yang began to feel disheartened, she quietly murmured, "The manager won't agree." Luo Yang's heart leaped with joy at her response. Her speaking meant there was a possibility of forgiveness. He waved his hand grandly, saying, "Then I shall go speak to her." Wei Lin hesitated and quickly replied, "Well, I'll go speak to her myself. You wait here. Waiting is fine. If she doesn't agree and angers me, I might just buy you an entire building, Luo Yang said with a grin. You're such a braggart. Wei Lin blurted out before dashing into the lobby. Luo Yang watched as she conversed with a woman in her 30s, gesturing towards the outside. The woman glanced at the G-class and nodded. It seemed promising. Wei Lin then went inside to change clothes before returning to the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt, her gaze averted from him. From the side, Wei Lin's fair complexion, large eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes rendered her shy demeanor utterly endearing. Luo Yang felt an overwhelming urge to lean over and plant a kiss on her cheek or perhaps pinch her delicate face. Let us hit the road. He managed to suppress his impulse and, while driving, asked, Shall we head to Wanda Plaza? Where would you like to go? Wei Lin, looking down, replied in a soft voice, You choose where to go. Her gentle demeanor nearly compelled Luo Yang to express his desire to return home. However, he thought better of it, fearing that provoking her further might lead to irreparable consequences. After parking his vehicle in the underground garage of Wanda Plaza, he ascended in the elevator, where a floor distribution map was prominently displayed. He directly selected the 6th floor of the women's section. Yet, Wei Lin reached out to press the button for the men's 7th floor. Shaking her head as she declared, I won't be purchasing any clothing. Luo Yang offered a wry smile and inquired, Might I acquire an outfit as a token of apology? No need, Wei Lin replied tersely, falling silent thereafter, leaving Luo Yang with a sense of uncertainty, as if his efforts were futile. Chapter 11. The fragrance of wine is not afraid of narrow alleys. Luo Yang felt a buzz in his head. Wei Lin's sullen silence rendered him incapable of voicing his thoughts. He casually purchased a few sets of casual sportswear on the men's floor to conclude the outing. Carrying several bags of clothing down the stairs, Wei Lin continued to follow him in silence. He tossed the bags into the car and glanced at her, asking, What would you like to eat? After a moment's hesitation, Wei Lin replied, If there's nothing else, I suppose I should return to work. My manager won't be pleased with my constant absences. Luo Yang's brow furrowed in annoyance as he replied, Very well, then, let us go. I'll drive you back. Wei Lin silently entered the car, and Luo Yang felt deflated. It seemed her departure was not born of genuine desire but rather obligation. His plans to pursue her had failed, and he resolved to retreat home and focus on earning money instead. As they approached the Tianzong City sales office, Wei Lin pointed to an intersection ahead and said, I'll get out here. Luo Yang responded curtly with a single word, All right. He pulled over to the side. And as Wei Lin unfastened her seatbelt and opened the door, she hesitated before turning to him and saying, Please refrain from visiting the sales office in the future. The colleagues will gossip. Additionally, after a moment of contemplation, she sincerely added, Thank you for rescuing me today. Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively and pressed the accelerator, leaving with a sense of defeat. This situation reminded him of his ex-girlfriend who had left him, and an inexplicable anger began to brew in his mind. Upon arriving home, he threw himself onto the sofa, brooding. In the afternoon, he perused the domestic stock market with little interest, then glanced at the U.S. stock market. Even though there were still 5 or 6 hours until the market closed at 9:30, predictions could be made within a 24-hour window. He found no stocks with gains exceeding 30%. Most were in the tens or low 20s. After experiencing a stock that surged over 120% previously, he had lost interest in any stock with gains below 50%. What about futures? Tiger Securities also offered futures trading, but opening a futures account required a personal visit to the branch, which was only available in a few first-tier cities, such as Shanghai and Beijing. Luo Yang pondered for a moment. Locating the contact number within his mobile trading app, he dialed the number, hoping to inquire about the situation. A young girl answered the phone with a formal tone. And after a brief exchange, Luo Yang asked, Is it possible to make an exception and open a futures account without being physically present, given the distance? The stringent regulations surrounding futures trading primarily stem from the substantial risks involved. The girl on the other end of the line tactfully remarked that it might not be feasible, before proceeding to check the account. Upon discovering that Luo Yang's account held an astonishing sum of $8,600,000, she could not help but be taken aback. Sir, please hold on a moment while I consult my supervisor. All right, Luo Yang replied, holding the phone, likely due to her observation that his account balance was relatively substantial. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man's voice emanated from the phone, his Mandarin tinged with a noticeable Cantonese accent. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? I am Yao Wenbin, the manager of the International Futures Trading Department at Tiger Securities. I just received a report from customer service indicating that Mr. Luo wishes to activate futures trading privileges. I sincerely apologize for the delay. It appears I have fallen behind in my work. You see, our US and European stock trading department recommends clients with particularly strong trading profit margins to our futures department each month, and Mr. Luo is on this month's list. I simply haven't had the chance to reach out to you yet. Oh, that sounds promising. Luo Yang felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this and hurriedly inquired, Manager Yao, I am primarily pressed for time. Could you please grant me access to futures trading privileges first? And I will subsequently visit your office to submit the required documentation. Of course, certainly, Yao Wenbin replied promptly, then elaborated. The stringent controls on activating futures trading are due to domestic risk management requirements, which I believe Mr. Luo is already aware of. The risks associated with futures and stock investments are indeed not something the average individual can bear. We also wish to avoid any extreme actions that might arise from significant client losses, which could tarnish our company's reputation. However, I have reviewed Mr. Luo's trading history. At this point, Yao Wenbin's tone noticeably elevated. Mr. Luo's operations in the U.S. stock market are truly astonishing, with a perfect accuracy rate. And your profitability rate reaches an incredible 2,000%. While the risks associated with futures trading are considerably higher than those of U.S. stocks, given Mr. Luo's achievements in the stock market, it is certainly worth a try. Luo Yang, in this regard, was rather acquiescent. All he desired was for the futures trading privileges to be granted. Yao Wenbin promptly facilitated the activation of the trading privileges, albeit without leverage. However, he later added, Mr. Luo, international futures trading operates under a margin system, meaning you do not need to provide the total contract value when engaging in long or short positions. How much are you planning to transfer for the margin? Without hesitation, Luo Yang responded, I intend to transfer 8 million from my U.S. stock account. 8 million. Yao Wenbin pondered for a moment before stating, I will grant you a leverage ratio of 5 times, primarily considering that you are new to this market. We will adjust based on your trading profitability. However, your account in the U.S. stock market qualifies you for a leverage allowance of up to 20 times. My colleagues in the U.S. stock department have informed me that I can authorize you for a leverage limit of $50 million. Does that sound acceptable? Absolutely, Luo Yang readily acquiesced, perceiving no need for negotiation. He was confident in his abilities, assured that he would incur no losses, and thus was willing to accept any terms presented. From the perspective of Yao Wenbin's trading records with Luo Yang, it is evident that in the U.S. stock market, he is willing to stake sums of 100 million or 200 million. However, when it comes to futures, one must exercise caution, especially since Luo Yang lacks an operational history. Generally speaking, the authorization for leverage trading necessitates proof of assets or collateral, akin to securing a bank loan, although the funds are sourced through capital financing. The leniency shown by Yao Wenbin towards Luo Yang is not born from benevolence. Rather, it is due to the astonishing nature of Luo Yang's trading records. In the span of merely 2 trading days, he transformed 2,828 into a staggering 7.6 million, with not a single trade resulting in loss. Such prowess is unparalleled, not only among their brokerage firms, but throughout the entirety of international financial institutions. The reason this extraordinary talent has not attracted the attention of other major international financial entities is due to Luo Yang's relatively modest capital and the brief duration of his engagement, compounded by the stringent information control at Tiger Securities, which has prevented any leaks. Individuals of such caliber naturally warrant some preferential treatment. Upon checking his mobile device, it was confirmed that futures trading had indeed been activated, granting him 5 times the margin privileges. Without hesitation, Luo Yang transferred 8 million from his U.S. stock account to his futures account, as intra-platform fund transfers are remarkably convenient. With 8 million in margin, the leveraged limit amounts to 40 million. Additionally, his U.S. stock account boasts a leverage capacity of 50 million. It feels surreal. Just a few months prior, he was destitute. Yet now he wields the power to manipulate nearly 100 million in funds. How much would that be in RMB? Finally, as the clock struck 9:30 p.m., signaling the market opening, Luo Yang had already meticulously selected his U.S. stocks and documented his trading strategy in a notebook. Detailing when to buy and when to place sell orders, he set the parameters for his U.S. stock trades, intending to execute them according to his recorded plan, while primarily focusing his energy on futures trading. His initial U.S. stock purchase was a full acquisition, amounting to over 50.68 million, followed by the establishment of a limit sell order. The system would automatically execute the sale once the price reached the specified figure. Sparing him any further concern in the realm of international futures, the variety of commodities is not overly extensive, with primary categories such as crude oil and gold. This selection process is considerably less daunting than that of U.S. stocks, where one must meticulously sift through countless options. In contrast, the limited types of futures simplify the decision-making process. However, it must be noted that the risks associated with futures trading are substantial. One may find oneself a billionaire one hour, only to be destitute the next. Conversely, there exists the tantalizing potential for one's wealth to multiply several times over within the same hour, perhaps even tenfold or 100-fold. Therein lies the allure of international futures. Chapter 12, Ding, 240 million received. Luo Yang initially focused on U.S. crude oil futures, which opened at 39.42 per barrel. Within half an hour, the decline reached 3.4, and after an hour, it was projected to plummet by 6. He opted to short sell, employing 40 million in leverage to acquire 1,014 contracts of crude oil, with each contract representing 1,000 barrels. As a novice in futures trading, he experienced a tinge of nervousness. After entering the market, the price began to drop, 39.38, 39.30. His account reflected a floating profit of 12,680. This was indeed a gain, not a loss, affirming his predictive capabilities. Moreover, after an investment of $40 million, the future trajectory of crude oil futures remained unchanged, indicating that such a sum is insufficient to stir the waters of the international futures market, failing to capture the attention of capital giants. Half an hour later, crude oil plummeted to 37.76, and Luo Yang's account reflected an unrealized profit of $1,660,000. My goodness. This is utterly insane. Wiping his brow, Luo Yang carefully monitored the predicted trends. And an hour later, the price dropped to $36.65 per barrel. He promptly executed a sell order, knowing that in 5 minutes the oil price would start to rise again, returning to $38.55. After executing the trade, the profit from the short position soared to $2,808,780, yielding a net gain of approximately $2,800,000. He had earned nearly 20 million RMB within an hour. I could hardly contain my excitement. Luo Yang tossed aside his shirt, now bare-chested and perspiring, despite the central air conditioning maintaining a comfortable 21 degrees Celsius in the room. Yet, the thrill of futures trading was exhilarating. As crude oil experienced a brief uptick, Luo Yang shifted to a long position, incorporating the 40 million leverage along with the 280,000 in profits. ATA price of 36.67. He purchased 1,167 contracts, and approximately 20 minutes later, it peaked at 38.55, followed by slight fluctuations. Luo Yang sold at a price of $38.43, realizing a profit of $1.76 per barrel, totaling a profit of $2,053,920 from 1,167 contracts. Engaging in the same futures, first shorting and then going long, he achieved a profit of over $4,800,000 in just 1.5 hours. The five-fold leverage of $40 million provided by Yao Wenbin resulted in a profit margin exceeding 10% in that brief period. Meanwhile, at Tiger Securities, Yao Wenbin closely monitored Luo Yang's transactions from the back end. Witnessing Luo Yang fully commit to the position left him apprehensive. Little did he expect that Luo Yang's predictions would prove remarkably accurate, especially his strategy of shorting followed by going long, a tactic Yao dared not attempt himself. Furthermore, Luo Yang not only recouped his initial investment but also secured a profit. In just 1.5 hours, he realized profits of $4,800,000, a feat unmatched among the hundreds of senior traders within their own trading department. Subsequently, Luo Yang turned his attention away from crude oil to gold, entering a long position that surged upward, netting an additional profit of $4,100,000 within an hour. Yao Wenbin's eyes widened in astonishment, scarcely daring to blink as he fixated on Luo Yang's trading maneuvers. Truth be told, he could not comprehend Luo Yang's techniques, shorting crude oil, then going long, selling out, and subsequently switching to gold, only to return to shorting crude oil again, which then plummeted to $34, yielding an even more staggering profit of $5,200,000. This evening's relentless flurry of activity continued until the market closed at 4 in the morning, and upon glancing at Luo Yang's futures account balance, Yao Wenbin was astounded to see it had reached $44,691,889.37. Incredible! With a five-fold leverage of $40 million, Luo Yang had amassed over $44 million in a single night. achieving an astonishing profit margin exceeding 110%. Good heavens, this is simply beyond belief. Their futures trading department comprises hundreds of seasoned traders, among whom are some of the finest in the world. For instance, he himself is considered a top-tier talent. If granted a trading limit of $40 million, it would be a formidable challenge to achieve a profit margin of 110%. Not just in one night, but even over the span of an entire year. This is a veritable monster, such as the assessment that Yao Wenbin gave to Luo Yang, after which he promptly called Luo Yang to instruct him to adjust the leverage to $100 million. Luo Yang, however, was indifferent. The profits accrued from the $40 million limit were already substantial. With a higher limit, the potential for greater gains loomed, yet he understood that surpassing a certain threshold would inevitably draw the attention of those international financial titans. Once they sensed a shift in predictions, it would become a headache for him. Luo Yang was wary of that, akin to the unpredictability of a lottery. Once the forecast changes, one must expend more intricate efforts to recalibrate calculations. The American stock account had a leverage of 50 million, yielding just over 8 million in profits overnight, translating to a mere 6% profit margin, a stark contrast to futures trading. Yet, the profit of over $44 million left Luo Yang somewhat bewildered. He had been quite spirited during the trading, but upon seeing the final figure, he felt a rush of dizziness. Did he truly earn so much? Converted into renminbi, that amounted to 317 million. Coupled with the $8 million from the American stock account, the total soared to 370 million renminbi. 370 million. By heavens, 370 million. He could hardly contain his tears of joy. Previously, he had set a modest goal of earning 100 million, never anticipating that he would accomplish 3.5 of those goals in just one night. The exhilaration was akin to consuming 500 cans of Red Bull. How could he possibly sleep? It was impossible. In a state of excitement, he withdrew 34 million from the futures account, retaining only 10 million as margin, with the leverage of 100 million being more than sufficient. The 8 million from the American stock account was temporarily his to manage. At Tiger Securities, the usual transfer timeline was 3 business days. However, Yao Wenbin had specially instructed for an immediate transfer to Luo Yang, treating it as a favor. Unable to sleep, Luo Yang lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling when suddenly his phone chimed. He picked it up to find a bank notification. Your savings account ending in 4099 received 246,312,412 renminbi at 5:16 on June 10th. Current balance, 246,364,389.59 yuan. China Construction Bank. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 business days? How had it arrived so swiftly? Luo Yang quickly deduced that this was indeed Yao Wenbin's goodwill, and after a moment's thought, he sent a text to express his gratitude. A few seconds later, Yao Wenbin responded, "You're welcome." Sitting on his bed, Luo Yang meticulously recounted the current balance, 246 million. Indeed, 100 million. Suddenly, he found himself a billionaire, feeling somewhat disoriented as if he were unprepared for such a turn of fortune. With so much money, how should he spend it? Just months prior, he had been relentlessly pursued by various debts, and now he had transformed into a billionaire. Such a stark contrast was overwhelming. With so much wealth, he felt at a loss for how to spend it. While others lacked the means to support their extravagant desires, he found himself in the opposite predicament. His aspirations to spend could not keep pace with his newfound wealth, leaving him in a state of confusion, a sum exceeding 300 million, all in liquid cash. In this day and age, it is often rumored that this person is wealthy and that person is affluent, with families possessing assets in excess of 10 million. Yet, if one were to request a cash withdrawal of 1 million, it would prove to be quite a challenge. Perhaps there truly are assets amounting to tens of millions, but assets do not equate to readily available cash. Take Luo Yang, for instance, with his 37 million entirely accessible in cash. In Chuan City, it is unlikely one could find another bold enough to claim they could produce 37 million. However, Luo Yang, this nouveau riche, is an invisible magnate, his wealth known to none. Engaging in financial risk investments is not akin to managing a tangible business. Those in industry at least possess visible assets, such as real estate, storefronts, and physical establishments, while finance remains intangible to At Dawn. Luo Yang tidied himself up and drove back to his rural hometown, as it was time to visit his parents. During the day, he executed a single transaction in the domestic stock market, taking a moment to operate via his mobile phone. To speak frankly, the domestic stock market no longer piqued his interest. However, With the leverage of 10 million provided by Li Lin, he could not be bothered to pay it much mind. He merely took the opportunity to execute a transaction, netting at least a profit of over 1 or 2 million soft sister coins a day. Chapter 13. Indeed, I am serving as Mr. Luo's chauffeur. Luo Yang's hometown is Xizang Town, located to the east of Chuan City, a quaint rural settlement. Every lunar calendar's 25th and 8th day, the town holds a market, and today, being the 5th, is one such day. Despite its small size, the market is bustling with crowds. Upon arriving in town driving his imposing G-Class, Luo Yang found himself ensnared in a traffic jam. As the majority of the market-goers were farmers, alongside a few aimless rascals from town, mostly wandering about in search of attractive young women. As Luo Yang navigated through the town, he noticed several individuals teasing 2 young women at the market. Upon catching sight of Luo Yang's robust and commanding G-Class, they immediately ceased their antics, eyes wide in admiration, exclaiming, "What an impressive vehicle!" Luo Yang lowered his window and cheerfully called out, "Huang Tao." The individual was taken aback, pondering when he had ever befriended someone of such lavish means. Upon a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Luo Yang, which boss do you serve as a chauffeur for?" "Indeed, I am Mr. Luo's driver," Luo Yang replied with a smile. Huang Tao was a classmate of his from primary through high school, known for his mischievous nature and lack of focus in adulthood. Yet, his father had established a successful business, allowing him to open several stores in town. Huang Tao peered into the car, noticing the absence of other passengers, and couldn't resist asking, "Which Mr. Luo? Introduce us. I'd love to bask in some of that glory." With a grin, Luo Yang pretended to boast, "It's Mr. Luo Yang. Mr. Luo Yang." Huang Tao pondered for a moment before realizing, irritation creeping into his voice, "You rascal, I'm speaking seriously here." Word of Luo Yang's situation had long circulated in their class group, with tales of him being swindled by a woman in Chuan City, left in dire straits and borrowing money from everyone, leading those acquainted with him to distance themselves. The class leader even expelled him from the group to avoid lending him money. Could this fellow truly be a boss capable of purchasing a G-Class? Huang Tao would sooner believe in a pig climbing a tree than accept that Luo Yang had become a big-time entrepreneur. Luo Yang pointed towards Huang Tao's house and asked, "Can I park here? I need to run to the supermarket for a few items." Huang Tao promptly nodded and said, "Sure, you drive over, and I will clear the way." At his doorstep, several farmers were selling vegetables from their baskets. He rushed over, shouting for them to move aside, then directed Luo Yang to reverse the vehicle. The car came to a halt in front of his house, and the large, gleaming Mercedes-Benz emblem on the hood truly added luster to his home. Huang Tao felt a pang of envy, thinking to himself, "Damn it, when will I ever be able to drive such a car?" However, that prospect seemed rather bleak. He owned a Buick Envision, which cost over 200,000, with more than half of that being funded by his father, who also supported him while he was still paying off the mortgage. Although he did not drive a luxury vehicle, his admiration for them was unparalleled. In his spare time, he often perused luxury car reviews. Luo Yang's G-Class prominently displayed the AMG insignia, making it significantly more expensive than the standard model, with a price tag of at least 2.5 million yuan. Huang Tao's father had a prosperous business, earning approximately 500,000 a year, most of which was converted into real estate. Asking his father to spend money on a G-Class would be akin to risking the family's entire fortune for a car. He would never agree to it. Thus, he could only harbor envy, knowing that owning such a luxury vehicle in this lifetime would likely require winning the lottery. At that moment, several of his companions circled the car, expressing their admiration with exclamations of awe. Luo Yang got out and went to buy cigarettes from the nearby stand. Although he did not smoke, his father did. The owner of the stand, Luo Dailong, was a distant cousin, though not closely related. Luo Dailong was lounging in a chair, engrossed in Douyin, watching beautiful women. He paid no attention to Luo Yang, who was browsing the cigarettes outside the counter, likely opting for a pack costing only 3 to 5 yuan. Faced with the overwhelming variety, Luo Yang's eyes glazed over, so he directly inquired, "Uncle Dailong, which cigarette is the best? Do you recognize me?" Luo Dailong sat up and glanced over, still unable to recall who he was. Huang Tao leaned in and chuckled, "It's Luo Yang from the Luo family. He's now driving for the big boss. Look." Huang Tao turned and pointed at the G-Class parked in front of his house. "That's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 2 million. Oda, it's Luo Yang, the son of Luo Weigua?" Huang Tao nodded with a smile. "That's right, Luo Yang's father was indeed Luo Weigua, a simple and honest farmer. However, Luo Yang's uncle, Wang Zhengkue, was a well-known contractor in town, with wealth surpassing that of Huang Tao's father. Everyone recognized him. Yet, Luo Yang's aunt and uncle had a tendency to favor the affluent, and since Luo Yang's family was relatively poor, their interactions were infrequent. Luo Dailong glanced at the car but paid it little mind, reasoning that no matter how fine the vehicle, it was still driven by someone else. The boss could earn $1 million a month. How much could a mere driver make? There are plenty of good cigarettes. The more expensive they are, the better they taste. Which one do you want? Luo Dailong stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully. Luo Yang replied with a smile. I don't really know, Uncle Dailong. Just recommend something. It doesn't matter if it's a bit pricey. I'll take it home for my dad. Oh, a bit pricey doesn't matter. Huh? Ha ha. Luo Dailong smirked, letting out a dry laugh. This young lad was trying to show off in front of him, but they were well acquainted. Who didn't he know how much he weighed? A few months back, word had it that he had accumulated a considerable debt and was hiding in Chuan City, too afraid to return, and now, he returned acting all high and mighty. Huang Tao chuckled heartily and remarked, Luo Yang, you really are something else. Old Luo here has some yushi and premium huangalu. Why not buy a pack for the brothers to enjoy? Huang Tao was clearly teasing Luo Yang, attempting to provoke him into spending a few $100 for the sake of amusement. Unfazed, Luo Yang smiled serenely and inquired, how much for the yushi? And the huangalu? Luo Dailong glanced at him with a nonchalant expression and replied, yushi, whether soft or hard, is priced at 100 per pack. The finest huangalu, the 1916 edition, is 160 per pack. Very well, then, I'll take 10 packs of yushi and 10 of the 1916 huangalu for a change of pace. Luo Yang stated casually. In truth, he had no intention of showing off. With over 200 million in his bank account, such expenditure was trivial. However, both Luo Dailong and Huang Tao were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Huh? Did you say a pack, or, surely, Luo Yang must have misspoken, 10 packs of each? Luo Yang reiterated, 10 packs of each. Please, I'll store them at home for my father to enjoy at his leisure, so he won't have to trek out for cigarettes every few days. Uncle Dailong, how much will that be? Oh, let me calculate. Luo Dailong suddenly found himself flustered. Typically, he could tally such sums in an instant, but now he fumbled with the calculator for a considerable while before arriving at the final total. Yushi is 1,000 per pack? So 10 packs total 1,000. Huangalu 1916 is 1,006 per pack, totaling 16,000 for 10 packs. In total, that comes to 26,000. Luo Yang nodded, and then pointed to the liquor displayed on the shelves, asking, what fine wines do you recommend? Luo Dailong quickly began to extol the virtues of various brands, mentioning Mutai and Wuliangya, focusing on the pricier options. Perhaps this lad was genuinely intent on purchasing, though it seemed more likely he was procuring for his employer. Regardless, it was business, and it mattered not whose purchase it was. After selecting a few prestigious bottles, Luo Yang calculated the total, which amounted to 74,200. Luo Dailong initially considered suggesting a discount for such a substantial order, thinking he might accept a flat 70,000 if Luo Yang proposed it. However, Luo Yang made no indication of such intent. Instead, he withdrew his phone, scanned the WeChat QR code, and promptly paid the full sum of 74,200. He then retrieved a pack of Huangalu 1916, tearing it open to distribute a pack to each of Huang Tao's companions, saying, here, take this to enjoy. Chapter 14. This G-class resembles a matchbox. It must cost 50 or 60,000, right? Huang Tao was momentarily stunned, clutching the Huangalu 1916 in his hand. There were 3 of them, and each pack cost nearly 480. Luo Yang had just spent over 70,000 on cigarettes and liquor. If this were truly for his employer, he wouldn't dare to distribute them so freely. Even out of courtesy, offering a single pack with a cigarette for each person would have sufficed for face value. Giving a whole pack to each seemed rather peculiar. Wasn't this lad supposed to be deep in debt? At that moment, Luo Dailong, wearing a wide grin, hurried out from behind the counter to assist in loading the items into the trunk of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After locking the car with his remote key, Luo Yang turned to Huang Tao and said, I still need to head to the supermarket to pick up a few things. This car will remain here for a while. Oh, no worries, take as long as you need. Who would dare to say anything at my doorstep? Huang Tao, laughing cheerfully as he spoke, followed along, saying, I'll accompany you. One must have assistance when purchasing such quantities. Luo Yang, unperturbed by his presence, entered the supermarket with a group of 4. Huang Tao's companions were even more eager, with one of them pushing a shopping cart to assist. Luo Yang selected the most expensive items, nutritional supplements, food, beverages, and even bed linens, filling 3 shopping carts to the brim. Upon checkout, the total exceeded 7,000, and Huang Tao and his friends observed Luo Yang's unflinching demeanor as he scanned to pay. Such extravagance. Could it be that this young man has truly struck it rich? His spending habits hardly resemble that of an employer. After all, which boss lacks such essentials? Who needs to venture to a small-town supermarket for purchases? The group busily assisted in loading the myriad bags into the car, filling the trunk to capacity, with the back seat also crammed full. Fortunately, this was a large G-Class vehicle, providing ample space. Had it been a smaller car, it would have been quite the challenge to fit everything. After closing the trunk, Luo Yang tossed a pack of Huang He cigarettes to each of Huang Tao and his companions, saying, "Thanks." He then drove away, while Huang Tao and the others waved him off, watching until he vanished from sight. Poor in the bustling market, unnoticed. Rich in the deep mountains, with distant kin. This adage rings true. Huang Tao, who had always been arrogant and self-important, seemed to shrink to the demeanor of a humble dog in Luo Yang's presence. Did Huang Tao truly respect him? Certainly not. He revered the wealth instead. After all, he merely purchased items worth 70 to 80,000, and with a couple of packs of cigarettes valued at 160 each. 3 audacious young men transformed into obedient followers. If Huang Tao were to discover that Luo Yang possessed a staggering 270 million in savings, one wonders if his eyes would pop out in disbelief. Yet, what does that matter? Perhaps in a month's time, his savings could multiply tenfold to 2.7 billion, or even more. After traveling 3 kilometers along the national highway from the town, they entered a rural road, with Luo Yang's home located about 2 kilometers further from the highway. Although the road leading home was also paved, it was constructed quite narrowly, measuring only 3.5 meters in width. 2 vehicles could not pass each other without maneuvering. Furthermore, the quality of the pavement was subpar. Having been laid just over 2 years ago, many sections were already cracked. Midway through his journey, Luo Yang encountered 2 cars coming from the opposite direction, and after some negotiation, they finally managed to pass each other. The Luo family courtyard comprises about 8 or 9 households, with Luo Yang's family situated at the far end in broad daylight. No one was home. Surely, everyone had gone to work in the fields, with only the elderly and children remaining. Luo Yang parked his vehicle in the family yard and immediately spotted his uncle, Luo Weidong, sitting at the entrance smoking a local cigarette. Upon noticing the car, Luo Weidong initially thought it belonged to a traveling merchant and remained seated, merely observing. Luo Yang alighted from the car, retrieving a pack of Yushi cigarettes, and approached with a smile, saying, "Uncle, are you the only one at home?" He handed the pack to him, adding, "I brought a few packs. Take one to enjoy." Luo Weidong was taken aback, only then recognizing Luo Yang and exclaimed, "Is that you?" "Luo Yang? I scarcely recognized it. Didn't he mention," having said a few words, yet he did not elaborate. Luo Yang understood his meaning and smiled, saying, "Indeed, I had incurred quite a bit of debt previously, but fortune has smiled upon me these past few months, and I have managed to earn some money, thus settling all my debts." "Uncle, are my parents working in the fields?" Upon hearing Luo Yang's news of repaying his debts, Luo Weidong was equally delighted. He casually tossed the Yushi cigarette onto the chair and patted the dust off his trousers, saying, "I shall go fetch your parents back from the fields beyond the branch." Luo Yang, smiling, replied, "I will accompany you." Luo Weidong glanced once more at the cigarette carelessly left on the chair and remarked, "What need is there to give cigarettes among family? It is a waste of money. This pack must cost 50 or 60 yuan, I presume?" Luo Yang chuckled. "Money is meant to be spent. After all, it's all good. I purchased these cigarettes from Uncle Dailong in town, and I believe they were around 1,000 yuan a pack." "1,000?" Luo Weidong exclaimed, taken aback, halting in his tracks to stare at Luo Yang. "Does a pack of cigarettes truly cost 1,000 yuan?" Luo Yang nodded. "That should be correct. I bought 10 packs of Yushi, totaling 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Weidong pounded his chest in lament. "You young lad, having earned a little money, you are lavishly spending it. Just a while ago, creditors were knocking at our door, and yet here you are, 24 years old and should be more sensible." After his tirade, Luo Weidong turned and retrieved the pack of cigarettes, returning it to Luo Yang. "Take it back. Luo Dailong is family. You go and return it. If he refuses, I shall have a word with him." Luo Yang, still smiling, shoved the cigarettes back into Luo Weidong's hands. Uncle, just keep them. It's not about the money. I have genuinely earned this. You can smoke these without worry. You genuinely earned it? Luo Weidong asked, puzzled, gazing at him. Luo Yang chuckled and pointed to his large G-class vehicle. Indeed, I have earned it. I even bought a house in the city and this car as well. Uncle, do you have any idea how much this vehicle costs? Luo Weidong, a seasoned farmer, was unfamiliar with luxury brands. He glanced at the car and remarked, this vehicle is boxy and rather unattractive, resembling a matchbox. Akin to the old Jeep used in movies during battles. It must be worth around 50 or 60,000 yuan, I suppose. Luo Yang laughed heartily. Close enough, close enough. Upon learning that a pack of cigarettes costs 1,000 yuan, Luo Weidong became quite unsettled. He hurried inside to hide them, then emerged to secure the typically unlocked door with a padlock before accompanying Luo Yang to the fields beyond the branch. Along the way, they exchanged pleasantries about family matters. Uncle and his wife tended to the farm. He had 2 sons. His elder son, Luo Yang, worked in a neighboring province, while his daughter-in-law, Zhu Yingying, had worked alongside them a few years back but began renting an apartment in Chuan City to support their son's education, balancing work at a mobile phone store with caring for him. The younger son, Luo Lin, was 24, merely a few months younger than Luo Yang. He was intelligent but somewhat aimless, having drifted after graduating high school and not achieving much in recent years. Luo Yang's father had 3 siblings. The eldest was Luo Weidong, the second was Luo Yang's father, Luo Weigua, the third was Aunt Luo Chunlian, and the youngest was Aunt Luo Chunying. Uncle Wang Zhenkue, the successful contractor, enjoys a life of affluence, while Aunt Jiang Shulin, a teacher, also resides in comfortable circumstances. Among the 4 siblings, only the eldest uncle maintains a closer relationship with their family, as they all hail from rural backgrounds where financial conditions are generally modest. In Chapter 15, a sense of worry arises from financial constraints, only to be met with disbelief upon earning. As Luo Yang approached the fields, he spotted 2 figures bent over, laboring tirelessly. The wave of emotion washed over him. From several meters away, his uncle Luo Weidong called out, Weigua, Weigua, Luo Yang has returned. The 2 figures in the field lifted their heads, and Luo Yang recognized them clearly. His mother, Zhao Jinyu, had been stooped for so long that when she finally raised her head, she struggled to straighten her back, merely managing to hold herself half-bent as she gazed upwards. My son has come back. Zhao Jinyu wiped her muddy hands on her waist and, with a hunched posture, approached Luo Yang. Her eyes reddened as she inquired, You must be hungry. I will prepare a meal for you at home. His father, Luo Weigua, gathered the farming tools and, with a somber expression, replied, Let us head home. After walking a short distance, with no outsiders present, Luo Weigua quietly remarked to Luo Yang, We sold 2 piglets at home. The price of pork is high this year, and we saved over 20,000. You should take some to settle your debts. Though the words were cold, tears streamed down Luo Yang's face. Dad, Mom, I am so sorry, he said, wiping his tears. I don't need the money. Over the past few months, I have earned some, and I bought a house in Chuan City. I think we should stop farming. Tomorrow, let's move to the city. Both Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu were momentarily taken aback. You really bought a house? Luo Yang nodded, assuring them, Yes, I truly did. You need not worry. I have cleared all the debts from before. Luo Weigua still appeared skeptical. Did you really pay everything off? I heard from your aunt that you were nearly 20,000 in debt. Is it possible to earn that much in just a few months? And buy a house? Seeing his father's obstinate demeanor, Luo Yang decided to remain silent, reaching for the farming tools his mother had been carrying. Mom, tomorrow you and Dad should come with me to the city. You will see for yourselves. Zhao Jinyu seemed more convinced, chiding Luo Weigua, You are quite something. Our son says he has paid off his debts. Yet you refuse to believe him, and no one has come to collect debts in months. If he hadn't paid them, wouldn't they come knocking? Luo Weidong chuckled. Indeed. Indeed. Luo Yang even bought a car, parked at the yard. Although it may not be the most attractive, we finally own a vehicle. Luo Weigua's annoyance resurfaced. You bought a car too. They say one learns from experience, yet you still do not heed the lessons. You should save more money and marry a decent girl. That is what truly matters, not buying a car. Can a car substitute for food? Luo Yang could only manage a bitter smile, opting for silence. After all, he could hardly disclose that he had several billion in his bank account. Revealing such would likely earn him a sharp reprimand from his father. Upon returning home, Luo Weigua indeed noticed a square-shaped vehicle parked in the yard. unregistered and seemingly new, confirming that Luo Yang had indeed made the purchase. Upon reaching the door, he tossed the farming tools aside, settling into a chair with a huff, only to glance at his son after a moment and inquire, "How much did that car cost?" Luo Yang forced a smile and replied, "It's not much. Dad, I brought back some cigarettes and liquor. Uncle also drinks, so take a couple of bottles. Additionally, I purchased some new quilts to replace the old ones. Yours are far too worn." As he spoke, he opened the trunk to unload his belongings. Upon seeing the vehicle brimming with items, Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong were momentarily taken aback. The group worked together for quite some time before finishing the unloading, at which point even their mother, Zhao Jinyu, began to express her discontent. "Son, aren't you just wasting money? Shouldn't you save up to marry a wife?" Luo Yang quickly interjected, I am saving. I could marry several wives with this." You child." Zhao Jinyu couldn't help but feel exasperated. "One is enough. Why speak such nonsense? What use is it to marry several? The state wouldn't allow it." "Mom," Luo Yang surveyed their old house and continued, "This place is far too dilapidated. Why don't you move to the city with me? After all, Yunyun is studying in high school there, and it would be nice for the family to be together." Luo Weigua's expression darkened as he retorted, "No way. Your mother and I can at least grow some crops here and not starve. If you return home empty-handed, at least there's food to eat and a roof over your heads. Besides, what would your mother and I do in the city?" Luo Yang fell silent for a moment, contemplating before saying, "If you don't want to move to the city, that's fine. How about this? You come with me to play for a few days, and when you tire of it, you can return to as for this old house. If you wish to stay, perhaps I could consider demolishing it and building a new." Upon hearing this, Luo Weigua nodded in agreement. "That doesn't sound bad at all. Look at all the houses along the way. Which one isn't beautifully renovated? Even your uncle's house has been remodeled, yet ours remains ancient." But that he hesitated before tentatively asking Luo Yang, "If we were to demolish and rebuild, it would cost at least 200,000, right? Do you have that much money?" Zhao Jinyu quickly added, "Haven't we saved nearly 30,000? Since our son is no longer in debt, we could use that money for the house. If we make it beautiful, it would be easier for him to find a wife." "That is feasible," Luo Weigua thought. Though he could scold his son, he was more submissive to his wife. With her support, he softened, staring at Luo Yang. "If you can gather 50,000, we can begin the demolition and construction." Luo Yang smiled and replied, 50,000 is too little. If we are to build, it must be grand and beautiful. How about I put 2 million on the table?" In an instant, Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Weidong were all left dumbfounded, thinking they had misheard. "What? Did you say how much?" They all assumed Luo Yang had misspoken, unaware that he had initially intended to propose 5 million, but, fearing it would shock his parents, had settled on 2 million instead. To their astonishment, 2 million was already an explosive revelation. 2 million, Luo Yang reiterated earnestly. The three listened intently, yet Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong remained incredulous, particularly Luo Weigua. "Son, despite your mistake this time, you must not lie. Do not fool your father. Can you truly produce 2 million? 2 million? Haha. If you really had that much, our family would soar like a rocket. We could build a new house, support our daughter's high school and college, and you wouldn't have to worry about marrying." Luo Yang scratched his head, feeling a slight headache coming on. After some contemplation, he took out his phone once more and opened the app for microsecurities, revealing a balance exceeding 4,200,000. "Mom, Dad, take a look. I have 4,267,000 here, which I earned from stock trading. The money is legitimate, and if I withdraw it now, it will be in my account by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." All three of them leaned in closer to the phone, and Luo Weigua even counted on his fingers. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. The figures indeed added up, but could the contents be genuine? Luo Yang earnestly explained to his parents and uncle, "This is the stock market. Investing in stocks is a legitimate financial endeavor, sanctioned by the state, and it is not illegal. Mom, Dad, trust me. Let me tell you, the house I bought in Chuancheng was nearly 3 million, and I purchased it outright without any debt. Additionally, this car, a Mercedes, cost 240,000, also paid in full, no debts whatsoever. Your son is truly making money. I am not deceiving you. 3,240,000. For a moment, Luo Weidong and his brother, along with Zhao Jinyu, were utterly dumbfounded, mentally calculating these sums, yet still failing to grasp the magnitude, as they had never encountered such wealth in their lifetimes. Chapter 16. a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Their parents were simple, honest farmers, and Luo Yang understood that no matter how he explained, it would only heighten their anxiety, fearing that he might be engaging in illegal activities or trouble. Therefore, he refrained from mentioning that he earned even more money, knowing that it would be better to formally establish a company in the future rather than operating alone as he was now. Once he had a company, he could confidently discuss figures like 100 million or 1 billion. After a while, Aunt Wang Guiyun returned with a basket of pig fodder and, upon seeing Luo Yang, inquired with genuine concern. Noticing that her son had brought back an abundance of groceries and food, Zhao Jinyu pulled Aunt Wang aside, saying, "Sister-in-law, there's no need for you to cook. Just lend me a hand. Luo Yang is back, so let us all have a meal together." Luo Yang glanced at the 10 million leverage in microsecurities that was of no use. And since he hadn't purchased any stocks that day, he opened the stock app and browsed for a while before selecting one, subsequently investing the entire amount. The stock he chose showed a promising upward trend in a short time. With the transaction of 10 million, his account transformed into a sea of red numbers indicating profit. He immediately called over his father and uncle, pointing at the screen. "Dad, Uncle, look here, this is the stock I just invested in. The red numbers below indicate the profits. See, my holdings have gained 99,990. The moment I purchased it, it rose by 18 cents, and with my 5,000 shares, I've made over 90,000, just $10 shy of 100,000. What? You made 100,000 just like that?" Luo Weidong and Luo Weigua's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. They had earned 100,000 before finishing a single cigarette? Luo Yang quickly added, "Of course, it's not always this profitable. Financial investments carry significant risks, and not everyone can earn such sums." Although he softened the message, it still left the two brothers in shock. Luo Yang ceased speaking and continued to scroll through information on his phone. Luo Weidong excused himself to the restroom upstairs, where he secretly called his younger son, Luo Lin. "Son," Luo Yang returned today, bringing back a lot of things. He even gifted me a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor, claiming the cigarettes cost 1,000 a pack. Could you check if that is true?" Upon hearing the news, Luo Lin promptly hung up the phone and immediately initiated a WeChat video call, requesting Luo Weidong to present the cigarette for his inspection. Luo Weidong positioned the cigarette in front of the camera, and Luo Lin, after a brief glance, nodded in affirmation. "This is Yushi, priced at 1,000 yuan per pack." Luo Weidong stealthily peered out the window and then conveyed to his son. Luo Yang also mentioned he purchased a 3 million yuan apartment in the city and acquired a car as well. "Initially, I thought that car was quite unattractive, boxy in shape, and priced at 50 to 60,000 yuan. Though you know what Luo Yang said later? He claimed that car costs 240,000. What? 240,000? This revelation left even Luo Lin astounded. "Really? Show me what kind of car it is." Luo Weidong quickly moved to the window, angling his phone's camera towards the vehicle below. From this vantage point, the car's rear was clearly visible, displaying the Mercedes-Benz emblem and the letters AMG prominently. Luo Lin's mouth fell agape. "Goodness, that's a Mercedes G-Class AMG, a genuine luxury vehicle, worth at least over 200,000. Luo Weidong expressed his disbelief. "Is it truly that expensive? I thought it looked rather hideous. Doesn't your uncle have an Audi Q5? The 4 rings, costing over 40,000, is far more aesthetically pleasing than this one." Luo Lin, uninterested in discussing car aesthetics with his father, quickly shifted the topic. "Dad, didn't you ask him how he earned so much money? I'm struggling here. Perhaps I should return and ride on his coattails to make some profit." Luo Weidong shook his head in disapproval. "That's not a stable plan. Just now, Luo Yang showed me on his phone that he invested in stocks, and right after buying, he made a profit of 100,000. Do you think that's reliable? It's highly unreliable. Don't get involved in that." Upon hearing the mention of stocks, Luo Lin lost interest. It wasn't that he was averse to making money, but he shared the sentiment that stock trading was precarious. The news over the years had often reported on individuals losing everything to stock speculation. Even if Luo Yang had been fortunate enough to profit, it remained an uncertain venture. It resembled gambling. As long as one keeps betting, they cannot claim victory in the end. All players are losers, with only the house emerging triumphant. The afternoon meal was quite opulent, featuring dishes that Luo Yang had procured from the town. Luo Weidong and Luo Weigua, the two brothers, shared a bottle of mutai. They both shook their heads, finding it less enjoyable than their usual corn liquor priced at 12 yuan per jean. However, mutai had a strong after effect, leaving the brothers feeling lightheaded, and they opted to forego any further work that afternoon, instead lounging at home watching television. Luo Yang joined in the idle chatter until around 9:30 in the evening, when he retreated to his bedroom to engage in trading U.S. stocks and futures. Upon glancing at his trades, he was taken aback. The U.S. stock market was experiencing a frenzy, and the futures market was equally volatile, an opportunity that was nearly unprecedented. For him, seizing this chance could yield a month's worth of earnings in just a day, yet his trading limit was somewhat insufficient. The U.S. side had allocated him $50 million, while his futures limit was initially $40 million. But after witnessing his impressive profits, Yao Wenbin had raised it to $100 million. This limit was already substantial for an individual, as no other client within the entire Tiger Securities had received such preferential treatment. After some contemplation, Luo Yang picked up the phone and dialed Yao Wenbin. Once connected, he bypassed any pleasantries and directly stated, "Manager Yao, today presents a rare opportunity, and my limit is insufficient. For both you. Stocks and futures, how much can you assist in increasing my limit?" After a moment of silence, Yao Wenbin inquired, "Do you have confidence? How much confidence do you possess?" Luo Yang replied with a smile, "I never claimed to have a definitive amount of confidence regarding this matter. However, you are well aware of my trading practices, so I shall say no more. The market has opened. Please provide me with a response within 5 minutes. If time elapses, there is no need to reply." Understanding Luo Yang's implication, Yao Wenbin promptly responded, "All right, I will contact the president immediately. Please hold on." What followed was a period of anticipation. Within just 3.5 minutes, Yao Wenbin's phone rang back. "Xiao Luo, after reporting to the president and several prominent figures in the investment department, I have secured a one-time temporary quota. However, they have a condition. You will receive a leverage of $500 million for you. Stocks and $400 million for futures. This temporary quota will terminate at 4 in the morning, and our company will take half of your profits from tonight. Can you agree to this?" Half of the profits implies that the actual quota granted to him is $250 million for U.S. stocks and $200 million for futures, requiring him to manage an equivalent amount of funds for them. "Fine," Luo Yang responded without hesitation. There was little to discuss about borrowing to generate profit, and besides, he currently lacked the ability to contend with these influential figures. In the future, once he had gained more strength and status, he would establish an independent account abroad, operating independently like those capital tycoons. Yao Wenbin added, "Additionally, you must understand that our risk control department will be particularly attentive to your account. Should there be any adverse fluctuations, your trading privileges will be revoked." Luo Yang replied expressionlessly, "I understand." This was hardly a point of contention. Given such a substantial quota, they too were undoubtedly on edge. Yao Wenbin's efficiency was impressive. Within a minute after hanging up, Luo Yang observed the leverage in his account adjusting. $500 million for U.S. stocks and $400 million for futures. He chose to invest fully in a stock that had surged by 79% and subsequently focused all efforts on futures. Chapter 17. The dazzling first collaboration tonight. Following the opening of crude oil futures, a price increase of 3% is anticipated. Approximately an hour and a half later, news will break that U.S. shale oil producers will resume production, coupled with the global onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, causing oil prices to plummet to $23 per barrel. Presently, the oil price stands at $36.43 per barrel. Luo Yang fully utilized the $400 million leverage to go long, and shortly after his investment, the oil price rose by 8 cents, resulting in an immediate profit of over $80,000. As oil prices continued to ascend, the brokerage firm naturally refrained from imposing risk controls on him. By 10:45 in the evening, the oil price had climbed to $37.95 per barrel. Luo Yang swiftly placed a sell order at $37.97. 1 minute later, the price reached $37.97, executing the sell order for all long positions, $400 million encompassing 10,989 contracts of crude oil futures, culminating in a profit of $16,923,060, a profit of $16,900,000 within just 1 hour. On Yao Wenbin's side, everyone was fixated on the large trading screen. Enveloped in an eerie silence, Luo Yang's profit of $16,900,000 left them utterly speechless. Then, an astonishing event unfolded, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Luo Yang unexpectedly executed a staggering $400 million short position, setting the price at $37.98. Immediately, an investment manager voiced his concern. "Should we liquidate this position? The risk is excessively high." After a moment of contemplation, Yao Wenbin responded, "Hold on, I believe that we ought to place our trust in Luo Yang. That previous trade has already yielded a profit of $69 million. With this capital as a cushion, even if we incur some floating losses, we still have the opportunity to close the position without facing significant losses. With Yao Wenbin's assertion, a hush fell over the trading room. The CEO's silence implied tacit approval. At that moment, a trader raised his phone, declaring, "The International News Department has breaking news. Russia and Brent crude oil are increasing production, while American shale oil producers have announced a resumption of production." The CEO was momentarily taken aback, unable to issue directives before crude oil futures plummeted like an elevator. This sudden and forceful decline caught everyone off guard. As crude prices swiftly dropped below $37, then $36, followed by $35, $34, the investment elites in the trading room fell silent, having missed this grand opportunity in the oil market. The sharp downturn left them paralyzed, unable to take short positions or seize the moment to buy low, merely watching in dismay. Their eyes widened in disbelief, a mix of regret and longing evident on their faces. By dawn, crude oil had fallen below $24, and the momentum began to slow. Once again, someone in the trading room suggested, "Should we consider bottom fishing? I sense we are nearing the bottom." Yao Wenbin remained silent, but at that moment, Luo Yang placed an order at a price of $23.05. As oil prices continued their descent, within half an hour, they reached Luo Yang's specified price, resulting in a transaction. This trade netted a profit of $56,765,000. Coupled with the earlier long position, the total profit soared to $173,688,060, yielding a remarkable profit of $173 million. The trading room fell silent regarding Luo Yang's actions. Even some prominent investors regretted not granting him a larger quota. What if they had allocated $1 billion or even $2 billion in leverage? The investment manager who had previously noted Luo Yang's short position raised another point. Now that Luo Yang has gone short, could it be that he anticipates a price increase? "I believe it is time to go long." The CEO hesitated, and just then, Luo Yang placed another order, this time for gold, going long on gold futures. The CEO promptly instructed, "Let us go long on crude oil as well. We can attempt to bottom fish, but let us not commit a large amount initially. Start with 5,000 lots to gauge the situation." Luo Yang, having shifted from shorting crude oil to trading gold, led the CEO to believe that Luo Yang did not expect further declines in oil. Meanwhile, Yao Wenbin remained silent, having intended to express something but ultimately refrained. By 4 in the morning, as the market closed, Luo Yang's series of trades had amassed an astounding profit of $490 million. Meanwhile, in the U.S. stock market, a single stock had surged by 79%, yielding $395 million in profits from $500 million in leverage. Combining the profits from both the U.S. stock market and futures, the total reached $885 million. Resulting in a split of profits, half for the company and half for Luo Yang, equating to $442,500,000. After a night of relentless effort, I garnered a staggering profit of $442,500,000, which, when converted to the local currency, amounts to my goodness, $31,475,000,000. The $27 million in my bank account hasn't even been touched yet, and now I've earned another $31 billion in just one night. As I was parched and exhausted, my phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, it was a call from Yao Wenbin. I answered promptly, "Mr. Luo, congratulations." Yao Wenbin was increasingly courteous, then continued, "Our president has just announced a decision. The company will grant you leverage of $500 million each for you. Stocks and futures. At the end of each month, your trading profit rate will determine the adjustments. Your existing margin of $12 million in your U.S. stocks and futures accounts can now be supplemented with $38 million to consolidate a total margin of $50 million. Your profit share from tonight amounts to $404,500,000. After deducting the $38 million for the margin, you will still have $404,500,000 remaining. The president has instructed that this amount be converted into the corresponding renminbi at the current exchange rate and transferred to you immediately. Please check your banking information." "All right, thank you, President Yao." Luo Yang felt little excitement. To him, money had become merely a string of numbers. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Wenbin lowered his voice and inquired, "Mr. Luo, may I ask why you have ceased trading in crude oil? Are you anticipating a rise? Have you managed to buy at the bottom?" Luo Yang chuckled softly. "I never claimed that. I merely believe that crude oil lacks volatility at the moment. Hence I shifted my focus to gold futures, which are exhibiting greater fluctuations. As for buying at the bottom, He paused, lowering his voice further. Recently, both futures and U.S. stocks have been quite wild. If possible, please report back to us so we can seize another opportunity to collaborate. After all, there's profit for everyone. Certainly, certainly, Yao Wenbin responded enthusiastically before ending the call. Luo Yang tossed his phone aside, stretching languidly. Just as he was about to lie down, his phone chimed again. Upon picking it up, he saw the notification. Your construction bank savings card ending in 4099 has received a deposit of 2,871,950,000.00 yuan, with a balance of 3,143,615,210.28 yuan. Construction bank, 31 billion. This figure is nearly 10 times higher than the previous 370 million. Yet Luo Yang tossed his phone aside and collapsed into a deep slumber, soon snoring contentedly. Unlike the last time when excitement kept him awake, this time, even with such wealth, he felt nothing, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of it all. Who could have imagined that such a modest third or fourth-tier city like Chuancheng harbored a billionaire with over 30 billion in cash? Luo Yang did not dwell on such thoughts. He had once fantasized about how he would appear wearing a mask or a monkey face when winning the lottery, yet now that he actually possessed tens of billions, it felt surreal. Earning this money was neither illegal nor unethical. It was extracted from the mouths of foreign capitalists. How gratifying. Chapter 18. The spendthrift. The following day, it was once again his mother who roused him for breakfast, and he realized it was already past 9 o'clock at this hour. It is customary for the elderly couple to be laboring up the hill, yet today, Luo Yang's father, Luo Weigua, remains in bed. Last night, he had invited the two Luo brothers, Luo Weidong and Luo Weigua, to share a bottle and a half of the exquisite Feiyan Mitai, resulting in both of them being utterly inebriated, lost in their own world. Unbeknownst to them, they had consumed 2.5 bottles of this premium liquor, valued at over 2,000 per bottle. Had they realized, they would surely have been pained to the point of hemorrhaging. An entire afternoon and evening spent drinking had cost them over 5,000 yuan, yet they were too apprehensive to indulge in such expensive liquor again. For breakfast, they dared not drink another drop. Luo Weigua glanced at his wife and sheepishly remarked that liquor was nothing to write home about, quite potent, indeed. Luo Yang sipped a bowl of plain rice porridge, then pulled out his phone to check the time. With a startled exclamation, he said, "Mom, today is Saturday. Is Yunyun coming back?" Zhao Jinyu replied, "Yes, she will return, but she won't leave school until noon. By the time she takes the bus, it will be nearly 2 or 3 o'clock." Luo Yang placed his bowl down and urged, "Then hurry, Mom, Dad, let's get ready to leave. If we depart now, we can reach Chuancheng in an hour, and will definitely arrive before noon." Luo Weigua shook his head obstinately. "I want to go. What is the point? I'm not used to it. I'd rather stay here to tend to the crops." Luo Yang felt a headache coming on, rubbing his face vigorously before smiling and persuading him, "Dad, just come and take a look at the house I purchased. Besides, it's the weekend, and we should gather with Yunyun's family. She has been working so hard in high school, and I haven't even been able to help her much. This is a chance to take her shopping for some clothes and enjoy some good food. She is so thin and frugal with her meals and attire." At the mention of his daughter, Luo Yunyun, Luo Weigua was momentarily swayed. This daughter, clever since childhood, has consistently excelled academically, never falling out of the top 3 in her grade, frequently claiming the top spot. Both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu dote on her. Yet as children of a poor family, Luo Yunyun has learned to be frugal. The allowance her parents provide is among the lowest compared to her peers, yet she still manages to save some. Meanwhile, her parents worry that she might not be eating well enough to support her growth. When Zhao Jinyu mentioned their daughter, she softened her stance as well. "I suppose we should go. It's just a short visit. I'll prepare the pig feed and ask your sister-in-law to keep an eye on things for the day. We won't starve when we return tomorrow." Luo Weigua chuckled awkwardly. "If you say so, then I'll acquiesce." Luo Yang hurriedly started to clear the dishes, urging, "Let us be quick. If we delay, it will be hard to find Yunyun when she leaves school." Zhao Jinyu chimed in, prompting Luo Weigua, "Go change your clothes." Reluctantly, Luo Weigua changed into a somewhat new outfit. Luo Yang noticed a patch on his father's elbow, which tugged at his heartstrings, as they were about to leave. Luo Yang handed his uncle, Luo Weidong, a pack of Yushi cigarettes and a bottle of Mutai, saying, "Uncle, please look after things while you and Annie are here." Luo Weidong nodded reassuringly, "Don't worry. While I may not be adept at cultural affairs, tending to the crops and livestock is no challenge at all." Annie also encouraged Zhao Jinyu to relax, assuring her that she would keep an eye on everything at home. Finally, they managed to step outside. And as Luo Yang drove off, Zhao Jinyu frequently glanced back. She pondered how to devise a plan to keep them in Chuancheng, though she knew it would be no easy feat. The journey from the village to the town takes only about 10 minutes. However, traveling from the town to Chuan City requires just over an hour. Luo Yang, wary of delays that might prevent him from picking up his sister, drove at a brisk pace. In the back seat of the car, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo were engaged in conversation. She observed the vehicle and remarked to Luo Weiguo, "This car of our son S is quite commendable. It offers a far more comfortable ride than the cramped Chang'an buses we usually take." Luo Weiguo, upon hearing her praise the vehicle, retorted irritably, "The Chang'an buses are only worth 50 to 60,000 yuan, while your son's car costs 240,000. If it's not more comfortable than a Chang'an, then may lightning strike." He concluded his tirade with an exasperated exclamation aimed at Luo Yang. Prodigal. Luo Yang merely smiled, offering no response. Luo Yunyun, currently in her second year of high school, attended Chuan City No. 1 Middle School, reputed to be the finest in the city. Admission to this prestigious institution was reserved for two categories of students, those with outstanding academic achievements and those with affluent connections. Naturally, Luo Yunyun had gained entry through her exemplary grades. Otherwise, she would not have been able to attend such a distinguished school. They arrived at the school at precisely 11:35, leaving 25 minutes until dismissal. Luo Yang parked in a space outside the school gate. The area was bustling with parents picking up students, and every available parking spot was occupied. However, Luo Yang's conspicuous G model drew the attention of many onlookers. He went to a nearby shop and purchased several bottles of mineral water, one for each person. It was Luo Weiguo's first time picking up his daughter from school, and he felt quite anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gripped the bottle tightly without taking a sip, his gaze fixed intently on the school entrance. Long last, as the clock struck 12, the bell rang, and the gatekeeper opened the gates. Moments later, students poured out like a swarm of ants. Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, anxious not to miss their daughter, squeezed near the entrance, overwhelmed by the throng of students. Luo Yang, choosing not to crowd the entrance, stood a few meters back, knowing that the narrow space could easily lead to missing her. As the students dispersed, he could see more clearly. Indeed, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo lost sight of their daughter. Luo Yunyun, unaware of her parents' presence, exited with her classmates, her gaze fixed downward, oblivious to their search. However, Luo Yang's keen eyes quickly spotted his slender sister with her ponytail, and he slipped through the crowd to grasp her wrist. Startled, Luo Yunyun turned to see her brother and, after a moment of surprise, exclaimed, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Luo Yang, smiling warmly as he walked alongside her, replied, "I came specifically to pick you up." Luo Yunyun responded with an "oh," and in a hushed tone added, "Brother, I've saved over 1,400 yuan this semester, and I want to give it to you." Luo Yang felt a surge of warmth in his heart and chuckled, "What would I do with your money? Hurry along. Our parents are here too." The money she had saved must have come from her meager allowances, and the thought tugged at Luo Yang's heartstrings. Realizing that she had likely heard rumors of his debts, Luo Yunyun, momentarily taken aback, lifted her face in astonishment and asked, "Mom and Dad are here. Really? Where are they?" It was then that Luo Yang raised his hand and called out toward the entrance, "Mom, over here, over here." Zhao Jinyu, filled with anxiety from not seeing her daughter, was startled when she heard her son call out, spotting him holding his sister, Luo Yunyun, by the roadside. She immediately shouted at Luo Weiguo, "What are you looking at? Yunyun has already gone out. Hurry up." Luo Weiguo, having noticed the sibling duo, rushed over. Zhao Jinyu approached and pulled Luo Yunyun close. Tears welled up as she scolded her. "You silly girl, what are you saving for? You're as thin as a bean sprout. If you ruin your health, how will you continue your studies?" Luo Yang, taking hold of them, urged, "Mom, let us go. People are laughing at those who cry and fuss." Arriving at the car, he opened the door and said, "Quick, get in." Zhao Jinyu led Luo Yunyun into the vehicle, while Luo Weiguo entered from the opposite side. Once inside, Luo Yunyun inspected the car with astonishment and asked, "Where did this car come from? Did my brother borrow it?" Although Luo Yunyun was not well versed in cars, she was still more knowledgeable than her parents. Recognizing the prestigious brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Audi, she immediately identified the Mercedes emblem, realizing it was not inexpensive. She feared that her brother might have borrowed it from someone, knowing he was in considerable debt, but hesitated to ask her parents directly. Wiping her tears, Zhao Jinyu snorted and said, "This car is bought by your brother. Over 2 million. Luo Yunyun was taken aback. My brother bought it? Over 2 million. She felt bewildered. Wasn't he deep in debt? How could he afford such an expensive car? Chapter 19. Truly striking it rich as her brother drove, Luo Yang felt it inappropriate to inquire about his situation in front of their parents. He refrained from offering explanations, knowing that the truth would speak for itself once they arrived home. The saying goes, facts speak louder than words. After a brief journey, they arrived at Tianzong City, and both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu were left astounded by the grandeur of the community. Is this splendid and upscale place truly where their son had purchased a home? Luo Yang navigated into the underground parking garage, where the security guard at the booth greeted them with a formal salute, prompting Luo Weigua to respond with a smile and a gesture of acknowledgement. The parking garage was densely packed with vehicles, and Luo Weigua was overwhelmed by its seemingly endless expanse. My goodness, does parking require this much space? With a smile, Luo Yang guided them to the elevator, pressing the button for the 21st floor. Luo Yunyun felt a pang of anxiety, worrying for her brother and how someone so heavily in debt could have turned things around. Upon reaching the 21st floor, they exited the elevator to find only 2 units, one on the east end, to which Luo Yang headed directly. The door was a grand double-door design, exuding elegance. Luo Yang pressed his fingertip on the scanner, and the door swung open. Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yunyun gazed in wonder. So high-end? Just a fingertip press? Father, Mother, Yunyun, come in, Luo Yang said, smiling as he welcomed them inside. Upon entry, the 3 were left in awe by the spacious and luxurious living room. Luo Yunyun, exhilarated, dashed to the large floor-to-ceiling windows to admire the cityscape, with an unobstructed view. This house was so grand and beautiful. Could this truly belong to her brother? It was simply unbelievable. Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu had never encountered or stepped into such a lavish and exquisite residence in their entire lives. Gazing around in awe as if caught in a dream, Luo Yang, with a beaming smile, introduced, Dad, Mom, Yunyun. This house boasts 4 rooms. You may choose whichever room you find most appealing to stay in. There is also an upper floor. Come, let us ascend and take a look. Zhao Jinyu, brimming with excitement, was even more proactive than her son and daughter, taking petite steps ahead of them. Upon reaching the upper floor, she was once again astonished. A grand bedroom awaited, with a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking a garden ablaze with vibrant red flowers and lush green foliage. Luo Yunyun, her youthful heart aflutter, pushed open the glass door to step outside and admire the flowers. Amidst the blossoms stood a rocking chair adorned with a sunshade. As she settled into it, gently swaying back and forth, she mused that if she could possess such a home in her lifetime, she would feel utterly content. It is worth noting that there were only 4 such duplex apartments in Tianzong City, each meticulously designed to the highest standards of luxury. Who among ordinary folk could possibly find them lacking? Zhao Jinyu gazed with immense delight, pondering what kind of daughter-in-law her son could attract if this house truly belonged to him. Turning to Luo Yang, she inquired, Son, is this house really yours? Just a moment. Luo Yang pondered for a moment before re-entering the room to retrieve the purchase agreement, presenting it to her, saying, Take a look, this is the purchase contract, with my signature. Please note below that it was bought outright for 2,920,000. With no debts. Luo Yunyun leaned in to examine the document, nodding in affirmation to her mother, Mom, it's true. This is the purchase contract, and brother indeed paid in full. In her excitement, Luo Yunyun grasped Luo Yang's wrist and asked, Brother, weren't you in quite a bit of debt? How did you manage to earn so much? Luo Yang produced his phone once more, displaying the balance in his stock trading account. Look, this is the balance in my stock account. Upon seeing the balance exceeding 4 million, she counted again, utterly astonished. A $3 million house, a $240,000 car, and $460,000 in balance. When had her brother been so fortunate? Dad, Mom, Yunyun, please head to the living room. I have something else to discuss with you, Luo Yang suggested thoughtfully. What is it? Zhao Jinyu inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as the family of 4 returned to the spacious living room. Once seated, Luo Yang spoke earnestly. Mom, Dad, I've reflected on things and decided to be transparent with you. Upon noticing his hesitant demeanor, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Yunyun grew anxious, their hearts racing. What did I ask at this time? They were genuinely apprehensive about matters beyond their comprehension or resolution, and in truth, Luo Yang's current affairs were already unimaginable to them. Sensing their tension, Luo Yang quickly flashed a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured. It's not a bad thing. In fact, I haven't merely earned a few million, but rather I believe I have accrued several hundred million." "What? Several hundred million?" At this revelation, even Luo Weiguo was taken aback, springing to his feet in astonishment. "Are you trying to fool your father?" Luo Yang could only respond with a wry smile. He dared not mention that his bank account held over 3 billion, yet to ensure his parents could enjoy their lives without worry, he needed to provide them with a convincing explanation. Otherwise, they might revert to tending their fields and crops. After some contemplation, Luo Yang decided to open his Huobi Securities account on his phone. Drawing Luo Yunyun closer to take a look, "Yunyun, behold my securities account. This is not domestic stock. It encompasses American stocks and international futures. You see, I possess $50 million in margin here. This is your brother's money." $50 million, which translates to 350 million yuan. Luo Yang's declaration left both Luo Yunyun and Luo Weiguo, as well as Zhao Jinyu, utterly astounded. They had presumed he had merely earned a few $100,000, perhaps enough to purchase a house or a car, yet the magnitude of his earnings was far more astonishing. Luo Yang then gently persuaded them, "Dad, Mom, I refrained from disclosing my earnings because you understand the wisdom in keeping wealth discreet. How about this? We will head to the bank shortly, and I will transfer 100 million to you for safekeeping. Whether you choose to place it in a fixed deposit or invest in property, I trust you will manage it wisely. Regardless of my future gains or losses, you will still have this 100 million, ensuring a comfortable life for our family, won't it?" Upon hearing her son's arrangement, Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed, exclaiming, "That's a splendid idea. I will manage it for you. No one shall touch it." Luo Weiguo, still harboring belief in Luo Yang's financial success, felt reassured by the prospect of his son's offer. Although he hesitantly inquired, "It's not illegal, is it?" Luo Yang chuckled amiably. "Of course, it's entirely legal. I would never engage in unlawful activities. Regardless of how much I earn, it must be enjoyed within the bounds of the law. If you have doubts, just ask Yunyun. These stocks and futures are all managed by reputable financial firms." Luo Weiguo quickly concurred, "Indeed. As long as it's not illegal, your mother and I will have no worries." Luo Yang replied with a smile, "To put your minds at ease, let us head to the bank right away. Afterward, we shall celebrate with a grand meal. This girl needs a good nourishing." As he mentioned Luo Yunyun, he couldn't help but gently pat her on the head. "All right, let us go." Zhao Jinyu was equally exhilarated. Her son had earned such a substantial amount without engaging in any illicit activities, which filled her with joy. However, she immediately admonished both Luo Weiguo and Luo Yunyun. "Weiguo, Yunyun, you must never disclose how much money your brother has." She then shot a stern glance at Luo Weiguo. "I trust Yunyun to keep quiet, but you, Weiguo, are the one I worry about the most." Chapter 20. The invisible tycoon of Chuan City. After being scolded by his wife, Luo Weiguo could only manage a sheepish smile. He genuinely wished to flaunt a bit in front of his younger sisters, who had always received care from him and his elder brother, Luo Weidong, since childhood. However, after their marriages, they seemed to look down upon their two poorer brothers. Over the years, resentment had accumulated, leaving him feeling quite displeased. Particularly with his eldest sister, Luo Chuanlian, whose husband, Wang Zhengkue, had made a fortune in construction, amassing at least several million over the years. He was amiable with everyone, except for him and his elder brother, as he regarded them as unsophisticated and impoverished. Now, Wang Zhengkue would no longer have the upper hand. "My son owns a better house, drives a superior car, and possesses more money." Luo Yang drove towards the bank, heading to a construction bank branch just a few hundred meters to the right from Tianzong City, where there was also ample parking available. Upon entering the bank's parking lot, the security personnel promptly came over to direct parking, and then respectfully ushered them into the bank. Although the two elderly individuals appeared somewhat rustic, they could not be overlooked. Given the luxurious vehicle they arrived in, the bank lobby was bustling with patrons, all seated and awaiting their turn to be called. As the Luo family stepped inside, the lobby manager approached them and inquired about the nature of their business, subsequently guiding them to the machine to swipe their cards and obtain a queue number. While swiping his card and retrieving the number, Luo Yang casually replied to her, "I would like to open 2 accounts for my parents and my sister to deposit some funds." The lobby manager, a woman in her 30s, further asked if he wished to withdraw cash. She explained that if he did not require cash, there was no need to queue at the counter. Instead, he could proceed directly to one of the desks located at the side of the lobby. Luo Yang expressed his gratitude and made his way over. Since it was a cashless transaction, the atmosphere was less stringent than at the counters, with 3 desks manned by 3 female staff members. Luo Yang approached the middle desk, which was unoccupied, and seated himself, extending his bank card towards the young female employee, who appeared to be in her early 20s. She glanced up at Luo Yang before lowering her gaze back to the computer screen, asking, "What service would you like to avail?" Luo Yang placed his own ID card and bank card before her, also presenting the ID cards of his mother, Zhao Jinyu, and sister, Luo Yunyun, stating, "Please issue a card for my mother and one for my sister, with some funds deposited in each." The employee remained silent, executing her tasks with practiced efficiency, in under 10 minutes. She had opened 2 cards and then inquired, "How much would you like to deposit?" Luo Yang separated the 2 ID cards and replied, "Transfer 100 million to my mother's card and 5 million to my sister's." "What?" The bank employee, who had appeared calm and composed, momentarily froze, pausing before she reiterated, "How much did you say?" Luo Yang clarified once more, 100 million for my mother's card and 5 million for my sister's. The employee abruptly stood up, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Please hold on a moment." The formality in her address shifted to a more respectful tone, and she swiftly walked through a nearby door into the VIP office area. Shortly thereafter, she returned accompanied by another individual, a poised, middle-aged woman who exuded an air of authority, unmistakably a leader. Indeed, the employee respectfully introduced her, "This is our esteemed president, Xianing." With a beaming smile, Xianing gestured invitingly, "Mr. Luo, please come inside to complete your transactions." Luo Yang indicated towards his parents and sister, "They. Please, all of you. Come in." Xianing cordially welcomed Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yunyun, showing no sign of disdain for their modest attire. Xianing guided them into a private VIP room, devoid of other patrons, furnished with plush sofas and climate control. Luo Weigua settled onto the sofa, feeling as though he were enveloped in cotton, slightly uncomfortable. With a warm gaze directed at Luo Yang, Xianing inquired, "Mr. Luo, I apologize for any oversight. May I ask what your profession entails?" "Stocks, international futures. One could say it's financial investment. Xianing suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. In the past few days, substantial sums had been deposited into our Bank of China branch in Chuancheng, particularly a significant transfer that occurred in the early hours of today, originating from the renowned Tiger Securities Company in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. We were planning to visit the client tomorrow to recommend our private banking services. Yet it was truly unexpected that Mr. Luo himself had arrived." Xianing was elated. There were only 3 Bank of China branches in Chuancheng, and securing such a prominent client as Luo Yang would undoubtedly enhance whichever branch managed to attract him. Given the current challenges in attracting deposits, the sudden emergence of such a super-rich individual felt almost surreal. The competition among banks was fierce, with several real estate developers vying for her attention, and none of them possessed the wealth that Luo Yang commanded. His financial stature alone eclipsed all of them combined, necessitating an exceptionally careful approach in his reception. Xianing initially refrained from discussing deposit transfers and instead introduced Luo Yang to the offerings of their private banking services. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Luo Yang replied, "It doesn't matter. You can proceed as you see fit. The primary focus of private banking is to assist clients in managing their finances. Yet when it comes to generating wealth, who could possibly rival the formidable Luo Yang?" Seeing him so amenable only heightened Xianing's delight, her face blossoming with joy as she hastily recommended a credit card. "Mr. Luo, with such a substantial cash balance at our institution, we can grant you the exclusive Global Supreme Dragon card, with a limit of 8 million and 30 million in insurance services, alongside access to VIP lounges at domestic and international airports, global VIP services, preferential parking in the country, luxury car services at the airport, and an unparalleled global payment experience, among other extraordinary privileges. All right, please also apply for supplementary cards for my parents and sister." With the same limit of 8 million shared, he responded, "Certainly, I will arrange for the necessary paperwork immediately." Xianing nodded with a beaming smile. The ease of this transaction felt almost unreal in the circles of wealth in Chuancheng. Attracting tens of millions in deposits was considered a colossal feat, and she couldn't fathom how a super-rich individual with over 3 billion could suddenly materialize. While a billionaire with over 3 billion might not rank among the wealthiest in the nation, Luo Yang was unique. His wealth was predominantly in cash, unlike most affluent individuals whose fortunes lie in assets. Few possessed the capacity to produce 10 or 8 billion in liquid cash, making Luo Yang's ability to present over 3 billion in hard currency a rarity that could be counted on one hand. For banks, cash and assets represent two distinct categories. In a third or fourth tier city like Chuancheng, tens of billions in cash translates to a paramount benefactor. To be candid, Xianing, as the vice president of the bank, dealt with wealth daily and encountered more affluent individuals than most. The tales circulating about the wealthiest in Chuancheng were well known to her. Those so-called real estate magnates, the few affluent individuals, were all heavily indebted. Without their connection to the bank, they would face dire consequences. In reality, very few had assets exceeding 5 billion. The young man before her, Luo Yang, was the true tycoon of Chuancheng. With over 3 billion in cash, who could dare to compare? Who could possibly rival his wealth? Moreover, he was astonishingly young. Unlike others of his age who were merely second or third generation wealthy, Luo Yang was a first-generation magnate, an anomaly that would be nearly impossible to find even with a magnifying glass across the nation. Chapter 21. The Challenge of Spending 5 million in a Day, 1. Upon exiting the bank and settling into the car, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua felt their hearts racing with exhilaration. Zhao Jinyu tucked the bank card into her pocket, clutching it tightly, fearful of misplacing it. The substantial sum of 100 million in deposits was, of course, beyond Luo Weigua's contemplation. Once it was in his wife's hands, it would be inaccessible. However, their son had generously provided each of them with a credit card, each boasting a limit of 8 million, which made him feel quite affluent. Typically, credit cards require a production process, entailing a waiting period, but the Supreme Credit Card operates on an invitation basis. One cannot merely apply but must be invited by the bank. In essence, it is a bespoke credit card designed for the ultra-wealthy. Banks typically have the cards ready and merely input the client's information before contacting headquarters to activate it. Luo Yunyun possessed one as well. Luo Yang drove. He admonished her. Don't skimp on your brother, buy some beautiful clothes and indulge in good food. Your brother's wealth is boundless. Indeed. Zhao Jinyu chimed in, reflecting on how, in their previous financial struggles, it was commendable for their daughter to be frugal. But now that Luo Yang had become so prosperous, it was unreasonable for her to continue being miserly. While frugality can be virtuous, Luo Yunyun's thrifty habits bordered on self-neglect. With their banking affairs settled, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua were filled with joy, fortified by the assurance of 100 million. At this juncture, their son could dictate the course of the day without objection. Next came dining. Luo Yang had reserved a table at the most renowned restaurant in Chuan City, spending over 7,000 for a sumptuous meal for his parents and sister. The family had never indulged in such lavish spending before, and after the meal, they went shopping. With a smile, Luo Yang proposed, "Let us challenge ourselves to spend 5 million in a day." Zhao Jinyu retorted with mild annoyance. "Look at you. Now that you have money, you've forgotten your roots. As long as we eat well and have what we need, there's no need for extravagance." Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly. "Mom, we should use what we have and spend where necessary. Isn't earning money meant for spending? Come on, don't criticize me. Just buy clothes. I also need to purchase a computer and a phone. We must ensure we have proper dining utensils, and you both should replace your outdated phones. They're practically obsolete." Both parents were still using phones from several years prior, and their daughter also had an antiquated device that frequently malfunctioned. When Luo Yang mentioned buying clothes and new gadgets, Zhao Jinyu did not oppose. This did not seem like wasteful spending. However, she suddenly recalled that her sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, was employed at a mobile phone store in Chuan City, and quickly suggested to Luo Yang, "Son, your sister-in-law Zhu Yingying works at a phone store in Chuan City. If you need a new phone, you should seek her out. It's better to support our own than to buy from others. Of course, we must keep it in the family. Mom, please call her and ask where she is located." Luo Yang replied. Zhao Jinyu retrieved her old Nokia phone, found Zhu Yingying's number, and after a brief conversation, hung up and informed Luo Yang, "Your sister-in-law said she is at the Huadai Communication Store on the first floor of Wanda Plaza. Got it?" Luo Yang nodded slightly and drove in that direction, as he was quite familiar with the terrain of Chuancheng and did not require navigation. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived and parked in the underground garage of the square, then took the elevator to the first floor. The entire first floor was lined with shops selling electronic products, watches, and jewelry. Zhao Jinyu tugged at Luo Yunyun, glancing around in search of Zhu Yingying. Not spotting her, she couldn't help but mutter, "Why isn't she here yet if she said she would come to find us?" Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang again. Upon checking, it was indeed a call from Zhu Yingying. She answered and inquired, "Where are you?" "We've arrived and have been looking for you for quite a while, oh, you're outside." "We're inside," and no sooner had she finished speaking than a woman in work attire rushed in from the entrance, hurrying towards them while waving her hand and saying, "Here I am. I was waiting at the door. Why did you come out from inside?" It was none other than Luo Yang's cousin-in-law, Zhu Yingying, the daughter-in-law of his uncle Luo Weidong, and the wife of his elder cousin Luo Yang. Zhu Yingying had a slender figure. Although her looks were rather ordinary, a touch of light makeup and her well-fitted, stylish work attire lent her an air of a sophisticated office lady. Zhao Jinyu quickly pointed towards the elevator entrance and explained, "Luo Yang had to park the car, so we took the elevator up." "Luo Yang's car?" Zhu Yingying glanced at Luo Yang with a hint of surprise, recalling that he was said to be in considerable debt. Where had he procured a vehicle? This way, this way. Zhu Yingying directed them to a nearby store, not expecting her reclusive uncle and aunt to actually visit Chuancheng. Although they would not likely purchase anything extravagant, their intention to buy a phone for her was appreciated. Upon arriving at the store, they found 5 or 6 girls in matching outfits behind the counterpoint. One of them glanced over and smiled. "Ingjia, are these all from your hometown?" To be fair, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu's attire clearly reflected their rural roots. While Luo Yunyun looked slightly more refined but still dressed very simply, her clothes showing signs of wear. Only Luo Yang appeared somewhat sophisticated, dressed relatively well. With such a group, what could they possibly purchase? The store mainly offered high-end phones and electronic products, making it difficult to find anything affordable, and it seemed unlikely they would make a sale. Zhu Yingying remained cordial and poured each of them a glass of water. Luo Yang cast a glance at the phone Zhu Yingying had placed on the counter, which was an older model Oppo with several cracks on the screen. Zhu Yingying then asked Zhao Jinyu, "Auntie, what brings you to Chuancheng? Have you eaten yet? Shall I order you some food?" No, we've just eaten." Zhao Jinyu hastily waved her hand, saying, "It was Luo Yang who insisted on bringing us to Chuancheng. We just had a meal, and I heard from Guiyun that you sell phones here. If we were to buy, we wouldn't want to undercut others, right?" "Oh." Zhu Yingying smiled and asked Luo Yang, "What kind of phone do you want to buy?" Luo Yang glanced at the counter and pointed to the Apple display, saying, "Just the iPhone 11 Max, as it operates smoothly." He observed the personnel and then stated the quantity. "I need 5 units, along with 2 iPad tablets, 2 laptops, and 2 Apple desktops." Zhu Yingying was taken aback. "What do you want?" Luo Yang reiterated once more, leaving Zhu Yingying in disbelief. "You can't be serious. Can you?" Assuming Luo Yang was jesting, she turned to Zhao Jinyu, inquiring, "Second aunt, is Luo Yang truly intending to purchase all these?" Zhao Jinyu, equally perplexed, merely nodded. "If he wants it, then give it to him." Zhu Yingying remained unconvinced, suspecting that her second aunt was oblivious to the cost of what Luo Yang had mentioned. Thus, she emphasized her concern, asking, "The total for these items must amount to quite a sum, perhaps several tens of thousands." By highlighting this point, she anticipated her second aunt would reprimand Luo Yang for his recklessness. After all, this cousin was indeed behaving improperly, accumulating such substantial debt without remorse, all while witnessing the plight of their elderly relatives. However, to her astonishment, her second aunt responded nonchalantly, "Exactly, which is why he came to you. Otherwise, he could have purchased from any store." Chapter 22. A challenge to spend 5 million in a day, too. Zhu Yingying was left utterly baffled. Was this truly her second aunt? The nearby female staff members were equally stunned upon hearing this, quickly rushing over to assist, bustling about to gather the items Luo Yang had specified. When they totaled the amount, it came to 128,600 yuan. The cashier, who was helping with the calculations, handed the calculator to Luo Yang with trembling hands, stating, "The total is 128,600 yuan. "Very well," Luo Yang replied with a mere nod, promptly using his phone to scan and pay the sum of 128,600 yuan. Instantly, the store's cash register displayed the received amount. Accurate and indisputable. It was then that Zhu Yingying realized her second aunt's family was indeed making the purchase. Hadn't Luo Yang accumulated a mountain of debt? Where did he acquire such funds? Over 100,000 yuan was no trifling matter. She earned merely 50 to 60,000 a year at her job, and only if business was exceptionally good. Was it possible that this cousin, rumored to be in debt, had struck it rich in the lottery? Logically, even if he had won a few million, Her second aunt and uncle's temperament would not allow Luo Yang to squander money so frivolously. When she glanced at her second aunt, witnessing Luo Yang spend over 128,000 in her presence without her batting an eye, her composure remained unfazed, which was decidedly abnormal. Luo Yang, unperturbed by her thoughts, casually handed her a phone case. Zhu Yingying, taken aback, asked, "What's the matter? Is there an issue with this? It hasn't even been unwrapped." "There is no issue," Luo Yang replied with a smile. "It's for you. I noticed your phone screen is damaged." Zhu Yingying froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she vehemently shook her head. "That won't do. I can't accept something worth over 10,000. To her surprise, her notoriously frugal second aunt, Zhao Jinyu, interjected, "Yingying, just take it. He is not a stranger. Your phone is in dire condition, so accept it from Luo Yang." Dazed and holding the phone case, Zhu Yingying felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? At that moment, a keen-eyed female colleague chimed in with a smile, asking Luo Yang, "Carrying all these is rather cumbersome. Would you like us to deliver them to your home?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang responded, "No need for home delivery. Just help me take them to the underground garage. I'll place them in my car and then return to look at other items. It's rather inconvenient to carry so much." The hearts of the female colleagues raced with excitement. Was this fellow intent on buying more? Was he truly so extravagantly wealthy? A rather attractive individual discreetly inquired of Zhu Yingying, "Sister Yingying, what relation is this person to you?" In a hushed tone, Zhu Yingying replied, "He is the family of my husband's second uncle, including cousins." "Has your cousin married yet?" "He is quite handsome." Zhu Yingying nearly choked on her laughter, managing to suppress her amusement as she said, "It seems not yet." Her female colleague's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting Zhu Yingying to think, "What a lovesick fool. Why didn't I see you greet him earlier? Now that he appears affluent, you rush to him?" Several female shop assistants promptly offered to assist, each taking an item to deliver to the garage, leaving Luo Yang's family empty-handed. Luo Yang instructed his parents and younger sister to wait there while he descended. Accompanied by 4 or 5 female shop assistants to the garage, they couldn't help but envy when they saw that Luo Yang's vehicle was a brand-new Mercedes-Benz, realizing he was indeed a wealthy individual. The more attractive female shop assistant even leaned against the car, striking a pose for a photograph, and then approached to add Luo Yang on WeChat. Luo Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. The girl was audacious. To say she was bold would be an understatement. She was fully aware of what she wanted and seized opportunities without hesitation, leaving the outcome to fate. Returning to the first floor, Zhu Yingying took leave from the store manager to accompany Luo Yang and his family while shopping. Having earned a significant commission from the previous sale of over 100,000, the manager was pleased, especially since the client hadn't even mentioned a discount. It was a lucrative deal, and thus, the leave was readily granted. "Let us take a look at the watches," Luo Yang suggested, pointing towards the watch counter. He himself wasn't fond of wearing watches, finding them constraining, but his sister needed one for school, where mobile phones were prohibited during class hours. Students had to surrender their phones to teachers and could retrieve them only on weekends. Zhu Yingying, carrying a small handbag, approached him, casting a glance before whispering, "My colleague mentioned, she likes you." Luo Yang chuckled, "She's not my type." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yingying sighed in relief. Her colleague had asked her to convey this message, and she worried that Luo Yang might take advantage of the situation. She certainly didn't want to complicate matters if anything went awry between them. Moreover, her colleague was quite cunning, and Zhu Yingying preferred to avoid entanglements with her. The most prominent display at the watch counter was Longines. Luo Yunyun glanced at the glass cabinet, noting that the least expensive watches were priced at 5 or 6,000, causing her heart to race. Fearing the staff would approach, she quickly turned her face away to look elsewhere. A female shop assistant came over to inquire, and Luo Yang directly requested, "Please introduce a few women's watches." The shop assistant promptly presented several newer models. Without asking for prices, Luo Yang called his sister over and suggested that both she and Zhu Yingying try them on. Zhu Yingying initially thought he wanted her to help his sister, and being familiar with the shop assistant, she felt no need for formality, slipping the watch onto her wrist. The designs were indeed appealing, and both Zhu Yingying and Luo Yunyun, being slender with delicate wrists, exuded a gentle charm while wearing them. With a wave of his hand, Luo Yang produced his bank card and told the shop assistant, "Please charge it." The shop assistant was taken aback. She hadn't even stated the prices, and he hadn't inquired either. How did he know the costs? Which of the 2 watches did he want? Sensing her confusion, Luo Yang clarified, "I'll take both." The female shop assistant, filled with delight, promptly summoned her colleague to assist with the transaction. Zhu Yingying inwardly lamented that Luo Yang had struck it rich as she loosened the clasp of her watch, intending to remove it. No need to take it off. Sister-in-law, it's a gift for you, Luo Yang interjected, halting her motion. Zhu Yingying was momentarily taken aback. Why are you gifting me a watch again? The shop assistant chimed in, boss, these two watches are priced at 19,300 and 18,800, totaling 38,100 yuan. Luo Yang remained expressionless, gesturing towards the bank cards laid out on the counter. Just swipe the card. All right. The shop assistant smiled brightly as she took the card to process. Luo Yang's card required no PIN, merely a signature. It was only after the transaction was completed that Zhu Yingying regained her senses, hastily saying to Luo Yang, I don't need this. Let her return it. Luo Yang, unfazed, pointed towards the jewelry counter and remarked, you work, and Yuan is at school. Both of you could use a watch. It's merely a matter of purchasing an additional one. I want to gift you jewelry from that counter. Let Yonggu buy it for you in the future. I'd be afraid he might hit me otherwise. He chuckled heartily. He dares, Zhu Yingying retorted, undeterred by Luo Yang's cousin, Luo Yang, but as she gazed at the exquisite watch adorning her wrist, words eluded her. Luo Yang spent money like water. Even her frugal uncle and aunt, who were typically thrifty, remained silent, allowing him to indulge in such extravagant purchases. Her watch, costing 19,300, was a few hundred more expensive than Luo Yang's, and she felt unworthy of wearing such a lavish timepiece. Nearly worth 20,000. Chapter 23. The challenge of spending 5 million in a day. 3. When Luo Yang was a child, he recalled his mother lamenting that upon marrying into the Luo family, she was never gifted anything, save for a set of polyester clothing. He often saw in old television dramas from earlier decades couples exchanging gold rings during weddings, and his mother harbored a similar obsession. She desired nothing more than a set of gold jewelry. Directly opposite the watch counter was Zhou Dang, and the shop assistant had keenly observed their group. Though the older individuals appeared somewhat rustic, the young man was evidently affluent, casually purchasing watches worth tens of thousands. Thus, as they turned away, she immediately donned a bright smile and approached them enthusiastically. Luo Yang, unreserved, said, Mom, come try this on. Let me buy you something from Dad. Zhao Jinyu approached with a beaming smile. Her son's words brought her comfort. She thought to herself, having toiled her entire life under hardship, she never anticipated that she would suddenly be able to enjoy the fruits of her son's prosperity. The shop assistant cheerfully inquired of Zhao Jinyu, Auntie, what style do you prefer? A ring, a necklace, or perhaps a bracelet? Luo Yang interjected, Please select the finest 2 or 3 options for each type. Rings, necklaces, and bracelets. The shop assistant promptly responded, Certainly, fearing that one person might struggle to manage too many items. She called over a colleague to assist, and together they retrieved 6 or 7 of the most exquisite pieces for Zhao Jinyu to try on. As they helped her, they lavished compliments. Auntie, you look stunning in this one. It truly compliments you? Luo Yang merely smiled from the side, fully aware of the shop assistant's tactics. However, as Luo Dequang, he was not concerned about money. Today's challenge of spending 5 million had only seen him part with less than 200,000, leaving a vast sum still unspent. Zhao Jinyu left the 2 female attendants in a state of bewilderment after trying on a plethora of exquisite jewelry. She turned to Luo Yang and inquired, Son, which one do you think looks best on me? With a smile, Luo Yang replied, Mother, you look magnificent in anything you wear. Just wrap up all these pieces and let us settle the bill. The 2 attendants gaped in astonishment, initially assuming that this individual was merely affluent enough to purchase 1 or 2 items costing a few tens of thousands. Yet they were taken aback by his audacious proclamation. They stood in stunned silence until one of the attendants nudged the other, prompting the first to snap back to reality and hastily prepare the invoice. Zhao Jinyu too was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Buying all of them? Isn't that excessive? Let us just go with the bracelet and the ring. She was particularly fond of the resplendent golden bracelet and ring. Luo Yang tilted his head thoughtfully and remarked, Mother, consider this. One day your daughter-in-law may wear a 100,000 yuan ring on one finger, a 200,000 yuan ring on another, and a 300,000 yuan necklace around her neck. If you continue to be frugal, how can she afford to be lavish? You are my most cherished woman. Why not indulge a little? Upon reflection, Zhao Jinyu realized the truth of his words. Other women lavishly spent their husbands' fortunes, and she had painstakingly raised him, Why not buy it? She decided. A short while later, the attendant presented the bill to Luo Yang, detailing a golden ring for 7,100, a golden bracelet for 44,880, a 1-carat platinum diamond ring for 168,800, a diamond necklace for 116,800, a pair of gold earrings for 4,600, a pair of platinum earrings set with small diamonds for 32,000, and a jade ring for 78,800, totaling 456,900 yuan. Zhao Jinyu was taken aback, having anticipated a sum in the tens of thousands, only to find it exceeded 450,000. She quickly waved her hand, saying, "That's too much. Just the golden bracelet and ring, please." However, Luo Yang disregarded her protests, tossing a bank card to the attendant and instructing her to process the payment. She hurried to retrieve the card, ensuring the transaction proceeded smoothly to prevent any insistence from the matron. Yet, before the card could be placed in her hands, Luo Weigua unexpectedly produced a bank card, almost shouting, "Charge it to mine." Luo Yang and Zhao Jinyu were momentarily dumbfounded, while Luo Yun and Zhu Yingying exchanged puzzled glances at Luo Weigua's unexpected behavior. After all, the funds were ultimately Luo Yang's, whose card it was mattered little. Luo Weigua, with a huff, grumbled at Luo Yang, "My wife is spending my money. What is it to you?" In an instant, Luo Yang grasped his father's intent. He was seeking to assert his presence, putting on a show of grandeur. "Very well, let us use yours." Luo Yang chuckled, nodding in agreement, recognizing the need to bolster his father's pride. Zhao Jinyu remained silent, understanding not to undermine her husband, as he merely wished to flaunt a bit. Internally, Luo Yang couldn't help but chuckle. His father's pretense could last a decade, and here they were, purchasing over 400,000 in gold and silver jewelry without a hint of hesitation. After the transaction was completed, Luo Weigua pocketed the card, strutting ahead with an air of triumph. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the jewelry store that Zhao Jinyu spat at Luo Weigua, exclaiming, "What a character!" Then came the task of purchasing clothing and footwear at Chuancheng. There were hardly any exclusive boutiques of luxury brands. The most expensive items generally cost only a few thousand. After a thorough exploration by the entire family, each member managed to acquire several outfits, including Zhu Yingying, the sister-in-law, who also bought a few sets. Remarkably, they had only spent a little over 10,000. Luo Yang pondered that completing the challenge of spending 5 million in a day seemed increasingly unattainable, as they had accumulated so many items, yet had only exceeded 600,000. His parents did not drive, and his younger sister was still in school, so naturally, she had no need for a vehicle. Without the purchase of a car or a house, how could one possibly expend such a sum? As dusk approached, Luo Yang, feeling the ache in his legs, suggested, "Let's go out for dinner. Let us find a restaurant." However, Zhu Yingying proposed, "Why don't we visit the supermarket to buy some ingredients and cook at home? I'll take care of it." That sounded good. The food at restaurants did not suit his palate, so returning home to prepare a meal was preferable. Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed. Checking the time, which was nearly 7, Luo Yang decided to head home to the supermarket. They purchased an abundance of vegetables. Initially, Zhu Yingying intended to pay for the groceries to host her uncle and aunt, but after Luo Yang inexplicably spent tens of thousands on her today, she felt embarrassed and resolved to prepare a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Yet, Luo Yang had no intention of letting her pay. He swiftly took out his phone to scan and settle the bill. After exiting the supermarket and retrieving the car from the parking lot, they proceeded to Zhu Yingying's rented apartment to collect her son. Luo Jun life remained challenging for Zhu Yingying as she had to support her son's kindergarten expenses while working. The modest accommodation they rented was on the outskirts, and her husband, Luo Yang, saved his earnings. 6-year-old Luo Jun spent his weekends at home alone. He was well behaved, but she wouldn't feel comfortable leaving him unattended otherwise. As they drove home, the spacious Mercedes G-Class comfortably seated 5 adults and 1 child. Luo Jun recognized his great-uncle and great-aunt, greeting them, yet he seemed a bit shy around Luo Yang and Luo Yunyun. Given their limited encounters, on the way back, Luo Yang felt a tinge of anxiety, realizing he had failed the challenge of spending 5 million in a day. Why was it so difficult to spend money? Chapter 24. This is the benefactor. Upon arriving at Luo Yang's residence, Zhu Yingying was instantly taken aback. Was this the house that Luo Yang had purchased? Zhu Yingying shared a close bond with Luo Yunyun. When she married into the Luo family a few years ago, Luo Yunyun was still a young girl. The Luo family had only these 2 brothers and this one daughter, who had grown up without companionship. The moment Zhu Yingying married in, they became inseparable friends. Driven by curiosity about Luo Yang, Zhu Yingying seized the opportunity to discreetly inquire with Luo Yunyun. Although Luo Yunyun did not dare to disclose the entire truth, she did not fabricate anything either, hesitantly mentioning that her brother had purchased the house and the Mercedes outright, and that there seemed to be 4 to 5 million in his stock account. She refrained from mentioning the matter of providing her parents with 100 million. Zhu Yingying was truly overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Just a few months prior, she had heard that Luo Yang was finished, having been severely harmed by a woman and burdened with a considerable debt. No one could have anticipated that in such a short span, he had amassed such wealth. The dinner that evening was prepared by Zhu Yingying, with Luo Yunyun assisting. It was not overly lavish, yet the family was genuinely joyful. After the meal, Zhao Jinyu invited Zhu Yingying and her son to stay the night, as there were 4 rooms available. Zhu Yingying did not refuse. However, after putting her child to sleep, she found herself restless and secretly called her husband, Luo Yang, to discuss Luo Yang's situation. Luo Yang was laboring in the south, and upon hearing the news, he found himself restless and unable to sleep. He yearned to return and make a fortune alongside Luo Yang. But upon learning that Luo Yang had prospered through stock trading, he felt disheartened, as it was a realm unfamiliar to him and seemed rather unreliable. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Luo Yang had indeed amassed a significant wealth. Zhu Yingying reflected on the hardships she and Luo Yang had endured over the past few years. Their child would soon transition from kindergarten to the 1st grade, leaving her no room for complacency. She could only return to care for their son alone, yet her aspirations of saving a substantial amount began to fade away like a mirage. In comparison to her second uncle's family, Luo Yang's situation felt like a world apart. He resided in an opulent room, while she and her son were cramped in a dilapidated village house on the outskirts of the city, which filled her heart with sorrow. The following morning, Zhu Yingying rose early, but Zhao Jinyu was up even earlier. She quietly suggested that Zhu Yingying leave her son there for the day, as it was Sunday, and she would take care of him until she finished work. Without much deliberation, Zhu Yingying agreed, feeling reassured that her son would be in the care of his uncle and aunt rather than left alone in a rented room. Luo Yang, accustomed to rising at 10, found his mother and sister already preparing breakfast. He indulged in the familiar comforts of rice porridge and fried dough sticks. While he enjoyed his meal, his mother and father took a stroll around the community, which boasted ample greenery and recreational areas. Most of the homeowners were elderly villagers from various towns. His sister, Luo Yunyun, was engrossed in playing with her new phone. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Luo Yang suddenly inquired, "Yunyun, do you often visit our aunt's house at school?" Luo Yunyun paused in surprise before shaking her head. "Not really. My uncle is afraid I might mention our familial ties." Luo Yang pressed on, "I heard that your cousin is in the same class as you. Are you too close?" After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's just so. She doesn't talk to me much." A pang of sorrow gripped Luo Yang's heart as he set down his bowl and walked over to his sister, guiding her to the floor-to-ceiling window. Pointing to the scenery outside, he said, "Sister, let us not dwell on others' opinions of us. All you need is a brother who will cherish you and raise you like a princess." Tears welled in Luo Yunyun's eyes as she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Sobbing, "Brother, you have no idea how worried I am since you fell into debt. I fear you might lose hope. I don't care about you becoming wealthy. I just want you to be well, and for our family to be together and happy." Luo Yang, reminiscing about their past, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a moment, he gently patted his sister's back and reassured her. All right. Focus on your studies and don't burden yourself with anything else." As they gazed out at the entertainment area below for a while, Luo Yang began to contemplate his current circumstances. This solitary struggle felt somewhat lacking, as if something vital was missing. When his capital was small, it mattered little, but he knew that once it reached a certain threshold, it would inevitably attract envy from various quarters, compelling him to think ahead. For someone like him, making money was not the issue. Rather, it was the ability to safeguard himself, and no matter how much wealth he accumulated, a small faction with connections could easily undermine him. Thus, he realized that his focus should not be merely on how much money to earn, but rather on how to cultivate a protective shield. While he had no intention of mingling within the system, there were still ways to forge connections. For instance, when it comes to philanthropy, donations, and leveraging connections, the most immediate and effective avenues for him are indeed charitable contributions and monetary gifts. However, it would be less than ideal for him to engage in such acts solely under his personal name. Establishing a company would be far more prudent. After some contemplation, Luo Yang resolved to promptly initiate the establishment of an investment firm, beginning with a phone call to inquire about advertising opportunities with a television station. The conversation was swiftly productive. Instant advertisements on the television could be aired within an hour, as they did not require elaborate production. Luo Yang's advertising content was straightforward. He intended to recruit 3 individuals. The first, a financial investment manager, would need to possess relevant experience in domestic and international stock markets as well as futures trading, with salary to be negotiated. The second role was for a human resources manager, requiring at least a bachelor's degree and a minimum of 5 years of experience in corporate human resource management, also subject to negotiation for salary. The third position was for a personal assistant, who should have experience in office management and various governmental and corporate affairs, starting at an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. The first 2 positions did not have a set starting salary, as compensation would be determined based on the candidate's capabilities. The personal assistant role was established with a starting salary of 200,000, a figure he had considered carefully, initially contemplating 50,000. He ultimately deemed it excessive, not due to financial constraints, but out of concern that starting with such a high salary could foster complacency. Moreover, in a place like Chuan City, where high monthly salaries generally capped at 6,000 or 7,000, with typical occupations earning around 3,000 to 4,000, an annual salary of 200,000 would undoubtedly be eye-catching. The advertisement was to be produced immediately, scheduled to air during the noon slot, with a cost of 2,000 per day, commencing for at least a week. If video content were involved, a lead time of 3 months would be necessary. Luo Yang directly transferred 180,000 to the advertising department of the television station, securing 3 months of advertising to ensure ample recruitment. Once the company was established, at 4 in the afternoon, his sister, Luo Yunyun, finished her meal and prepared to head to school, prompting Luo Yang to drive her there. Upon arriving at the school gate, after she exited the vehicle, Luo Yang took a moment to survey the premises. The campus of the first high school was indeed expansive, yet the teaching buildings and student dormitories appeared rather dated, and the small playground outside was still a muddy expanse. After a moment's reflection, he approached the security guard at the gatehouse and requested, "Could you kindly inform the school leadership that I have a matter to discuss?" The guard, taken aback by the imposing new bins, did not hesitate and promptly contacted the school's administrative director. Soon after, a man in his 40s hurriedly approached, entering the gatehouse and inquiring about the situation, all the while glancing at the luxury vehicle outside. The guard quickly relayed some details about the bins, and Luo Yang stepped out to introduce himself. "Good day. My name is Luo Yang, and I am a parent of a student. My sister is in her 2nd year at First High School, and I have just dropped her off." Upon realizing he was merely a parent, the middle-aged man visibly relaxed, having initially feared the arrival of a higher authority due to the guard's lack of clarity over the phone. He introduced himself in turn. "I am he, the director of the school's administrative office. Are you here regarding a student-related matter?" Luo Yang smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. I would like to inquire whether the school requires additional books for the library, or if there is a need to replace damaged desks and chairs, and also if the playground necessitates formalization." Director, he paused, taken aback, and quipped, "Are you in the business of wholesale books and furniture? Or are you a contractor?" Luo Yang realized he had misunderstood the situation, smiled, and shook his head. "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire whether the school requires donations to enhance the student's environment." Director, he was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended the intent behind Luo Yang's words, swiftly stepping forward to grasp Luo Yang's hands in a vigorous shake. Yes, indeed. We absolutely need it. You are our benefactor." In Chapter 25, let us start with a donation of 100 million. Director, he promptly instructed the gatekeeper to open the gates, inviting Luo Yang to park his vehicle in the school's designated area, before leading him to the administrative office for discussions. After hearing Luo Yang's earlier remarks, Director, he assumed that he was at least inclined to donate 200,000 to 300,000, thus accompanying him while elaborating on various aspects of the school. Chuan City, situated in mountainous terrain, comprises 90% of its towns and villages within such regions, with minimal industrial activity. The vitality of enterprises and the economic foundation are rather weak. The only sector that has seen considerable development is tourism, resulting in years of fiscal deficits. The resources allocated to education constitute a significant portion. However, with a surplus of students and a scarcity of resources, it is nearly impossible to rely on funding to replace dilapidated desks or to restore aging libraries and crumbling walls. The student dormitories are primarily structures from over a decade ago, and the design philosophies of the past starkly contrast with contemporary standards, rendering student life quite inconvenient. Luo Yang opted not to visit the administrative office but rather requested Director He to show him the teaching buildings and student dormitories. After observing them, he remained silent. Director He was puzzled as to why Luo Yang wished to inspect the teaching facilities and dormitories first, when he had initially mentioned replacing old desks and augmenting the library. Luo Yang pondered aloud. Director He, look at the vast area over there by the playground. Has the school considered constructing 2 new teaching buildings and dormitories in that space? Then, we could demolish the old structures and plan for a new playground and sports facilities. Among other developments, Director He could not help but chuckle ruefully. Oh, if only it were that simple. The construction of new buildings must first be proposed to the municipal government, then approved, and finally undergo a lengthy approval process. Given the city's strained finances, even if the project is approved, who knows how long it will take to secure the necessary funds? This parent truly bears the weight of national concerns while dining on the fruits of his own labor. Preoccupied with impractical ideas, it would be better to focus on discussing the donation first, thought Director He. Luo Yang regarded him earnestly and suggested, why not draft a project proposal for the new teaching buildings and dormitories? We can ascertain whether the city will support it. If the project gains approval, we can then evaluate the required funding, and if feasible, I will cover the costs. Director He was taken aback, momentarily processing Luo Yang's words, before gazing at him incredulously, his voice hoarse. You mean to say you would donate for the construction? Luo Yang affirmed with utmost seriousness. Yes. Director He still struggled to grasp the reality. Do you realize that constructing buildings to accommodate 2,000 teachers and students would require at least 60 to 70 million? Not just 60 to 70,000. Luo Yang smiled and said, how about this? I will simply pledge a sum of 100 million. The school is an institution of education, and we cannot allow any shortcuts in the construction process. I require that the quality of the building project be supervised by a first-class professional engineer to ensure its integrity. Upon successful inspection, I will promptly transfer the funds according to the schedule. Furthermore, as Luo Yang spoke, he pointed towards the old teaching building and continued, once the new building is completed and in use, we will dismantle the old structure to construct an international standard sports field along with all necessary facilities. I will evaluate the expenses and make an additional donation then. Director He was left speechless, nearly losing his balance in astonishment. Mr. Luo, please have a seat in the office for a moment. I need to report to the principal and invite the higher-ups to discuss matters with you. Luo Yang glanced at his phone, nodded, and replied, all right. After all, it's the weekend, and there are no stock or futures operations. So I have time. In the office, Director He hurriedly prepared a cup of tea for Luo Yang before swiftly departing. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned accompanied by a bespectacled man in his 50s. Mr. Luo, this is Principal Huang Zhichen of our school. Principal Huang, with a significant amount of gray in his hair, warmly shook Luo Yang's hand and greeted him. However, upon noticing Luo Yang's youth, he expressed his confusion by asking, Mr. Luo, are you an entrepreneur from out of town? This inquiry was, in fact, a subtle consideration for Luo Yang's reputation, as he likely presumed that Luo was the son of an out-of-town businessman. Luo Yang smiled and shook his head, saying, I am not from out of town. I reside in Chuan City, and my business involves liaising with international securities firms in the Magic City, but the actual operations of my company are based in Chuan City, where I engage in international futures financial investment. Upon learning that Luo Yang was from Chuan City, Principal Huang appeared somewhat disappointed. The largest enterprises in Chuan City were merely a few real estate companies. And even if they were to donate, the amount would max out at a mere few million. 100 million was not child's play. Luo Yang understood that Principal Huang doubted his capacity to provide such a sum, thinking it was merely a publicity stunt. Principal Huang, Luo Yang swiftly reassured him, how about this? You can first establish a public account for the school construction project. My company can transfer 100 million into it, but we will retain supervisory rights over the funds. Should there be any misappropriation or unreasonable expenditures, we will have the legal right to recover the amounts. Upon hearing this, both Principal Huang and Director He were filled with excitement, their confidence in Luo Yang soaring by 95%. Wonderful, wonderful. If such a significant transformation occurs at our school under my leadership, it would be a monumental achievement for the entire educational sector in Chuan City. A legacy for the ages. Mr. Luo, I will immediately arrange for the next steps. First, I will report to the higher authorities. Second, I will engage professionals to form a project evaluation team, and we will begin work overnight. I estimate we will have a preliminary outline by tomorrow. Additionally, at this point, Principal Huang sincerely said to Luo Yang, Mr. Luo, you are undertaking a monumental act of benevolence for the people of Chuan City. On behalf of all the faculty and students at our school, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Additionally, there will be a dedicated fundraising ceremony, presided over by the leadership, and I would like to name the new teaching building after Mr. Luo. Luo Yang did not refuse this idea. He saw no need for personal gain from his charitable actions, as what he sought was the honor associated with it. Once the matter was settled, Director he expressed his satisfaction, but suddenly recalled something and, after a moment of contemplation, enlightenedly addressed Luo Yang. Ah yes, Mr. Luo, I remember you came to deliver a student to the school. Which student might that be? My sister, Luo Yunyun, from class 4 of the second year. Luo Yang candidly replied, but he added to Director He and Principal Huang. My sister excels academically, and my donation to the school is not intended to secure her any preferential treatment. I am vehemently opposed to any form of transactional arrangements regarding this donation, and I kindly ask Principal Huang and Director He not to afford her any special consideration due to my philanthropic efforts. I wish to keep our relationship confidential, as I do not wish to affect her mindset or studies. Very well, very well. Both Principal Huang and Director He nodded solemnly, their regard for Luo Yang surging upwards. Principal Huang pondered for a moment before addressing Luo Yang. Mr. Luo, please have a seat for a moment. I will promptly convene an urgent meeting with Director He to mobilize the talents available at the school and establish a temporary project preparation committee for a brief session. Please, go ahead. Luo Yang replied with a smile. Once the two departed, he surveyed the office, noting the plethora of documents and materials on the shelves, while the number of books was scant. He casually picked one up to glance through, but it was about management and held no interest for him. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and as Luo Yang looked up, he found himself locking eyes with an unexpected figure. It was his uncle, Zhang Shulin. Zhang Shulin was the homeroom teacher of a key class in the third year at the first high school, a respected educator within the institution, and Luo Yang had not anticipated encountering him in the office of the administrative director. Before Luo Yang could respond, Zhang Shulin, frowning, hastily interjected. Regardless of your purpose here, just do not mention my name to Director He, and do not use my reputation to pursue your endeavors. Luo Yang's expression turned cold as he replied indifferently, Rest assured, I will not seek to benefit from your standing. Zhang Shulin huffed in relief. Then I shall be grateful. Noticing the absence of others in the office, Zhang Shulin prepared to leave, only to be met with Director He rushing in. Director He. Zhang Shulin quickly greeted him with a smile, casting a wary glance at Luo Yang, cautioning him against any impropriety. Chapter 26. The slap of reality. Little did he know, Director He completely disregarded Zhang Shulin, striding directly towards Luo Yang, beaming as he said, Mr. Luo, after Principal Huang reported to the leaders of the Education Bureau, they are rushing over here, and they have requested that you please remain for a while longer. Furthermore, leaders from the municipal government are also coming to meet you. Luo Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly. Zhang Shulin, standing nearby, was taken aback. What did this mean? The situation had shifted dramatically. What was Luo Yang's status? A character mired in debt and misfortune, lacking any discernible capability. Why were the leaders from the bureau and city so eager to meet with him? Director He, seated beside Luo Yang, noticed Zhang Shulin's bewilderment and inquired, Is there something on your mind? Teacher Zhang. Zhang Shulin hastily remarked, Our class has several stools that are beyond repair. I would like to apply for replacements. Director He waved his hand dismissively, saying, Then you should approach Director Wang from the logistics department. Why are you coming to me? With a forced smile, Zhang Shulin replied, I have already spoken to him. Director Wang mentioned there is no stock available, and that I must request the finance department to allocate funds for new ones. Director He immediately felt overwhelmed and, with a wry smile directed at Luo Yang, said, Lao Luo, you must be amused. Just look at our predicament at the first high school. Lao Luo? Zhang Shulin couldn't help but interject. What sort of Lao is he? This fellow must be trying to deceive the school. Does he even know his own worth? He calls himself a director, but I believe he is merely a bloated fool. Upon hearing Zhang Shulin's tone, Director He inquired, Teacher Zhang, do you not know him? Zhang Shulin quickly denied, I do not know him. He is unrelated to me. He certainly could not acknowledge any familial ties. He had no intention of fostering relations, and if there were any interactions, it was solely to leverage his connections. Furthermore, with this character fabricating titles to con the school, he could never admit to any association. Director He sighed in resignation, his expression clouded with worry. Luo Yang, ignoring Jiang Shulin entirely, addressed Director He, the establishment of the school should proceed gradually. It is not something that can be rushed. However, the student supplies cannot be delayed. Here's what we will do. Please compile a list of how many desks and chairs need replacing, as well as the quantities of computers, textbooks, and other necessary materials for the students. Provide me with the list, and I will ensure they are delivered to the school tomorrow. Director He suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement, and stammered, "Oh, really?" Luo Yang smiled. Look at Director He's enthusiasm. How much could establishing a school possibly cost? This is merely a trivial sum. Upon reflection, Director He agreed. Having already invested over 100 million in constructing the school, this additional expense was merely a couple of million. For most, a couple of million is a staggering amount, but for this benefactor, it was inconsequential. Jiang Shulin remained perplexed. What exactly was Luo Yang attempting to accomplish at the school? If it were some sort of scam, it was unlikely he would approach the school in this manner. Moreover, if he were indeed deceiving, wouldn't he request the school to fund repairs for dilapidated walls or to clear out weeds? Donating desks, books, and computers involved spending money, not swindling it, and it was no small sum either. It made no sense. Regardless, Jiang Shulin could not believe that Luo Yang possessed the means to make such donations, nor did he trust that he would actually follow through. He had just heard Director He mention that leaders from the Education Bureau and city officials were scheduled to visit shortly. He couldn't wait to witness the spectacle. Director He, brimming with excitement, promptly convened the heads of each class to compile statistics, and soon enough, a figure was obtained. The entire school, comprising 2,200 students, had desks and chairs that were mostly 7 to 8 years old, with over half of them damaged, the majority being patched up for continued use. Approximately 200 sets were no longer usable. After some contemplation, Luo Yang remarked, Director He, the damage rate of the school's desks and chairs has exceeded 50%. By the way, which wholesale supplier are you using? How much does a set of these desks and chairs cost? Director Wang, who was in charge of logistics beside Director He, promptly responded, the table costs 320, the chair 100, making a complete set 420. For 2,200 sets, that amounts to 924,000, just shy of $1 million. Luo Yang quickly calculated and exclaimed, Director Wang, please contact the wholesalers immediately to order 2,200 sets. If we're going to replace them, let us change them all at once. I don't want to deal with a mix of different tables and chairs every day. I can transfer the 924,000 to the school's account right away. The people present were momentarily taken aback. While exchanging donations for old goods is a commendable act, where did this substantial sum come from? 90,000 is not merely a piece of paper. Without hesitation, Luo Yang requested the school's public account number from Director Wang of the Logistics Department and promptly transferred 924,000 yuan via mobile banking, with immediate effect. Jiang Shulin, who had been huddled in the corner of the office, was utterly stunned. What is this guy up to? Has he really come into money? 90,000 just like that. He and his wife, Luo Chunying, barely earn a total of 150,000 a year. Damn it. To accumulate 90,000, it would take them over 6 years of not eating or drinking. What a reckless spendthrift. Although he had previously feared being associated with Luo Yang, upon discovering Luo Yang's wealth, Jiang Shulin's feelings shifted to envy and resentment. He began plotting to call Luo Chunying back home to discuss this matter urgently. Luo Yang, aware of his uncle-in-law Jiang Shulin's expression in the corner, chose not to acknowledge him. After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone to call his cousin-in-law, Zhu Yingying, with whom he had exchanged numbers the previous night. Sister-in-law, could you send me 100 sets each of the desktop and laptop I purchased yesterday to the first middle school? Is that insufficient? All right, please have your manager coordinate it and aim for delivery by 7 tonight. What's the total cost? 3,720,000. Good. Send me the account number, and I will transfer the funds immediately. The office fell into a hushed silence as everyone held their breath, listening to Luo Yang on the phone. Having just donated 924,000, he was now preparing to purchase 100 desktop computers and 100 laptops, totaling 3,720,000. My goodness, is it really necessary to be this extravagant? The gathered teachers, sharp-minded as they were, quickly calculated. 3,720,000 for 200 units averages out to 18,600 per unit. How outrageous! Jiang Shulin felt a sharp pang in his heart. Had it not been for the numerous witnesses present, he would have immediately called his sister-in-law to demand that Luo Yang's parents come and rein him in. Why squander money so freely without sharing a bit with them? His own car, a BYD, had been in use for over 5 years and was riddled with problems. He had been eyeing a Buick Envision for months, priced at over $200,000, a more spacious and elegant vehicle that he hoped to purchase with his bonus after the college entrance examination. How could he have heard just months ago that people were driven to despair over debts? And now Luo Yang suddenly has such a fortune? Regret washed over him as he recalled the harsh words exchanged with Luo Yang earlier. How could he have said not to associate with him? His face burned with embarrassment. In the vicinity of Luo Yang. After concluding a phone call, he promptly transferred 372,000 yuan into Zhu Yingying's account. Subsequently, he addressed Director He, stating, "Director He, I have ordered 100 sets of Apple desktop computers and 100 sets of Apple laptops. The payment has been completed. However, there is a slight shortage in stock. I have requested an expedited allocation, and they should arrive before 7 o'clock this evening. Additionally, approximately half of the stock will be delivered shortly. Please arrange for someone to receive it." Very well, Director He mechanically nodded in response, his astonishment having left him and the other school leaders in a state of numbness. As a side note, this book has yet to reach a word count of 100,000, which is required for its promotion on new book lists. Consequently, the presence of readers, their comments, and requests for updates serve as encouragement for me. Yesterday, I updated 7 chapters, totaling 13,000 words, an earnest effort. Today, I hope for more comments, more encouragement, and more requests for updates, as I will strive to write even more. Thank you. Chapter 27. The logic of the uncle-in-law Zhu Yingying was even more astounded. Just yesterday, Luo Yang had purchased over 120,000 yuan worth of electronic products from her, resulting in a commission of several thousand yuan, making it the highest monthly income she had ever earned during her employment. After visiting Luo Yang's home last night, she realized that he had indeed struck it rich. However, today he suddenly purchased computers worth over 370,000 yuan. What could this mean? Honestly, her mind was in a whirl. The commission from this 372,000 yuan could amount to over 10,000 yuan for her. Over 10,000. The mere thought of that figure made her want to explode. Although Luo Yang had also bought her several thousand yuan worth of items for his parents and sister, that couldn't be converted into cash. But this commission was tangible cash that would actually land in her hands. It seemed that families truly differed. Despite Luo Yang's extravagant spending, he still knew to involve her. His cousin, a few minutes later, Zhu Yingying, along with several colleagues, arrived at the school in a small truck. Luo Yang, accompanied by Director He and other school leaders, went to the small playground to receive and inspect the goods. The computers required thorough verification. Payment alone did not guarantee the receipt of quality products. The teachers at the school were adept with electronic devices, and under Director He's instruction, they proceeded to unbox and inspect the items. Upon inspection, the teachers were filled with eager anticipation. All of these were the latest Apple products, integrated desktop computers, and the newest model laptops, with market prices exceeding 19,000 yuan. Typically, donations from various enterprises would not be of such high quality. Even if Luo Yang intended to donate computers and laptops, cheaper models priced around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan would have sufficed. Yet, he had unexpectedly donated such expensive and excellent items. Jiang Shulin was among them, seething with anger. This spendthrift had always desired a 7,000 yuan Apple laptop, but had never been willing to make the purchase. He had even gritted his teeth to buy his daughter a 3,900 yuan iPad. This scoundrel was directly donating such high-quality items to the school. Noticing Luo Yang standing by with his hands behind his back, Zhu Yingying approached him and quietly inquired, "What are you doing? Why are you donating so many computers to the school?" Luo Yang smiled and replied in a hushed tone, "It's nothing, just a small sum. Donating to the school is an act of charity, a good deed." Before the inspection was completed, the school gates opened and several more vehicles entered. Director He swiftly received a phone call and hurried over to greet them. Announcing that the leaders had arrived in a short while, a group of individuals approached, with the foremost among them appearing to be in his 50s, possessing a somewhat square face and a tall stature. Principal Huang had also arrived. Upon reaching Luo Yang, he came to a halt and introduced, "Mr. Luo, this is Vice Mayor Qin Feiyang, and this is Director Xie from our Education Bureau." The square-faced, tall gentleman extended his hand and enthusiastically shook Luo Yang's hand. exclaiming, "Mr. Luo, I am Qin Feiyang, the vice mayor responsible for economic affairs. I was attending a meeting in the city, but upon hearing of your generous donation for the construction of a school, I felt compelled to come and meet you immediately." Haha. Luo Yang then shook hands with Director Xie as well. Both Qin Feiyang and Director Xie gazed at Luo Yang with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, pondering his youthfulness. Director He, beaming with a smile, interjected to report, "Vice Mayor Qin, Director Xie, Principal Huang, the inspection is complete. The computers donated by Mr. Luo are all brand new, unopened models. There is no error." Qin Feiyang glanced at the stack of computers and inquired, "What is the situation?" Director He hurriedly explained, "Vice Mayor Qin, these computers were donated by Mr. Luo for the school. Just recently, Mr. Luo transferred 924,000 yuan to the school's account to provide new desks and chairs for all the students. The total value of these computers amounts to 3,720,000 yuan." Qin Feiyang was taken aback, casting a glance at Director Xie. The bewilderment in their eyes soared to the heavens, and they became convinced that this individual was indeed a genuine benefactor. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary wealthy individual. What common person could casually donate 100 million? A few 100,000 would be discarded as if it were mere scraps of paper. Imagine having those affluent individuals from Chuan City walk a few steps. Qin Feiyang's thoughts shifted, and he smiled at Principal Huang, saying, "Principal Huang, are you going to leave the guests here?" Startled, Principal Huang quickly beckoned, Come, let us move to the office for a proper discussion." The group then proceeded to the office. But this time only Qin Feiyang, Luo Yang, Director Xie, Principal Huang, Director He, and a few others entered. Outside, Jiang Shulin was seething among the crowd, wishing he could rush forward to inform Qin Feiyang that he was Luo Yang's uncle by marriage. Yet he refrained from doing so, recalling his previous cold demeanor towards Luo Yang. He could only blame himself, wishing he could slap his own face. Inside the office, Director He busily poured tea and water. Qin Feiyang invited Luo Yang to take the seat of honor, with himself and Director Xie accompanying him. Once the tea was served, he inquired, "Mr. Luo, in what line of business have you found your fortune?" Luo Yang replied candidly, "I am engaged in financial investments, operating in the domestic stock market, U.S. stocks, and international futures, though I focus more on the international futures and U.S. markets, profiting from those foreign capitalists." Qin Feiyang responded with an "oh," pondering deeply. Although he lacked the acumen for trading, he grasped the essence of the conversation. However, he felt some doubt. Such a risky venture seemed beyond the capabilities of a young man like Luo Yang to profit from the hands of international financial giants. Luo Yang glanced at those present, contemplated for a moment, and stated, "I have over 3 billion yuan in cash deposited with the construction bank in Chuan City. Until now, I have been operating independently. As there were certain inconveniences, I am preparing to establish a financial investment company with its primary business focusing on international futures and U.S. stock trading. I intend to set up the company in Chuan City and hope for your support." Mayor Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang was elated. Over 3 billion indeed. Such an amount could not be easily deceived, nor could one utter falsehoods. With a single phone call, he sought clarification. Chuan Cheng's economy was already somewhat frail. With its industries underdeveloped, if Luo Yang were to establish his company in Chuancheng, it would be a monumental boon. Firstly, it could establish a financial beacon for the city. Secondly, it would augment local tax revenue, an endeavor that would yield multiple benefits. After Luo Yang proactively shared his circumstances, all doubts that had lingered in Qin Feiyang's mind dissipated. It was clear to him. Who would be so idle as to frivolously donate millions? Upon hearing Luo Yang mention that the construction bank held over 3 billion, Qin Feiyang's heart raced uncontrollably. How had such a wealthy individual been concealed within Chuancheng? Without hesitation, Qin Feiyang proceeded to outline the company establishment process for Luo Yang, personally assuring him that he would arrange for his secretary to assist with the necessary paperwork. It went without saying, efforts must be made to retain such a financial magnate in Chuancheng. A person of Luo Yang's stature was not something that the city could cultivate even in a decade. They then discussed the new school building project, and Luo Yang candidly assured Qin Feiyang, "Mayor Qin, I can guarantee that I will transfer 100 million in advance to the designated school S account. But I have one stipulation. The construction quality must meet the highest standards without any semblance of deceit." Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's expression turned serious, and he solemnly replied, "Mr. Luo, I too will make a promise. I will lead this project, and if there are any quality issues in the future, I will be held accountable. Luo Yang chuckled heartily. Then I have no concerns. As they departed, Qin Feiyang, Director Xie, Principal Huang, Director He, and a host of others surrounded Luo Yang, escorting him out. Jiang Shulin, lingering at the back of the crowd, felt a mix of emotions, realizing he had made a grave error today. He watched as Luo Yang climbed into a sleek, square Mercedes-Benz and, unable to contain his curiosity, discreetly browsed the car's price on his phone. To his astonishment, the base price was over 2 million. Jiang Shulin felt both regret and concern for Luo Yang's reckless donations. While returning to his office, he called his wife, Luo Chunying, and hastily urged her to contact Luo Yang's parents, insisting they admonish him. Just because he has money, he shouldn't act so recklessly. Would he rather donate it all away than give it to his own uncle's family? Chapter 28. When one loses their shame, they become invincible after several hours of bustling at the first high school. Darkness had enveloped the sky by the time he returned home. His mother had prepared a few simple dishes, as she was unfamiliar with many kitchen appliances. She planned to await Zhu Yingying's return from work for further guidance. Just as they finished dinner, a call came through to Luo Yang's father, Luo Weigua. Upon seeing the name of his younger sister, Luo Chunying, displayed on the screen, he glanced at Zhao Jinyu, who chuckled, "Your phone rarely rings, and your two sisters never call you throughout the year. They look down on you two poor brothers, so if they suddenly call, it surely can't be good news." Luo Weigua offered an awkward smile but answered the call on speaker. "Chunying, what is the matter? Second brother, may I ask you something?" Luo Chunying inquired over the phone. "Has Luo Yang struck it rich? I recall that several months ago, he was burdened with considerable debts, that time. I contemplated discussing with Luo Yang's uncle about pooling some funds to assist you, but eventually, I procrastinated and did not bring it up again." Zhao Jinyu's expression darkened as she muttered under her breath, "Speaking nonsense with open eyes." Luo Weigua also felt a bit uneasy. He had indeed approached both of his sisters, yet he had never borrowed from them even in times of hardship. This time, driven by the need to support his only son, Luo Yang, he mustered the courage to ask, but both sisters offered excuses, claiming they had no money. Luo Chunying then interjected, "Second brother, let me ask you something. Has Luo Yang struck it rich? Are you aware that this afternoon he extravagantly donated 3 to 4 million to the first high school? He not only funded new tables and chairs, but also provided computers and books. Such donations are essentially in vain. What benefits can you possibly reap? His uncle has been yearning for a new car for years, but has yet to acquire one. Why doesn't he, Luo Yang, with all his reckless philanthropy, gift his uncle a car or a house? He is merely enriching the school without gaining anything in return. You ought to admonish him properly. Tomorrow, I shall accompany his uncle for a face-to-face discussion." After concluding the call, she hung up, and Luo Weigua intended to remind them that they had not returned to their hometown, but he got sidetracked by his sister-in-law's earlier comments and forgot to call back. Focusing solely on inquiring about Luo Yang, "Son, is what your aunt said true?" Upon hearing that he had donated several million to the school, Zhao Jinyu also fixed her gaze upon her son. Luo Yang candidly nodded, "Yes, I donated 4 million Dai. In fact, that is not all. I have also contributed 100 million towards the construction of a new school building. 100 million. At this revelation, both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu were taken aback. Their faces blanched. Luo Yang chuckled reassuringly, "Please do not panic. Your son would not engage in foolishness. I only donate such sums when I have surplus funds. Furthermore, investing in education benefits future generations. It is indeed a noble endeavor, and the donation is worthwhile." Luo Weigua stammered, "But do you possess such wealth?" Luo Yang smiled, "Dad, Mom, you need not worry at all. The reason I had not shared the full truth earlier was to spare you from concern or disbelief. In reality, I have not merely earned a few 100 million. Rather, my profits range between 3 to 4 billion. Our family is financially secure, and there will be even more to come." Zhao Jinyu expressed her apprehension. "Son, I do not oppose your charitable contributions to the school. Our newfound wealth is a blessing from heaven, and engaging in philanthropy is commendable. However, I fear that if you donate so much at once, I worry about the future." Luo Yang shook his head with a wry smile. "Mom, I understand your concerns. How about this? Tomorrow, I will purchase an entire building for you in Tianzong City, along with several commercial spaces. You and Dad can simply collect rent without lifting a finger, and that should yield around 1 million a month. As for the properties and the 100 million in savings, I will leave them untouched. In the unlikely event that I squander our family's fortune as you fear, At least you will be secured, right? Moreover, Mom and Dad, the money I am earning is no trivial amount. It is a fortune that could sustain our family for generations. Therefore, you must adopt a broader perspective. With such substantial assets, do you not worry about others coveting what we possess? In this world, there are countless individuals wielding power and capability. How many can we truly contend with? Thus, it is not a detrimental act for our son to donate funds for the construction of a school. Rather, it serves as a protective shield for our family. With our family's newfound reputation and status, who would dare to overtly seize our wealth and assets? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo both nodded slowly in agreement. Luo Yang continued, Mom and Dad, we can easily earn tens of billions each month. What is the significance of donating to a school? In the future, I plan to establish the finest school in every township throughout Chuan City, ensuring that the ordinary citizens of Chuan City recognize the great benevolence of the Luo family. Luo Weiguo, stirred by his son's words, could not help but exclaim, Indeed, son, I concur with your sentiments. However, we must ensure that our donations remain within our means, safeguarding our own stability. Rest assured, Dad, Mom, I will proceed as I propose. Tomorrow, I will purchase a grand building for you and acquire several commercial units. You can enjoy being landlords without concern for my affairs. Allow me to handle the challenges. I can only rely on you both and my sister. Correct? Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo were elated, their hearts brimming with joy as they nodded in agreement. Just then, the doorbell rang, and upon checking the video intercom, they saw it was Zhu Yingying. Zhao Jinyu opened the door, inquiring, Why are you home so early today? Didn't you say you would finish at 9? Zhu Yingying smiled and gestured towards Luo Yang. It's all thanks to Luo Yang. The manager allowed me to leave early, saying it's not easy to care for a child. Luo Jun, who was enjoying a cartoon on the sofa, rushed over to greet his mother affectionately. Observing that his parents did not mention returning to their hometown, Luo Yang chose not to bring it up either. Soon, his mother asked Zhu Yingying to teach her how to use kitchen appliances, and the two ventured into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Luo Yang overheard his mother discussing the pigs and chickens back home, suggesting that his uncle and aunt sell them for their own UIT. Seemed his mother had come to her senses, no longer fixating on those trivial amounts of money, of course. The crux of the matter was that his earlier remarks had resonated well. His mother needed to be a steadfast support for him. With 100 million in savings, he planned to purchase a building and several commercial spaces. Such a significant family enterprise required her oversight. Returning to the hometown was simply out of the question. There were too many envious individuals, such as Luo Yang's aunt and uncle, who had called his father to reprimand him. Why should his son be subjected to their scolding? They questioned why he hadn't bought them cars or houses, yet they conveniently forgot their attitudes when he was in distress. Now that he was prosperous, they emerged, clamoring for money. There was no chance they would receive any point. One could only marvel at the audacity of such people. When one is shameless, they become invincible. Chapter 29. The challenge of spending 100 million in a day, 1. The following day, Luo Yang was unable to sleep until 10, as a phone call interrupted him just past 9. Groggily reaching for his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number and promptly pressed snooze, only for it to ring again immediately. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to answer, Hello, who is this? A melodious female voice responded. Hello, I'm calling regarding the job application. May I ask where the interview is taking place? A job application? Luo Yang, feeling slightly more alert, pondered for a moment before stating, Tianzong City, Building 9, 21 SD floor. Unit at a candidate for the position had arrived, prompting him to hastily rise from bed, wash his face, and tidy himself up. His parents were not at home. They were accustomed to an early sleep and rise, having gone downstairs for a stroll after breakfast. Approximately 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Luo Yang found himself face to face with a tall young woman, her hair styled in a bun, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Though her attire lacked a fashionable flair, her facial features and physique were commendable, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age. After stepping inside, the woman surveyed her surroundings and hesitantly inquired, Is this not the company recruitment? Where exactly is this? Luo Yang gestured towards the sofa. Please, have a seat, and we can discuss further. Cautiously, she approached and perched herself on the sofa, casting furtive glances around the room, her expression suggesting that she would flee at the slightest hint of ill intent from Luo Yang. Rest assured, Luo Yang reassured her. However, the woman remained unconvinced and pressed. Could you tell me where the company is located? What kind of business does it engage in? Luo Yang shrugged. The company specializes in U.S. stock and international futures trading. Currently, this is our line of business. The company has yet to be formally registered. What position are you applying for? Upon learning that the company was merely a concept without any tangible presence, the woman began to doubt Luo Yang's credibility, questioning whether she should withdraw her application altogether. With a tilted head and a playful smile, Luo Yang asked, "Do you believe my company is utterly untrustworthy, given that it lacks any semblance of existence?" Realizing he had voiced her unspoken thoughts, the woman hesitated to withdraw her application, ultimately deciding to remain seated. After all, it was merely a matter of spending a bit more time there. If he dared to act improperly, her pepper spray and stun gun would certainly serve their purpose. Luo Yang hadn't anticipated her level of preparedness. The girl exuded a palpable wariness. Thus, he refrained from offering her any water, knowing she likely wouldn't drink it out of fear he might have laced it with some substance. Instead, he lounged on the sofa and casually suggested, "Why don't you introduce yourself?" The woman remained silent for a moment, then retrieved a document from her bag and placed it on the coffee table before him. Watching him intently, it was a personal information sheet. Luo Yang picked it up and read, "Name: Luo Qinya, from Chuan City, age: 26, master's degree in foreign languages from Peking University, proficient in English, Japanese, and French, with 3 years of experience in the Human Resources Department of a foreign enterprise in Shanghai. Goodness, a graduate from a prestigious university. What brings her back to Chuan City? Isn't the leadership role in a foreign enterprise more appealing?" Luo Qinya could discern the curiosity in Luo Yang's eyes and voluntarily offered an explanation. "I have only one sister, and my younger sibling is still in university. My parents' health is not great, so I plan to return to Chuan City to care for them. Unfortunately, the salary levels here are significantly lower than in Shanghai, which is why I have yet to find a suitable position. I happened to see the recruitment advertisement on television yesterday. The salary for the personal assistant role starts at an annual income of 200,000, so I thought I would give it a try." With her intentions made clear, it became evident she was drawn by the prospect of a 200,000 annual salary. Luo Yang chuckled and inquired, "With your experience in human resources, what prompts you to seek a position as a personal assistant instead?" Luo Qinya remarked, "Isn't the salary for a personal assistant 200,000 a year? The position of human resources manager doesn't specify much pay." Luo Yang scratched his scalp, offering a wry smile before waving his hand dismissively. All right, let us proceed with your onboarding. You can undertake a week of probation, and if you meet the standards, you can choose between being a personal assistant or a human resources manager. But at this point, it hardly matters. The initial stages are always the most challenging, and there is an abundance of work that needs to be done regardless." Luo Qinya was taken aback. "So you have successfully applied for the position?" Luo Yang shrugged. "What else could it be?" Luo Qinya bit her lip and inquired, "Then where will you be working?" "I will head back now and come by tomorrow to officially start. No, let's begin today. I truly need someone to help out." Luo Yang was determined not to let her leave. He grabbed his phone and stood up, saying, "Let us go. We have some errands to run. Then we'll register the company and such. You'll be in charge of that." Luo Qinya was momentarily stunned. This seemed rather haphazard, and she still felt that this young boss was unreliable. She thought she might observe for a while, and if he truly proved untrustworthy, she would find an opportunity to slip away. Once in the elevator, Luo Qinya instinctively positioned herself behind Luo Yang, remaining vigilant at all times. Luo Yang paid her no mind, dialing his parents to inquire about their whereabouts, suggesting they meet at the Tianzong City sales office. After descending and stepping outside, Luo Qinya still felt uncertain, prompting her to ask, What errands are we running?" Luo Yang casually gestured with a finger. "We're going to challenge ourselves to spend 100 million in one day." Puffed. Luo Qinya almost sputtered, realizing once again how unreliable this person was. Boss, I still." Luo Qinya hesitated, not wanting to accompany him, preparing to make her escape. "What do you mean, still? You think you can run away?" "We've arrived, so let us get moving." Luo Yang glared, and upon arriving at the sales office, he was determined not to let her slip away, especially since he had recruited a top-tier graduate. Indeed, they had reached the sales office, and seeing the bustling crowd reassured Luo Qinya that she had little to fear regarding him taking advantage of her. Very well, she thought, she would accompany him inside for a brief look around. It wouldn't hurt to see what was available. Upon entering the grand hall of the sales office, she noticed that his parents were also present. They had mentioned wanting to purchase property and commercial space. and Zhao Jinyu had been discussing this matter since early morning, having browsed for half the day already. However, she was merely observing without engaging with the sales staff. All negotiations regarding type and price would be handled by her son. "Allow me to introduce. This is my mother and father," Luo Yang said, gesturing towards his parents as he introduced them to Luo Qinya, before returning the introduction favor. "Mom, Dad, this is Luo Qinya, the first employee I've hired for my company, a top graduate from Peking University." From Peking University? Although Luo Weigua lacked formal education, he was well aware of the prestige associated with Peking University and Tsinghua University, recognizing them as the pinnacle of domestic academia, places only the most exceptional talents could attend, akin to achieving the highest honors in ancient times. Despite her reservations about Luo Yang, Luo Qinya remained courteous, greeting them politely, "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Ah, splendid." Zhao Jinyu, upon seeing Luo Qinya's well-mannered demeanor, took a liking to her and exclaimed, "You share the surname Luo? Then we are indeed family." After speaking, he furtively cast a glance at Luo Qinya's posterior and rural areas. It is said that those with ample backsides are more capable of bearing children, especially sons. Upon closer inspection, it was not overly large, but satisfactory nonetheless. At that moment, two sales agents approached, one of whom recognized the affluent Luo Yang, having seen him previously. She turned to call out, "Wei Lin, your client has arrived." Within their sales department, there existed a rule that any new guest could be attended to by anyone, but once attended, no other salesperson could poach the client. Thus, despite knowing that Luo Yang was a cash buyer, they could not encroach upon her territory. Wei Lin acknowledged from the reception area and hurried out. Upon seeing Luo Yang, she was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 30. The challenge of spending 1 billion in one day. 2. Luo Yang glanced at Wei Lin and remarked, "Am I not to be attended to if I am here to purchase a property?" Wei Lin bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she turned away, saying, "I know you possess great wealth, but are you here to bully me like the others?" Wei Lin was already strikingly beautiful, and witnessing her in such a pitiful state, on the verge of tears, altered the atmosphere altogether. Indeed, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua exchanged glances with each other and then with Luo Yang, their eyes filled with questions. What was the relationship between this lovely girl and their son? Given her reaction upon seeing Luo Yang, could it be that he had mistreated her? Luo Qinya's thoughts were even more ambiguous. Alas, this fellow was evidently not a good person. It seemed this girl had been wronged by him, for otherwise, why would she react this way upon their meeting? Luo Yang, noticing the situation, quickly raised his hand and said, "Hey, hold on. I am here to buy a house. I have neither bullied you nor done anything to you. Please do not start crying as soon as you see me. I am upright in my dealings. If you tarnish my reputation, where shall I go to lament?" Wei Lin was momentarily stunned, blinking in astonishment as she replied, "You mentioned we wouldn't meet again, yet here you are. What else could this mean but that you intend to bully me? This is quite the headache." Luo Yang retorted irritably, "I bully you? I have no such inclination. I haven't even touched your finger, yet you accuse me of bullying?" The more he spoke, the more frustrated he became, pointing toward his parents and Luo Qinya, who were watching in bewilderment. "This is my father and mother, and my personal assistant. I am here to purchase a property. Sister, I am not here to waste time. I am making hundreds of thousands every minute. I did not summon you. It was your colleague who called you out, understand?" Wei Lin stood momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "Oh, so you are looking to buy again? Excellent. What type of property are you interested in? Is it for relatives or friends?" Luo Yang, exasperated, stated, "I have no interest in introducing properties to others. I am buying for myself. Houses, shops, office buildings. I require all three types." "Are you truly buying for yourself?" Wei Lin, still in disbelief, struggled to comprehend that he wished to purchase houses, shops, and office buildings all at once. Luo Yang shot her a sidelong glance and said, "Just tell me if they are for sale or not. If not, I shall seek elsewhere. Of course they are for sale." As soon as the topic of business was broached, Wei Lin's enthusiasm surged, and she promptly invited them to sit in the reception area, bringing over a large stack of brochures and property descriptions. "This is a 138 square meter unit. This one measures 118 square meters, and this is a 96 square meter layout. Here are the commercial spaces, specifically the shops located on the 1st through 8th floors of Tianzong City Plaza. You may wish to first examine the positioning of these shops, selecting advantageous locations based on a first-come, first-served basis. This is the office building and no need for further introduction. Luo Yang interjected abruptly, waving his hand. Select an entire unsold building for the residences. I require the shops to be in whole floors, not individual units, as they are inconvenient for management. The office spaces should ideally also be entire floors. Aside from Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, the elderly couple who were in the know, Wei Lin and Luo Qinyao, were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape like statues. Was he truly jesting or genuinely purchasing? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lin suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that he was indeed serious? Having brought his parents along suggests he wouldn't be joking. Would he? Wait a moment, I will inform the manager, she exclaimed, hastily making her way towards the manager's office, disregarding her image as a beautiful woman in her urgency. Luo Qinya felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. Was he truly making a purchase? Did he possess such capabilities? Suddenly recalling his earlier remark about spending $1 billion in a single day, could it possibly be the truth? A little while later, Wei Lin returned, slightly flushed, leading the manager with her. Luo Yang recognized the manager, a woman in her 30s, still possessing charm, indicating that she must have been quite a figure in her youth. This is our manager Xia, Wei Lin introduced. Xiaoying, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Luo, I have long admired your reputation. Xiaoying greeted Luo Yang with a warm smile, and from her demeanor, it was clear she was a woman of considerable influence. Hello, Manager Xia, Luo Yang casually remarked. Wei Lin should have relayed my requirements to you. Do you have the properties I desire? Indeed. Xiaoying replied succinctly. Currently, the 32-story building 12 has not sold a single unit. It's not that they are unavailable, but rather that they have not been released to the market. There are 3 types of layouts: 138 square meters, 118 square meters, and 96 square meters, with 4 units per elevator, and 8 units per floor. Each floor accommodates 8 units, totaling 896 square meters, and across 32 floors, there are 256 units, amounting to a total area of 28,672 square meters. The base price varies by floor, averaging 7,176 yuan per square meter, while the fully furnished price is 4,000 yuan per square meter, culminating in a total of 11,176 yuan per square meter. The commercial building's basement level has already been pre-leased to a well-known chain supermarket, and from the 1st to the 8th floors, 121 units have been sold. The 8th floor has been pre-leased to China Film International, while the best units on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floors have not been released for sale, each with an area of 2,028 square meters, priced at 13,000 yuan per square meter. The entire floor of the office building that remains available is on the 12th floor of Tianchu Building, with an area of 2,268 square meters. Originally, the office space was intended for rent only, but due to the financial needs arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, it is now also for sale, priced at 12,000 yuan per square meter. Mr. Luo, what do you think? Luo Yang waved his hand, saying, You've overwhelmed me with information. Please just calculate the total price for me. Xiaoying nodded thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on the documents as she operated the calculator. The total area of Building 12 is 28,672 square meters, with a unit price of 11,176 yuan per square meter, amounting to a total of 320,438,272 yuan. The ground floor shop spans 2,028 square meters, priced at 13,000 yuan per square meter, resulting in a total cost of 26,364,000 yuan for that floor. The office building covers an area of 2,268 square meters, with a unit price of 12,000 yuan, bringing the total to 27,216,000 yuan. I want all the unsold shops on the 4th floor. Please calculate again. Luo Yang interrupted her. Xiaoying recalculated. The first floor totals 26,364,000 yuan, and the total for the 4 floors amounts to 456,000 yuan. Adding the totals for Building 12 and the office building, we arrive at a grand total of 453,110,272 yuan. Xiaoying took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and exhaled long and slow. Finally, it's all clear, Mr. Luo. This is a colossal purchase. You only need to pay a 20 deposit to secure a mortgage for the property. The total price is over 450 million. Even with a 20 deposit, that's still 90 million. To her astonishment, Luo Yang nonchalantly pulled out his bank card and declared, Why bother with loans for 4 or 500 million? Just swipe the card, it's all cash. Xiaoying, Wei Lin, and Luo Qinya stood frozen in disbelief. Was he boasting or truly a billionaire? After a brief pause, Xiaoying quickly suggested, "Mr. Luo, please accompany me to the finance office." Wei Lin's heart raced as she followed suit. Previously, Luo Yang's full cash purchase of the duplex in Building 9 had astonished her, but when she later took him to her brother to buy a car, she was surprised to find that he had to wait until the following day to pay the $2.4 million yuan for the vehicle, at that time. She assumed he was wealthy, but perhaps only in the range of several hundred thousand to millions. Yet now, merely days later, he was poised to pay in full for a property worth $450 million. Dear heavens, was he truly wealthy or merely boasting? Even Xiaolin found herself wondering if Luo Yang's card could indeed handle a transaction of $450 million. Luo Qinya, who also followed to the finance office, shared the same curiosity. She too wanted to ascertain whether her young boss was genuinely affluent or merely posturing. In Chapter 31, an air of extravagance enveloped Luo Yang as he confidently swiped his card, entered his password, and received the receipt. Staggering sum of over $450 million was successfully processed. Wei Lin stared at the receipt in a daze. Could it be that he truly had swiped $450 million? If counted one note at a time, that would amount to an unfathomable sum. Moreover, it was commonly understood that business transactions often involved negotiation. For such a significant deal, he could easily haggle for a discount of $1 million or $2 million. With the impact of the pandemic and the downturn in the economy, most people found their pockets nearly empty and struggled to part with cash, while properties were hard to sell. Yet here he was, refusing to negotiate and opting instead to pay the full amount outright. Such a client would surely be cherished by any boss, almost as if they wished to adopt him as their own. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Luo Yang was contemplating his previous day's challenge of spending $5 million in a single day. A challenge he had failed, and today, he aimed to surpass expectations by spending $100 million in a day. For Luo, the affluent individual, negotiating was never on the table. He simply did not need to. While handling the paperwork in the reception area, Luo Yang suggested using his parents' names for the transaction, but Zhao Jinyu declined, advising that the ownership be registered under Luo Yang's name, with her and Luo Weigua merely overseeing the process. Luo Yang did not contest this. After all, his parents' names were still his, and it mattered little to him. The formalities had yet to be completed when the phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Luo Yang answered, likely anticipating another job applicant. However, upon answering, a male voice inquired, "Is this Mr. Luo? Greetings, I am Yang Zhe, the secretary to Mayor Qin. I am here to assist you with the procedures for your company's registration and related formalities." "Oh, greetings," Luo Yang replied, shifting the phone to the other ear. "I am currently at the sales office in Tianzong City attending to some matters. Do come over." Yang Zhe assured him he would arrive in 10 minutes and subsequently ended the call. Luo Yang gestured to Luo Qinya, saying, "The secretary Yang Zhe from Mayor Qin's office has arrived to assist me with the company registration processes. You will be the one to go. First, head to the bank to open a corporate account. Once that is completed, call me, and I shall transfer 10 billion to the account as the registered capital. Sound good?" Luo Qinya paused momentarily, then vigorously nodded several times. In her eyes, Luo Yang had transformed into a figure of immense stature. Previously, she had viewed his youth as a potential liability, but now she saw it as a testament to his capability. What once seemed like bragging about spending $1 billion in a day now appeared as a demonstration of genuine prowess. In an instant, she felt that her decision to remain had been fortuitous. Had she chosen to leave, she might have missed an opportunity that could elude her for a lifetime in precisely 10 minutes. Yang Zhe arrived punctually, slightly out of breath. Appearing to be in his 30s, he stood tall at around 1.80 meters, lean and sharp in demeanor. "Greetings, Mr. Luo. I am Yang Zhe, the secretary to Mayor Qin," he said with great respect and politeness. Luo Yang nodded, gesturing towards Luo Qinya. "This is my assistant, Luo Qinya. She will handle all the procedures, so I appreciate your assistance, Secretary Yang." "Of course," Yang Zhe responded. Casting a glance at Luo Qinya, she seemed lost in thought, her cheeks flushing as she stood to excuse herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she was not wearing her black-rimmed glasses, which offered a refreshing change to her appearance. Luo Yang was taken aback, realizing just how attractive she was, easily an 8.5 in his book. Regaining his composure, he asked, "Where are your glasses? Why aren't you wearing them?" Her face reddened as she fidgeted slightly before replying, "I am not nearsighted. Those were just plain old glasses. They become uncomfortable after wearing them for a long time, I usually wear them mainly to prevent unwanted attention. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang involuntarily snorted through his nose, thinking, so, in essence, you were trying to ward me off today by intentionally appearing less attractive. Do I truly come off as that lecherous? Luo Qinya, having dispelled any notion of leaving, picked up her bag and addressed Luo Yang. Mr. Luo, shall I accompany Secretary Yang now? Wait a moment, Luo Yang replied without lifting his gaze. Dio, you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Luo Qinya nodded earnestly. I have a license and have driven for 2 years. Very well, Luo Yang said. We shall go directly to the dealership to purchase a vehicle for company use. You will drive during our errands. It will be quite busy, and not having a car would be inconvenient. Luo Qinya responded with an "oh" and took her seat again, while Yang Zhe, understanding his role, would not rush the proceedings, his task being to assist Luo Yang in navigating the company's formalities, irrespective of time constraints. Wei Lin brought the completed documents filled out by Luo Yang to the office for Xiaoying to stamp. While stamping, Xiaoying glanced at Wei Lin and said, Wei Lin, is it possible that this Luo tycoon is pursuing you? He comes to see you every few days to buy a house, and this deal today is quite remarkable. Your commission will amount of 450,000. I hardly know what to say. You earn in a day what I do in several years. Wei Lin's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. She added, this deal nearly slipped away to someone else the other day. Have I perhaps been a bit too much with him? After signing and stamping the documents, the transaction was completed, but the property certificate would take some time to process. Luo Yang was indifferent to this. He wasn't in a rush for the property certificate to sell the house. He promptly handed the document folder to his mother, saying, Mom, I've entrusted everything to you now. Zhao Jinyu received it with a smile. Waving to Luo Weigua, let us head back. Our son has matters to attend to, so let us not delay him. Wei Lin hurriedly saw them off, addressing them as aunt and uncle, and upon returning, her smile was still radiant, captivating in its brightness. Xiaoying looked at Wei Lin with a mischievous smile and said, take your leave, hurry and accompany President Luo to buy a car. Your task is to keep him company. Wei Lin blushed again, but this time she did not show any displeasure towards Luo Yang. Luo Qinya speculated that her young boss likely had an affair with this beautiful saleswoman. They naturally headed to Juncheng car dealership. Although Luo Yang and Wei Lin were somewhat annoyed, they still held a favorable impression of Wei Cheng. Upon arriving at Juncheng, Wei Cheng, upon hearing that Luo Yang was buying a car again, couldn't he help but beam with delight. He glanced at his sister, whose face was flushed with a rosy hue and shyness, making her appear even more beautiful. Love indeed has the power to enhance a woman's beauty. When Luo Yang mentioned that the car was primarily for his assistant, it was presumed that he wouldn't be purchasing something too extravagant. So Wei Cheng inquired, what price range and model are you considering? It's likely between 200,000 to 400,000, as it wouldn't be appropriate for an assistant to have something too luxurious. After some thought, Luo Yang responded, this car should be categorized under company reception. I will purchase my personal vehicle later. However, for company affairs, the car cannot be subpar. It would tarnish the company's image. The model should be dignified and impressive. Do you have any Mercedes S-Class sedans? The Mercedes brand is well established, and the S-Class is both stately and prestigious, making it suitable. Wei Cheng was taken aback. Another high-end car? Well, we have only one in stock, the Mercedes S450L 4MATIC Ultimate Edition. With a net price of 1.2018 million. All right, let us reserve 3 vehicles. Please expedite the paperwork for this one. My assistant is awaiting the car. Notify me when the other 2 arrive, and I will come to complete the paperwork. Let us settle it with a credit card. Full payment. Luo Yang was succinct. Full payment was almost his default mode of communication. Chapter 32. The arrival of the aunt and uncle. After purchasing the car, Luo Yang sent Luo Qinya to accompany Secretary Yang to complete the procedures while he leisurely drove home. Having someone to run errands is truly advantageous. Although initially, Luo Qinya was both cautious and distrustful of him, the extravagant expenditure of 450 million in Tianzong City had completely won her over. What of being a graduate from a prestigious university? Even though Luo Teheo only holds a high school diploma, he can still command highly educated talents effortlessly. I may not have much, but I certainly have an abundance of wealth. Seated in the passenger seat, Wei Lin appeared lost in thought, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she occasionally stole glances at him. Luo Yang refrained from initiating conversation, having resolved not to approach her after she had previously disregarded his pride. After all, a man's dignity must be upheld. Upon returning to Tianzong City, Luo Yang parked the car in the underground garage and exited to find Wei Lin fidgeting beside the vehicle, seemingly hesitant to speak. "What is it now?" Luo Yang inquired, gesturing towards the surveillance camera above them. "Look, there are cameras everywhere. Don't you dare accuse me of any impropriety. I never even invited you to my home." Wei Lin had originally contemplated being more forthcoming about visiting his house, reasoning that with his parents present, there would be no inappropriate behavior. After reflecting on their recent encounters, she began to perceive Luo Yang in a different light. Although his words had been coarse that day, he had not acted upon them. Moreover, he had come to her rescue on several occasions, truly embodying the notion of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Her thoughts were consumed by him, and she even found him rather handsome. Of course, this could merely be the effect of infatuation, yet Luo, despite his wealth, was not unattractive. Encouraged by this newfound courage, she intended to take the initiative, but unexpectedly, his dismissive attitude incensed her. With a stomp of her foot, she stormed off towards the sales office's elevator. Perhaps it was the influence of newfound wealth, but Luo Yang seemed to lack the emotional investment he once had in romantic matters. In the past, a stunning beauty like Wei Lin being so forward would have ignited his passion. Yet now, he appeared as tranquil as a still pond, unmoved by the tumultuous waves of emotion surrounding him. Upon returning home, he found his parents present. Just as he was about to share a playful banter with his mother, Zhao Jinyu suddenly seized his ear, admonishing him sharply, "You better come clean. What have you done to that young lady?" "Ouch, that hurts," he protested, though the pain was not severe. His mother was mindful of her strength. Still, he felt compelled to feign distress, as the notion of a wealthy young man subjected to such reprimands would be quite scandalous. Zhao Jinyu forcefully pulled him to the sofa, insisting, "You must confess the truth." Meanwhile, Luo Weiguo was watering the potted plants on the balcony, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. As the head of the household, he embodied a certain authority, preferring not to interfere unless his son committed a serious transgression. In truth, it was common for young men, regardless of wealth, to court young women. Luo Yang shrugged. "What is there to confess? She's just a saleswoman. I've only met her a handful of times while purchasing a house." "What do you expect me to divulge?" Zhao Jinyu's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "You truly didn't bully that young lady?" "I did not." Luo Yang raised his hand in a gesture of swearing, perplexed by his mother's apparent disillusionment. Did she actually wish for him to have mistreated her? Zhao Jinyu's disappointment was palpable. She had observed the young woman closely at the sales office and found her to be genuinely beautiful, elegant without being gaudy, possessing a graceful demeanor that suggested she could bear children. With Luo Yang approaching 26, handsome and wealthy, having established both a career and assets, all that remained was for him to settle down and provide her with grandchildren. "What a wonderful girl, and yet you haven't taken advantage of her." Zhao Jinyu sighed heavily, her spirits visibly dampened. Luo Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. With nothing pressing to attend to, he retrieved his Apple computer, unboxed it, and placed it on the table. It was Monday. A perfect evening for some operations. He powered on both the desktop and the two laptops, connected them to the wireless network, downloaded the trading platform software from the brokerage, logged in, and proceeded to examine stocks and futures. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the safest place in the world is undoubtedly our great China. The utterly unreliable president has led the United States into a quagmire, triggering a chain reaction. Today, the international financial markets plummeted. Tomorrow they will soar. The day after they will crash again. And the following day witness another surge. A roller coaster of volatility that has left stock and futures investors in anguish. However, for Luo Yang, this erratic market is akin to a windfall from heaven. Seizing the opportunity before the domestic market closes, he decided to place an order, confident he could easily gain over 200,000. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Operating on the computer proved far more efficient than on the phone. Having selected just a few American stocks, his father's phone rang. Upon answering, his father uttered a single phrase before discreetly whispering to Zhao Jinyu, Luo Yang's aunt and uncle. Zhao Jinyu scoffed quietly, remaining silent. Luo Weiguo then spoke up. "Chunying, it's me. Have you returned from the hometown?" "Oh dear, I forgot to mention this last night. We've been in Chuan City for a few days now. Not back home, though. Come over then. We are staying in Building 9 of Tianzong City, on the 21st floor." After ending the call, Luo Weiguo glanced at Zhao Jinyu, feeling a bit awkward. "When your aunt and uncle arrive, please don't wear a long face. After all, she is my sister. Zhao Jinyu replied. I understand. How many times did your younger sister and older sister come to see us? Yet every time I visited the hometown, was I not cordial in my reception? Even if I only chatted a bit, it was behind their backs. Luo Weiguo breathed a sigh of relief. He was concerned that Zhao Jinyu might show his sister a cold shoulder, so he hurried out to greet them. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable discomfort. During their childhood, when the family was impoverished, he and his older brother had worked tirelessly to support their two younger sisters' education, only for them to forget their roots upon achieving success. Luo Weiguo was not irked for his own sake. Rather, he was frustrated by the difficulties his son and daughter faced in seeking assistance from their two aunts, only to be rebuffed. Initially, Luo Yang sought to borrow money from his elder and younger sisters after accruing debts, but both refused, stating that he was irresponsible and that lending him money would yield no returns. Previously, there was an instance concerning his daughter, Luo Yunyun, and her studies at the first high school. He had hoped that his uncle would lend her some support, but the uncle flatly declined, asserting that he was currently in the good graces of the school leadership, and that any favoritism would ruin his reputation. In truth, Luo Yunyun was an exemplary student, diligent and ambitious, while her uncle, Zhang Shulin, had, whether intentionally or not, hinted at her being able to benefit from his influence. However, with a strong sense of pride, Luo Yunyun would never mention their relation. As she was about to enter her senior year, no one at the first high school knew of her connection to Zhang Shulin, and Zhang Shulin's daughter, Luo Yunyun's cousin Zhang Shiqi, was in the same class, yet neither of them disclosed this to their classmates, maintaining a distance from each other. Luo Weiguo waited at the entrance of the community for just a few minutes before the old BYD belonging to Zhang Shulin arrived. His younger sister, Luo Chunying, poked her head out of the passenger window and waved. Second brother, come get in. Luo Weiguo hurriedly opened the car door and slipped inside, placing several gifts in the back seat, including a pack of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and some fruits. Luo Chunying turned her head to him and said, Second brother, these cigarettes and liquor were bought for you by Zhang Shulin. The cigarettes cost over 200 yuan a pack, and the liquor isn't cheap either, at 120 yuan a bottle. You didn't mention it last night, which forced us to lug it back from our rural hometown. In response to his sister's complaints, Luo Weiguo merely smiled sheepishly a few times before directing Zhang Shulin to the entrance of the underground parking garage to park, as fate would have it. While searching for a parking spot, Zhang Shulin happened to park next to Luo Yang's luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhang Shulin glanced over and inquired of Luo Weiguo, Second brother, doesn't this car seem to belong to Luo Yang? Luo Weiguo nodded, affirming, indeed, it is his. Although Luo Chunying wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, she recognized the Mercedes emblem. After stealing a few glances at the vehicle, she asked, how much does this car cost? Luo Weiguo candidly replied, according to Luo Yang, it set him back 2,400,000. Luo Chunying gasped in astonishment, and after stepping into the elevator with Luo Weiguo, she could no longer contain herself. Grumbling, Second brother, you're also to blame. Even after suffering such a significant loss, Luo Yang still doesn't seem to understand. I won't even question the car purchase. Regardless of whether it's suitable, he should at least enjoy what he earns himself. But how could he donate 4 to 5 million to Zhang? Is he so flush with cash that he has become reckless? With such extravagance, how could he forget about his aunt? He suffers losses yet fails to learn from them. What a wasteful child. Although Luo Weiguo defended his 2 sisters in front of his wife, he was displeased when Luo Chunying disparaged her son in front of him. Turning his head, he said, Chunying, your words are quite unwarranted. Though Luo Yang has indeed experienced setbacks, he is not of a bad nature. He is quite intelligent and certainly not a wastrel. Both his mother and I are aware of his donations to the school, and we wholeheartedly support it. You and your wife both know? At this revelation, both Zhang Shulin and Luo Chunying were taken aback. Second brother Luo Weiguo and his wife Zhao Jinyu had spent their lives as farmers, lacking exposure to the world, forever frugal in their dealings. It seemed improbable that they would endorse Luo Yang donating 4 to 5 million to a school. That was an astronomical sum, not merely a few hundred yuan. Even if it were only a few hundred yuan, the couple would likely wish to stretch it thin for their expenses. Donate 4 to 5 million to a school? Surely, they must have lost their minds. As they entered the elevator, Luo Chunying and her husband couldn't help but envy the opulence surrounding them. Their own home was purchased over a decade ago and felt outdated. Last year, She had contemplated upgrading their residence, yet the down payment for a decent house now required 300,000 to 400,000, with monthly payments exceeding several thousand. Jiang Shulin had also been longing to replace his vehicle, but the couple found themselves in a quandary, their finances insufficient to support such aspirations. She felt a twinge of envy for her sister Luo Chuanlian's spacious home, accustomed as she was to her sister's superior circumstances. The once unassuming family of second brother, which she believed would never rise above their station, suddenly soared to great heights, leaving her with feelings of envy mingled with discontent, as her long-held sense of superiority abruptly vanished. The environment of this community is particularly exquisite, and its scale is impressively vast. Upon her first glance, she felt an immediate affinity, yet she was well aware that Tianzong City is the most expensive residential area in Chuan City, and purchasing a property here would be a considerable strain. Upon reaching the 21st floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal a spacious and brilliantly lit corridor. From the windows, the view was nearly unobstructed. Offering a splendid panorama on this floor, there were only 2 units, one on the east and one on the west. Luo Chunying was instantly captivated by the magnificent double copper doors and couldn't help but inquire further of Luo Weigua. Second brother, how much does this house cost? Luo Weigua, unable to contain his pride, replied, this property is priced at 2,920,000, a duplex spanning 2 levels, with a substantial private garden on the second floor. Quite beautiful. Both this house and the car, which cost 240,000, were purchased outright by Luo Yang, with nary a loan in sight. 2,920,000? All paid in full for both the house and the car? Luo Chunying and Jiang Shulin exchanged astonished glances. Previously, when Luo Yang donated 4 to 5 million to the school, they had estimated that he must possess at least 10 million, for it was unfathomable that he would part with 4 to 5 million in donations without substantial means. Upon reaching the entrance, Luo Weigua expertly unlocked the door using a fingerprint scanner, having long since stored the fingerprints of his parents and sister. Over the past few days, both he and Zhao Jinyu had become quite adept at using the fingerprint lock, and they had also familiarized themselves with the kitchen appliances. As the door swung open, Luo Chunying placed the fruits she was carrying in a prominent spot in the living room, surveying the house while conversing with Zhao Jinyu. Although Zhao Jinyu felt a pang of discomfort, she maintained a courteous and warm demeanor, offering tea and water. Luo Yang approached, politely calling out, Aunt, Uncle, please take a seat. Jiang Shulin marveled at the spacious and luxurious duplex, his mouth agape in astonishment. Luo Chunying, being siblings with Luo Weigua, was less restrained. She stood up to explore the surroundings, with Zhao Jinyu accompanying her as they examined every corner of the house. The more she observed, the more unsettled she became, thinking it unjust that such a splendid residence belonged to her second brother's family, one she had never even inhabited, filling her with indignation. In the sky garden on the upper floor, Luo Chunying quietly asked Zhao Jinyu, sister-in-law, what exactly has Luo Yang done to amass such wealth? He must be earning quite a bit, right? Please tell me, I won't let it slip. Zhao Jinyu felt a sense of relief internally, yet replied, it seems he has been engaged in stock trading or something of the sort. I don't quite understand his work, but I assure you it is all legitimate. However, I am not privy to the specifics of his earnings. As these words left her lips, Zhao Jinyu smirked inwardly, contemplating how their reactions would be if they knew her son had once purchased over 400 million in real estate and commercial properties. How they had looked down upon their less affluent relatives when they had money, and how they now sought to benefit from them in times of prosperity. How deserving of it they were. In the living room below, Jiang Shulin took a sip of tea and glanced at the insincere smile of Luo Yang, desperately searching for a topic of conversation. Luo Yang, perhaps I should invite Yun to stay with me and Shi for a while. It would be convenient for me to help them both with their studies, especially with the critical final year of high school approaching. Luo Yang smiled noncommittally, responding, that girl has quite a stubborn temperament. She wouldn't want to rely on her uncle's influence, fearing it might negatively impact you. I can't persuade her otherwise, so let it be as it is. Jiang Shulin managed an awkward smile on the way here. He and his partner had been filled with indignation, rehearsing their grievances in their minds, yet now, faced with Luo Yang, the words eluded him entirely. Subtly, Jiang Shulin sensed an aura of unyielding authority emanating from Luo Yang, which he found utterly absurd. After a moment of silence, he tentatively inquired, what did you discuss with Director Xia and Mayor Qin last night? As he spoke, a flicker of insight struck him. Luo Yang's generous donation to the school might indeed yield benefits. particularly in fostering connections with the influential director Xie and the esteemed Mayor Qin. If Luo Yang were to reveal their familial ties to Director Xie, it could be advantageous. Luo Yang replied with a nonchalant smile. What else could we talk about? Jiang Shulin forced a grin and stood up, calling upstairs, Chunying, I have class tonight. I'll head back now. Luo Chunying descended the stairs, her mind filled with confusion. Hadn't they agreed to have a serious discussion with her second brother and sister-in-law? Why was he leaving before they even began? The opportunity to request a favor had yet to be broached. After all, with Luo Yang's substantial windfall, surely borrowing a couple of million from her nephew wouldn't be an issue, even if her request was disguised as a loan that would likely remain unpaid. Chapter 34. The first day of work was quite successful, with a reward of 50,000. Zhao Jinyu suggested preparing dinner at home and returning afterward, but Jiang Shulin insisted on leaving, appearing unfazed by any anger. This intrigued her. If he wanted to go, so be it. Luo Yang felt little inclination to speculate on the motives of his aunt and uncle. Meanwhile, Luo Qinya, handling the company registration process, called to ask what name should be chosen for the company. Luo Yang asked her over the phone, could you suggest a name that carries symbolic significance? True to her reputation as a high-achieving scholar, Luo Qinya quickly proposed several names. If symbolism was the goal, options like rising sun, dawn, and future came to mind, depending on what meaning the owner wished to convey. A spark of inspiration ignited in Luo Yang's mind, and he decisively declared, future sounds perfect. We're earning future profits. Let us call it future finance. That's it. His unique ability was to foresee the next 24 hours, and this name resonated with his vision of profiting from the future. As a sole proprietorship, he could not register as a limited company. With Yang Zhe's assistance, Luo Qinya navigated the registration process with remarkable ease, bypassing queues and completing everything in a streamlined manner, thanks to special arrangements made by the city leadership, who would dare to complicate matters. Following the company registration, they proceeded to tax registration and established a corporate bank account. With the company's operational focus designated as financial investment, stock trading, stock trading, and international futures trading, among other categories. Luo Yang transferred 10 billion in cash to the corporate account, officially registering the company with a capital of 10 billion, and stipulating a workforce of 10 to 99 employees. Although the boss was young, he proved to be reliable. After all, the extravagant claims he made were steadily becoming a reality. This was Luo Qinya's assessment of her young boss, which explained why she willingly ran errands for him today. Despite her wealth, Luo Qinya harbored concerns regarding the actual capabilities of her young boss. The initial spectacle was grand, yet if it merely served to extract funds without yielding any returns, the outcome would be all too predictable. She had no desire to witness her employer's fortunes evaporate overnight. After the procedures concluded, Luo Qinya expressed her gratitude to Secretary Yang and then returned to the residence of her young boss in Tianzong City to report on her progress. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and to be honest, she felt quite drained from the day's endeavors. However, the fact that she had been assigned a brand new Mercedes S450, worth over 1,500,000, instilled a sense of satisfaction within her, even if the vehicle was officially designated as a company car, which she would eventually have to return once the company expanded. Luo Yang reclined on the sofa as he listened to Luo Qinya's report on the day's tasks. He nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well done. It seems you have a good grasp of things right from the start. I am quite pleased with your performance today. Here's a reward. You have passed your probation period. Congratulations on becoming an official employee of Future Finance, and also, congratulations on being our first esteemed member." Luo Qinya was momentarily taken aback. Is that it for my probation? She asked, then nodded in acceptance. All right, at least my efforts today were not in vain. Boss, I've left the car keys on the table. I shall return home now and come back tomorrow morning. Wait a moment, Luo Yang called after her. My mother is preparing dinner, and there is still work to be done. You'll need to put in some overtime tonight. Luo Qinya paused, her expression shifting. Boss, I am willing to work overtime and take on additional tasks, but I absolutely refuse to engage in any questionable activities. And no matter how wealthy you are, I will not. Have you finished? Luo Yang interrupted her irritably. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Can you refrain from thinking that I, as your boss, am perpetually lecherous and depraved? He gestured towards the 2 computers on the desks nearby. Today is Monday, and the U.S. stock market along with international futures are open for trading. Since you have joined Future Finance, you must familiarize yourself with my work. The trading hours for U.S. stocks and international futures are from 9:30 in the evening until 4 in the morning. There is a great deal of work to be done. If you don't know how to operate it, I will teach you. You can take the day off tomorrow. As he spoke, Luo Yang extended his hand towards her. Give me your bank account number. The emperor does not starve his soldiers. I was very pleased with your work today, and I am granting you a special bonus as encouragement. Oh. Luo Chenya's expression softened as she hesitantly retrieved her bank card from her bag and handed it to him. Coming from a modest background, with parents frequently falling ill and a sister in college, she found herself stretched thin, lacking substantial savings. The past month of fruitless job searching had left her in a state of anxiety. Nearing desperation, if this young boss harbored no ill intentions, he could indeed be considered a good employer. Given his satisfaction with her work today, she estimated he might at least grant her a modest bonus of 200 yuan. Luo Yang accessed his mobile banking app and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to her account. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, Luo Chenya opened the message and was immediately stunned. Boss, did you perhaps add 2 extra zeros by mistake? Were you intending to give me 500? Luo Yang scoffed. I am still young and far from having failing eyesight. Are you truly so alarmed by the prospect of 50,000 yuan? He concluded with a remark. Your work capabilities may be satisfactory, but your mental fortitude is decidedly lacking. In her heart, Luo Chenya silently criticized her youthful boss, yet her face bore a smile. My annual salary is merely 200,000. The bonus you offer in a single day amounts to a quarter of my yearly income. What employee could indulge in such fanciful thoughts? Just from this, her feelings of gratitude and warmth towards the young boss deepened. Though he appeared youthful, he exhibited a profound understanding of people and generosity. To him, 50,000 yuan might be as insignificant as a drop in the ocean, yet for her, it felt like timely assistance in a moment of need. Luo Yang, uninterested in engaging in heartfelt discussions, waved his hand dismissively, stating, after we finish our meal, take a half-hour break, and then I will give you a brief introduction to the essentials. We shall commence practical operations at 9:30. Luo Chenya nodded, a vague sense of nervousness creeping in. Although she was a top graduate from a prestigious university, she had never engaged in stock or futures trading and feared she might not meet her young boss's expectations. However, Luo Yang exhibited no concern. He had navigated his own journey from humble beginnings to his current status. What Luo Chenya was about to learn was merely the act of trading. The decisions regarding buying and selling were his responsibility, leaving her as just a soldier following orders. How challenging could that be? Soon, the meal was ready, and Luo Chenya busily assisted Zhao Jinyu, while Luo Yang reclined on the sofa like a lord, motionless. After the meal, when Luo Chenya offered to help with the cleaning, Zhao Jinyu insisted she refrain from entering the kitchen. Luo Yang lazily remarked, you needn't worry about that. Prepare yourself, as we are about to begin. Luo Chenya replied with an "oh," quickly settling at the computer desk and powering on both machines. Luo Yang brought over a cup of tea, sipping it while instructing her on how to open the software. Elucidating the processes of buying, selling, and placing orders, he also explained short and long positions, and Luo Chenya's mind was clear as she absorbed the information, finding it quite manageable. With a leverage limit of 500 million in both her U.S. stock account and international futures account, Luo Chenya counted and confirmed the amount, pondering that this must be a virtual trading platform. Otherwise, how could there be such substantial funds? She mused that perhaps the young boss had asked her to work overtime to practice virtual trading, as USA and international futures trading occurs from 9:30 in the evening until 4 in the morning. Thus, even if it were virtual trading, the time must be at night, explaining the need for her to work late. Chapter 35. The most expensive training for a new employee. Educated university graduates possess a remarkable capacity for learning. After 2 hours, Luo Chenya had essentially mastered the operations. Whatever stock Luo Yang mentioned, she could promptly execute the buying or selling orders with proficiency. At 9:30. As the U.S. stock market opened, Luo Yang selected a stock for Luo Chenya to fully invest the $500 million, then shifted to trading futures. Once again, it was crude oil futures. Today, whether it be crude oil, gold, silver, or copper, the market was largely in decline, with crude oil experiencing the most significant drop. Last week, prior to market closure, countless investors had already attempted to buy at the bottom, and today, upon opening, substantial capital flowed into the market. With crude oil priced at $22.8 per barrel, Luo Yang shorted 500 million, fully investing in the position. The majority of the market was dominated by long positions, Yet a single downward spike caused the price to plummet below $21 in a cacophony of trading activity. A contract worth $500 million was used to purchase 23,800 contracts of crude oil, resulting in an immediate unrealized profit of $42,840,000. The substantial unrealized gain of $42 million was undoubtedly due to the considerable principal amount. Upon witnessing the low price of $21, countless individuals rushed to buy at the bottom, only to be met with a chorus of lamentation as crude oil prices plummeted below 21, settling at 20.85. Moments later, it fell to 20.7, then 20.55, and subsequently 20.42. The decline was relentless, and it appeared imminent that the price would breach the critical $20 mark. Unable to endure the losses any longer, many opted to cut their positions. In fact, a significant number even shifted to short positions, raising fears that the price would indeed fall below $20. However, Luo Yang suddenly instructed Luo Qinya, place an order at $15. Engrossed in the virtual trading, which she found quite entertaining, Luo Qinya immediately followed Luo Yang's command. As crude oil prices continued to descend, breaking through $20.13, the order placed by Luo Qinya was successfully executed, yielding a profit of $63,546,000. With a profit of $63 million, she promptly went long, purchasing at $20.10. Luo Yang then instructed her to reverse and buy again. Luo Qinya, perplexed, exclaimed, "But it's still falling. How can I buy? I believe it will drop below 20." Luo Yang shot her a sidelong glance and huffed, "Are you the boss or am I?" Luo Qinya found herself momentarily tongue-tied and obediently placed the long order as per Luo Yang's directive. The first rule of the boss's law: the boss is always right. As crude oil prices dipped to $20.07, all of Luo Yang's long orders were executed. Luo Qinya glanced at Luo Yang, pouting slightly, and said, "Boss, I really think it's going to fall below 20, and you still don't believe me." The long positions were already showing a slight unrealized loss, though not significant, with a mere 3-cent drop per barrel. Luo Yang refrained from explaining to her. If she were adept at predictions, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Luo Qinya braced herself for the moment of her boss's potential miscalculation. Crude oil futures suddenly surged, turning into a red line, with prices rising to 20.09. Luo Qinya exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is it rising?" A portion of those who had exited their long positions to cut losses swiftly transitioned to short positions, their hearts twisting in anguish. They urged for a decline, wishing for the price to breach 20. However, in reality, the red line continued to ascend, and crude oil prices surged, soon surpassing 21, reaching 21.15, 21.26, 21.35, culminating at 21.88, with all long positions sold off. Luo Qinya ceased her quarrels with the young boss and followed his instructions, initially assuming he would sell and then take a short position, only to be surprised when Luo Yang instructed her to switch to trading gold futures. This was likely intended to hone her skills across various futures markets. She complied. Although the process of buying and selling felt monotonous, Luo Qinya adapted well and enjoyed herself immensely. Meanwhile, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, who had been observing for quite some time, found themselves unable to keep their eyes open, unable to comprehend, and decided to retire for the night. It wasn't until 4 in the morning, after the final order was executed at Luo Yang's behest, that Luo Qinya, still lingering in her excitement, asked him, "Is that it?" Luo Yang chuckled, changed the payment trading account for the U.S. stocks and futures to the public account of the company registered today. Once Luo Qinya successfully updated the account, Luo Yang inquired, "How much profit did each of the two accounts generate?" Luo Qinya leaned in a little closer, and after scrutinizing the figures, she replied, "The U.S. stock market shows 104 million, while the international futures amount to 372,686,806. Upon finishing, she chuckled and added, "If this sum were truly profit earned, it would be extraordinary. Boss, am I doing well in my practice tonight?" "Not bad." Luo Yang smiled, gesturing towards the computer. "Convert the funds from both accounts into soft currency and transfer them back to the company account." Luo Qinya paused momentarily, then suddenly enlightened. "Oh, I see. You want to assess my experience in practicing cash withdrawals and transfers, right?" As she spoke, she proceeded with the operation, calculating the total from both accounts to be 473,133,806, which converted to soft currency amounts to 3,359,250,000. After clicking to withdraw, the screen displayed withdrawal in progress. While withdrawals from other accounts typically take 3 working days, Luo Yang's account was treated as a special case, facilitating immediate transfer, and even after deducting the commission, over 30 billion remained. Rubbing her eyes and stretching widely, Luo Qinya then inquired, "My back is sore. Am I performing adequately, boss?" "Not bad." Luo Yang nodded, instructing her, "Check the company account to see if the withdrawal has been credited." "The withdrawal credited?" Luo Qinya exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this a simulated operation practice? Can it even reflect a virtual deposit?" Luo Yang retorted with irritation, "Who would engage in simulated operations with you? As a significant boss, I don't have the luxury to stay up late practicing virtual transactions with you. Your sense of self-importance is truly remarkable." Not backing down, Luo Qinya shot back, "Boss, is it amusing to consistently undermine your employees?" As she spoke, she accessed the online banking account, only to be dumbfounded by what she saw. How? Has the amount increased? She recalled that after Luo Yang transferred 10 billion in registered cash earlier that afternoon, her account had shown a balance of 10 billion. Yet now the leading digit was not 1 but 4. The subsequent figures read 35925. Staring in disbelief, she quickly counted the digits at the end, discovering that the company account balance stood at 43,592,500,000. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, she suddenly clasped her chest and asked Luo Yang, "Boss, you weren't playing virtual tonight?" Luo Yang huffed, pulling out his phone to transfer funds while explaining, "Do you think I have the leisure to engage in practice with you? Consider this your reward for your efforts tonight. A bonus of 100,000. As he initiated the transfer, Luo Qinya received a notification on her phone. Glancing down, she nearly fainted with joy. Luo Yang yawned, pointing towards the adjacent room, "That's the guest room. It's late. You can stay over at my place for the night. Take the car keys. You can drive it without needing to return it daily. Get some rest. Tomorrow, draft a rough framework for the company's departments, outlining potential hires and their numbers, then report back to me. Oh." Luo Qinya stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Yang yawned again. Shuffling upstairs in his slippers to sleep. In the living room, Luo Qinya remained frozen like a statue. Chapter 36. This boss is quite extravagant. At the break of dawn, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo rose from their slumber. After Zhao Jinyu washed her face and brushed her teeth, she emerged first into the living room, where she was momentarily taken aback. In the room, Luo Qinya was hunched over her computer desk, scribbling away amidst a pile of documents. "Why, dear girl, have you not slept at all last night?" Zhao Jinyu inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. The young woman's eyes were shadowed like a panda's, her complexion pale, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Luo Qinya looked up, and upon seeing Zhao Jinyu, she hurriedly responded, "Good morning, Auntie. Last night, the boss asked me to summarize the company's framework and various matters, and I lost track of time while working on it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu felt a surge of indignation, turning on her heels to ascend the stairs while muttering, "Is there no work that can be done during the day? Must a young lady be made to endure an entire night of toil? Is it fair to treat her like this? She is a young woman, not a beast of burden." Auntie. Luo Qinya, flustered, quickly followed her upstairs. Zhao Jinyu stormed to Luo Yang's bedroom door, flung it open, and dramatically yanked the covers off him, exclaiming, "Luo Yang, how can you be so inconsiderate? The Luo family has never produced a miser such as you." Behind her, Luo Qinya rushed inside, her eyes landing on Luo Yang, prompting her to gasp in surprise and retreat, turning her back to the room as she called out, Auntie, it's not what you think." Luo Yang awoke with a start, blinking at the sight of his mother standing at the foot of his bed, hands on her hips. He quickly pulled the covers back over himself and asked, "Mom, what on earth has provoked your ire this time?" At the doorway, Luo Qinya hastily interjected, Auntie, it's not the boss's fault. He didn't make me work through the night. I couldn't sleep and chose to do it myself. It's not his responsibility." Zhao Jinyu was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment. Yet, what was done. Could she truly admit her fault? With her chin held high, she muttered grumpily, "Get up quickly. Breakfast will be ready soon, and no more lingering in bed." She then descended the stairs. Luo Yang was somewhat bewildered, glancing out the window where the sky was still dimly lit, likely just past 6 o'clock. Was it even fair to call this lingering in bed? Noticing that the boss had received a scolding without uttering a word, Luo Qinya swiftly made her way downstairs. Irritated, Luo Yang pulled the covers over his head, hoping to catch a few more moments of sleep. but slumber eluded him. He rolled over and got out of bed. After washing up, he ventured downstairs, where Luo Qinya had organized the materials she had prepared and presented them to him. "Boss, this is the departmental framework I've compiled, along with the estimated number of positions to fill and the recruitment details. Please have a look. If everything is in order, I will proceed with the advertisements in the newspaper and on television." Luo Yang took the documents and perused them briefly. The preliminary layout included several departments: trading, investment, human resources, finance, logistics, technical support, and operations, alongside 2 designated positions each for cleaning staff and drivers. Notably, the trading department was the most crucial, requiring approximately 25 personnel, while the investment department was not as urgent, with staffing remaining flexible for now, starting with the recruitment of a department head. The human resources department was slated to manage 5 positions. The finance department comprises 5 individuals, the logistics department 3, the technical maintenance department 2, and the operations department 5, alongside 2 cleaners and 2 drivers, totaling 50 personnel. Including Luo Qinya and the boss, the total reaches 52. After reviewing the instructions, Luo Yang remarked, "The framework is commendable, yet it appears somewhat lacking in ambition. Your boss is not financially constrained. Therefore, with the exception of the cleaners and drivers, I suggest we double the recruitment numbers for all other departments." At this juncture, Luo Qinya became impervious to the pretentious remarks of the young boss. While others may perceive him as ostentatious, he was merely speaking the truth. Given the young boss's capacity to generate wealth in his current state, it is not merely the doubling of staff that would be manageable. Even multiplying the workforce by 1,000 or 10,000 would pose no burden for him. Luo Qinya diligently noted this, then inquired about the salary structure for the new recruits. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang replied, "Let us set the annual salary for ordinary employees at 50,000. For management personnel, salaries should be negotiated individually. It would be prudent to engage a headhunting firm to source talent globally. I am willing to pay whatever it takes for capable individuals. However, I do not wish to inflate the salaries of ordinary employees excessively, as I am not inclined to support a plethora of inept or idle workers. While I am financially capable, I refuse to sustain mediocrity. For those who are diligent and dedicated, I shall not hesitate to award bonuses. If, after 2 years of service in our financial firm, any employee is still unable to afford a home or a car, it reflects not their inadequacy but my own as a boss." Luo Qinya felt a surge of excitement at his words. She had already experienced the magnitude of this young boss's bonuses, and his assertion that an employee should be able to buy a home or car within 2 years indicated that the salaries offered would be no less than 300,000 to 400,000 annually. An astonishing prospect for an ordinary employee. Truly a remarkable employer. She noted this down and then asked, "I will contact the advertising agency shortly to erect the company's sign. We also need to engage a renovation company to revamp the office space. How should we design the offices for the department heads and the boss?" Luo Yang contemplated for a moment before responding. "We should designate one room as a trading room, while the remaining areas should be entirely demolished and renovated to the highest standards. Additionally, we need to include a recreational lounge. Our company's primary operations will focus on stocks and futures, with the trading hours for U.S. stocks and international futures being opposite to those in our country, making late nights inevitable. Therefore, the company facilities must be exceptional, allowing for lying down, sleeping, and resting. The rest areas should be designed to resemble the finest hotels. Do not hesitate to spend. Ensure that the renovation contract stipulates that all materials meet international environmental standards. If any inferior materials are used, I will not pay a single cent." Luo Qinya wholeheartedly supported these requirements. Mirroring the boss's enthusiasm in just one day, she had come to realize that this young boss was truly exceptional, remarkably so. She was grateful she had refrained from leaving the previous day. Otherwise, she might have missed the opportunity to work with such an extraordinary leader for the rest of her life. Initially, she had perceived him as youthful and reckless with money, despite his wealth. However, after spending an entire evening engaging in U.S. stocks and futures with him, Luo Qinya had resolutely become an ardent supporter of this young boss. The young boss is certainly not relying on luck. In this world, countless individuals engage in stock trading and futures speculation, yet she has never encountered anyone as formidable as the young boss. Luo Yang, noticing her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, couldn't help but smirk. "Have you become infatuated? My mother needs to prepare breakfast. After we eat, you can rest in the guest room for a few hours. I cannot allow others to label me as a heartless, greedy boss." Luo Qinya replied with a cheerful smile. "Certainly, boss. The dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced. Wearing glasses could conceal them. Luo Yang casually inquired, "Where are your glasses?" To which Luo Qinya effortlessly responded, "I threw them away." Chapter 37. Does the tycoon need a runner? Luo Yang felt speechless and waved her off to amuse herself. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to look up and ask, "When you were rummaging through your bag yesterday, I noticed you had wolf spray and a stun baton. During your interview yesterday, you seemed quite menacing. Were you planning to give me a jolt?" Luo Qinya bit her lip, unable to suppress her laughter, but shook her head in denial. "No, boss." "All right, let's eat." Luo Yang frowned and waved his hand. Luo Qinya cheerfully headed to the kitchen to assist the Empress Dowager, still pondering how the young boss could be so inconsiderate. With such wealth, why not hire a maid? Yet, it seemed unusual. The young boss was indeed extravagant, frequently bestowing generous tips of 50 or 100,000. How could hiring a maid cost much? Luo Yang, however, contemplated that had she provided him with a stun baton during the interview, he might not have retained her in the company. Nevertheless, truth be told, Luo Qinya possessed remarkable abilities, her looks were exceptional, and she was quite adept at handling tasks. While he had been uncertain during her interview, now he was resolute that he could never let her go. After their meal, Mayor Qin called to inform him that the donation ceremony was set for next Tuesday, with media coverage and a formal setting, urging Luo Yang to prepare in advance. Luo Yang understood that Mayor Qin was hosting this event with great ceremony. Firstly, he had contributed a substantial sum to resolve the educational difficulties in Chuan City, and such socially responsible entrepreneurs were rare, especially those willing to part with significant amounts of money. Hence, the donation ceremony needed to be grandly organized to show respect for Luo Yang. Secondly, they aimed to leverage this event for advertising, encouraging other entrepreneurs in Chuan City to follow suit. Strength in numbers. After all, at Chuan City No. 1 High School, director he was overseeing a few young teachers as they installed the new computers donated by Luo Yang in the computer room, all uniformly equipped with 29-inch Retina 5K displays from Apple, 100 units in total. The young teachers were envious beyond measure. Director he, alas, we missed the tycoon during the donation that afternoon. I wonder if he needs a runner. Director he chuckled and retorted, no need for lackeys. He needs a wife, but he hasn't got one yet. Unfortunately, you're all males. That's rather inappropriate. One teacher sighed dramatically. Why did my mother have to give birth to a handsome young man like me? The group laughed heartily as they worked and conversed. At tea that moment, someone entered the doorway, smiling at Director he. Director he, are you busy? Director he glanced over and recognized Jiang Shulin, smirkingly responding, if I weren't busy, would I be standing here empty-handed? Jiang Shulin, with a beaming smile, glanced at the others before leaning closer to Director he and speaking in a hushed tone. Director he, I have something to tell you. Director he, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, replied nonchalantly, just say it. Why the theatrics? All right, I'll agree to you directly this time. No need for subtle hints. The new desks and chairs are set to arrive in the afternoon, and they will all be here within the next few days. If you want to switch, feel free. Jiang Shulin shook his head, saying, it's not that. Director he, it's not. He leaned in closer, whispering into Director he's ear, Director he, I am Luo Yang's uncle by marriage. Director he, somewhat irritated, retorted, so you're his uncle by marriage. Just say what you need to without beating around the bush. He assumed Jiang Shulin was merely seeking a class transfer for Luo Yang, who he thought was just another student. Jiang Shulin awkwardly chuckled and quietly added, Luo Yang is the generous donor to the school. Director he froze for a moment, then sprang up with a start, panting as he asked, what did you say? Jiang Shulin glanced at the other teachers present and grinned. Director he, let us discuss this outside. All right. Director he quickly brushed off the dust from his hands and affectionately draped his arm around Jiang Shulin's shoulders as they stepped outside. Once outside, with no one around, Director he lowered his voice and asked, Teacher Jiang, you mean to say you are? Jiang Shulin nodded with a smile. Yes, I am indeed Luo Yang's uncle by marriage. Director he, still somewhat skeptical, recalled how Jiang Shulin hadn't mentioned this in the office that day. Jiang Shulin continued, that day, with the leaders present, I couldn't very well call out to Luo Yang. You know my wife, Luo Chunying, she's a teacher at Erxiao, and Luo Yang's aunt, I'm not fabricating this. It's the truth. Besides, Luo Yang's sister, Luo Yunyun, is in class 4 of the second year, in the same class as my daughter, Jiang Shiqi. Director he felt a surge of joy within him. This was indeed fortuitous news, as having this connection with Boss Luo would surely facilitate matters. With this in mind, he immediately took Jiang Shulin's hand and headed straight for the principal's office, exclaiming, "Teacher Jiang, we just had a meeting last night to form a competent group for the preparatory committee, and you are the perfect candidate for it. I'll quickly inform Principal Huang." Jiang Shulin was overwhelmed with joy. His intention in seeking out Director He was to secure a spot in the preparatory group, and to his surprise, revealing his connection to Luo Yang had made everything fall into place. While other teachers scrambled to get in, he was being eagerly ushered in. Upon reaching Principal Huang's office, the principal readily agreed and mentioned that the bureau was coordinating a meeting, suggesting that Jiang Shulin accompany him to report to Director Xia and Mayor Qin. As the administrative office prepared the necessary documents, Principal Huang patted Jiang Shulin on the shoulder, saying, "Teacher Jiang, do change into something a bit more formal. It will be easier for me to introduce you." Jiang Shulin, elated, agreed and hurried home to change, calling Luo Chunnying on the way. "Chunnying, I've finally made a breakthrough." Principal Huang exhaled a long sigh, stepping outside to light a cigarette, feeling utterly fatigued yet surprisingly content. Before his retirement, he had the opportunity to contribute a potentially unprecedented amount of brilliance and warmth to the first middle school. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinyu strolled around Tianzong Square, reflecting on her ownership of an entire 4 floors of the 8-story commercial building in this bustling city. The sight of the building under renovation brought her immense joy. Her husband, Luo Weigua, received a phone call and informed her, "Jinyu, Luo Yang called back to say that this year's been tough. The factory has no orders. They work for 2 days and take 3 off. He wants to come back and look for a job with Luo Yang. What do you think?" Zhao Jinyu sighed softly, took a few steps, and replied, "Let's tell our son. Whatever he decides, we will go with it. That boy, Luo Yang, has always been good to us, and within the Luo family, it's just you and your brother to support each other. We should lend a helping hand when we can. After all, they're family, aren't they?" Luo Weigua nodded in agreement, but furrowed his brow as he added, "It is indeed our duty to assist the eldest branch, but regarding our son's affairs, I feel we should not meddle too much. Luo Yang lacks education. Can he manage the matters our son deals with?" Zhao Jinyu readily concurred. "Indeed, let's first consult our son at home." After having a meal and taking a brief nap, Luo Yang awoke feeling significantly rejuvenated. He noticed multiple messages from Luo Qinya on his phone, all updating him on the progress of their work. They had successfully negotiated with a renovation company for the office building. It was then that Luo Yang truly began to appreciate the joys of being a boss. Having a capable subordinate at his disposal was indeed delightful. Just as he was reveling in this thought, his phone rang again. It was a call from an unknown number. Perhaps someone was calling to apply for a job? He had forgotten to remind Luo Qinya to use her number for external communications. Nonetheless, he decided to answer the call. Upon connecting, a robust male voice greeted him. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? Haha, I am Han Wenjun, the general manager of Junue Real Estate. Would you be available to meet with me?" Junue Real Estate? Luo Yang quickly scanned his memory and realized he had never heard of it and had no recollection of Han Wenjun. However, Han Wenjun promptly clarified, "Tianzong City is a project developed by Junue Real Estate." Chapter 38. Packaging the purchase of Tianzong City. Luo Yang suddenly understood. The over 400 million in property he had purchased belonged to this very project, thus establishing a connection to IT was certainly worth meeting him. He called Luo Qinya to arrange a rendezvous at the sales office of Tianzong City. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered his parents, who immediately inquired about his destination. "The owner of Tianzong City has invited me to meet at the sales office." Luo Yang pointed towards the building. "Oh, go ahead. When you return, I have something to tell you," Zhao Jinyu replied, not hindering him upon hearing he was meeting the owner of Tianzong City. Luo Yang waved goodbye to his mother as he made his way to the sales office. Upon arriving at the entrance, he saw the elegant sales manager, Xia Ying, accompanied by the tall and graceful Wei Lin, standing with a slightly overweight man in his 40s, who was looking in their direction. As soon as Xia Ying spotted Luo Yang, she approached him with a bright smile. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Wei Lin stole a glance at Luo Yang, her cheeks flushing. A slightly plump, middle-aged man strode forward with confidence, extending his hands to clasp those of Luo Yang, exclaiming, "General Manager Luo, you are truly youthful and accomplished. I have been on business trips for the past few days, and though my body has been away, your name has resonated in my ears." Luo Yang, smiling graciously, reciprocated the sentiment and warmly ushered Han Wenjun into the sales office, with Xia Ying leading the way directly to the reception room. As they passed through the hall and reception area, a dozen or so elegantly dressed sales personnel bowed and greeted Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun's office was not located within the sales department. Once seated in the reception room, he instructed Xia Ying to prepare tea promptly. Wei Lin quickly interjected, I'll go. Han Wenjun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Xiao Lin, you needn't go. Stay with General Manager Luo. With such a prominent boss, you should keep a close eye on him. If I were a girl, I would have already thrown myself at him. Upon hearing this, Wei Lin's face flushed crimson, and she cast her gaze downward, unable to utter a word. Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to clarify, when his phone vibrated. Glancing down, he answered and said to Han Wenjun, My assistant has arrived. I'll step out to greet her. I'll go meet her. Wei Lin finally found an excuse and, disregarding whether Luo Yang would agree, dashed out in a hurry. Han Wenjun laughed heartily and, with a knowing look, remarked to Luo Yang, General Manager Luo, Xiao Lin is the most beautiful in our entire company. Many have pursued her, yet none have succeeded. Ha ha. Luo Yang chuckled along but inwardly pondered the implications of Han Wenjun's words. Was he attempting to play matchmaker? Xia Ying entered with the tea, and Han Wenjun sighed, glancing at her. Xia Ying is the most outstanding and capable member of my sales department. She has been with me for 7 years now. Time flies. Wei Lin then entered, accompanied by Luo Qinya. Luo Yang gestured to the seat beside him, saying, Please, take a seat, and then introduced, This is my assistant, Luo Qinya. Han Wenjun appraised Luo Qinya, his eyes lighting up as he could not help but exclaim, Wow, General Manager Luo, you have quite the talent here as well. Having just praised Wei Lin, he was pleasantly surprised to find Luo Yang's assistant equally striking. This young general manager seemed to have an eye for beauty. One wondered in what capacities this assistant might assist him. Would it extend to the bedroom? Luo Yang chuckled lightly, gazing at Han Wenjun, and inquired, Surely, you didn't summon me merely for tea? Han Wenjun laughed heartily again, stroking his chin with a wry smile. Indeed, General Manager Luo is a perceptive individual. I did have certain matters I wish to discuss with you. What line of work are you in? It was undeniable that Luo Yang possessed considerable wealth. One does not casually pull out 400 to 500 million to purchase properties and commercial spaces without substantial means. Yet, how could someone so affluent remain relatively obscure? Luo Yang replied with a smile. I am in financial investment, trading stocks, dabbling in futures, and engaging in venture capital. I've been working solo, but I'm feeling weary. I wish to establish a company and recruit a few assistants. I recently purchased an office building, which happens to be on your land, General Manager Han. Impressive, Han Wenjun acknowledged, giving a thumbs up while shaking his head in lament. We in the real estate sector generally avoid the financial realm. We cannot afford to play in that field, nor do we possess the necessary expertise. Luo Yang shook his head lightly and replied, I am merely indulging in a bit of playful banter. Nothing more than trifling affairs. Beside him, Luo Qinya could not help but inwardly scoff, thinking that the boss was once again posturing. After all, earning billions in a single evening hardly seemed like mere child's play. If one were to engage in something grander, wouldn't he that require celestial intervention? Sighed Han Wenjun, lamenting the arduous nature of working in the real estate industry, particularly in these trying times. We are short on funds, and this year has brought an unprecedented pandemic that we have never encountered in a millennium. After being cooped up at home for months, I have truly contemplated retirement. After expressing his grievances, Han Wenjun cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yang and, either intentionally or inadvertently, remarked, Luo Zong, would you be interested in venturing into real estate? Real estate? Luo Yang was taken aback. Was Han Wenjun suggesting such a notion during their meeting? Han Wenjun, with a demeanor of earnest sincerity, declared, Luo Zong, let me be frank with you. What we in real estate require most is cash, liquidity. However, this pandemic has led to the banks tightening their reins, making it impossible for anyone to secure loans. The funding chains are on the verge of collapse, and properties that should be feeding back into the economy are currently unsellable, as the populace lacks the means. Recently, I have been scouring for loans, yet everyone is facing hardships. I have come to realize that seeking help is futile. It all boils down to who can endure this trial. Those who can withstand it will survive, while those who cannot are doomed to fail. Luo Zong, the Tianzong City project that we at Junior Real Estate are developing is currently the largest and most upscale commercial real estate in Chuan City. Initially, the project showed promising returns, but now it all hinges on whether we can weather the next 2 quarters. If we can endure, the assets from the second and third phases, residential units, retail spaces, and office buildings, will become prime investments. I have calculated that Tianzong City currently has an outstanding loan of 1.1 billion, with 400 million due imminently, 350 million due by year-end, and 280 million due next year. Meanwhile, the unsold assets of Tianzong City exceed 2.4 billion, and we are obligated to pay 700 million to downstream suppliers, leaving us with a net asset of 1.7 billion after accounting for the 1 billion loan and interest. We would still retain over 500 million in net profit. Luo Yang regarded the figures with disdain. For such a monumental project, a mere 500 million in net profit appeared paltry. He discerned Han Wenjun's intentions and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Is Han Zong suggesting that I acquire equity?" Han Wenjun hesitated briefly before responding, "Luo Zong, I personally hold a 35% stake in Junue Real Estate, making me the largest shareholder. What I propose is how about I transfer 15 of my personal shares to you?" "Not interested," Luo Yang replied decisively, shaking his head. "Han Zong, I must admit that such meager profits from real estate do not entice me. Toiling for years only to yield a few billion in profit, while constantly facing pressure from various fronts, is simply unappealing to me. However, I would be willing to consider holding properties personally. I am not inclined to invest in your company. But if you are willing to sell me Tianzong City as a package deal, I would be interested." Luo Yang's words startled everyone present, leaving them utterly astonished. Chapter 39. 3 billion. Bye-bye by Han Wenjun was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Luo Yang and asked, "Mr. Luo, what is this all about?" Luo Yang chuckled softly, counting on his fingers as he replied, "Mr. Han, firstly, I must admit that I am not particularly interested in the profits of the real economy. Of course, I do not despise it. It serves as the foundation. Secondly, I have a strong aversion to share fragmentation. I particularly dislike being constrained by the opinions of others. Therefore, I have no interest in acquiring shares. However, if you were to sell Tianzong City to me as a package, I would be willing to take it on." Han Wenjun pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Junue Real Estate is the culmination of my life's work. Selling it off like this leaves me feeling unsatisfied. Alas, it seems we cannot reach an agreement for collaboration with Mr. Luo." Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively and said, "Mr. Han, do not be so hasty in your rejection. I have a proposal. Sell me Tianzong City as a package. While retaining your own shares, I will provide the capital to establish a new real estate company, offering you 15% equity. You will have full autonomy to leverage your strengths in the company's development, and I shall supply the necessary funding." As he spoke, Luo Yang, though his demeanor was not overly imposing, articulated his intentions with an air of authority. "What I lack the least is money." Han Wenjun was momentarily stunned, gazing at the seemingly youthful yet remarkably composed Luo Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he asked a question he had not anticipated. "How much funding can you truly provide?" "In real estate, the most critical elements are not land or talent, but rather banking." Luo Yang smiled and replied, "The amount I can offer depends on your developmental scale. For instance, if you are in Chuan City, I could provide you with 10 billion a year, though you may not fully utilize it. Conversely, if you were to invest in projects in the provincial capital, 10 billion would barely suffice. Should you aim for a national expansion, even 100 billion would fall short. Thus, the amount of funding I can provide is not determined by me, but by your foundational capacity and the pace of your expansion." Continuing, he playfully inquired, "Mr. Han, this year, I can offer you 5 billion in cash, enabling you to continue developing the 4th and 5th phases of the Tianzong City project, as well as other villa and townhouse projects. While Chuan City may not be vast, it certainly has a significant demand for high-end properties." Han Wenjun, a seasoned veteran in the real estate arena, felt a rush of excitement at Luo Yang's proposal. Rising to his feet and rubbing his hands together, with wide eyes, he pressed Luo Yang, "Can you truly provide me with 5 billion? Indeed, Han Wenjun was a top-tier talent in real estate, undoubtedly the #1 in Chuan City. His potential was primarily constrained by a lack of funds. If Luo Yang genuinely possessed robust financial backing, Han was confident he could rank among the top 10 nationwide within a decade. Real estate is inextricably linked to banking and loans. If funding is not a hindrance, it becomes akin to a money-making endeavor. But could this young Luo Yang truly have such a substantial cash flow? Pointing to Luo Qinya, Luo Yang addressed Han Wenjun, "Mr. Han, if you agree, simply register the new company, and my assistant will assist you. Once the company is registered, the 5 billion will be deposited without delay. Furthermore, I can guarantee that each year, your funding will double compared to the previous year, for a minimum term of 5 years, which can be formalized in a contract. Han Wenjun smacked his thigh with a resounding clap, panting as he exclaimed, President Luo, I am with you. This year, 5 billion. Next year, a twofold increase to 15 billion. The year after that, 45 billion. And the year after that, 135 billion. He continued to mutter. Currently, Junware Real Estate's total assets amount to approximately 2.6 billion, with 1.1 billion in loans, 700 million owed to suppliers, and another 700 million to contractors. President Luo. Abruptly, Han Wenjun raised his head and addressed Luo Yang again. If you can provide 3 billion, I can persuade the other shareholders to sell their stakes. The projected final profit for the entire Tianzong City project is over 400 million. If Luo Yang offers 3 billion in cash, it would essentially preemptively extract that 400 million profit, along with an additional premium of around 200 million. At present, the entire Tianzong City project is estimated to be worth approximately 2.8 billion, and we must also factor in the profits from the subsequent 3 years. Given the current market conditions, properties are not selling, and it will take at least until after the pandemic to absorb this situation. Even upon recovery, there will be a process involved. For ordinary real estate developers, survival is uncertain, but for affluent owners like Luo Yang, it is inconsequential. As long as they do not owe any bank loans or debts, they can thrive better than anyone else. Of course, Han Wenjun hopes that Luo Yang will financially support him in realizing his dreams. Even if he receives only 15% of the shares, he would be content. In truth, Han Wenjun is still unaware of Luo Yang's prowess in generating wealth. Had he known, he would be grateful that Luo Yang granted him 15% of the shares, as perhaps a decade from now, that share could be worth over 100 billion. Luo Yang comprehends Han Wenjun's excitement and enthusiasm. He too felt that exhilaration when he made significant profits at night. But after experiencing it several times, it became mundane. Currently, his weakness lies not in earning money, but in spending it. Qinya, you are the full representative of future finance, wholly responsible for coordinating with President Han. Once specific agreements are reached, notify me for signatures. Understood. Luo Qinya had already grown accustomed to the astonishment, despite having only been on the job for a day. In the VIP room, the most animated and exhilarated was Han Wenjun, followed by Wei Lin and Xiaoring. In truth, both Wei Lin and Xiaoring were still bewildered. How did their discussion transform into the prospect of packaging and selling Tianzong City? The youthful Luo Yang had swiftly become their sole boss. This sale signified that Tianzong City was now Luo Yang's private property. Good heavens, President Luo always engaged in astonishing ventures. His first visit to Tianzong City involved a full cash purchase of a duplex for 292 million, which left a dozen salespeople utterly flabbergasted. His second visit resulted in the acquisition of assets worth 450 million, causing everyone's jaws to drop in disbelief. All envied Wei Lin, claiming that Luo Yang's extravagant spending was an effort to court her. His third visit was to buy out Tianzong City entirely for 3 billion. Xiaoying found herself at a loss for words. After years in sales and rising to executive positions, she prided herself on her keen eye for talent. Yet she had utterly failed to recognize Luo Yang's potential. She could not help but admire Wei Lin's fortunate position. If she were a mere 5 or 6 years younger, she would have been tempted to compete for Luo Yang's attention. Luo Yang furrowed his brow, observing the dazed expressions of the group. He stood and declared, "Let it be so. Inform me once there are results, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, Wei Lin suddenly caught up to him, saying, "Wait for me a moment." After speaking, she turned swiftly and made her way back to their dressing room. A short while later, she emerged carrying a bag. Her head bowed and cheeks flushed, trailing behind him. "Are you not working anymore? What is in that bag?" Luo Yang inquired, casting a glance at her face, which resembled a ripe apple. Wei Lin, feeling bashful, stammered, I received my salary. A bonus of over 400,000, all thanks to you. So I bought you a gift." Upon finishing her sentence, she seemed a bit shy and quickly added, "I also got a small gift for Annie and Uncle. They are nice and enjoy coming to chat with me in the morning and afternoon." A headache began to throb. Chapter 40. The standard for daughters-in-law. "Well, if you want to go, then go." Luo Yang allowed Wei Lin to accompany him home, observing her as she carried an item in each hand. "Dio, you need me to help you carry something?" he asked. Wei Lin shook her head. "No, I'm fine." As they walked for a while, Wei Lin, already tall and strikingly attractive, appeared even more alluring in her short skirt, accentuating her long legs. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her, then cast disdainful looks at Luo Yang. a grown man empty-handed while his beautiful girlfriend struggled to carry items. It was truly inhumane. Luo Yang noticed the envious and jealous gazes of the passing men and hastily quickened his pace, intentionally creating distance between himself and Wei Lin. To his surprise, Wei Lin matched his speed, even panting as she kept pace with him. Luo Yang felt 1,000 frustrations rushing through his mind. Sister, either hand over the items to me or keep your distance. Are you deliberately trying to portray me, Luo boss, as a scoundrel? In truth, Wei Lin harbored no such intentions. She simply felt capable of managing the load on her own without assistance. She lacked the hypocrisy of struggling to open a bottle cap in public only to later complain about it, and felt a twinge of guilt for having previously been somewhat harsh towards Luo Yang, given that he had once been her hero. After finally traversing the short distance, Luo Yang sighed with relief as he pressed the button for the 21st floor in the elevator. Recalling the words that had upset Wei Lin before, a faint smile crept across his lips. Wei Lin, catching sight of his smile, tilted her head and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Luo Yang chuckled. Pointing upwards, "This time you went on your own." "I certainly didn't ask you to." Wei Lin then recalled the incident, her cheeks flushing and her brows furrowing, yet she chose not to react. She was well aware of the opulence of the house she had sold to Luo Yang. However, she had never entered it since he moved in. Today was her first visit. Upon reaching the door, Wei Lin suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and cast a timid glance at Luo Yang. He ignored her, entering the fingerprint code to unlock the door. Inside the living room, his mother was busy peeling fruits. Without looking up, she called out, "Is my son back? Come and have some fruit. It's excellent, imported and quite expensive. But I tasted it, and it's truly delightful. No wonder it costs so much. I actually met Wei Lin, that pretty girl, while I was out shopping this morning. She insisted on accompanying me to the supermarket, and in the end, she insisted on paying as well. I really like that girl. Beautiful, sensible, and polite. The key is, she has a slim waist and a generous backside, perfect for bearing sons." Zhao Jinyu rambled on, adhering to her own standards, where having a voluptuous figure was the epitome of a perfect daughter-in-law. Luo Yang entered with a cheerful smile, using a small fork to spear a piece of cantaloupe. Indeed, it was sweet and delicious. While savoring the fruit, he remarked, "Mom, you really ought to change this habit of yours. You always speak ill of others behind their backs." Zhao Jinyu, while slicing fruit, retorted, "Am I criticizing her? I'm merely praising her." Suddenly, they heard Luo Weigua, the old companion, clear his throat and speak up, "Xiao Wei, come in, have a seat." Zhao Jinyu was taken aback, looking up to see the tall and slender Wei Lin standing at the front, blushing as she held an item in her hand. Upon seeing this object, Zhao Jinyu scolded her son, reaching out to twist his ear. Luo Yang, having anticipated this, nimbly dodged her grasp with a smile. Embarrassed, Zhao Jinyu refrained from pursuing him, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried to take the item from Wei Lin. "Oh dear. Come, sit down." Wei Lin shyly settled on the sofa, unsure of where to place her hands. Zhao Jinyu, however, grew increasingly pleased and reproached Wei Lin. "Look at you, coming here with gifts. I would be delighted just by your presence. No need to spend that unnecessary money." Wei Lin glanced at Luo Yang, who was lounging on the other side, playfully gazing at her. Their eyes met, and she quickly lowered her head, her face flushed, murmuring, I just received my salary, and I thought I'd like to thank Mr. Luo. Oh, I bought him a watch, and also a small gift for auntie and uncle." "What a thoughtful girl." Zhao Jinyu sat beside her, grasping her hand, admiring her beauty. "You look truly stunning with those eyebrows, those eyes, that little mouth. My goodness, you resemble a figure from a painting." Wei Lin bit her lip, unsure whether to feel shy or to laugh, remaining silent with her head bowed. After a moment of chatter, Zhao Jinyu quickly pulled out her phone to call Zhu Yingying. "Yingying, could you take a day off today to help your second aunt with dinner? We have guests at home." Yes. Could you bring some ingredients as well?" No, it's fine. We have plenty of vegetables. Just come over." Upon hearing Zhao Jinyu request assistance in preparing the meal, Wei Lin couldn't help but timidly interject, "Auntie, I can cook too. Perhaps I could help you?" Zhao Jinyu waved her hand dismissively. "You are a guest. Just sit tight and wait for Luo Yang's sister to arrive." Wei Lin replied with a soft, "Oh," and obediently settled back down. Luo Yang pulled out his phone and began aimlessly scrolling. The last time he had invited her over, she had thrown a tantrum. Now, she had come of her own accord, yet his mother was calling for help with dinner, and she showed no intention of leaving. Was being beautiful enough to justify such willfulness? Zhu Yingying arrived promptly, within half an hour, claiming she hadn't bought any groceries, yet she still carried a large bag. Zhao Jinyu immediately began her usual complaints, urging her not to spend money. Zhu Yingying laughed and replied that it wouldn't cost much, considering Luo Yang's business had earned her several $100,000. Zhao Jinyu then quietly inquired of Wei Lin, "Xiao Lin, are you hungry? If you are, I'll start cooking right away." Wei Lin shook her head vigorously. No, auntie, please take a break." Luo Yang, adopting a reclined position, lazily suggested, "If you ask me, we should just eat at a restaurant. It saves time and avoids the hassle of cleaning up afterward." Zhao Jinyu immediately quashed his suggestion with resolute authority. "Absolutely not. Eating at a restaurant isn't sanitary at all. I can't get used to it. And what are you shouting about? You have not been tasked with cooking. You have always relied on others to provide for you. When have you ever lifted a finger to help out?" Luo Yang quickly raised both hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Mom, I was wrong. I'll just eat at home." This prompted Zhao Jinyu to relent, though she continued to mutter, "No matter how big of a boss you think you are still my son. It gives me a headache." Luo Yang tugged at his hair in frustration, then sprang to his feet, saying, "Mom, I'm going to take a stroll downstairs. I feel a bit stifled and need to clear my mind." "All right then." Zhao Jinyu gestured towards Wei Lin. "Xiao Lin, let Luo Yang accompany you for a while. Call you when the meal is ready." "Oh, okay." Wei Lin replied obediently as she stood up. With a look of exasperation, Luo Yang exited, while Wei Lin followed him with quick steps. Watching the two depart, Zhao Jinyu smiled at Zhu Yingying, saying, "Yingying, don't you think they make a lovely pair?" Zhu Yingying chuckled in agreement, but thought to herself, given Luo Yang's current stature and status, how could he easily settle down? In the elevator, the awkwardness between Wei Lin and Luo Yang gradually dissipated as she glanced at him and playfully asked, "You seem quite afraid of your mother?" Luo Yang chuckled and replied, "Is that fear? My mother has endured considerable hardship alongside my father. Our family has never been well off. She has sacrificed so much to provide for my sister and me. She often reminds me that no matter how successful I become, I will always be her son." Chapter 41. Fate always leads to convergence. Wei Lin felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Luo Yang's words, and her perception of him softened somewhat. Initially, she had regarded him as a wealthy and willful tycoon, and after experiencing his insult, she viewed him as arrogant and disrespectful towards women. However, after he saved her once more, she began to see him in a more favorable light. In the following nights, she found herself inexplicably dreaming of him and thinking of him frequently at work, which frustrated her. She desired to see him but feared he might think she was merely interested in his wealth. Fortunately, with his parents visiting recently, she seized opportunities to encounter them, accompanying them to view properties, shops, and supermarkets. After getting to know Luo Yang better, she realized he was not as brazen and rude as he initially appeared, and he was not lecherous either. After all, a man who is dutiful to his parents and obedient cannot be entirely bad. As they sauntered along the landscaped paths below, Wei Lin, who had rushed over without even changing out of her work attire, noticed that the residents of the community mistook her for a client viewing properties with Luo Yang. He gazed ahead at the vast expanse of land, all acquired for the third phase of Tianzong City. A monumental development, indeed, the largest real estate project in Chuan City was no mere illusion. As Wei Lin prepared to inform him about the details of the third phase of Tianzong City, a sudden realization struck her. He was about to become its sole proprietor. Her heart sank. She sensed that Luo Yang was somewhat indifferent towards her, which disheartened her further. If he were merely purchasing a duplex, it would be one thing, but who could have anticipated that he would invest 400 to 500 million? Now, he was poised to acquire Tianzong City entirely. Faced with such immense wealth, she felt inadequate. Was she not worthy of him? Lost in self-pity, Wei Lin noticed Luo Yang pointing towards some outdoor seating, just as he intended to take a seat and rest. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Luo Qinya and pressed the answer button. Luo Qinya ought to be making this call alone, as there is no cover. "Boss, when Mr. Han convened the shareholders to discuss this matter, all shareholders were in agreement. We are currently in difficult times, and you are taking on the burden, boss. Should I negotiate a lower price?" Luo Yang scoffed. "What do you know? They cannot afford it. Moreover, if you do not offer a premium, would they agree so readily? Aren't they just making an extra 200 million? I also profit from Han Wenjun. Besides, we are not short of funds. The phrase "not short of funds" defeated Luo Qinya, and she lost interest in further discussion, instructing him to sign at the sales office before hanging up. Luo Yang chuckled and turned to Wei Lin, saying, "Let us go to your sales office. Once you sign, you will be my people." Wei Lin blushed at his ambiguous remark. Luo Yang, feeling exhilarated, strode towards the sales office, where a large group of people awaited his arrival at the entrance. The moment he appeared, several shareholders from Junue Real Estate enthusiastically lined up to shake his hand. To be frank, these shareholders were also taken aback by Luo Yang's youthfulness. They then escorted him to the conference room, where Han Wenjun had already arranged for the full transfer of shares contract, which Luo Qinya had reviewed multiple times to ensure there were no issues. In truth, aside from the more than 200 million premium, Han Wenjun had also considered Luo Yang's interests. The other aspects of the contract leaned towards Luo Yang's side. After all, once the package was sold, he would become a partner with Luo Yang, and henceforth, Luo Yang would be his stronghold. Luo Yang did not even glance at the contract, swiftly signing it. Once Han Wenjun and the other 8 shareholders had also affixed their signatures, Luo Qinya took a photograph and then, along with the personnel from Junue Real Estate, proceeded to the administrative hall to complete the transfer procedures. Once the formalities were finalized, a direct transfer of 3 billion was executed. Luo Yang chose not to accompany them for the errands. After enjoying a cup of tea at the sales office and glancing around, he thought to himself that soon this place would all belong to him, with beautiful women to admire at his leisure. However, he found little to captivate his interest. Perhaps it was due to his newfound wealth, but he felt somewhat insulated from attraction to women. For instance, these two beside him, Wei Lin and Luo Qinya, did not evoke any feelings in him. Wei Lin was somewhat more agreeable, but he had never entertained any improper thoughts about Luo Qinya, as she was to become the #1 assistant in finance. One must not covet what is close at hand, lest one's reputation suffer. He resolved to establish a principle. He must never engage in romantic relationships with female employees of his company. But what of Wei Lin? She had not been his employee before, but now that Tianzong City had become his private property, logically, she was now under his employment. Should he pursue this opportunity? Wei Lin, unaware of Luo Yang's clandestine musings, poured him another cup of hot buckwheat tea and asked, "There are some snacks and fruits at the counter. Would you like some? I can fetch you a few." Luo Yang shook his head. "No, if I can't eat when I get home, my mother will start nagging me. I need to save room for dinner." Wei Lin cheerfully agreed, "Yes, listening to your mother is the mark of a good child." Luo Yang's face turned a shade of green, and he swiftly turned to leave, not wanting to stay any longer. Wei Lin giggled and followed him, prompting Luo Yang to turn and scold her. "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Wei Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "No, Manager Xia has already granted me special privileges. I can choose to attend or not. With such a significant boss like you around, who would still concern themselves with her attendance, they'd be too busy currying favor." Luo Yang, in a huff, stormed out of the sales office. After taking a few steps, a white BMW sped past with a screech, startling Wei Lin into a scream. This was already within the residential area, bustling with people. Clients looking at properties must slow down and carefully park their vehicles. Luo Yang glared at the car in annoyance, while Wei Lin, pale-faced, rushed over to inspect the scene, her right sleeve now stained with mud from the vehicle. The BMW didn't even pause, making a sharp turn into a parking space before coming to a halt. A person emerged and glanced at Luo Yang, exclaiming loudly, "Luo Yang, what S with the wide-eyed stare? Didn't you escape unscathed?" To Luo Yang's astonishment, it was none other than his cousin, Wang Wei. Wang Wei was the only son of Luo Yang's elder aunt, who had a well-to-do husband, Wang Zhengkue, a renowned contractor in town, having amassed a fortune through his work as a mason. Wang Wei was 4 years Luo Yang's senior and already had a 5-year-old son. Yet he seemed utterly aimless, spending his days in the company of dubious friends. Despite being the only child, he had been spoiled rotten, receiving everything he desired without question. From Wang Wei's tone, it was clear he had recognized Luo Yang long ago and had deliberately driven recklessly, showing no fear of causing an accident. What astonished Luo Yang even more was the sight of a woman alighting from the passenger seat. His ex-girlfriend, Zhu Hongyin, who had unceremoniously discarded him 6 months prior. What an absurd twist of fate. His ex and his cousin together. Wang Wei approached, playfully patting Luo Yang on the shoulder and said, "What are you staring at? I'm well aware of your past. There's a saying, a good saddle deserves a good horse, and a beauty deserves a hero. How can a penniless fellow like you afford a stunning woman? Listen, cousin, your ambitions are too lofty. This city isn't meant for you. It's tough for rural men to find wives nowadays. You should head back before even the unattractive ones slip away. Zhu Hongyan then sauntered over, affectionately linking her arm with Wang Wei's and said, let us go look at properties. What is the point of talking to him? We're not on the same level. Chapter 45. Boss Luo digs a pit not on the same level, was Zhu Hongyan's assessment of Luo Yang. Even as a former partner, having used him and then cast him aside when funds ran low, she had no qualms about belittling him in front of her current companion, demonstrating a complete lack of principles. Zhu Hongyan was fairly attractive, perhaps scoring a 70 out of 100, and she certainly knew how to dress, apply makeup, and charm men. Yet, for reasons unknown, Luo Yang now felt an increasing aversion towards her, questioning how he had once been so enchanted. Such a woman, even if she were to crawl at his feet, would only elicit his disdain. Seeing the rudeness displayed by the pair towards Luo Yang, and the near collision, Wei Lin could no longer contain herself. She rushed to the front, standing protectively in front of Luo Yang, hands on her hips, and shouted at Wang Wei and Zhu Hongyan, "What do you think you're doing? You almost ran him over and still speak like that." Upon witnessing Wei Lin spring forth to offer assistance, Zhu Hongyan, noticing her clad in the sales department uniform, retorted without reservation, "What is it to you? Focus on your job selling houses, and beware. I might just report you to your boss." Wang Wei, initially poised to erupt in anger, found himself momentarily captivated as his gaze fell upon Wei Lin. Her figure, her visage, those long legs. Goodness, a glance back at Zhu Hongyan revealed a stark contrast. Spotting the nameplate pinned to Wei Lin's chest, he leaned in for a closer look. Sales consultant Wei Lin, Tianzong City, AS Wei Lin prepared to deliver a sharp rebuttal to Zhu Hongyan. Her thoughts lingered on the absurdity of the complaint. After all, Zhu Hongyan had diminished her superior to a mere pittance. How could she dare seek redress? The indignation she felt for Luo Yang seemed to eclipse her own grievances. Just then, several female sales agents emerged from the office, having overheard that a man and woman were prospective buyers. With the new boss in sight, they eagerly showcased their hospitality. Unaware of Zhu Hongyan and Wang Wei's derogatory remarks towards Luo Yang, they would have responded without the slightest hesitation had they known. "Are you here to look at properties, handsome and beautiful? Our Tianzong City is the largest and most upscale community in Chuan City, boasting an array of comprehensive facilities." The girls surrounded Wang Wei and Zhu Hongyan, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the place. Wang Wei, stealing a glance at Wei Lin's flawless complexion, felt an irresistible urge and remarked, "Why don't you enlighten me? If your presentation is commendable, I must confess, I have a soft spot for beautiful women. If I'm satisfied, purchasing a home is certainly not an issue." Wei Lin's expression darkened, ready to fire back, but Luo Yang unexpectedly took her hand, suggesting, "Let us sit in the lobby for a while." This was indeed a new development. Was this the first time Luo Yang had taken the initiative to hold her hand, especially in front of so many colleagues? As they moved together into the sales office, Wei Lin's heart swelled with delight, momentarily casting Wang Wei and Zhu Hongyan into oblivion. Wang Wei stood dumbfounded, perplexed by the unfolding scenario. This was not how the script was meant to play out. While he had no particular concern for others, he knew Luo Yang all too well. He owed a considerable debt to him and had heard tales of his near-suicidal despair following Zhu Hongyan's rejection. How could such a character be seen holding hands with this enchanting saleswoman? Was he masquerading as a wealthy buyer? It certainly seemed so. Otherwise, how could that stunningly beautiful sales agent allow him to lead her inside? Moreover, was there an underlying arrangement at Tianzong City encouraging sales agents to engage in certain activities? Wang Wei's heart raced with a mix of emotions, and he regretted bringing Zhu Hongyan along today. The saleswoman was truly captivating. Usually, he felt proud to be seen with Zhu Hongyan, who appeared stylish and attractive, but the stark disparity was now glaringly apparent. No, he thought to himself, I, Wang Wei, am far superior to Luo Yang in every conceivable aspect. I am wealthier, more handsome, driving a BMW, and could easily afford a home. If Luo Yang were indeed deceiving, could he genuinely muster the funds to purchase a property? Certainly not. Therefore, as long as I expose the true nature of Luo Yang, that stunningly beautiful saleswoman will not fall for his deceit. Of course, I can seize the opportunity to flaunt a bit, and if I were to marry this enchanting lady, my prestige would undoubtedly soar. In an instant, countless thoughts swirled in Wang Wei's mind. He pondered how he had ended up in direct conflict with Luo Yang. Having stolen his former girlfriend, he now found himself at odds with the woman Luo Yang had just deceived. It mattered little. Having already taken one prize, what was one more? Little did Luo Yang know that Zhu Hongyan had forsaken him the moment Wang Wei laid eyes on her, and with a mere display of his capabilities, she was instantly captivated. Zhu Hongyan was still fuming, oblivious to Wang Wei's presence, when she pulled him aside, exclaiming, "I must complain to her boss. Aren't customers supposed to be treated like royalty? Is this how she treats her deities?" Wang Wei urged her, "Let it go. Let it go. We are here to view properties, and I must say, this community is indeed beautiful. I genuinely wish to purchase. If you create a scene with them, how will we ever buy a house?" Zhu Hongyan considered this. If they were to clash with the staff, how could they possibly secure a property here? The residences in Tianzong City were the finest in Chuan City. Opting for elsewhere would diminish their status. Other properties were merely priced at over 4,000 per square meter, while even the bare shells in Tianzong City commanded 7 to 8,000. The disparity was evident. The reception hall of the sales department in Tianzong City was designed akin to a five-star hotel banquet hall, featuring neatly arranged, upscale furniture, accompanied by refreshments and fruit delicacies. Each table boasted a vase of water-nourished fresh flowers, exuding delightful fragrances. Upon entering, Wang Wei spotted the table where Luo Yang and Wei Lin were seated. Without hesitation, he approached and plopped down into the chair opposite Luo Yang. "Cousin, it's been over half a year since we last met, hasn't it?" Wang Wei chuckled. "I heard you've racked up quite a debt and are on the verge of jumping off a building. Where have you been hiding these past few months?" He deliberately made this remark in front of Wei Lin, aiming for the desired effect. An abrupt jolt to her senses. Luo Yang chuckled lightly. "Where could I hide? Perhaps in the sewers." Wang Wei laughed heartily, gesturing grandly. "During that time, your father sought my father for a loan to help you settle your debts. Haha, my father refused, but after all, we are still cousins. Very close indeed. Just listen to me. Those debts may seem insurmountable for you, but for me, they are nothing at all. If I feel generous, I could easily lend you a little to resolve your issues. What do you say?" Luo Yang, with a smile, inquired. "What would make you happy then?" Wang Wei glanced sideways, noting Zhu Hongyan's stern expression beside him. Yin, I need to discuss something with my cousin for a moment. Why not find a sales representative and take a look at the properties? See if any catch your fancy." As he spoke, he waved over a saleswoman who had just attended to them, directing her towards Zhu Hongyan. "Please take her to view the houses." Chapter 46. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Zhu Hongyan was initially reluctant, but upon an unexpected encounter with her ex-boyfriend, Luo Yang, she felt compelled to showcase her superior living conditions. Her nature was such that she could not resist flaunting her achievements, yet Wang Wei insisted she view some properties. The allure of the Tianzong City residences was simply too great for Zhu Hongyan to ignore. After a moment's hesitation, she accompanied the sales representative, intending to return and overshadow Luo Yang with her newfound status. Luo Yang maintained a smile on his face, yet inwardly he scoffed at the sight of Zhu Hongyan and Wang Wei. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth. He pondered how he had been so bewitched as to spend 2 years enamored with such a superficial woman. As soon as Zhu Hongyan departed, Wang Wei's demeanor shifted to one of brazen confidence. He placed the key to his BMW prominently on the table, the emblem of blue skies and white clouds facing up for all to see. Regrettably, the stunning saleswoman, Wei Lin, seemed entirely indifferent to his display, her gaze fixated solely on Luo Yang. "Would you care for some fruit? It's all very fresh, just delivered this morning," she inquired softly. Luo Yang replied lazily, "Sure." Wei Lin then stood and gracefully made her way to retrieve the fruit, her long legs captivating Wang Wei, leaving him momentarily awestruck. After a while, he managed to divert his attention back to Luo Yang and questioned, "How did you manage to charm this girl? Did you deceive her into thinking you were buying a house?" Luo Yang chuckled. "How did you guess so accurately? The sales department at Tianzong City is practically a den of beauties. Once I arrived, I couldn't bear to leave, and these lovely ladies are quite easy to impress. I merely claimed I had several billion and was interested in purchasing a few buildings, and the most beautiful among them became quite attached to me." Wang Wei was left speechless, taking a moment to collect his thoughts before exclaiming, "You expect me to believe she fell for such nonsense? In my imagination, your facade of wealth would only stretch to owning a car and a modest home, not a grandiose tale of billions. You must be joking. Who would dare to boast so recklessly?" Even someone with skin as thick as the Great Wall wouldn't risk such an exaggeration. And that way Lin seems both beautiful and intelligent. How could her IQ possibly align with that of a simpleton? He suspected Luo Yang was fabricating stories, convinced that Wei Lin could not be taken in by such tall tales. Before long, Wei Lin returned, bearing a platter of fruit and snacks, which she placed before Luo Yang. She delicately speared a slice of apple with a small fork and offered it to him, saying, "Do give it a try." Luo Yang opened his mouth to taste it and responded with a satisfied, very sweet. Wang Wei was envious to the point of disbelief. Was it truly this exaggerated? After a moment's reflection, he resolved to expose Luo Yang's ruse. With a forced smile, he addressed Wei Lin. "Miss Wei, you might not be aware, but Luo Yang and I are practically family. His aunt is my mother, so we know each other quite well. You believe him when he claims to have billions and intends to buy several buildings?" "Of course," Wei Lin replied earnestly, nodding her head as she offered another piece of fruit to Luo Yang, her face radiating sweetness. Wang Wei's worldview shattered. How could she believe such absurdity? It seemed her intelligence had plummeted a notch, akin to regressing from the age of 4 to 3. Was it possible that beautiful women possessed only looks and lacked intellect? The audacity of this individual to undermine him by whatever means necessary left Luo Yang both exasperated and amused. It was indeed tragic to have such relatives. It was only today that he learned that Zhu Hongyan had ended their relationship due to Wang Wei's insidious meddling. Although it was infuriating, he felt a strange sense of gratitude towards Wang Wei. Were it not for his instigation, Luo Yang would not be where he is today. "Cousin," Luo Yang suddenly felt a desire to turn the tables on Wang Wei, and he asked with a teasing smile, "Are you openly house hunting with Zhu Hongyan today? Does your wife know?" Wang Wei was taken aback, caught off guard by Luo Yang's revelation, and felt a surge of irritation as he replied with a stern face, "What are you talking about? We're on the verge of breaking up." Luo Yang chuckled softly, choosing to say no more. Wang Wei cast a glance at Wei Lin, and in addressing Luo Yang, he remarked, "What does it matter? There are many who divorce these days due to incompatible feelings. I am my father's only son, inheriting a fortune worth millions. I can afford to be reckless. In today's world, wealth holds the highest regard. For instance, why would a girl choose to marry me rather than you?" Luo Yang replied with a grin, "Oh, I understand. It's simply because you possess wealth while I do not." Wang Wei chuckled, but to his astonishment, the beautiful Wei Lin interjected, "That is not the case at all. I would never marry someone I do not like, regardless of their wealth." Her words left Wang Wei momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Was this young woman casting a spell on Luo Yang? He felt a surge of annoyance and, with a huff, gestured, "Fetch me several floor plans. I wish to view the properties." Wei Lin, however, was disinclined to entertain him. If it were a more courteous and polite client, she would have obliged. But this man was far too rude and arrogant, thinking himself superior due to his wealth, especially as he belittled Luo Yang. She found him repugnant. "Find someone else. I do not wish to work today." Wang Wei was taken aback. Was it common practice in business to refuse service? Did she not want to earn money? Feeling humiliated by the beautiful woman, he thought for a moment before sternly addressing Wei Lin. "What is this attitude? I insist you sell to me. Bring me the floor plans." "I will not sell." Wei Lin's refusal was even more direct, given without a second thought. Wang Wei sprang to his feet, slamming his palm on the table with a resounding bang that startled those nearby, drawing their attention. He pointed at Wei Lin and loudly declared to another sales representative, "Is this how you treat customers? Since I walked in, you haven't greeted me, served me tea, or attended to my needs. You refuse to provide me with floor plans and outright say you won't sell. Where is your manager? Bring the manager out. I wish to file a complaint." With her blatant disrespect, he felt justified in being less than courteous. The nearby sales representative glanced at Wei Lin, then at the laid-back Luo Yang, before turning back to their clients. Wang Wei was utterly bewildered. What was happening? He was being ignored. This was intolerable. He slammed the table again and shouted, "Where's the manager? Call the manager out. I want to complain." The commotion disturbed Xiaoying in her office, prompting her to step out and inquire of a sales representative, "What is going on?" The sales representative pointed at Wang Wei and replied, "That customer wishes to complain about Wei Lin. We're not sure what provoked his ire." Upon catching sight of the composed Luo Yang seated at the table, Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback and promptly approached Wang Wei, greeting him with courtesy. "Hello, I am the sales department manager of Tianzong City. May I inquire about the nature of your complaint? Wang Wei, visibly incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Wei Lin. You arrived just in time. What does your company mean by this? Since my arrival, she has neither attended to me nor acknowledged my presence. When I requested information about the housing layout and selection, she directed me to someone else. What exactly do you intend to do? Wei Lin, noticing his attempt to cast her in a negative light, felt a sense of confidence, yet was perplexed by Luo Yang's seemingly amicable demeanor towards Wang Wei. Why was Luo Yang feigning complacency? With a forced smile, Xiaoying replied, "Oh dear, she is on leave today and was merely here to handle some matters. I will arrange for another sales representative for you immediately." "No, I insist on her." Wang Wei interjected, his posture shifting to one of authority as he pointed at Wei Lin. "Do not try to deceive me. What work attire is she wearing if she is not on duty?" His insistence on Wei Lin stemmed from several reasons. He had observed the sales staff, and among them, Wei Lin was undeniably the most attractive. Additionally, he was irked by the apparent camaraderie between her and Luo Yang. Thirdly, Wei Lin had rebuffed his advances, leaving him with a burning desire to assert his claim over her. Xiaoying felt somewhat awkward and discreetly glanced at Luo Yang, who wore an expression of indifference, as if he were merely a bystander. Unsure of his intentions, she hesitated before passing the matter to Luo Yang. Luo Zong, what do you suggest we do?" "Me." Luo Yang chuckled, offering no response. Wang Wei, feeling provoked, scoffed, Well, you've even been promoted to Luo Zong, have you? I'm curious to know what kind of Zong you are. You seem a bit inflated." With a touch of self-deprecation, Luo Yang replied, "Indeed, I too feel rather inflated. Wei Lin, my cousin insists you come sell houses. What do you say?" "There's a commission involved," Wei Lin, turning her head away with a disdainful expression and casting him a sidelong glance, retorted, "If I don't want to sell, then I simply want tea. I can always quit." "You." Wang Wei, now thoroughly exasperated, fumed inwardly. What was this girl's issue? He turned to Xiaoying, exclaiming, "Manager Xia, where is your General Han? I need to speak with him." Realizing that Xiaoying might be unaware of his connection with General Han, he added, "Your Tianzong city has some projects that my father's company is handling, and General Han ought to give my father some respect." Xiaoying, taken aback, inquired, "Who is your father?" With a smug grin, Wang Wei proclaimed, "Wang Zhenkue." "Wang Zhenkue." Xiaoying nodded, coming to understand that a portion of the internal brickwork for the second phase of Tianzong City was subcontracted to him. He managed a construction team specializing in masonry. Wang Wei was riding high on the coattails of his affluent family, and invoking his father's name certainly altered the dynamics of the conversation. He had crossed paths with Han Wenjun once, having dined with him at his father's behest. Han Wenjun was a real estate tycoon in Chuan City, ranking among the top 3 in terms of assets. Previously, Wei Lin's immediate superior had been Xiaoying, and her interactions with the prominent Han Wenjun had been minimal, making today's encounter the most significant one to date. Certainly, it is also due to the influence of Luo Yang. In the past, I perceived Han Wenjun as imposing and authoritative, which created a sense of distance that compelled me to keep a respectful distance. However, after today's encounter, my perspective seems to have shifted. In the presence of Luo Yang, Han cannot project an ounce of his former gravitas. Moreover, the Tianzong city is no longer under Han's dominion. It has completely and unequivocally become Luo Yang's domain. What is there for him to fear? He fears no one, especially with the true magnate right before him, and to add to the absurdity, he repeatedly belittles Luo Yang as if he were of no consequence. It is truly baffling how such relatives exist. It is a spectacle I have never witnessed before. Xia Ying observed the furious Wang Wei, cast a glance at the stubborn Wei Lin twisting her hair, and then eyed the mischievous Luo Yang. My head aches. Yet, coincidentally, Han Wenjun entered through the sales office door, appearing somewhat different from his usual composed and commanding self. He was beaming with a rosy complexion and an air of exuberance. Naturally, with the complete transfer of company shares, everyone has profited, and he now possesses a staggering 300 million in cash. Furthermore, the new company is partnered with Luo Yang, holding a 15% stake, which guarantees a far superior development than before. Bolstered by the financial backing of this significant investor, accompanying him was Luo Qinya. After finalizing the transfer of company ownership, Han Wenjun assisted her in reviewing the design of their headquarters on the 8th floor, collaborating with the renovation company to amend a few unsuitable aspects and reserving over 100 square meters for office equipment. This space was intended for Luo Yang's evening stock and futures trading. As working from home was not convenient, especially with the anticipated increase in personnel, necessitating a temporary workspace. Once the arrangements at the office building were completed, Han Wenjun called Xia Ying to inquire about Luo Yang's whereabouts and, upon learning that he was at the sales office, he eagerly accompanied Luo Qinya over. Xia Ying, furrowing her brows in contemplation, lifted her gaze to see Han Wenjun enter with a cheerful demeanor, which eased her tension. She stood and greeted him, President Han. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look, and indeed it was the esteemed Han. He quickly donned a beaming smile and respectfully exclaimed, President Han. Han Wenjun gave him a cursory glance, feeling no recognition, and nodded slightly before acknowledging Xia Ying, then turning to Luo Yang with a broad grin. President Luo, let me take charge of the office building's renovation. However, I find the first floor lacks grandeur. Since it is all your property now, I propose we utilize the 60th, 70th, and 8th floors entirely as office space. I have reviewed Miss Luo's planning proposal, and I believe we could enhance it further. Very well, then you handle it, Luo Yang replied without hesitation. Han Wenjun, being an expert in the field, undoubtedly surpassed Luo Qinya in terms of proficiency. They were simply not in the same league. Wang Wei's mind was still occupied with how to engage Han Wenjun in conversation, and he knew he needed to involve his father, Wang Zhengkue, otherwise, how would he gain any attention? Yet, he was momentarily bewildered by Han Wenjun's demeanor and tone toward Luo Yang. Why was he so deferential? Could it be that Luo Yang had deceived even Han Wenjun? It had only been a few months since they last met. How had he become so adept? Was it Luo Yang's cunning that had improved? Or had the intelligence of the esteemed Han Wenjun diminished? He felt an urge to caution President Han. For reasons he could not quite fathom, Wang Wei impulsively spoke up, President Han, what project has Luo Yang been working on with you? Wang Wei, having finished speaking, did not wait for Han Wenjun's response and turned to complain to Luo Yang. Luo Yang, let me tell you, deceiving others might be one thing, and it wouldn't concern me. But you cannot deceive General Han. Given the relationship between my father and General Han, now that I am aware of this matter, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. If you're struggling, just let your brother know. I can still spare a few thousand. Wang Wei, unwavering in his resolve, spoke as he pulled out his wallet, extracting a thick stack of cash, counting out 10 bills, and slapping them down in front of Luo Yang. Han Wenjun was taken aback, staring at Wang Wei and asking, what do you mean by this? Wang Wei quickly, with genuine emotion, replied, General Han, Luo Yang is the son of my dear second uncle. He has suffered greatly due to our family's poverty since childhood and has harbored resentment towards the affluent. This year, he has accumulated considerable debt, hiding and scrounging for meals. While I can't be bothered by his deceit towards others, he must not deceive you, General Han. Thankfully, I ran into him today while coming to Tianzong City to buy a house, and look, the sales representative here, Wei Lin, is completely ignoring me. Han Wenjun's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Wang Wei as if he were some sort of creature. Is this person a complete fool? Wang Wei continued with a sense of pride, General Han, my cousin is indeed unscrupulous. You must not believe his lies, for he counts each person he deceives. Han Wenjun's expression darkened, and Wang Wei, mistaking this for a sign of impending anger directed at Luo Yang, smirked and said to Luo Yang, Cousin, heed my advice, do not continue your deceit. Take this 1,000 yuan and buy some sedatives. If you persist, you might very well end up behind bars. Behind bars? Han Wenjun could no longer contain his frustration. He seized a large stack of promotional materials from the table and hurled it at Wang Wei's face, exclaiming, What kind of person are you? Xiaoying, call security and have him thrown out. This is infuriating. Also, call Wang Zhengkue and cancel all subsequent projects. No more business with him, understood. Xiaoying had been awaiting his command and promptly stepped aside to call Wang Zhengkue. Wang Wei stood there dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the situation. General Han, I thought I was only trying to help you. Confused, he couldn't help but explain to Han Wenjun. He had meant to be amicable, so how had it escalated to this? Glancing at Luo Yang, he found him looking at him as one would observe a monkey in a zoo. Damn it, this was all his doing. At that moment, Zhu Hongyin returned with the sales representative who had taken her to view the properties, her expression evidently satisfied, waving at Wang Wei from afar. Han Wenjun, still seething with anger, muttered another disparaging remark at Wang Wei. Are you out of your mind? Security Point 4 burly men in security uniforms stormed in, bowing to Han Wenjun in unison. General Han, what is the matter? Han Wenjun pointed at Wang Wei. Throw this guy out. He is banned from entering Tianzong City ever again. One sighting, and he is to be removed immediately. He concluded with a final insult. You worthless dog. The 4 security personnel wasted no time, surrounding Wang Wei and seizing him as if he were a chick in the clutches of an eagle, dragging him towards the exit. This sudden turn of events left Zhu Hongyan stunned, her face pale as she followed, questioning in alarm. What are you doing? What is happening? The 4 security guards paid no heed to Zhu Hongyan, forcefully seizing Wang Wei and dragging him outside the community gate, where they unceremoniously tossed him onto the ground. Wang Wei landed with a thud, nearly fracturing his posterior, and he let out a series of pained exclamations. One of the head guards even delivered a kick to Wang Wei's face. Although he restrained himself, a prominent shoe print soon marred Wang Wei's visage. Zhu Hongyan, alarmed, turned pale and bent down to assist Wang Wei. Trembling as she inquired, What happened? With a quaver in his voice, Wang Wei lamented, How should I know? That Han Zong inexplicably ordered the guards to apprehend me. Zhu Hongyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how a mere property viewing had devolved into such a debacle. Wasn't the customer supposed to be king? As Wang Wei rose, gingerly rubbing his sore backside, he suddenly turned to the menacing guards and exclaimed, My car is still inside. I need to retrieve it. The head guard dismissed him with a snarl, bellowing, My boss has decreed that you are permanently banned from entering Tianzongking community. Get lost? Desperate and scratching his head in confusion, Wang Wei felt utterly helpless. If he were in Xizang town, he would have summoned a band of ruffians to confront them, but this was Chuan City, where he lacked the audacity. Even if he could muster support, he wouldn't dare to confront Han Wenjun head-on. After all, Han Wenjun was a figure of considerable influence. Wang Wei's father, Wang Zhengkue, would always wear a smile in his presence, as their family's livelihood was largely dependent on Han Wenjun's patronage. The guards remained steadfastly unyielding, and Wang Wei, too frightened to call the police for fear of angering Han Wenjun further, hesitated before ultimately deciding to leave with Zhu Hongyan, taking a cab to return home and discuss the incident with his father. He felt utterly humiliated before Han Wenjun and could only rely on his father's stature to navigate this predicament. In the reception hall of the sales office, Han Wenjun remained irate for a spell before inquiring of Luo Yang. Luo Zong, what is the story with that individual? Luo Yang replied with a wry smile. It's quite an embarrassing family matter. His father is my uncle by marriage, and his mother is my aunt. Although we are related, my uncle's family is relatively well off and has never been keen on associating with my father's impoverished relatives. As for my cousin, well, you can see for yourself, a frivolous spendthrift who has never been able to stand my success, always attempting to belittle me. Bah, what a disgrace! Han Wenjun scoffed, then turned to Xiaoying and asked, Xiaoying, have you notified Wang Zhengkue? Xiaoying nodded, saying, I have informed him. He asked what was happening, but I didn't divulge any details, merely stating it was the boss's directive. And no sooner had she finished speaking than Han Wenjun's phone rang. With a glance, he muttered in exasperation, Speak of the devil, and he appears, if he is such a person. I shall have no dealings with him. With that, he abruptly hung up, only for the phone to ring again mere seconds later. Han Wenjun, in frustration, added the number to his blacklist and deleted it. Luo Yang remained silent, understanding the importance of gratitude towards those who treated him well, and he was not without temperament when faced with those who did not. His 2 aunts were truly akin to the ungrateful wolves of television dramas. Just then, his mother called, and upon answering, Luo Yang informed Han Wenjun, Han Zong, I must take my leave. My mother has prepared dinner and is calling me home. Han Wenjun chuckled, Oh dear, after a long day of running around, I find myself quite famished. May I impose upon General Manager Luo for a meal? Luo Yang was taken aback and smiled wryly. My mother only knows how to prepare rustic farmhouse dishes, with a distinctly rural flavor. If General Han is accustomed to such fare, then by all means, indulge yourself. Very well. Han Wenjun waved at Xiaoying. Xiaoying, please fetch a bottle of red wine we reserve for our esteemed clients and accompany me to General Manager Luo's house for a meal. Not only did he invite himself, but he also insisted on bringing Xiaoying along. Xiaoying, unabashed, cheerfully went to retrieve the wine from the office to join him. Luo Yang could only smile wryly. He had no objections to them joining for a meal, yet this dinner was prepared by his mother for his daughter-in-law Wei Lin. He wondered how his mother would react to 2 strangers being brought home. Xiaoying was well aware that General Han had her best interests at heart. Should she develop a relationship with Luo Yang, she would be one of his most exceptional talents. Han Wenjun stood to gain, and it would be remiss of him to forget about his subordinate. This was an opportunity to make an impression before the new boss. Even without uttering a word, it would leave a mark in the boss's mind, wouldn't it? Wei Lin was pleased, helping Xia Ying carry a bottle of wine, and the two chatted amiably side by side. Upon arriving home, Zhao Jinyu, having seen Han Wenjun and Xia Ying together before, was momentarily taken aback. Luo Yang quickly introduced, "Mother, this is General Han Wenjun, the general manager of Tianzong City, and this young lady is Xia Ying, the manager of the sales department." Xia Ying greeted warmly and respectfully. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Uncle." "Very well," Zhao Jinyu replied with a smile, thinking to herself that although the girl was slightly older, she was quite striking and possessed an elegant demeanor. Han Wenjun opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Awkwardly laughing, "I am uncertain whether to address you as sister-in-law or auntie." "Haha, calling you sister-in-law seems to imply I am taking advantage of General Luo, while calling you auntie feels rather aged. I am over 40, after all, haha." Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo both found his manner charming. It was amusing to hear such a senior executive speak so candidly. Zhao Jinyu laughed, "Do sit down. There's no need for such formalities. After all, you are older than Luo Yang, as the saying goes, respect your elders, so it is only fitting for you to call her sister-in-law." Han Wenjun was delighted and readily called her sister-in-law, to which Zhao Jinyu responded with cheerful agreement. Once seated, Han Wenjun suddenly recalled something important and quickly addressed Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo. "Sister-in-law, brother, there's one more thing I must inform you of. Our Junyue real estate, along with all assets of Tianzong City, has been completely transferred to General Luo for the sum of 30 billion. From this day forth, you two shall be the sole proprietors of Tianzong City. After dinner, I will notify all company personnel and the property management team, along with the 22 security guards, to gather in the square for an announcement." Chapter 49. The generosity of Boss Luo is to shower with wealth. Although there were 2 additional guests for dinner, Zhao Jinyu's culinary prowess ensured there was more than enough food, with Zhu Yingying lending a hand, resulting in a lavish spread. Han Wenjun seemed particularly exhilarated. He mixed the red wine with Sprite to awaken its flavors and poured a glass for everyone, cheerfully declaring, "This is wine from a Bordeaux vineyard. While not the finest, it is certainly respectable. Today's preparation was a bit rushed, so let us make do. Next time we gather, we shall procure something of the utmost quality." Zhao Jinyu took a sip and remarked, "There's a hint of sourness, a delightful blend of sweet and sour, reminiscent of rice wine." Luo Weiguo also sampled it, chuckling as he inquired of Han Wenjun, "Mr. Han, this wine is rather mild, lacking the potency of sorghum liquor. How much does a bottle cost?" He estimated that this insipid red wine would be priced at no more than 30 to 50 yuan. Han Wenjun pondered for a moment and replied, "When this batch of wine was procured, the reimbursement invoice indicated it was 888 euros per bottle. 800 plus. Luo Weiguo exclaimed in astonishment, lifting his glass to scrutinize the crimson liquid within it. That price. How much sorghum liquor could one purchase? Luo Yang chuckled heartily, refraining from informing his father that 800 euros equated to 6 or 7,000 yuan. Fearing it would frighten him, he took a sip, finding it quite agreeable, albeit lacking in strength. Upon hearing the price, Luo Weiguo disregarded the wine's potency and began to drink heartily with Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun's capacity for alcohol was impressive. He downed 4 or 5 glasses without so much as a change in complexion. A few women each enjoyed a drink or two, with no one urging others to drink, simply savoring their own enjoyment. Wei Lin, after a glass, had a rosy hue to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling, and Zhao Jinyu found himself increasingly fond of her, eagerly serving her dishes. Zhao Jinyu's manner was entirely that of a warm-hearted villager, his emotions clearly displayed on his face. However, those accustomed to the more hygienic practices of the city preferred using serving utensils, and most would not appreciate her direct serving style. Yet, Wei Lin rather enjoyed it. She typically abstained from such rich dishes, but gratefully accepted Zhao Jinyu's offerings. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and after finishing, Xia Ying and Wei Lin insisted on helping to clean up. Once everything was tidied, Han Wenjun cheerfully invited Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu to the community square. Upon their arrival, they discovered a large crowd gathered, a sea of dark figures. Han Wenjun strode to the forefront and called out, "Everyone, please quiet down." His commanding voice brought immediate silence to the throng in front of the assembled crowd. Han Wenjun respectfully invited Luo Weiguo, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yang to step forward, announcing loudly, "Is everyone from Junyue Real Estate?" Apart from the shareholders present, including all personnel from the Tianzong City sales and property departments, present. Over 100 voices responded in unison, with the 22 security guards particularly vociferous. Han Wenjun, the principal shareholder and highest authority of the company, seldom appeared in such settings, stirring great excitement among the lower-level employees. Good. Han Wenjun motioned for silence, then continued. I hereby announce a significant development. Junhua Real Estate has been wholly transferred to General Manager Luo Yang. From this day forth, all assets, both current and future, of Junhua Real Estate in Tianzong City belong to General Manager Luo. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Luo Yang remained composed, simply smiling and raising his hand in acknowledgement. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd of over 100. They stood momentarily stunned before erupting into a flurry of whispered conversations. This shift, one could say, instilled a sense of unease among them, as each feared for the stability of their jobs, uncertain of what this change might entail. Moreover, upon catching sight of Luo Yang's remarkably youthful face, they couldn't help but reflect on the adage. A youth without facial hair is untrustworthy. How could such a young individual possibly be a reliable leader? What future could await them under such leadership? Han Wenjun pressed his hand down once more and declared, "Do not overthink matters. I assure you, the future will only improve. For now, let us listen to our esteemed leader, Mr. Luo Yang. Please give him a warm welcome." With that, Han Wenjun initiated applause, and soon, Wei Lin, Xiao Ying, and others joined in. Luo Yang smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Hello, everyone. I am Luo Yang. Hee, perhaps you might be wondering, can such a young fellow be reliable?" His self-deprecating remark elicited laughter from the audience, subtly bridging the gap between them. Continuing, Luo Yang stated, "In truth, I have little to say. My involvement in Junhua Real Estate is purely as an investor. I will not interfere in its operations, which will be entirely overseen by General Manager Han Wenjun. There will be no personnel changes or dismissals. Furthermore, regarding the management of Tianzong City, I intend to appoint my parents as legal representatives. The primary objective of property management is not profit. I do not lack for funds. Instead, our aim is to foster the development of the Tianzong community towards a brighter future, with all profits reinvested into public welfare projects, transforming our Tianzong City into the most technologically advanced, secure, and beautiful community in Chuan City. At this point, Luo Yang introduced his parents to the audience. "This is my mother and father, humble rural folk, genuine and unpretentious. They will not engage in any management. I propose that we emphasize safety. We must double the current number of security personnel. I expect everyone to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their duties, unafraid of mediocrity but fearful of neglecting responsibilities. I have ample funds and will not support idleness, so please, let us all strive together." Additionally, Luo Yang smiled. "Today marks the official establishment of our new company. All employees, regardless of rank, will receive a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. You may collect it from the finance office shortly. That concludes my remarks." The crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of cheers. Wow, 20,000 yuan for each person. While senior executives might not be particularly impressed, for the majority of grassroots employees, whose monthly salaries typically range from 3 to 4,000 yuan, this generous welcome gift was equivalent to over half a year's wages. Who would not be overjoyed? 20,000 yuan is an extraordinary sum for the average person. In an instant, the young boss's likability and approachability skyrocketed. He was handsome, succinct, and direct, showering them with cash like a helicopter drop. After all, who could argue when Mr. Luo had such wealth? Han Wenjun gestured for the lead security guard he had previously met at the sales office to approach, a tall and robust figure, exuding a sense of security. "Guozhuang, I have a task for you," Han Wenjun said, pointing to directors Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu. "Their safety is in your hands." Guozhuang snapped a salute, declaring, "Mission accomplished." Just as Han Wenjun was about to invite Luo Yang to the office building, a voice called out from a distance, "Mr. Han, Mr. Han." Han Wenjun looked up to see none other than Wang Zhengkue approaching. Luo Yang's uncle, a tall and robust figure, hurried over, wiping the sweat from his brow while managing a forced smile and gasping for breath. He inquired of Han Wenjun, "Mr. Han, I got a sudden phone call left me utterly bewildered. I rushed over immediately, and you must clarify this for me. Old Wang, am just a simple man and I truly do not know where I may have offended you." As Wang Zhengkue spoke, he suddenly noticed Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu nearby, momentarily taken aback as he asked, "What are you doing here?" His gaze shifted to Luo Yang, and he frowned, feeling quite displeased. How unfortunate to encounter this family while making a fool of himself before Han Wenjun. Though Luo Wangwa had become a wealthy man, he was still very much a parvenu, lacking the sophistication that comes with time and fortune. He had not yet cultivated the demeanor of the affluent, and now, facing his brother-in-law Wang Zhengkue, who had always held a position of superiority, he felt a twinge of unease. "Are here with our son." Wang Zhengkue cast another glance at Luo Yang and, adopting an air of superiority, scoffed, "Luo Yang, your life is essentially wasted. If you are to be a failure, so be it, but must you drag your parents into it? They have toiled in the dirt all their lives to provide for your extravagance. This place is not suitable for you. You should leave quickly and not give Mr. Han cause to laugh at you." Han Wenjun could not help but chuckle at this spectacle, realizing the truth in the saying that one does not enter the same door as those who are not of the same ilk. This father and son pair were truly beyond reason, sharing the same lack of substance. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a rat know how to burrow. Wang Zhengkue disparaged Luo Yang and his family thoroughly before turning to Han Wenjun with a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Han, please do not take offense. This family is genuinely amusing, failing to repay their debts and yet remaining unperturbed. A few months ago, they even approached me for a loan, claiming some familial ties. However, I help those in urgent need, not those who are merely impoverished. How can one rely on borrowing to survive?" Han Wenjun chuckled again and replied, "Wang Zhengkue, to be honest, I never expected this of you. Had I known you were such a character, I would not have awarded you the project from the outset. It is best to see your true nature now. Let's settle our previous dealings and part ways cleanly from now on." Wang Zhengkue was taken aback, his expression immediately faltering. "Mr. Han, what is going on? Haven't we always cooperated well?" Han Wenjun sneered. "Wang Zhengkue, how can I put this? I could say you are blind to the truth. Would you believe it?" Seeing that Han Wenjun was not jesting, Wang Zhengkue felt a chill run through him. Panic set in as he quickly exclaimed, I believe. Whatever you say, Mr. Han. If you say I am blind, then I am blind. Mr. Han, I have worked alongside you for so many years. I may not have contributed significantly, but I have put in my share of effort. What is this all about?" Ever since that inexplicable and callous phone call from Xiaoring, he had felt a sense of foreboding, which is why he had rushed from Xizang town to meet with Han Wenjun. He never anticipated that Han Wenjun would show no regard for their past relationship. What on earth was happening? At the very least, let him die with some clarity. Han Wenjun scoffed. "Wang Zhengkue, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not overstep your bounds and refrain from taking advantage of the impoverished youth. To present one face while harboring another is utterly contemptible." After uttering these words, Han Wenjun turned away, taking Luo Yang by the arm. "Luo, this family's presence is quite vexing. Let us make our way to the office building." Wang Zhengkue, initially bewildered, suddenly realized the familiarity with which Han Wenjun treated Luo Yang, and a dawning comprehension struck him. "So, you vile creature, it was Luo Yang orchestrating this all along." Enraged, Wang Zhengkue could no longer contain himself and directed his vitriol towards Luo Wangwa and Zhao Jinyu, exclaiming, "Luo Wangwa, Zhao Jinyu, your wretched son is nothing short of scum, irredeemably vile, even sabotaging my affairs. You are truly despicable." After delivering a scathing rebuke to Luo Wangwa and Zhao Jinyu, Wang Zhengkue turned to Han Wenjun, shouting, Han, this Luo Yang is a fraud. Do not be deceived by him. I am his own uncle and know his true nature well." Luo Yang, having initially viewed the situation as mere entertainment, was unperturbed until he heard Wang Zhengkue insult his parents. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he gestured to Security Chief Guozhuang, commanding, "Guozhuang, throw this old fool out and ensure he is never allowed back into Tianzong City." "Understood." Guozhuang, tasked by Han Wenjun to safeguard the esteemed Luo Wangwa and Zhao Jinyu, was dismayed at Wang Zhengkue's audacity to insult the very boss of his bosses. In a swift motion, he delivered a kick that sent Wang Zhengkue sprawling, and with a wave of his hand, several security personnel pounced like wolves, hoisting Wang Zhengkue away from the premises. As Wang Zhengkue realized it was Luo Yang who commanded the security, he stubbornly clung to his misconceptions, continuing to protest. Han, do not let Luo Yang deceive you. He is nothing but a penniless fool." Luo Wangwa's face darkened as he watched Guozhuang and the security team forcibly eject Wang Zhengkue without intervening. His chest felt as though it might explode with rage. How could one have relatives like this? Before outsiders, He seemed eager to trample upon their family, and despite their disdain, they were still blood relatives. Could one truly harbor such contempt simply for being poor? Zhao Jinyu glared at the departing figures of Guo Zhuang and the others for a long moment before spitting out 2 words. Deserved it? Observing the fury in Luo Yang's eyes, Han Wenjun consoled him as they walked. Let it go. Do not stoop to the level of such individuals. His aspirations extend only this far, and he has no future ahead of him. His son is both foolish and reckless, leaving him with no legacy. One must not take advantage of the impoverished, especially considering your familial ties. I had never perceived him in this light before. Luo Yang, somewhat calmed by Han Wenjun's counsel, reflected, indeed, with such limited vision and ambition, what grand future could Wang Zhengkue possibly envision? He could extinguish him with but a single finger. At that moment, Luo Qinya received a phone call and reported to Luo Yang. Luo, there is a candidate applying for a position as a U.S. stock trader from the Jianghan area. Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively. Very well, let him proceed to the office building for the interview. Meanwhile, Wei Lin gently supported the trembling Zhao Jinyu, soothing her and urging her not to be upset. Luo Weiguo also hurried to Zhao Jinyu to comfort her. My dear wife, do not be upset. Wang Zhengkue does not recognize us, his impoverished relatives, and we shall not recognize him either. What is there to be angry about? We do not rely on him for our sustenance. If need be, we shall cease all interactions, out of sight, out of mind. Speaking of being out of sight and out of mind, he was reminded of his younger sister, and a wave of indignation surged within him. While other family siblings are filled with love and care for one another, how is it that these 2 sisters from his family are so different? In their youth, he and his elder brother, Luo Weidong, toiled immensely, working hard to send their 2 younger sisters to school. How had it come to pass that they had raised 2 ingrates? The very thought of Wang Zhengkue's earlier countenance made Luo Weiguo tremble with rage. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. With a bitter scowl, he fished it out, only to discover that it was indeed a call from Wang Zhengkue. Luo Weiguo nearly hurled the phone to the ground. But it was his own device, not Wang's. He forcefully pressed the reject button. Mere seconds later, the phone rang again, and he continued to decline the call. Han Wenjun was certainly right. What a nuisance. The phone remained silent for 3 or 4 minutes before ringing once more. This time, however, it was not Wang Zhengkue calling, but his wife, Luo Chuanlian, his elder sister. Apologies for the delay today. I was preoccupied with other matters but rushed home to update. Old Luo needs everyone's support through likes and comments. It's encouraging to see them. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 51. The job seekers who looked down on President Luo Weiguo furrowed his brow deeply, glancing at his visibly irate wife. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. After all, Luo Chuanlian was his own sister. He could confront Wang Zhengkue, but he could not harden his heart against his flesh and blood. Hello, Chuanlian? On the other end, Luo Chuanlian's voice was filled with urgency and ire. Second brother, are you still concerned about Luo Yang? Just now, Zhengkue called to inform me that Luo Yang attempted to deceive President Han. And he did so right in front of Zhengkue. You may not know, but I'm telling you, Zhengkue's projects are all with President Han, who is our family's breadwinner. Why must Luo Yang choose to deceive him? This matter must be addressed by Zhengkue, and you all need to deal with Luo Yang. If he jeopardizes our family business, I will not spare him. Even Luo Weiguo's patience was at its limit. His face darkened as he retorted, Chuanlian, you are my sister. Yet now that you are married, do you believe you have forsaken the Luo family for the Wang family? Luo Yang is my son. Your own nephew. If you choose not to assist him, how can you so readily label him a fraud? Let me tell you, my son is capable and honest, earning his living without resorting to theft or deceit. You call me in a fit of rage without discerning the truth. Yet you do not see that it is Wang Zhengkue and your son who have acted unethically. Your son has squandered his years indulging in debauchery, lacking any real ability, and you do not hold him accountable? Luo Chuanlian was taken aback. In her recollection, her elder brothers had always been subservient and deferential to her and her younger sister, never commenting on the merits or faults of her family. For instance, if Luo Yang had a dispute with Wang Wei, regardless of the circumstances, it was always Luo Yang who bore the brunt of the reprimand, as everyone had grown accustomed to him being the scapegoat. His sudden defiance took her by surprise, and it took a moment before she could respond. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that because of what Luo Yang has done, I am not allowed to express my frustration? Luo Weiguo suddenly grew agitated and shouted, I can't be bothered to talk to you." After hanging up the phone, he remained in a daze, feeling quite distressed and merely sulking. Zhao Jinyu coldly remarked, "Look at your two younger sisters. We have provided them with food, clothing, and education since childhood, giving them the best of what we had. Just see how they treat our family and your elder brother now." Wei Lin, comforting him from the side, said, "Uncle, don't be upset. Relatives come and go. If we get along, we maintain contact, and if we don't, we simply distance ourselves. We are not dependent on them. So why get angry? Our health is paramount. Let us focus on living our own lives well." Zhu Yingying, pulling her son along, could not help but express her indignation, saying, "Indeed, the elder and younger aunts are exceedingly biased, caring only for themselves. Back in our hometown, even if Wang Wei and Jiang Shiqi were playing and fell, the three brothers, Luo Yang, Luo Lin, and Luo Yang, would be the ones scolded. They have been spoiled rotten. Second uncle, just ignore them. In the past, when the family was poor, the elder and younger aunt's arrogance was tolerated. But now that Luo Yang has become a successful businessman, why should he concern himself with their opinions? Everyone is human, and the nation proclaims equality among all. Why should their families be considered superior? It is merely a product of indulgence." Wei Lin supported Zhao Jinyu, saying, "Auntie, uncle, let us head back and rest for a while. Alternatively, we could go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. This evening, we could prepare some porridge." Previously, Luo Yang mentioned to Luo Qinya that he would be working late at the office. Working through the night is exhausting, and eating something heavy wouldn't be comfortable. A light meal of porridge would be best. "Yes, indeed. My son works hard for his money." Zhao Jinyu immediately nodded. Although she did not understand stocks or futures trading, she knew her son was indeed making money in that field. Working from 9:30 at night until 4 in the morning was indeed taxing. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the office building, the renovation crew only worked during the day. The noise and dust made it hard to see anything clearly. Luo Qinya and Han Wenjun quickly led Luo Yang to a reserved office, closing the door behind them, which significantly reduced the noise. Luo Yang surveyed the office, which spanned approximately 100 square meters, furnished with 2 sets of genuine leather sofas and a circular conference table, equipped with 10 Apple 29-inch all-in-one computers. Taking a seat, he spun around in the chair, noting its decent quality, a brand chosen by Luo Qinya, who hadn't skimped on expenses. "This is acceptable for now," Luo Yang acknowledged, "but in the future, you must pay closer attention to the renovations. Design and decor should reflect luxury. The company is not short on funds, and the working environment for employees is crucial." "Understood," Luo Qinya nodded in agreement. Han Wenjun, standing nearby, smiled wryly, realizing that the young director Luo's catchphrase seemed to be about having ample funds. Shortly after, Luo Qinya's phone rang again. Upon answering, she informed that the candidate had arrived and stepped out to greet him. Currently, the company lacked additional staff, so Luo Qinya, as the executive assistant, had to double as the receptionist. A few minutes later, she entered with a tall, slender man in his 30s wearing glasses. Luo Qinya introduced him to Luo Yang and Han Wenjun, saying, "This is our director Luo and director Han." The individual first glanced at the environment of the office, then shifted his gaze towards Luo Yang and Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun exuded an aura of authority and gravitas. While this general manager Luo appeared rather youthful, instinctively, he harbored a distrust towards those who were too young, as many experiences and competencies elude the young. "Hello, Mr. Han, and greetings to you, Mr. Luo." He hesitated momentarily before offering his salutations. Moreover, the office felt excessively barren. Was this truly the visage of a company? Aside from the strikingly beautiful tall woman who had escorted him, the company held no allure for him. Upon observing the man's demeanor, Han Wenjun discerned that he did not regard Luo Yang's financial firm with much esteem, and he subconsciously perceived him as the primary proprietor. With a subtle smile, Han Wenjun remained silent. This recruitment pertained to Luo Yang's financial sector, and he had no authority over it. However, if it were a matter concerning real estate recruitment, his approval would undoubtedly be requisite. Luo Qinya seemed to sense the man's skepticism and uncertainty. She smiled and suggested, "Both gentlemen are present here. Why not introduce yourself as if it were an interview?" The man nodded in agreement, retrieved a document from his briefcase, and presented it to Han Wenjun with a chuckle. Han Wenjun glanced at it only briefly before passing it to Luo Yang, saying, "Mr. Luo, perhaps you would like to take a look?" The man was momentarily perplexed. Why did this imposing Mr. Han exhibit such deference towards the youthful Mr. Luo? Luo Yang lowered his gaze to peruse the materials. Song Shuhai, 33 years old, a master's student from the finance department of Han University, previously employed at a foreign enterprise for 3 years, followed by 4 years at a securities trading company in Jianghan, where he had ascended to the position of group leader for the 4th team of U.S. stock trading, with an annual salary comprising a base of 80,000 plus personal trading profit commissions. The surname was rather uncommon. Song was a name Luo Yang had not encountered before. Mr. Song, may I inquire? Luo Yang pondered for a moment before asking, what was your trading profit commission for the past year? Song Shuhai, somewhat haughtily, responded, last year, my commission amounted to 640,000 yuan. The year prior, it was 400,000, and the year before that, 320,000. Chapter 52. A lesson in humility. Song Shuhai spoke of his bonus with pride, adding, I hail from Chuan City. My parents are not in the best of health, and my wife and children's household registration is also in Chuan City. I chose to return for the sake of my family. This situation bore a striking resemblance to Luo Qianya's. Luo Yang smiled. Song Shuhai's abilities were indeed what he required at present, albeit not for leadership. He merely needed someone to execute trades under his guidance. And possessing relevant experience would be advantageous, saving him the effort of teaching. Song Shuhai's pride seemed trivial in his presence. When it came to wealth and the ability to generate income, he would be, regrettably, but a mere novice. Mr. Song, Luo Yang remarked with a hint of amusement, I suspect that upon observing the lack of personnel in my company and the state of this office, your spirits have dwindled considerably. I hadn't intended to bombard you with inquiries. I've already reviewed your materials. Therefore, let us approach this interview in a rather unconventional manner. At this juncture, Luo Yang paused with a smile before continuing. The U.S. stock market and futures commenced trading at 9:30, and there are still 2 hours remaining. My interview with you will take place during the practical operations this evening. Of course, you need not execute the trades yourself. You merely need to follow my commands. The interview will conclude at 4 o'clock in the morning, after which I shall reward you with 10,000 yuan for your efforts. Whether you choose to remain with my company is entirely your decision. I do not wish to impose. Song Shuhai had initially contemplated leaving, having believed that Han Wenjun was the genuine boss. Little did he realize that the youthful Luo was the true decision-maker, which swiftly extinguished his desire to continue. Nevertheless, Luo Yang's proposition rekindled his interest. The prospect of not having to operate independently, but rather to heed his directives for trading, coupled with the promise of a monetary reward, seemed too fortuitous to dismiss. After a moment's reflection, Song Shuhai acquiesced. Had Luo Yang required him to execute trade solo, he would have approached the matter with greater caution, fully aware of the perils associated with the U.S. stock market and international futures. He was reluctant to engage in high-risk endeavors, preferring to trade in less volatile redline stocks, content with earning a modest sum of $1,000 or $800 over the course of a night. However, the prospect of merely following orders for trading and receiving 10,000 yuan was an opportunity too rare to overlook. Securing a suitable job in Chuancheng was no easy feat, and the anxiety of financial outflow without inflow weighed heavily on him. How could he possibly decline such an effortless opportunity to earn 10,000 yuan? Meanwhile, Han Wenjun felt a surge of curiosity as well. Luo Yang was no scion of wealth. The substantial cash he possessed had been earned through his own endeavors. Having not witnessed it firsthand, the prospect of observing Luo Yang's trading methods piqued his interest. Among the three present, only Luo Qianya remained unperturbed. She had long since become immune to the shock of Luo Yang's monetary prowess. Anticipating the evening's trading operations, Luo Qianya had prepared in advance, purchasing a coffee machine and an array of snacks and beverages. Whether they would be consumed was inconsequential. It was prudent to be prepared. Noticing the time, Song Shuhai, with idle hands, approached the computer to review past stock performances. After Luo Qianya had delivered the computer and installed the necessary software, she downloaded the securities program and logged into the account. The computer remained powered on, and when Song Shuhai clicked the mouse, the screen illuminated with the Tiger Securities page. Upon checking the account, he found it logged in under the name Future Finance. Luo Qianya had altered the account details, changing the fund's transfer account to the company's registered corporate account. As Song Shuhai perused the account information, he nearly gasped in disbelief. The leverage figure was an astonishingly long string of zeros. It was impossible to discern the exact amount, but it was evidently substantial. He began counting on his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. My goodness, 500 million. And this pertained to the U.S. stock market, meaning 500 million equated to $500 million. Was this reality? Surely not a fabrication? Song Shuhai double-checked the webpage and account, confirming it was neither a deceit nor a counterfeit site. Yet he struggled to accept its authenticity in his trading firm in Jianghan. The entire company's leverage limit stood at $80 million. This young CEO, Mr. Luo, has astonishingly secured a leverage limit of $500 million for his newly established company, which has yet to recruit any personnel. Furthermore, the international futures market reveals another figure. Once I opened it, I was taken aback to see a 5 followed by a long string of zeros, amounting once again to 500 million. Song Shuhai was utterly bewildered. Luo Yang, disinterested in engaging in conversation, busied himself with scrutinizing futures on his phone, finding the U.S. stock market rather mundane. Opting instead for the stock with the highest increase, his primary focus remained on futures. Han Wenjun chose not to disturb Luo Yang as he delved into stock and futures analysis. Instead, he approached the computer desk to observe Luo Qinya and Song Shuhai. Upon seeing the screen filled with erratic red and green lines, he felt dizzy, shaking his head with a wry smile as they waited. Han Wenjun found the time dragging, yet for Luo Yang, Luo Qinya, and Song Shuhai, it seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. At 9:30, the U.S. stock market opened, along with international futures. Luo Yang rose and seated himself at the computer desk, then pointed at Luo Qinya, instructing, "Qinya, you handle the U.S. stock account, while Song Shuhai manages the international futures account." Both Luo Qinya and Song Shuhai promptly returned to their respective trading pages, as Luo Yang relayed a stock for her to fully invest the $500 million. Song Shuhai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was familiar with that stock, which had been rather volatile recently, typically deterring most investors. Was this young CEO so affluent that he could afford to gamble indiscriminately? Nevertheless, this was no small fortune. Investing the entire $500 million in leverage meant that a mere 20% drop would incur a loss of $100 million, translating to over $700 million in RMB. Even the wealthiest families would hesitate to allow their prodigal offspring such reckless behavior. Just as he pondered this, Luo Yang suddenly commanded, "Song Shuhai, place a long order for Brent crude oil futures at $38.1, fully leveraging $500 million. Song Shuhai was taken aback. Another full investment? This was far riskier than the U.S. stocks, with the potential to significantly diminish $500 million in mere moments. What was he thinking? He needed to act swiftly. Luo Yang's furrowed brow and sharp tone jolted Song Shuhai into action, and he instinctively placed the long order as instructed. To be honest, crude oil had been on a downward trend lately. Shorting would be more feasible, with only sporadic, short-lived increases. Who would dare to chase those? No one had a firm grasp on it, and playing it safe typically meant shorting was the best approach. However, Song Shuhai had always favored caution. He neither dared to go long on crude oil futures nor short them, usually limiting himself to a few $1 million in gold futures, which had been steadily rising amid the global pandemic. Even when trading gold futures, he would only risk a few $1 million at most, never more. Luo Yang, however, was purchasing crude oil at $38.1, executing a transaction of 13,100 contracts, equating to a staggering 13.1 million barrels of oil. This young CEO was truly reckless. Song Shuhai muttered inwardly, his eyes glued to the screen. Although the money was not his, the sheer magnitude, $500 million, a figure he could scarcely fathom, was now under his direct control, making his heart race like a drum. Just as he contemplated the untrustworthiness of this young CEO, the red line for crude oil futures surged, shooting upwards, during the release of the new book. Lao Luo earnestly seeks the encouragement of everyone. To all brothers, sisters, younger and older siblings, at the last page of each chapter, there is a review function. If you feel the book deserves a certain number of stars, please click accordingly. If you are not too bothered, feel free to jot down a few words. If you find it tedious, a simple star rating will suffice, followed by a submission. For me, this serves as a source of motivation, and I express my heartfelt gratitude. Additionally, many readers have inquired about the book's title. Initially, I titled my work Making a Fortune of 1 Trillion, signifying a gradual journey to wealth. However, the editor suggested changing it to beginning with 1 trillion, as it aligns better with the current trends. Yet, the content of the book does not imply that one starts with 1 trillion from the outset. I believe the process of accumulating wealth is where the true enjoyment lies. Moreover, those who read this book will discover that it distinctly differs from other works in the same genre. Indeed, it is quite unique, and I hope everyone enjoys it. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Chapter 53. Are you the boss or am I? In an instant, the price of crude oil surged to 38.35, then swiftly broke through 38.5, 38.6, 38.7. Everything unfolded with such unexpectedness. Song Shuhui was left dumbfounded as the floating profit in his crude oil account skyrocketed from 5,240,000 US dollars to 6,320,000, then to 7,860,000. My goodness, a leap of over $1 million in mere moments. His heart raced as the red line shot upwards like a helicopter, with the floating profit fluctuating every second. Song Shuhui found it hard to breathe. While he had witnessed similar scenes before, few could grasp such fleeting opportunities with certainty. No one can predict the future. Amidst Song Shuhui's astonishment, crude oil prices breached the $39 US mark and continued to ascend at the same relentless pace. The floating profit had already surpassed 11,790,000 USD. The increase in crude oil prices was astonishingly rapid. Within half an hour, it had crossed the $40 US threshold, with no signs of slowing down. The floating profit soared past 24,489,000 USD. By nearly 11 o'clock, the price of crude oil had surpassed $41 US. Song Shuhui felt his face flush and his heart race. It appeared there was no end in sight for the rising prices, and he was tempted to increase his investment. Just then, Luo Yang spoke. Place a sell order at 41.15 USD, fully liquidate. Song Shuhui was taken aback and couldn't help but interject. The prices are climbing vigorously. I believe there's still considerable upward potential. Selling now seems unwise. Luo Yang replied coolly. Are you the boss or am I? Song Shuhui promptly fell silent, obediently executing Luo Yang's directive to sell. 3 minutes later, the price of crude oil reached 41.16 USD, and the sell order was executed. The profit amounted to 39,955,000 USD, 39,955,000, and Song Shuhui's mind could no longer function normally, overwhelmed by the cascade of numbers, which, when converted to soft currency, amounted to 280 million. Is earning money truly this effortless? In just over an hour, he amassed 280 million, becoming a billionaire in such a short span. Is it really this easy to become a billionaire nowadays? Is it truly so worthless? Stop dawdling. Swiftly execute a short position and fully invest at the price of 41.18. Upon suddenly hearing Luo Yang's command, Song Shuhui could hardly believe it, yet he felt compelled to advise him. General Luo, I won't insist against your decision to enter a long position, as the money won is indeed yours, but to immediately pivot and short when oil prices are on the rise. That would be akin to discarding your hard-earned profits. Please, do not short. Luo Yang's expression darkened as he commanded, short. Song Shuhui was momentarily taken aback, feeling the weight of Luo Yang's formidable presence, rendering him speechless. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reluctantly placed the short order as instructed. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but lament internally. The young General Luo had struck it rich with 280 million yet remained unsatisfied, now poised to short. Was he not akin to an ancient deity seeking to end his own life? But what could be done? After all, he was the boss. Once the short order was placed, crude oil prices began to rise from 41.15 in no time. The order was executed, followed by a rise to 41.19, and within mere moments, it surged to 42.20, resulting in a loss of 4 cents per barrel for Luo Yang's short position. The figures turned green, indicating a loss of 524,000. Over 500,000 lost in less than a minute. Song Shuhui sighed as he glanced at Luo Yang, thinking, ignoring the wisdom of elders leads to immediate suffering. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Yet, Luo Yang's face remained impassive, devoid of any signs of distress. He appeared remarkably composed, though one could speculate that his patience might soon wane. As Song Shuhui contemplated this, the red line fluctuated before suddenly halting, then dipping downward, with crude oil prices unexpectedly dropping by 2 cents. Although the decline was slight, it sent shivers down Song Shuhui's spine. Was it truly falling? After a brief 10 seconds of stagnation, it plummeted, quickly breaking below 41. My goodness, this young General Luo has truly struck gold. Was he merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? The crude oil prices were akin to a roller coaster today, first soaring to great heights before crashing down in no time. It fell below 40, and shortly thereafter dipped below 39, finally stabilizing around 38.60, yet still on the decline. Song Shuhui felt bewildered. recalling how he had urged the young General Luo to hold onto his long position, believing in further increases. Now, after Luo Yang's ill-advised shorting, the prices were plummeting, rapidly approaching the initial market opening levels. Had he followed his own advice and initiated a short position at the outset, he would have undoubtedly panicked during the sharp rise, only to later chase the upward trend, ultimately leading to catastrophic losses on the long position. With a short order set at 38.15, Luo Yang instructed for the transaction to proceed. This time, Song Shuhui dared not voice any objections, obediently following Luo Yang's directives. Soon, the price breached the set order, resulting in a successful transaction. This trade yielded a profit of 39,693,000, combined with the previous long position gains, resulting in a total profit of 79,648,000, $79 million, equivalent to over 560 million in soft currency. Song Shuhui felt an overwhelming urge to smack his own forehead in frustration. Why had he not followed suit? However, frustration serves no purpose. He had never possessed any trust in the young Mr. Luo, and his own perspective was fundamentally at odds with that of Mr. Luo. If he were to invest, it would undoubtedly be in accordance with his own research. Yet, were he to proceed in such a manner, the consequences would be dire. Of course, had he been employed at the company in Jianghan, he would never have made such an investment. At most, he would have purchased a few promising American stocks. The mere thought of American stocks jolted Song Shuhui's mind, reminding him of the moment when young Mr. Luo instructed Luo Qinya to invest the entire leverage of 500 million into a single stock at the market's opening. He swiftly glanced at Luo Qinya's computer and was astounded to discover that the stock had risen by 11%, yielding a staggering profit of $55 million. I am going to faint. Such was Song Shuhui's sentiment. Since becoming a stockbroker, he had never experienced such exhilarating madness. His heart could hardly withstand it. Han Wenjun, indifferent to finance and lacking understanding of stock and futures trading, observed Song Shuhui with a quizzical expression and couldn't help but inquire, "Hey, Song, I'm not quite grasping this long and short trading. What is happening?" Song Shuhui, upon hearing the question, felt as though a knot had been untied within him. Exhaling deeply as he pointed at Luo Yang and exclaimed, "Mr. Han, our Mr. Luo is indeed a genius. A true genius." Han Wenjun frowned impressed. "Cut the nonsense. What is going on?" After pinching his own face to confirm his senses, Song Shuhui replied, "Mr. Han, my futures account has realized a profit of over $79 million, while Miss Luo's American stock account has gained $55 million. Combined, the total profit exceeds $130 million. What did you say?" Even Han Wenjun, seasoned in the tumultuous waves of finance, nearly stumbled in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. "Thanks to everyone for your encouraging comments. This chapter is coming swiftly, haha." Chapter 54. They earn more in one night than you will in a lifetime. It was just shy of midnight, and in the 2 hours since 9:30, they had accumulated a profit of $110 million. Han Wenjun struggled to believe it. Yet, Song Shuhui nodded earnestly several times, affirming, "Yes." Han Wenjun was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Luo Yang instructed Song Shuhui once more, "Go long on crude oil." Song Shuhui's mind went blank. The back and forth of this crude oil trading was dizzying. Even Warren Buffett would likely hesitate to operate in such a manner as the young Mr. Luo, yet he found himself devoid of the courage to advise Luo Yang otherwise, surrendering to unconditional obedience. Whatever he commanded would be done. Indeed, just 2 minutes after placing the buy order, crude oil prices reversed and began to rise. At that moment, Song Shuhui harbored no doubts or disdain towards Luo Yang. His previous pride had vanished without a trace. The mere recollection of his earlier arrogance towards Luo Yang made cold sweat break out on his forehead. The operations of this young Mr. Luo were nothing short of supernatural. He had not comprehended a single aspect from start to finish, yet they were astonishingly precise. This was no longer a matter of picking up money from the ground with a basket. It was as if an airplane were showering him with cash from the sky. Until the early hours of 4 o'clock, with the stock market and futures trading ceasing, Luo Yang's supervisory duties finally came to an end. He stretched his neck and yawned, muttering to himself, "How utterly exhausting." In contrast, Song Shuhui, Luo Qinya, and Han Wenjun appeared as if they had consumed 500 cans of Red Bull, their eyes wide and spirits high. Observing the conclusion of the trading session, Han Wenjun could not restrain himself from inquiring of Song Shuhui, "How much did we earn in total tonight?" Song Shuhui, using his fingers to navigate through the series of Arabic numerals in his trading account. Began to count units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, billions. A grand total of $422,196. He then glanced over at Luo Chinya's stock account. The profit from the U.S. stock account is. Let me count units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, billions. $103,740,000. Thus, the combined profit from both the stock and futures accounts amounts to $522 million. Unable to contain his excitement, Han Wenjun pinched his thigh, murmuring, $522 million. Goodness. Converted to soft sister currency, that's 36 billion. To earn 36 billion in one night. What does that even signify? Moments later, Luo Qinya opened the company's online banking account and turned to Luo Yang, saying, Mr. Luo, Tiger Securities has already transferred the profits over. After deducting fees and leverage commissions, it's 36 billion and 3 million. The new contract with Tiger Securities employs leveraged amounts, keeping the margin intact, with profits transferred directly by Tiger Securities. Of course, any losses would be calculated separately. However, Luo Yang's accounts, whether in stocks or futures, had never incurred a loss, allowing Tiger Securities to grant him the utmost privileges. For such a premier client, failing to offer optimal privileges could easily result in losing him to other brokerage firms. It could be said that as long as Luo Yang expressed a desire, the world's top brokerage firms would treat him like royalty. Han Wenjun, tugging at his hair, was not envious or jealous but rather elated, grateful to be associated with a reliable and immensely promising boss. With Luo Yang's rapid earning capacity, he could nearly recoup the entire cost of Junye real estate in a single night. He had purchased the company for 30 billion, while Luo Yang earned 36 billion in one evening. Previously, whenever he heard Luo Yang casually proclaiming that money was no object, Han Wenjun thought he was merely boasting. But now he understood that Luo Yang truly was not lacking in funds. Luo Yang instructed Luo Qinya, Qinya, you've worked hard. Please issue yourself a bonus of 100,000 from the company account. And give Han 100,000 as well. He has endured the late-night hours alongside me and is my partner. He deserves a bonus too. Additionally, Luo Yang glanced at Song Shuhai and added, allocate 1,000 to Song Shuhai. After all, he is not yet an employee of our company. Song Shuhai immediately flushed crimson and exclaimed, Mr. Luo, whether or not that 1,000 is issued is of no consequence, but you cannot dismiss me. I refuse to leave. I will stay here even if it kills me. If you keep me, I'll consider this my successful interview. Luo Yang regarded him with a bemused expression, finally asking, in truth, were you not interviewing me as your boss all along? The collection of books known as Hui expressed to Luo Yang the sentiments that lay deep within her heart. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly smiled. Yet, summoning her courage, she declared, President Luo, truly, even if you do not offer me a salary, I wish to remain here. I simply want to learn from you. Luo Yang chuckled lightly, responding, I cannot withhold your salary. Even if you pass the interview, your annual salary will be set at 200,000, with bonuses to be determined separately, while you will temporarily manage the international futures trading sector. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Song Shuhai nodded eagerly, fearing that Luo Yang might change his mind. In the realm of future finance, a 200,000 annual salary seemed trivial. The true allure lay in the profit sharing from trades. Given Luo Yang's enigmatic skills, it was reasonable to assume that he could generate profits in the hundreds of billions annually, and even a mere fraction of a point in commission would translate to astronomical figures. Luo Qinya was positively radiant, having received bonuses of 50,000, then 100,000, and once again another 100,000 within just 2 or 3 days of employment, surpassing her annual salary. If this continued, she could easily earn millions in a year. Boss, I believe it's time to ramp up recruitment on my end. I will expedite the hiring of financial personnel and your personal assistant, she stated. Luo Yang paused, looking at Luo Qinya with curiosity. What is this? You're not planning to continue your work? Quickly, Luo Qinya shook her hands in protest. No, I'm not quitting. I just wish to accompany you in the American stock trading. Since you've entrusted futures to Song Shuhai, I can take on the American stocks. I'll swiftly find a new secretary for you. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Luo Yang replied. All right then. But should a new hire not meet my expectations, I reserve the right to reclaim you. Luo Qinya giggled, realizing that it was indeed a positive sign that the young boss could not do without her. Initially, She had considered the position of personal assistant as the ideal way to stay close to the boss, yet she pondered that such a role would not involve participation in trading, potentially resulting in diminished bonuses. Luo Yang, of course, understood that ambition was a commendable trait. Luo Qianya busily excused herself to procure a few cups of coffee, but before she could begin, Luo Yang's mother called, inquiring if they had finished and suggesting they return for a late-night meal. Although she was not well versed in stocks, she had certainly grasped Luo Yang's work schedule. As soon as the clock struck 4 in the morning, it marked the end of his workday. Forgoing coffee, Luo Yang turned to Song Shuhuai with a smile, asking, "So, will you head home, or would you like to join us for a late-night meal at my place?" Sweat beaded on Song Shuhuai's forehead as he eagerly replied, "Absolutely." Luo Qianya teased, "Oh, the boss is treating you to a late-night meal, and you say absolutely? Does the boss owe you something?" Song Shuhuai laughed awkwardly, his face radiating happiness despite his embarrassment. "I could treat, but I'm rather short on funds at the moment." The group exchanged light-hearted banter as they returned, and upon entering, a somewhat robust man with sun-kissed skin approached them, exclaiming, "Yang Di, you're back." It turned out to be Luo Yang's elder cousin, Luo Yang, the husband of Zhu Yingying. Luo Yang was taken aback. "Yonggo, when did you return?" Zhu Yingying promptly stepped forward to speak on his behalf. "Your cousin arrived this evening. I knew you would be busy, so I didn't have him call you." Chapter 55. The aunt's family comes to seek justice. Luo Yang forced a smile, his hair slightly disheveled, and the weariness etched on his face seemed to emanate from his very bones. Luo Yang guided him to a seat at the dining table, then turned to call out to the others, "Everyone, please eat. My mother has prepared a late-night snack of white rice porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables." City dwellers typically favor soups, and when it comes to porridge, they tend to prefer a nutritious mix of grains, commonly known as 8-treasure porridge. However, Luo Yang was not fond of it. He preferred the simplicity of white rice porridge, which carried a delightful fragrance of rice. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, expertly crafted by Zhu Yingying and Wei Lin, with Zhu Yingying taking the lead while Wei Lin assisted. Han Wenjun brought out a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for each person. Luo Yang raised his glass and took a tentative sip, finding it sweet and tangy, not to his liking at all. "Brother, try a glass of red wine," Luo Yang urged his cousin Luo Yang, despite his own aversion to it. Luo Yang lifted his glass and took a sip, intending to speak, but his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He set down the glass and spoke to Luo Yang in a somber tone. "I've been working at a construction site in the south, struggling to make ends meet, and I've been bullied. I was considering finding another site, but my father suggested I come back to see if you could help me find work that I lack skills and education, and I fear I might become a burden." Zhu Yingying interjected, "It was my idea for him to return. Even if there's nothing for him to do here, he can always look for work at other sites. It's certainly better than being out there on his own." "Don't worry," Luo Yang smiled, turning to Luo Qianya. "Qianya, have any applicants come forward for the 2 driver positions we advertised?" Luo Qianya nodded. "Yesterday, 4 people called to inquire, and 3 came to submit their resumes. I haven't shown them to you yet, nor have I received any responses." Luo Yang replied, "That's fine. No need to show me. Just keep the criteria in mind and select 2. My brother can also drive, so he can start as a driver at the company." Upon hearing that Luo Yang intended to employ Luo Yang as a driver, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua felt a weight lift from their hearts. The elderly couple had been concerned about Luo Yang's prospects upon his return. With their son's substantial assets, accommodating Luo Yang should pose no issue. Yet, they hesitated to interfere in their son's affairs while simultaneously wishing to assist Luo Yang, caught in a dilemma. Now, all was well. Zhu Yingying's worried expression transformed into a smile. It seemed that this little brother-in-law of hers still possessed a sense of loyalty, unlike many who, upon sudden wealth, forget their roots and become arrogant. In truth, Luo Yang was quite sentimental, but he harbored a strong aversion to betrayal. He was a man of clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. From a young age, his father had been close with his uncle Luo Weigua's family, as they were brothers, sharing a home passed down from their ancestors, with the property divided equally between them and the walls being common. As a child, Luo Yang shared a close bond with Luo Yang, often seeking solace in him during difficult times. They frequently shared a bed in their youth. He would undoubtedly look after his uncle's family, repaying kindness and avenging grievances. Should he acquire wealth and become extraordinarily rich, he would never look down upon impoverished relatives. Zhao Jinyu, having pulled an all-nighter, insisted on preparing porridge, and soon served each person a small bowl of white rice porridge. Wei Lin and Zhu Yingying helped distribute the bowls, while Luo Qinya hurried over to lend a hand. The collection had long since heard Luo Yang call the aunt who served kanji mother, fully aware that she was the Empress Dowager. Hence, there was no way she would dare let her deliver the kanji into her hands. She hurried to fetch it herself in a previous company where he had worked. There were also gatherings and similar events, with the boss's family in attendance. Those family members were all high and mighty, completely aloof from the lower-tier employees like them. The wealth of those bosses paled in comparison to the young President Luo. Yet his family exhibited none of the arrogance associated with their status, instead embodying the humble demeanor of genuine rural folk. Moreover, Boss Luo did not put on airs, although he commanded a certain gravitas, exuding an inherent authority without the need for anger. Luo Yang took a couple of bites of the dish, which Zhu Yingying had deliberately chosen to be light for the evening, making it quite palatable. He then turned to Zhu Yingying and said, "Sister-in-law, my company is currently hiring. Why not resign from the mobile phone store and come work in my finance department as a cashier? The work is not difficult. You would primarily be responsible for dispersing salaries." Zhu Yingying was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds great, as long as you don't mind my lack of higher education." Luo Yang chuckled. "Sister-in-law holds a high school diploma. You could work while also taking some time to enroll in a training course. Additionally, my parents are always looking for something to do. Perhaps they could help with taking care of Junjun for the time being." Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed. "That sounds good. Your father and I are always wandering about here and there, just looking for something to occupy ourselves." Luo Yang's eyes welled with tears as he listened to Zhu Yingying's words. He realized that Luo Yang was indeed unimaginably wealthy. Before his return, he felt an unspoken divide between himself and his uncle's family, not due to anything else but the chasm between wealth and poverty. Yet now, it was clear that his uncle's family remained the same as before, simple and full of familial warmth. Considering the care Luo Yang extended towards them, coupled with the struggles endured outside, he couldn't help but want to embrace Luo Yang and weep openly. Luo Yang patted his shoulder, saying, "You are just like my own brother. You're back now, so don't dwell on anything else. I'm here for you." The phrase "I'm here for you" struck a profound chord in both Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying, stirring their emotions. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Yang had naturally become the pillar of strength for this entire family. Others present also felt a wave of warmth and reassurance. A boss who values loyalty is undoubtedly someone worth following. Luo Yang took a few more bites, finished the bowl of kanji, and set it down, stating, "Don't eat too much. It can be uncomfortable if you overindulge. After you're all done eating and drinking, just relax on the sofa for a bit. We'll head back after dawn. I'm tired and need to lie down for a while." Han Wenjun waved his hands at him. "You should hurry and get some rest. We'll chat for a while longer." Among those present, only Luo Yang could no longer withstand the fatigue, while the others were still buzzing with excitement, especially Han Wenjun, Luo Qinya, and Song Shuhuai. They had just witnessed a net income of 3.6 billion yuan in one evening. While the money wasn't theirs, the generous bonuses from the boss had them exhilarated, leaving them unable to sleep. Zhu Yingying and Luo Yang were equally thrilled, relieved that they had secured jobs, with their son being looked after school. Most importantly, Zhu Yingying realized that following her cousin Luo Yang promised boundless prospects, in previous instances, Luo Yang had garnered a total commission exceeding 200,000 from the electronic products purchased at their store. Luo Qinya took out her phone to glance at today's itinerary memo. The recruitment had already been arranged. However, she suddenly noticed that her boss, Luo Yang, had an important engagement today, a donation ceremony at the first high school, which would be attended by significant leaders from Chuan City, including Mayor Qin. This was something she must not forget. Luo Yang's duplex had a total of 4 bedrooms. He exclusively occupied the master suite on the second floor, initially intended for his parents. Yet, his parents chose a room downstairs, leaving him to reside there alone. 2 rooms remained vacant. Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying occupied one with their son, while the other was reserved for Luo Yunyun, who returned on weekends, leaving it unoccupied during the week. Luo Qinya and Wei Lin lay together for a while. Song Shuhai was quite exhilarated, engaging in conversation with Han Wenjun until dawn. Zhao Jinyu, despite having stayed up all night, rose at her usual time in the morning. Upon seeing Han Wenjun and Song Shuhai animatedly chatting in the living room, she couldn't help but smile and promptly prepared them some fresh tea. At that moment, Luo Weigua hurried out of his room, holding his phone, his expression somewhat grim. Zhao Jinyu inquired, "What is the matter?" Luo Weigua displayed his phone, frowning as he said, "Luo Yang, his aunt has arrived, and the entire family is at the community entrance." Their tone suggests they are quite. Chapter 56. This community is Luo boss's private property. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu became infuriated. What are they here for? If they want to disparage you, that's one thing. But how dare they malign my son? They have never regarded us highly, and over the years, we have not benefited from either of your sisters in any way. They always fear we might take advantage of them. What value do such relatives hold? Han Wenjun, upon learning that Wang Zhengkue had returned, stood up and said sternly, "Does he dare to come? I will teach him a lesson and make him leave." What sort of person is he, devoid of shame? Luo Weigua shook his head, stopping him. "Mr. Han, it's best if you do not intervene. While they may be unkind, I still wish to remain just. After all, they are my own sister and brother-in-law. If we cannot get along, then let us simply avoid each other. However, it is inappropriate to conspire against them with outsiders." After contemplating, Han Wenjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was best not to meddle in such familial matters, though Wang Zhengkue's actions were undeniably unscrupulous. When Luo Weigua stepped out, Zhao Jinyu followed closely behind. Knowing that he had a soft heart and was protective of his sister, she felt the need to keep an eye on him. The two approached the entrance of Tianzong City, with the security captain, Guo Zhuang, leading 7 guards, all intently observing Wang Zhengkue and Luo Chuanlian from several meters away. Wang Wei, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a furtive glance at Guo Zhuang, intimidated by these individuals. Wang Zhengkue had returned home in a foul mood yesterday, and, upon discussing the matter with Luo Chuanlian, she too was infuriated. Has the second brother's family gone mad? In town, our Wang Zhengkue is the most esteemed figure. Who would dare disrespect him? Furthermore, my son Wang Wei returned and lodged a complaint, which only fueled Luo Chuanlian's fury. Her son was her pride and joy, one she would never dare to scold or strike. Yet, he had been deceived into bringing someone to confront her son. Was this a rebellion against the heavens? Luo Chuanlian, in a fit of fury, called Luo Weigua, unleashing a torrent of anger over the phone. To her astonishment, her usually compliant second brother retaliated with equal ire, even severing the call. This only fueled Luo Chuanlian's rage. The more she pondered the situation, the more incensed she became. After conferring with Wang Zhengkue, the 3 of them set off for Chuan City at dawn, only to be obstructed by security at the entrance of Tianzongking community. Guo Zhuang had already briefed all the security personnel to keep a vigilant eye on Wang Zhengkue and his son Wang Wei, ensuring they were not allowed entry into the premises. The guards, having recently received a generous bonus from Luo Yang, were particularly motivated. Any other matters could wait, but issues concerning Luo Boss were of utmost priority. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Guo Zhuang swiftly arrived at the entrance. Standing like an iron tower, glaring at Wang Zhengkue in a fit of rage, Wang Zhengkue shouted, "You're just a security guard. Why are you acting so arrogant? This is a public space. On what grounds do you prevent us from entering? I am here to see Luo Weigua. I am his brother-in-law, his own brother-in-law. If you continue this way, I will call the police." Guo Zhuang dismissed him coldly, retorting, "I am not being arrogant. I am simply stating the facts. Understand this clearly. Tianzongking community is not a public area. It is the private property of our boss, Luo Yang. As employees of his company, it is our duty to maintain order and security. Your presence here is irrelevant. Even if you were the king of heaven, you would not be permitted entry." Guo Zhuang's resolute demeanor left Wang Zhengkue momentarily speechless. He found himself utterly powerless against Guo Zhuang. They were not owners of Tianzongking, after all, and if entry was denied, there was little they could do about it. However, Luo Chuanlian, unable to contain her indignation, leapt forward, feeling a stark contrast to the adulation she was used to receiving back home. The tension was palpable, and she could no longer restrain herself, charging towards the community entrance. Guo Zhuang immediately bellowed, "Form a human wall." In an instant, a multitude of security personnel rushed to create a barricade, effectively blocking the entrance. Despite her attempts to push through, Luo Chuanlian found herself shoved back, tumbling to the ground, her hair disheveled as she began to wail. Wang Wei, witnessing the intimidating assembly of guards, dared not approach. It was Wang Zhengkue who rushed over to help Luo Chuanlian to her feet, but he could not resist calling Han Wenjun. He had just heard the guard mention that Tianzongking community was the private property of Luo Yang, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Even if Luo Yang had acquired some ill-gotten gains, The notion that he could claim such a large community as his personal property was utterly ludicrous. He would need at least 8 lifetimes to achieve that. Realizing it was still early, just past 7, Wang Zhengkue worried that Han Wenjun had not yet awakened. Yet, he could not afford to wait. It baffled him that such a prominent businessman, one of the wealthiest individuals in Chuan City, could be so easily deceived by a petty trickster like Luo Yang. Was that little scoundrel truly so skilled in deception? Wang Wei kept glancing toward the community entrance, though he could not see the sales office from this vantage point. His BMW was still parked in front of the sales office. Wang Zhengkue's call to Han Wenjun was a last resort. He needed to clarify the situation and secure the business deal, or he would find himself in a precarious position. Yesterday, Han Wenjun had a falling out with him, leaving Wang Zhengkue uncertain whether his calls would still be answered. Filled with trepidation, he dialed the number. Anxiously awaiting a response, to his astonishment, as soon as he made the call, Han Wenjun picked up. "Hello, is this Mr. Han? I am Wang Zhengkue. Please, do not hang up, and I must tell you, do not trust that swindler Luo Yang. I just overheard your security at Tianzong City say that Luo Yang is the owner of Tianzong City, claiming it as his private property. Is that not the height of absurdity? I cannot fathom how he dares to deceive in such an outrageous manner. Therefore, Mr. Han, if you have the time, it would be best for us to discuss this in person. I will lay bare the true nature of that little con artist." "Enough, enough," Han Wenjun interjected, exasperated. Were it not for the fact that he was at Luo Yang's residence, he would have ignored Wang Zhengkue's call outright. He had already blacklisted one of Wang Zhengkue's numbers yesterday, possessing 2 phones. After some contemplation, Han Wenjun decided to relay this message to Wang Zhengkue. "Wang Zhengkue, I had no intention of indulging in idle chatter with you, but seeing as you are still related to Luo Yang, I will offer you this piece of advice once more. Cease your condescending attitude. Do not underestimate the youth, old Wang. Furthermore, let me share this with you. Luo Yang is no fraud. He has indeed acquired Tianzong City by paying 30 billion in cash. Tell me, what kind of con artist possesses 30 billion in cash to purchase a property? If you know any, do introduce them to me." "What?" Wang Zhengkue stood dumbfounded, Han Wenjun's words detonating in his mind like a thunderclap, leaving him disoriented and bewildered. Luo Yang had actually purchased Tianzong City with 30 billion in cash. Could this be true? Wang Zhengkue would rather believe that his deceased father had risen from the grave than accept that Luo Yang could possibly have 30 billion in cash. As he once again raised the phone to his ear, he realized that Han Wenjun had already hung up. Turning back, his wife, Luo Chuanlian, was still throwing a tantrum, crying out in distress, while their son, Wang Wei, trembled in fear, having been intimidated by the security. Despite his son's reputation as a local figure in Xizhang town, he was, in truth, timid and cowardly. If it were not for Wang Zhengkue's status and reputation, his son would be nothing of consequence. Suddenly, Wang Zhengkue found himself pondering. Had he perhaps been too harsh on Luo Yang and his family? As reason began to return, he started to connect the events of today and yesterday in his mind. Gradually, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Every indication pointed to one undeniable truth. Luo Yang had indeed become wealthy, extremely wealthy. Yet, he had spent the previous day behaving like a fool before both Han Wenjun and Luo Yang, utterly oblivious to his own folly, despite Han Wenjun's earlier warning. The more he thought about it, the hotter his face became. He rushed over to pull Luo Chuanlian, who was throwing herself on the ground in a fit, to her feet and began to lead her away, shouting to his son, Wang Wei, to come over. At that moment, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu happened to emerge, catching sight of them from a distance. Guizhuang hastily stepped forward to pay his respects to Luo Weigua, his voice resonating as he reported, "Chairman, the 3 individuals are currently blocking the entrance of the community. Do you have any instructions?" Guizhuang's voice, naturally loud, was clear even to Wang Zhengkue, who was 7 or 8 meters away, causing his heart to skip a beat. This situation was indeed serious, to be honest. Although he felt a sense of annoyance towards his brother-in-law, Wang Zhengkue, Luo Weigua did not wish to act too ruthlessly or excessively. He nodded slightly at Guizhuang and said, "All right, you may attend to your duties. I shall handle this matter myself." Guizhuang was momentarily taken aback but quickly saluted in agreement. He merely needed to follow orders. Of course, he could not simply leave but maintained a respectful distance, prepared to intervene should a dispute arise between Luo Weigua and Wang Zhengkue. After dispersing the security guards blocking the entrance, Luo Weigua took Zhao Jinyu and stepped out of the community. Upon catching sight of them, Luo Chuanlian could not contain her anger. second brother. I do not care how your family manages to deceive and take advantage here. But how can you ruin Zhengkui's business? You even bully my son, that scoundrel, Luo Yang. When he was younger, we never gave our fine clothes to anyone else but him. Yet now he repays our kindness with malice. Is he even human? Luo Weiguo was instantly shaken by Luo Chuanlian's words, rendered speechless. Zhao Jinyu immediately retorted, indeed. I remember clearly that when Luo Yang was 4 years old, you brought us 4 pieces of Wang Wei's discarded clothes. 4 pieces, later, you even remarked in our presence that Wang Wei's clothes had a certain quality, and although they were old, Luo Yang was unworthy of wearing them. Have you ever given Luo Yang any old clothes since then? I am grateful for what you provided, but there is no need to belittle our Luo Yang so harshly. My son is unworthy of wearing Wang Wei's esteemed garments. Luo Chuanlian was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing the truth in Zhao Jinyu's statement, it was indeed just that one occasion. Thereafter, she refrained from providing clothes, primarily because after Luo Yang wore Wang Wei's garments, he appeared quite dashing, which irked her, leading her to withhold further gifts. Zhao Jinyu continued coldly, moreover, Luo Chuanlian, though I am merely your sister-in-law and have neither raised you nor assisted you, your elder brothers worked hard to support you in Luo Chunying's education. Despite your failure to gain admission to university, you insisted on attending a technical school, while Luo Chunying succeeded in entering university. Every expense, tuition, living costs, and others, was covered by your elder brothers. Have you two ever expressed gratitude to them? I do not demand repayment, but since you and Luo Chunying married, you seem to fear our humble family will bring you disgrace, seldom acknowledging our relationship publicly, and no matter how well off you become, I do not expect to benefit from it. I only implore you not to slander or wrong my son. Your son is a human being, yet you imply mine is not? Luo Chuanlian felt a pang of guilt, but she could not allow the impoverished sister-in-law, whom she had always looked down upon, to assert dominance over her. With crossed fingers, the individual erupted in anger. Zhao Jinyu, are you truly oblivious to your own circumstances? I addressed you as second sister-in-law out of goodwill. Otherwise, I wouldn't even recognize you. That scoundrel Luo Yang has ruined our family's project, and you dare not allow him to explain matters to General Manager Han? This isn't over. Zhao Jinyu, infuriated yet amused, chuckled and replied, very well, create all the ruckus you desire. However, allow me to impart a word of wisdom. My son has acquired Tianzong City. Seeking General Manager Han will be futile. My son decides which projects proceed. As for your family, please, we cannot afford to associate with such affluent relatives. Luo Chuanlian couldn't help but snicker, thinking how this impoverished second sister-in-law was making grandiose claims without fear of embarrassing herself. She couldn't even afford the model of the sales office, let alone purchase an entire community. Unexpectedly, Wang Zhengkui slapped Luo Chuanlian with a resounding crack, loud and forceful. Stunned, Luo Chuanlian took a moment to register the pain. Covering her face and staring blankly at Wang Zhengkui, it took her a while to comprehend that he had struck her, and she couldn't help but shout, Wang Zhengkui, have you lost your mind? Wang Zhengkui seized her, covering her mouth to silence her, while turning to Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, saying, second brother, second sister-in-law, you should return home for now. I will find a moment to apologize later. He then shouted at his bewildered son, Wang Wei, get in the car, you good-for-nothing, driving a Land Rover. Wang Zhengkui shoved Luo Chuanlian inside, urging Wang Wei to hurry in as well, and sped off. After a few minutes, having distanced themselves from Tianzong City, Wang Zhengkui remarked to Luo Chuanlian, are you foolish? I told you to remain silent, yet you still insisted on showing off. Luo Chuanlian, cradling her still painful face, pulled down her makeup mirror and saw her right cheek swollen and clearly marked with 5 distinct fingerprints. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Wang Zhengkui, I want a divorce. Wang Zhengkui frowned and replied, enough of this nonsense. Quickly call your younger sister, Chunying, to inquire about the situation. Find out if she knows anything about Luo Yang's fortune. Luo Chuanlian paused, incredulous. Are you saying Luo Yang has really struck it rich? Wang Zhengkui scoffed. They say you've lost your wits, completely unaware of what's happening. The security guards addressed your second brother as chairman, and even General Manager Han has made it clear that Luo Yang has spent 30 billion in cash to acquire Tianzong City. It now belongs to your second brother's family. Taking a breath, Wang Zhengkui added, your second sister-in-law mentioned that the project at Tianzong City is under Luo Yang's authority. He decides who gets what. Are you still in the dark? The Luo Yang we looked down upon and slandered is incredibly wealthy. Just his 30 billion purchase of Tianzong City is more than I could earn in a lifetime as a contractor. Enough of this. I want to smack myself a few times. Hurry and call Luo Chunying to confirm. Then we can strategize on how to make amends. Chapter 58. Two simpletons half convinced. Luo Chunying took her phone and called her sister, Luo Chunying, putting the call on speaker. Hello, Chunying, do you know about our second brother's situation? Have you heard anything about Luo Yang? Why have I not heard of this? Luo Yang has been incredibly generous, donating 4 to 5 million to Shulin, providing the entire school with new desks and chairs. The 200 Apple computers he donated, each worth around 18 or 19,000, surpass even the devices owned by the teachers. Moreover, Shulin later learned that this was merely a trifling sum, for Luo Yang has contributed a staggering 100 million to establish a new school. Without even needing to ask Luo Chunying, Luo Chunying rattled off the details. Sister, 100 million. Does Luo Yang even consider us, his two aunts? With so much wealth, he prefers to donate rather than support us. What kind of person is that? Luo Chunying was instantly taken aback. It turned out that Luo Yang was no fraud. He had indeed struck it rich, and not just a little, but a colossal fortune, purchasing Tianzong City for 30 billion, donating 100 million for a new school, casually giving away 4 to 5 million. How could he have amassed such wealth? Even printing money wouldn't yield such rapid results. Wang Zhengkue, driving his car, listened intently, feeling a deep sense of regret, wishing he could slap himself. Just yesterday, President Han had clearly indicated the situation, so why did he ignore it and confront him, insisting that Luo Yang was a fraud? And then there was his son, that foolish boy. The root of all trouble lay with him. Yet, Wang Zhengkue realized he was not much better. If his son was foolish, so was he. After a moment's thought, Wang Zhengkue suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei, I heard that you have been spending time with a woman named Zhu Hongyin these past few months. Wang Wei stammered, hesitant to speak plainly. Wang Zhengkue pressed on. I also heard that she is Luo Yang's ex-girlfriend. Is this your doing? Upon hearing his father's stern tone, Wang Wei quickly deflected. I only met Luo Yang last year. Zhu Hongyin just attached herself to me. Wang Zhengkue was infuriated, ready to strike him if he weren't driving. Instead, he shouted furiously, you must call her immediately and sever all ties. No further contact. Oh, understood, Wang Wei replied, pouting. Though not particularly clever, he wasn't foolish either. Realizing that Luo Yang had indeed come into significant wealth, he knew it was time to change his approach and quickly pulled out his phone to call Zhu Hongyin. She had not returned to Xizang with him the previous night, but stayed in Chuan City. It's this early hour. She answered the call while yawning, asking, what's going on so early? Wang Wei wasted no time with subtlety, directly stating, let's break up, don't contact me again. Zhu Hongyin was taken aback, and after a few seconds, her voice sharpened. Wang Wei, what do you mean? You think you can just discard me after using me? I'll tell you, there's no way. If you upset me, I'll make a scene at your house, or even at your wife's family, and ruin your reputation. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. In terms of intelligence, he truly could not compare to Zhu Hongyin. In a fit of anxiety, he blurted out, what use is it to make a fuss with me? It's not that I wish to abandon you. Let me tell you, Luo Yang has struck it rich. Tianzong City was purchased by him for 30 billion, and he generously donated 100 million to Chuanqing Yizhong. My aunt just told my mother that. Opposite him, Zhu Hongyin seemed equally stunned, rendered speechless. After a brief moment, Wang Wei's phone emitted a series of busy tones. She had already hung up the call. Wang Zhengkue could not help but curse. You fool! How did I end up with such a simpleton for a son? Do you not find yourself in enough trouble already? What good will come from telling her about Luo Yang? Wang Zhengkue, being a seasoned man, could easily surmise the nature of a woman like Zhu Hongyin. Pleasure-seeking, extravagantly spending, and capable of any deed for the sake of wealth. Ironically, his son Wang Wei was just as much of a scoundrel. Thus they found a common understanding. After berating his son, Wang Zhengkue sighed, resigned to the fact that he was his own flesh and blood. He contemplated for a moment before addressing his still-dazed wife. Luo Chuanlian, let us not return home just yet. We should visit Yizhong to discuss matters with Shulin. Both our families need to devise a way to mend our relationship with Heir Ji's family. At Tianzong City, within the Luo Yang residence, the languorous Luo Yang was enjoying his slumber in the living room. Luo Qinya glanced at the clock and then toward the upstairs with some hesitation. Suddenly catching sight of Wei Lin, an idea struck her. Wei Lin, come, accompany me to rouse the boss from his slumber. Wei Lin appeared taken aback. Why must I wake him? Luo Qinya feigned a pitiful expression. I'm afraid. I'm merely a lowly assistant, whereas you, on the other hand, are his girlfriend. It's more fitting for you to do it. We must leave for Yizhong in an hour for the donation ceremony. Please help me out. Wei Lin's cheeks flushed as she stammered. He never actually said I was his girlfriend. Nonetheless, the words brought her a sense of comfort, and feeling bashful, she eventually agreed to go. As she ascended, her heart raced like a deer, contemplating whether to knock first. If she awoke him, she wouldn't enter. However, upon reaching Luo Yang's bedroom door, she discovered it was wide open. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously peeked inside. Luo Yang lay sprawled across the bed, one foot hanging outside the covers. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage and called, Luo? Luo Yang. There was no response, so she called again. Twice more, yet still no answer. Gaining a bit more courage, she stealthily entered, gently poking Luo Yang's back. Luo Yang, it's time to wake up. Luo Yang groaned, reluctantly muttering, What is it? Wei Lin quickly replied, Qinya sent me to wake you. We need to be at Yizhong for the donation ceremony soon. Suddenly, Luo Yang's mind jolted awake. How had he forgotten about that? Wei Lin, in shock, turned and fled, covering her face. Meanwhile, Luo Qinya sat in the living room below, sipping a drink while casting her gaze toward the stairs. She couldn't help but chuckle as she saw Wei Lin dart down, her face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, she had cleverly sent Wei Lin to wake him. That scene, needless to say, was certainly not suitable for children. Wei Lin rushed down the stairs, biting her lip, and shot a glare at Luo Qinya. Upon noticing her suppressed laughter, she couldn't resist pinching her waist, prompting both girls to burst into laughter. Zhu Yingying had not gone to work. She had already called her manager to resign and planned to handle her departure formalities and settle her salary at noon. Having risen early that morning, she accompanied her second aunt, Zhao Jinyu, to prepare breakfast. The meal was simple, and after Luo Yang got up and ate, Luo Qinya urged him to head to the first high school. She then handed the car keys to Luo Yang, saying, Brother Yang, here are the keys, you drive. Luo Yang, filled with excitement, eagerly walked to the front. Upon seeing the car in the underground garage, his hands trembled slightly. It was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, something he had never imagined he could even touch or sit in. Carefully yet exhilarated, Luo Yang drove the car out of the garage, where Luo Yang and Luo Qinya were already waiting downstairs. Luo Qinya opened the rear door for Luo Yang to get in, then took her seat in the front, leaving the back seat as the boss's spot. As they drove, Luo Yang excitedly remarked, Yang Di, this luxury car is truly a different experience. It's exhilarating. There's barely a sound inside. Luo Yang chuckled and replied, For now, let's have Qinya drive this one. A few more cars are on their way. Qinya. Luo Qinya acknowledged with a nod, turning her head to look at Luo Yang. I noticed the company ordered all Mercedes S-Class vehicles, but they still don't seem prestigious enough. After the donation ceremony concludes, let us make a trip to the provincial capital and purchase a few more upscale cars. Luo Yang couldn't help but gasp. To think that a car worth over $1 million wasn't considered high-end enough, and they were looking for even more luxurious options. Suddenly, a figure darted out in front of them, startling Luo Yang, who slammed on the brakes as he hadn't fastened his seatbelt. Luo Yang nearly collided with the seat back in front of him. Frowning, he peered ahead and realized it was someone blocking their path, someone he recognized intimately. His ex-girlfriend, Zhu Hongyan. Chapter 59. Never seen such brazen woman. Having been together with Zhu Hongyan for over 2 years, Luo Yang had met her a few times and thus recognized her. He broke into a cold sweat after slamming the brakes. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Luo Yang shouted, leaning out of the window. With red eyes and a sorrowful expression, Zhu Hongyan pleaded, Luo Yang, get out of the car. I have something to say to you. Not knowing Zhu Hongyan, Luo Qinya turned to look at Luo Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang waved his hand at Luo Yang, indicating to proceed. Luo Yang nodded, ignoring Zhu Hongyan, and began to reverse the car slightly, but to his surprise, Zhu Hongyan pressed herself against the front of the vehicle. Calling out to Luo Yang, get out of the car. I have something to say. Luo Yang glanced back at Luo Yang, uncertain of his intentions. After pondering for a moment, Luo Yang rolled down the window and said coolly, If you have something to say, make it quick. I have other matters to attend to. Zhu Hongyan rushed to the window, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Luo Yang, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Can you forgive me? If you do, I promise I will only treat you well for the rest of my life. Unable to contain himself, Luo Yang let out a cold laugh and retorted. Had I known it would come to this, why did we even start? Zhu Hongyan was suddenly overwhelmed with sorrow, bursting into tears. Luo Yang, indifferent to her plight, remarked coolly, step aside. I must leave. I in a moment of desperation. Zhu Hongyan grasped the car window, twisting her head as she cried, I want to go. I want to go. Will you forgive me, please? In truth, Zhu Hongyan was not unattractive. She possessed a modest charm, and her tears rendered her quite pitiable. However, Luo Yang regarded her with a sense of distaste that eclipsed any prior feelings he may have held toward him. She now exuded an air of repugnance. Observing her theatrical display, Luo Yang remarked blandly, You wish for my forgiveness? Very well, I forgive you. Now, let go. Instantly, Zhu Hongyan's face lit up with joy, her tear-streaked visage turning towards Luo Yang as she exclaimed, You forgive me? Wonderful. I promise to heed your words from now on. I vow to be devoted to you. Stop. Luo Yang interjected abruptly, his tone devoid of warmth. Your promises are of no concern to me. Frankly, whether I forgive you or not matters little, for you no longer hold any significance in my eyes. Do you truly believe I could ever reconcile with you? Ha! You are sorely mistaken. Zhu Hongyan stood in stunned silence, the chill of Luo Yang's indifference penetrating her heart, as if she were a mere phantom. Luo Yang gestured towards the security booth, commanding, Guozhuang, remove her. The guards, vigilant and poised, had already been observing the scene, and upon Luo Yang's command, they swiftly approached, seizing Zhu Hongyan with the ferocity of hawks capturing their prey. As she struggled, her cries intensified, lamenting her lost opulence and the grandeur of her life, now transformed into a fleeting mirage. Luo Yang barely spared her a glance, silently raising the window. He spat in the direction of Zhu Hongyan, muttering under his breath as he drove, I've never encountered a woman so shameless. Of course, Wang Wei was no better. How could a blood relative treat Luo Yang in such a manner? It was inhumane. Beneath even the basest of creatures, the journey from Tianzong City to the first middle school took approximately 10 minutes. Just as Luo Yang neared the school, he suddenly exclaimed, Why are there so many police officers? Luo Qinya examined the situation closely and replied with a smile, Those are traffic officers, ensuring order. Besides, we have all our documentation in order. We haven't committed any violations, so what is there to fear? Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly, only to realize upon reaching the school entrance that these were officers maintaining order on campus. The school gates stood wide open, flanked by 2 lines of students, one of boys and one of girls, each holding floral bouquets. In front of the gates, a group of dignitaries awaited, and through the windshield, Luo Yang recognized Mayor Qin, Director Xie, Principal Huang, and others. Luo Yang gradually brought the car to a halt, and Director He dashed over, beaming as he opened the door for Luo Yang. Mayor Qin and Director Xie approached in succession, and after shaking hands with him, Luo Yang managed a wry smile, saying, Mayor Qin, is it really necessary to make such a grand occasion? Mayor Qin, however, shook his head earnestly, stating, It must be grand. We need the citizens of our entire city to remember this event. It is an act of benevolence that will be remembered for generations, a deed of immeasurable merit. Security personnel were present to guide Luo Yang in parking his vehicle. Upon securing a spot, he was taken aback by the scene before him on campus. The school had suspended classes for a ceremonial event today. With thousands of students, over 200 teachers, and countless parents and citizens in attendance. The school had opened its doors to the public, and news of this had been disseminated early in the day. Coincidentally, the local television station, Chuancheng TV, had recently acquired a batch of advanced equipment, which was now put to good use, with reporters, cameramen, and support staff surrounding Luo Yang for interviews. In the center of the small playground, a red carpet had been laid out, and the host for the occasion was Wang Ning, a news anchor from Chuancheng TV. A throng of over a dozen people encircled Luo Yang and Qin Feiyang, ushering them to the center stage. Wang Ning, impeccably dressed in a white suit, greeted them with flair, raising his microphone and proclaiming, Let us welcome the brightest entrepreneur of Chuancheng, Mr. Luo Yang. The applause that followed was deafening. Citizens, teachers, and students all clapped sincerely, for it is indeed rare in these times to witness such generous contributions to philanthropy. Several budget proposals for new school buildings, each amounting to an investment of 100 million, were displayed at the entrance and on the playground. Aside from Luo Yang, it seemed there would be no one else in Chuancheng with the means to donate such a sum. Everyone, please quiet down. Wang Ning called out again. I believe we all understand the significance of today's event. Now, let us invite our protagonist, Mr. Luo Yang, to share a few words with us. The applause erupted once more, though this time the audience instinctively quieted after showing their appreciation. Luo Yang took the microphone from Wang Ning, cleared his throat gently before speaking. Hello, everyone. I am Luo Yang, a true native of Chuancheng. I am involved in financial investments, primarily focusing on American stocks and international futures, earning from international capitalists. He continued. I hail from a rural background and grew up in poverty, having dropped out before completing high school. Just the other day, I brought my sister to school, and upon arrival, I noticed as he gestured towards the dilapidated buildings and the unpaved playground. He lamented, students are living in old buildings, using worn-out desks and chairs. The school lacks a cafeteria, forcing students to sit on the ground in the playground to eat. Witnessing this broke my heart, so I made a decision. I will donate funds to construct a school that meets the highest standards in the country. Mayor Qin, standing nearby, raised his hand, and two staff members promptly brought forth a large, printed check, displaying a donation amount of 100 million. Luo Yang felt a surge of emotion as he scanned the crowd and suddenly spotted several familiar faces on his left. To his astonishment, it was his aunt, Luo Chuanlian, his uncle, Wang Zhengkue, his younger aunt, Luo Chunying, and his younger uncle, Jiang Shulin, huddled together, their expressions truly indescribable. Chapter 60. It is not my style to smile in the company of enemies. The two staff members held the 100 million check aloft, and Wang Ning, with a smile, invited Luo Yang to stand beside it for photographs, followed by group pictures with Qin Feiyang and Xie Jingyang. Wang Ning, adept at reading the emotional climate, took the opportunity to ask Luo Yang, Mr. Luo Yang, could you share your thoughts on this generous donation of 100 million? Luo Yang smiled faintly and remarked, actually, Mayor Qin. He then abruptly turned to Qin Feiyang and inquired, how many townships does our Chuan city have? Qin Feiyang, taken aback by this sudden deviation from the topic, nonetheless nodded and replied, our Chuan city governs 12 townships. Luo Yang clenched his fist and declared, excellent. I have decided to donate 30 million to each township to establish a primary school, totaling 360 million for all 12 townships. I want every child in Chuan City to have the opportunity to study in an enriching environment. A collective shock rippled through the assembly. Mayor Qin, Director Xie, Principal Huang, and the thousands present all trembled at his words. Wang Ning was momentarily stunned, wondering why this unexpected announcement had not been included in the prepared script. Suddenly realizing that Luo Yang had just pledged an additional 360 million for school construction. He thought, goodness, does this lad have an excess of wealth to burn, or is he truly a benevolent figure sent by the heavens? Among the crowd, Luo Yang's aunts, Jiang Shulin and Wang Zhengkue, felt as though their hearts were being pierced by daggers. It seemed as if Luo Yang did not regard money as money at all. They were utterly distressed by his sudden and substantial donation, as if he were contributing not his own funds, but theirs. Wang Ning, ever the adept host, was the first to regain his composure and exclaimed, Mr. Luo, I believe. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words. After years of being a news anchor, this was the first time he felt so profoundly moved. Mr. Luo, on behalf of all the people of Chuan City, I thank you for providing the children with an exceptional environment to forge their futures. Thank you. Luo Yang graciously nodded. You're welcome. I wish for all the children to have bright prospects. At that moment, Mayor Qin regained some composure and stepped forward to grasp Luo Yang's hand, his eyes suddenly misting with emotion, yet a smile graced his face. Mr. Luo, thank you. This expression of gratitude was sincere. It is rare for politicians like him to genuinely utter such words to anyone. The announcement of Luo Yang's additional 360 million donation, which had not been disclosed to anyone beforehand, landed with the explosive force of a nuclear bomb. Following the donation ceremony, Qin Feiyang invited Luo Yang to his office to discuss specific operational matters. With a grand gesture, Luo Yang introduced his assistant, Luo Qinya, saying, Mayor Qin, please liaise with my assistant, Luo Qinya, regarding financial matters. However, your team must establish a special task force to assess the exact costs. Why pledge of 360 million should not be viewed as a fixed figure. You should adhere to the highest domestic standards, ensuring practicality without waste. Should costs exceed this amount, I will increase the funding accordingly. Quality must not be compromised. I will form a quality inspection team to ensure that substandard work will not be tolerated. And I will refuse payment for any inadequacies. Qin Feiyang readily agreed. No problem. I will report this situation to the city's top leadership and request to be specifically tasked with this project. In Chuan City, a project of 400 to 500 million is already considered significant, particularly in the field of education. Undoubtedly, Luo Yang's donation and construction project would bring Qin Feiyang unimaginable benefits in his career. Luo Yang was truly his fortuitous star. Principal Huang has arranged for 2 students to present flowers to Luo Yang, 2 female students, each holding a bouquet. One of them, her face flushed with excitement, appears radiant, while the other exudes a rather sullen demeanor, clearly not pleased. As Luo Yang accepts the flowers with a smile, he recognizes the gloomy girl as Jiang Shiqi, the daughter of his aunt. She has always been somewhat haughty, never having exchanged a word with him during her visits to their home, and as they grew older, their familial ties became increasingly tenuous. This is undoubtedly influenced by the educational philosophies instilled by Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying, which led Jiang Shiqi to look down upon both Luo Yang and Luo Yunyun. Ironically, Luo Yunyun has consistently outperformed her academically, which has fueled Jiang Shiqi's jealousy, resulting in her refusal to engage in conversation with her. Now, with Luo Yang's sudden prosperity, Luo Yunyun's status has inadvertently risen as well, a change that Jiang Shiqi struggles to accept. The school had deliberately chosen her to present flowers to Luo Yang due to the kinship between their families. Her parents, Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying, had specifically instructed her to foster a good relationship with Luo Yang, as their family would need to rely on him in the future. After accepting the flowers, Luo Yang exchanged a few words with Qin Feiyang before calling Luo Qinya to the car, instructing her, Qinya, discreetly inform the school that Jiang Shulin cannot be involved in the project team. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with them. Luo Qinya glanced at him and inquired, who is Jiang Shulin? Luo Yang chuckled and replied, he's a teacher at the first high school and my aunt's husband. You should know my elder aunt's family. The Wang Zhenkue household. My uncle is Jiang Shulin. Though both uncles are in different professions, their personalities are remarkably similar. As for me, well. Luo Yang paused, letting out a cold laugh before continuing, my principle is simple. Repay kindness with gratitude, and avenge grievances tenfold. If I am expected to forget past enmities and wear a smile, I'm afraid that is not my style. Luo Qinya nodded in understanding. I comprehend. She then exited the car. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, it was quite a burden for the young boss to delegate such a significant task to her. While the trust was gratifying, it was also exhausting, a bittersweet experience. Luo Yang turned to Luo Yang and said, Brother, let us go. Once Luo Yang departed, Luo Qinya became the center of attention at the school, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. Several leaders invited her to the school office for discussions. After taking a sip of mineral water, Luo Qinya addressed Principal Huang. Principal Huang, there is a condition regarding the project that you must agree to. Both Principal Huang and Director He were taken aback, asking in astonishment, what condition? Ensuring that the office was devoid of others, Luo Qinya stated earnestly, in our collaborative project, Jiang Shulin must not be involved, now or in the future. His presence is absolutely unacceptable. Principal Huang was momentarily stunned, turning to glance at Director He. Director He also found the situation peculiar and couldn't help but remind Luo Qinya. Miss Luo, this teacher Jiang Shulin is Luo Zong's dear uncle. I wonder if you... Luo Qinya promptly interrupted him, stating, I am unaware and uninterested in such matters, but I can assure Principal Huang and Director He that this condition was personally entrusted to me by Luo Zong before his departure. Principal Huang's expression instantly shifted to one of contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he instructed Director He, Director He, please proceed. We shall prioritize Luo Zong's wishes. It is inconceivable to defy the wishes of a significant benefactor. It is evident that Luo Yang and Jiang Shulin's relationship is far from harmonious. What does it matter if they are uncle and niece? Even father and son, or brothers, can find themselves at odds. Chapter 61. The setting sun you do not accompany. Who are you to rise again within an office on campus? Jiang Shulin served tea to Luo Chuanlian and Wang Zhenkue. Luo Chunying, frowning and clearly displeased, remarked to Luo Chuanlian, Sister, do you think Luo Yang has gone mad? He used to be so impoverished that he struggled to make ends meet. Just a few months ago, he was borrowing money everywhere. Now that he has earned some, he seems lost, donating hundreds of millions. Oh, just thinking about such a vast sum pains my heart. This simply won't do. I must have a serious talk with my second brother. Why is he throwing away 4 or 5 billion without considering giving a few million to our aunts and uncles? Jiang Shulin brought over the tea and lowered his voice. Chunying, perhaps you should refrain from such comments. That money was earned by Luo Yang himself. He neither stole nor robbed. It is entirely up to him how he chooses to use its for you. Have you ever reflected on what you've contributed to them over the years? Jiang Shulin shook his head in regret, lamenting. Alas, had I known that Luo Yang would achieve such success, I should have treated him better in the past. But alas, there is no remedy for regret. Luo Chunying paused, realizing that she indeed had not contributed much to Luo Yang. Over the years, she had also neglected her elder and second brothers, often looking down upon them, and had never treated them as anything other than mere acquaintances rather than siblings. Yet, she had developed an expectation that her elder brothers should provide for her without reciprocation. Unconsciously, she had come to view Luo Yang's wealth as something she too ought to possess, which only fueled her frustration. Wang Zhengkue sipped his tea, his brow furrowed tightly. Currently, all of his projects hinged on Luo Yang. If Luo Yang were to agree, he would be prosperous for the year. But if not, he would earn naught. This year, securing projects has proven particularly challenging, compelling him to devise ways to mend his relationship with Luo Yang. However, seeking Jiang Shulin's assistance would be futile. Their relationship was merely superficial, marked by underlying rivalry. Meanwhile, the two sisters, Luo Chuanlian and Luo Chunying, whispered among themselves about how to approach their second brother, as they believed he would always look out for them. In the midst of their conversation, Luo Chuanlian suddenly mentioned that Luo Yang had spent 30 billion to acquire Tianzong City, leaving Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying in stunned silence. 30 billion. Good heavens, how much has Luo Yang truly earned? Yet, it is not difficult to surmise that Luo Yang must possess far more than just 5 or 6 billion. If he had only a few billion, it would be foolish to donate it all. Luo Chunying seethed with resentment towards Luo Weigua, exclaiming, I truly believe our second brother has lost his mind. How could he allow Luo Yang to act recklessly, donating 4 to 500 million just like that? Sister, shall we pay a visit to second brother's residence in Tianzong City later? Upon hearing this, Luo Chuanlian slapped her thigh in frustration and retorted, Do not even mention it. We went there this morning, only to be stopped by the security guards at Tianzong City, who refused us entry and were quite aggressive. Chuanlian. Wang Zhengkue suddenly interrupted her, casting a meaningful glance. Luo Chuanlian huffed in response. Although she fell silent, her expression remained a mix of grievance and fury. Jiang Shulin felt a surge of satisfaction, recalling how Wang Zhengkue had boasted about earning over 1 million this year, flaunting his new car and the BMW he bought for his son, while he himself was still driving that old, decrepit BYD, feeling utterly humiliated. Now, however, they had completely soured their relationship with Luo Yang. While his own rapport with Luo Yang was not much better, he had seized the opportunity to cultivate connections before the school leadership, securing a place in the project team, which would undoubtedly lead to some financial gain. With a little maneuvering by the year's end, leveraging the influence of Luo Yang's uncle, he could aspire to a promotion to director or vice principal, and perhaps within a few years ascend to the position of principal. Once he became principal, how far could the education bureau director be? Lost in these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Director He. He immediately raised a finger to signal Luo Chunying, Luo Chuanlian, and Wang Zhengkue to be silent before answering the call. Hello, Director He, I'm here in the teacher's office. What instructions do you have for me? I will act promptly. What? I've been removed from the project team. Why? Upon hearing this, Luo Chunying was taken aback and hurried over to Jiang Shulin, leaning in to listen to the conversation on the phone. Jiang Shulin switched the call to speaker mode, allowing Director He's voice to resonate. Teacher Jiang, I truly do not know the reasons behind this. It is not a decision made by us, but rather one from Mr. Luo's side. His personal assistant just emphasized this point, I believe. Director He paused for a moment, seemingly relishing the moment before continuing. I think you should comprehend the underlying reasons yourself. With that, Director He hung up without even a farewell. Jiang Shulin was left in shock. Luo Chunying leapt to her feet, furiously cursing, that scoundrel. Has he completely forgotten about family ties? I will confront second brother. Luo Chuanlian quickly restrained her, sighing as she implored. Chunying, please listen to me. Just hear me out. Luo Chunying, fuming with rage, seethed and ground her teeth, eager to vent her anger on second brother Luo Weigua. Luo Chuanlian held her back, exhaling deeply before gently advising. Chunying, I must tell you, I too felt the same way this morning. Our family stormed over to confront second brother, hoping to find some resolution, but you saw the outcome. Consider this. What reason do we have to confront them? He has money now and no longer needs to consider our feelings. If you approach him in this manner, it will lead to a fate no different from ours. Confronting second brother is futile. He is now beholden to Luo Yang. Have you forgotten that Luo Yang is a billionaire? Can we truly afford to stand against him? Luo Chuanlian sighed once more, lamenting to herself, it is impossible. The times have changed dramatically. We have indeed been excessively harsh on them in the past. There's a saying that goes, if you do not accompany the sunset, who will be there when the sun rises again? When he was impoverished, we did not treat him kindly. Now that he has become prosperous, can we expect him to be gracious to us? Luo Chunying was rendered speechless, and after a pause, muttered, who would have known he could become so wealthy? Wang Zhengkue, equally vexed, interjected, who could possibly know? Let us refrain from such empty talk and instead discuss how we might mend our relationship with Urge. We cannot continue to be wary of one another. This back and forth has yielded no benefits for anyone. We must unite our efforts. Jiang Shulin sighed, wishing to articulate something but ultimately remaining silent, too disheartened to even move his lips. He suddenly realized that Luo Yang had ascended to a position of great height, nearly beyond his reach. The school had expelled him from the project group, and it was evident that this was an act of retribution. Yet, he found himself powerless to confront him. How could he possibly prevail? Luo Chunying observed her dejected husband, Jiang Shulin, and then glanced at her frustrated sister and brother-in-law, Wang Zhengkue. Suddenly, she dashed out, declaring, I will seek out Urge. He was the one who cared for me the most in our childhood. If he does not allow Luo Yang to relent and permit Shulin back into the project group, I shall make a spectacle of myself. This morning was delayed due to attending a friend's wedding, but I shall strive to write several chapters tonight and endeavor to maintain a pace of 4 updates or more starting tomorrow. Chapter 62. What constitutes a high-class vehicle on the way back? Luo Yang traversed Binjiang Road, an area newly developed in Chuan City. Both the roads and the architectural complexes exuded a grand and aesthetically pleasing atmosphere. As he drove, Luo Yang remarked, it has been years since I last roamed this area. The transformation is remarkable. Luo Yang chuckled and suddenly said, Brother, do you remember the year you first brought me to Chuan City? We were both starving, our stomachs growling, and we went to one snack bar for those delightful soup dumplings? Luo Yang replied with a smile, how could I forget? We had just enough money for one basket of dumplings, which we shared, yet it left us still hungry. We ended up drinking several bowls of the vendor's scallion soup. Haha. Who would have imagined that 6 or 7 years later, you would become such a successful entrepreneur? Luo Yang responded, no matter how grand you become, you will always be my brother. After this declaration, he instructed Luo Yang, brother, find a place to park the car. Let us return to one snack bar and savor those dumplings. Sometimes I dream of them. I have never tasted anything more exquisite. All right, Luo Yang agreed, steering the vehicle towards the old city. One snack bar was situated in the northern part of the old district of Chuan City and had remained in its original location for all these years. However, upon arrival, Luo Yang drove around searching for a parking spot but found none. Luo Yang urged him to stop, and he exited the vehicle first. Next to one snack bar was a narrow alleyway, about 4 meters wide, bustling with vendors selling their wares. Luo Yang approached a vendor, a woman in her 50s, and inquired, Auntie, how much do you earn from your stall in a day? The aunt shook her head with a wry smile and said, what money can one earn nowadays? It was better in the past, but now it's different. People nowadays are particular. They demand cleanliness and a pleasant environment. Here I am, merely a street vendor with a few plastic stools and folding tables, set up in the open air. Nowadays, people care about their image and are reluctant to patronize such places. I only earn a meager living. After all, my children are not around, and since I have spare time, I might as well stretch my limbs. Luo Yang chuckled and remarked, Auntie, what if I propose this? I have a card, gesturing towards the luxurious vehicle driven by Luo Yang. I wish to grab a bite at one snack. Would you mind shifting your stall a few meters so I can park for a while? I'll compensate you with 1,000 yuan. Would that be agreeable? 1,000 yuan? The aunt was taken aback. She toiled from morning till night, barely managing to sell 200 to 300 yuan a day, and after deducting expenses, she earned a little over 100 yuan. This young man was offering her 1,000 just to park a car? She glanced at the car Luo Yang was driving and realized it was a grand Mercedes-Benz. Who was this young man? A scion of a wealthy family? The whims of the affluent were beyond her comprehension. Why would they choose to dine in this dilapidated place instead of a lavish restaurant? Noticing the aunt's hesitation, Luo Yang swiftly took out his phone and scanned the QR code attached to her cart, transferring 1,000 yuan instantly. The small speaker on her cart, equipped with an automatic announcement feature, promptly declared, 1,000 yuan received. The aunt was momentarily stunned and quickly began to rearrange her cart and stools to clear the space, exclaiming, "You young man, you really needn't to give so much. 100 yuan would suffice. Scanning 1,000 is far too generous." Luo Yang replied with a smile, "Not at all, auntie. It's no trouble at all. We'll eat and be on our way." He then waved for Luo Yang to park the car. Luo Yang carefully maneuvered the vehicle into the alley, and the aunt waved them off, saying, "You go ahead and eat. I'll keep an eye on your car." Luo Yang nodded appreciatively and proceeded with Luo Yang into one snack. The establishment was indeed quite old. The chairs creaked ominously as one sat, as if they might collapse at any moment. The head chef was still the same plump man, though his hair had turned considerably grayer. The cashier was the same woman, but wrinkles had formed around her eyes. She was likely one herself, who had transitioned from a youthful woman into her 30s, nearly 40. Luo Yang asked Luo Yang, "What would you like to eat?" Luo Yang perused the menu on the wall, responding, 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 servings of shredded pork with green peppers noodles, and, 2 bowls of scallion soup. The soup dumplings were a must. They were a dream come true. The shredded pork noodles would take a bit longer, but the soup dumplings were ready and arrived steaming hot. Luo Yang picked up his chopsticks and devoured one dumpling after another. Oddly enough, he found the taste not as delightful as he remembered. The filling seemed a touch salty and lacked the freshness he once cherished. He lifted a bowl of scallion soup to his lips, taking a sip, only to find it bland and devoid of the flavors he recalled. He couldn't help but quietly ask Luo Yang, "Brother, don't you think it lacks the old flavor?" Luo Yang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "In truth, the flavor remains the same as before, yet I am no longer the person I once was. Back then, my pockets felt as heavy as 2 or 4 of them filled with stones. I had no money, was both hungry and impoverished, and anything I ate seemed to be the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Now, what do I lack? This flavor was never extraordinary to begin with. If you indulge again, it is only natural that it will not taste as it did in the past." Luo Yang fell silent, setting down his chopsticks and losing his appetite at that moment. The street vendor lady brought over 2 bowls of sweet rice wine dumplings, saying, "You have given too much. I feel quite guilty. I've brought you 2 bowls of sweet rice wine dumplings, which I make myself and sell daily. Give them a try. If you find them delicious, eat them. If not, leave them." Luo Yang scooped up a dumpling and took a bite. It was sweet and glutinous. He praised, delicious." He finished the bowl of dumplings, though he could not possibly eat any more of the small steamed buns. Nonetheless, he felt satisfied. Luo Yang polished off the small buns and the bowl of sweet rice wine dumplings, patting his belly and exclaiming that he was nearly full. Luo Yang chuckled, pulled out his phone, and coincidentally received a call. Upon seeing it was from Wei Cheng, he answered immediately, "Luo Zong, I have a luxury sports car for you. Are you interested?" Wei Cheng spoke with enthusiasm and rapidity. "A Ferrari 812. The net price is 5.3 million. It can be driven away for 6 million. It was ordered by the son of a real estate mogul, and after a 6-month wait, due to some financial troubles, they can no longer take it. Most people find it too expensive, so I thought I'd see if you were interested." Luo Yang replied, "Sounds good. I was actually thinking of ordering a few more cars. I'll come by your place." After expressing his gratitude to the vendor lady, he drove straight to Juncheng car dealership. Wei Cheng was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Luo Yang's car, he directed him to park, and as soon as Luo Yang stepped out, he excitedly led him into the showroom. Inside, many people were gathered around a striking red Ferrari supercar, while a salesperson demonstrated the opening and closing of the convertible roof, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to a transformer. The onlookers were filled with envy, but the price was exorbitant, 6 million upon delivery. Even with financing, the cost was daunting. A 30 down payment amounted to 1.8 million, leaving over 4 million to be financed. Even with a 3-year mortgage, the monthly payments would be nearly 150,000, a burden few could bear. Luo Yang barely glanced at the car before turning to Wei Cheng and declaring, "All right, I'll take this car. Additionally, please order 2 more vehicles of a higher caliber for me." Wei Cheng was taken aback. You want to buy more cars? Aren't 3 Mercedes S-Class enough? Luo Yang chuckled. I just feel they lack a certain prestige. Do you have any cars in the 8 to 9 million range? Let us order 2 more. This audacious statement drew the attention of the crowd surrounding the Ferrari supercar, all eyes turning towards him. Chapter 63. A heartfelt stirring. Wei Cheng's hands trembled slightly. This young man, why was he always so eager to burn through his money? However, an introduction is still necessary. Lacking any materials, I resorted to my mobile phone to search on AutoHome. At this price point, let me see, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a net price of 9.2 million, and the Bentley Mulsanne, with a net price of 5.55 million. Yet, if one seeks prestige, I believe the Rolls-Royce is the superior choice. Even Li Chaoran rides in this car. Luo Yang nodded without hesitation. Then let us go with this. Order 2. Wei Cheng, scratching his head, inquired, we're paying in full, right? No loans? Luo Yang chuckled. Of course, cash up front. Money is no object. The crowd nearby gasped in astonishment. Acquiring 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms would cost at least over 20 million. Buying cars worth 20 million without financing is akin to purchasing cabbage. When has Chuancheng seen such extravagance? In truth, Luo Yang was not trying to show off. He was simply accustomed to it, indifferent to the gazes of onlookers, and promptly instructed Wei Cheng to handle the paperwork. Payment was made, signatures were affixed, and then it was off to the Vehicle Administration Office for the registration and license plates. Luo Yang, feeling lethargic, opted to rest and sent Luo Yang along with Wei Cheng instead. Juncheng Car Dealership traded in all sorts of vehicles, yet to be honest, 99 of the cars sold throughout the year were of mid to low range, with the finest being around the 1 million mark, such as the G-Class and Land Rover. However, Luo Yang single-handedly purchased luxury cars that Juncheng Car Dealership might not sell in a decade, much to the delight of the owner. Luo Yang was effectively providing them with advertising. Henceforth, anyone in Chuancheng looking to buy high-end vehicles would likely know that Juncheng Car Dealership had sold cars priced over 10 million. Lying on a sofa in the corner, Luo Yang dozed off for half an hour. Upon awakening, he stretched and felt rejuvenated. The exhibition hall felt stifling, and disinterested in viewing cars, he decided to take a stroll. The automotive plaza stretched nearly a kilometer, lined with car dealerships, with the Vehicle Administration Office at the forefront. The government had designed the automotive plaza to provide a one-stop service, purchasing cars, paying taxes, and registering plates, all without excessive travel. As he meandered leisurely, he noticed a vendor pushing a bicycle selling ice cream near the square, which struck him as quite peculiar in this day and age. There are still those who push carts selling such treats? Approaching for a closer look, he saw many people enjoying ice cream in the square, mostly children urging their parents to buy some. A sense of childlike wonder surged within Luo Yang, prompting him to scan the QR code and purchase one for 3 yuan. Unwrapping the paper, he tasted it. A delightful burst of frozen milk flavor, refreshing. Sitting by the flower bed, halfway through his ice cream, he cast his gaze around for beautiful women. The square was rather sparse, predominantly filled with families and older folks, with few young people around. However, his eyes were drawn to a striking silhouette of a woman waiting by the roadside, her back view captivating, with an elegant figure likely standing no less than 1.7 meters tall. While he could not ascertain her facial beauty, that figure alone warranted a score of 9 out of 10. Yet, he knew well that a woman with an alluring back might not possess a beautiful face. He had seen enough to understand that the most enchanting figures often concealed less delightful visages. To his surprise, the woman turned her head to glance at the square, revealing a glimpse of her face before she turned away. Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat, momentarily leaving his mind blank. The face was indescribably stunning. He struggled to find words to compare it. What could capture its essence? The beauty of sinking fish and falling geese, or the shyness of blossoms and the moon, seemed inadequate. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the ice cream slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Luo Yang stood up and walked over, positioning himself beside the woman as he passed by. She was engrossed in her phone, her face half-lit, porcelain smooth and devoid of makeup. It seemed that the girl sensed Luo Yang's unwavering gaze. She lifted her face to glance at him, a flicker of annoyance flashing in her eyes, before she shifted a few steps away. Luo Yang's heart raced uncontrollably. Words eluded him in describing his feelings. How could such a stunning girl exist? He had encountered beautiful women before. Wei Lin, Luo Qinya, Xia Ying, each of whom boasted at least an 8 out of 10 in beauty. Yet this girl, if 10 were the maximum, he felt compelled to award her a score of 12. After waiting in vain for a taxi to arrive, the girl, still preoccupied with her phone, moved aside again, seemingly irritated by Luo Yang's intent approach. A girl of her caliber undoubtedly attracted the attention of men, regardless of the setting or whether they were acquainted or strangers. Luo Yang felt parched, his mind consumed by thoughts of her, fixated on a singular notion. To pursue her, he must capture her attention. She needed a ride. She needed a ride. She needed a ride. Glancing around, he noticed his cousin Luo Yang had gone with Wei Cheng to the vehicle management office and would not return anytime soon. Without the car keys, and considering the time it would take to retrieve his vehicle, he feared the girl might vanish before he even arrived. Just as panic set in, Luo Yang suddenly spotted a taxi approaching. With a surge of determination, he dashed towards it, sprinting over 20 meters to intercept the cab and raised his hand to hail it, prompting the driver to halt. The driver, a man in his 30s, looked surprised as Luo Yang hurriedly climbed into the car and inquired, "Driver, how much for your vehicle?" The cab driver blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "What?" Luo Yang quickly clarified, "Let me get straight to the point. I need your car. What is the price?" The driver, bemused, seemed to find humor in the bizarre request. After years of driving a taxi, this was a first. Nevertheless, he replied, "The car isn't worth much, maybe 70 to 80,000 due to depreciation, but the taxi license is worth 300,000. Luo Yang calculated swiftly. The car at 80,000, the license at 300,000, totaling 380,000. I'll double it. He proposed. 76,000. Will you sell? The driver pondered for a moment. Luo Yang, glancing at the girl ahead, urgently declared, "All right, 1 million. I'll give you 1 million, yes or no?" "Sold." The driver replied without hesitation, realizing that anyone who would refuse such an offer was indeed foolish. Yet he couldn't help but wonder if this man had escaped from a mental institution. Who would spend 1 million on a vehicle worth only 30-some thousand? If he had that kind of money, surely he would prefer to enjoy life rather than toil away driving a taxi. Without hesitation, Luo Yang pulled out his phone, stating, "Give me your payment code. I'll transfer the money immediately. Then I'll provide you with an address and phone number for my company to handle the paperwork. I need to take the car right away." The driver, half skeptical, produced the payment QR code. Luo Yang, ignoring any further inquiries, scanned it and transferred 1 million. While platforms like WeChat and Alipay typically had limits on transfers, the driver's payment code allowed such a substantial transaction. As soon as the scan was completed, the driver's phone emitted a beep announcing, 1 million yuan has been credited to Alipay. To my astonishment, it was indeed true. The driver was momentarily paralyzed, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Luo Yang disembarked and swiftly navigated to the driver's seat, urging him, "Hurry, hurry." In a daze, the driver exited the vehicle, and Luo Yang quickly slid into the passenger seat, instructing him, "Head to Tianzong City Future Financial Investment and look for a girl named Luo Qinya to complete the transfer procedures. Quickly jot down her phone number." After conveying Luo Qinya's mobile number to the driver, Luo Yang shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, darting away like an arrow. Chapter 64. The privilege of wealth. He drove at breakneck speed until he reached the girl, who was waving at him. Shielding a significant portion of his face with his right hand, Luo Yang said, "Please hurry, we can't park here." The girl promptly entered the car, fastening her seatbelt while requesting, "Driver, please take me to the People's Hospital." Luo Yang nodded and hastily drove off. The girl was engrossed in sending messages on WeChat, and Luo Yang stole a glance at her. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and though she wore no makeup and he only glimpsed her profile, she was undeniably beautiful. A subtle fragrance permeated the car, intoxicating Luo Yang. He found himself genuinely captivated. Initially, he had been skeptical of the notion of love at first sight, yet this girl had truly stolen his heart. For reasons unknown, he felt a compelling urge to give her anything. Stealing furtive glances at her became a pleasurable experience. How could someone be so stunning? Although Luo Yang contemplated taking a longer route to the hospital, he feared she might be in a hurry, so he opted for a direct drive instead. He did not stop at the hospital entrance, but drove inside. As the girl opened WeChat to scan a code, Luo Yang hurriedly pulled out his phone, saying, wait, don't scan that. Add me on WeChat first, and then you can transfer the money." The girl paused, turning to him with a puzzled expression. "Do I really need to add you on WeChat just to pay for the fare? I've never heard of that before." Luo Yang quickly clarified, "Look, the photo on the payment code in the car isn't me, right? We are from different shifts. He works nights while I work days, and I forgot to take my payment code with me. If you scan that code, the money will go to him, not me." After considering this, the girl nodded. "All right, I'll transfer it to you, but I won't add you on WeChat. You can set the payment amount, and I'll scan to pay." Luo Yang felt a pang of regret. She was quite cautious, and his attempt to procure her WeChat had failed. He reluctantly pulled up the WeChat payment code and set the amount to 5 yuan. The girl glanced at the code and then asked, "Why is it only 5 yuan? I saw that your meter displayed 13 yuan. The meter's broken," Luo Yang replied sullenly. "Oh," the girl responded as she made the payment. She cast another glance at Luo Yang, seemingly feeling a sense of familiarity, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before. Nevertheless, her impression of him improved. This driver was not greedy. After the girl exited the car and entered the hospital, she disappeared from sight. Luo Yang lingered at the entrance for a moment, contemplating whether to venture inside to search for her. However, upon entering the hospital, he was wary of being spotted by her, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Yet, despite thoroughly exploring the ground floor, he found no trace of her. Could she be on the upper floors? The outpatient building soars 8 stories high, and in such a vast space, it takes an eternity to inspect each department and office thoroughly. The thought of that girl lingered in Luo Yang's mind, prompting him to brace himself and prepare to search floor by floor. Just then, Luo Yang's call came through, inquiring about his whereabouts, mentioning that the car's paperwork had been completed and urging him to come over to drive it. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Yang left the hospital and drove to Junchang car dealership. Luo Yang was waiting at the dealership's entrance. He remained oblivious to Luo Yang's arrival as he gazed into the distance, searching for something. Finding a parking space, Luo Yang stopped the car and waved, "Brother, I'm over here." Luo Yang turned around, astonished upon seeing the taxi Luo Yang had driven. "Why are you in a taxi? Whose is this?" Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively. "It's mine. I'm just leaving it here for now. You can drive it back to Tianzong City later." Luo Yang felt perplexed. Why would someone buy a taxi for no reason? Had he developed a penchant for self-punishment after suddenly becoming wealthy? Just then, Wei Qing emerged, handing him the keys to a Ferrari. "Mr. Luo, here are the car keys. There's another set and the owner's manual inside your car." "All right." Luo Yang took the keys, opened the door, and after he sat inside, Wei Qing assisted him in adjusting the seat with the electric controls. Truth be told, the car was indeed impressive, yet the seating comfort paled in comparison to that of a Mercedes. It seemed that supercars were merely a means to satiate the vanity of the affluent, a way to showcase their distinction from the common folk. Salespeople and customers at the dealership watched in envy as Luo Yang gradually drove the Ferrari out of the showroom. Unlike his first experience with the G-Class, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the enigmatic beautiful girl. Nonetheless, while the Ferrari's seats might lack comfort, its power was undeniably exhilarating. A mere tap on the accelerator sent the car roaring forward, leaving those beside it in a cloud of exhaust. Before he reached Tianzong City, Luo Yang received a call from Luo Qianya, prompting him to pull over to take the call. "Boss, I have something to tell you." Luo Qianya's tone hinted at barely contained excitement. Luo Yang replied impatiently, "What is it? Speak quickly." With a giggle, Luo Qianya exclaimed, "Boss, I rushed to report this to you as soon as I heard." "You need to act fast." Luo Yang grunted. "Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'm hanging up." I will. Luo Qianya quickly relented, her voice exaggerated and laced with laughter. "Boss." You know, a rich second-generation heir showed up at the Tianzong City sales office, driving a Porsche 911. He set up a huge heart-shaped candle at the entrance to propose to Wei Lin. Luo Yang was taken aback, contemplating before asking, "Is he proposing to Wei Lin with the car?" Luo Qianya clarified, "Not quite. The car is just for flaunting wealth. The proposal involves a ring." "Got it." Luo Yang ended the call and drove towards Tianzong City. The security guard at Tianzong City noticed the fiery red supercar and, upon recognizing the young boss behind the wheel, promptly saluted and opened the gate. Luo Yang drove straight to the sales office, where he could see a large crowd gathered at the entrance from a distance. The sound of the Ferrari supercar was unmistakable, prompting some passers-by to glance back in surprise, exclaiming, "Goodness, another supercar has arrived." They quickly moved aside. The sales personnel at the real estate office had already recognized that the open-top sports car belonged to their boss, Luo Yang, and they exchanged knowing smiles. The proposal was being made by a young man in his late 20s, who, despite appearing somewhat overly groomed, was quite handsome. He had arranged a heart-shaped circle of candles in front of him, within which lay an open jewelry box containing a sparkling silver diamond ring. Behind him was a deep blue Porsche 911, adorned with a large cluster of colorful balloons tied to the back seat, creating a romantic atmosphere. Standing on the stone steps at the entrance, Wei Lin's face was a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she glared at the young man, declaring, "I've told you before. It's impossible between us. I don't like you, so please stop bothering me." The young man stubbornly replied, "I don't understand why you won't accept my proposal. You know my family's situation. I can provide you with a comfortable life. What do you earn as a sales clerk? Wei Lin, please agree to be with me. I truly love you." Luo Yang found the situation amusing. He stepped forward and addressed the young man, saying, "A proposal should be sincere. Your car is impressive. How about proposing with it?" The young man was taken aback. He had driven the car to flaunt his wealth and status. This vehicle was his most cherished possession, one he had pleaded with his parents for a long time before they finally agreed to buy it. While he found Wei Lin undeniably beautiful, the thought of giving away his beloved car for a proposal was simply unthinkable. Luo Yang chuckled, raised the car keys in his hand, and approached Wei Lin, saying, "Wei Lin, this Ferrari 812 is a recent purchase of mine, costing 6 million. However, I don't enjoy driving it, so I'm giving it to you." Instantly, Wei Lin's face lit up with joy as she accepted the keys. The young man stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, where did this person come from? After a moment of shock, he incredulously asked Luo Yang, "Are you really giving her a $6 million car as a proposal?" "No," Luo Yang replied, shaking his finger, "I'm not proposing. I'm just a friend giving her a car. Just a car." The young man felt an urge to curse, incredulous that someone would so casually give away an expensive vehicle, as if it were merely a head of cabbage. Chapter 65. Seeking her amidst thousands, the young man seethed with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss against this unexpected rival. After all, he could not offer a Porsche in return. Who was this individual? Was there anyone wealthier than him in Chuan City? He couldn't shake off thoughts of Wei Lin, who had persistently rejected him. Men, after all, are often foolish. The more unattainable a woman is, the more a man desires her. Looking at Wei Lin, now smiling brightly with the car keys in hand, he felt a surge of frustration. How could she be so joyful with someone else when she had always acted aloof towards him? This $6 million Ferrari was far beyond his own Porsche, worth over 100,000. She must have been secretly involved with this wealthy man all along. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you covet He Shuai's woman? Have you contemplated the consequences?" The young man, He Shuai, spoke fiercely, expressing his discontent that what was meant to be an extravagant proposal had been disrupted by this fool. He Shuai, well acquainted with the affluent of Chuan City, found himself unfamiliar with Luo Yang, suspecting him to be a rich heir from another region. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how formidable you are, in Chuan City, you must submit to me. Upon uttering these arrogant words, before Luo Yang could respond, several security guards chuckled derisively, thinking it amusing for someone to threaten Boss Luo in Tianzhong City. They were aware of the wealthiest individuals in Chuan City, including He Shuai's father, He Fugui, who was reputed to be the richest man in the area. However, Han Wenjun, who was of similar standing to He Fugui, was dwarfed by Boss Luo's fortune, which surpassed Han Wenjun's by tenfold or more. As they were allies, they felt no fear towards He Fugui. More importantly, Boss Luo had recently donated 4 to 5 billion to construct new schools throughout the city, earning him immense public favor. The city officials practically held him in reverence. Not even He Fugui, his father, would dare to challenge Luo Yang. Those who dared to confront Boss Luo could only be met with one response: retaliation. After He Shuai's bold declaration, Luo Yang remained unfazed, smiling calmly in silence, leading He Shuai to mistakenly believe that he had instilled fear. In his arrogance, he taunted, "Why aren't you speaking?" At that moment, a figure emerged from the sales office, sneering coldly, "You certainly have a lot of bravado, don't you?" He Shuai found the voice somewhat familiar, and upon looking up, he was taken aback to see Han Wenjun. Quickly donning a smile, he greeted, "Uncle Han, what brings you here?" Han Wenjun, with a stern expression, replied, "Do not call me uncle. I do not possess such an arrogant nephew who dares to confront and intimidate my boss. I am quite irked. If this car is damaged, I'll be sure to summon your father to handle it." He Shuai was momentarily stunned. It didn't make sense that Han Wenjun, who had a good relationship with his father and was among the richest in Chuan City, would make things difficult for him. "Uncle Han, Are you referring to me? He Shuai thought Han Wenjun had made a mistake and pressed for clarification. I am indeed speaking of you, you insolent brat. Han Wenjun retorted sharply. At this juncture, Luo Yang finally spoke, summoning several security guards, and pointed at the Porsche 911, declaring, "Smash that car. Each person who participates will receive a reward of 10,000. The audacity of such a command was astounding. In an instant, security personnel and sales staff surged forth, some wielding hammers, others brandishing wooden sticks, and they began to mercilessly smash the luxury sports car. He Shuai shouted in alarm, My car! My car! It cost 1.6 million. You'll pay dearly for this, you scoundrels." The vandals paid him no heed. Boss Luo interjected, stating that they would not hesitate to destroy not just a car worth over 100,000, but even an airplane. Initially, Luo Yang had not intended to be so extravagant, but He Shuai's harsh words compelled him to act without restraint. The pent-up frustration from the disdain directed at an unnamed girl ignited his anger. If He Shuai insisted on provoking him, then he would not hold back, with a dozen or so individuals fiercely attacking the car. Even the sales staff joined in the fray. He Shuai dared not intervene, as no one paid him any mind, and he could only watch helplessly as his beautiful sports car was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Among them, the security captain, Guo Zhuang, was the fiercest. After the destruction, everyone turned to look at Luo Yang. Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Head to the finance office to collect your money. Each person receives 10,000, with Guo Zhuang, having exerted the most effort, awarded 20,000. A chorus of exuberant cheers erupted. Long live the boss! As a throng of individuals rushed towards the finance office, yet Guo Zhuang remained steadfast, not budging from his spot. Luo Yang glanced over and beckoned to Luo Qinya, saying, "Come with me to the company. I have matters to discuss with you." He Shuai, in a fit of indignation, reached out to seize Luo Yang, exclaiming, "You smashed my car and think you can escape? Stop right there." Guo Zhuang, observing the scene, surged forward and executed a shoulder throw, sending He Shuai crashing to the ground, where he lay for a considerable time before managing to rise, tears and snot streaming down his face as he shouted, "How dare you smash my car and assault me? I'll have my father sue you to the ends of the earth." Luo Yang coolly retorted, "You aren't worthy of that. Go have your father demand money from me. I'm so broke, all I have left is money." As Luo Yang strode away without a backward glance, Wei Lin, clutching the car keys, called out urgently, "What about your car?" Luo Yang, still not turning around, replied, "Consider the car a gift. If you don't want it, feel free to smash it." Wei Lin, incensed, gritted her teeth. "You're the one who should be smashing things, you fool. If you break it, don't you have to compensate the owner? I'm not so foolish as to waste money." Yet, despite her tirade, she couldn't help but feel a strange fondness. It was precisely Luo Yang's roguish demeanor that irked her. He Shuai was there to propose, but instead, Luo Yang had disrupted the moment without even making a declaration of love. It was infuriating. Luo Yang, with a scowl, remained silent, as Luo Qinya and Han Wenjun dared not utter a word, mistakenly believing that he was upset with He Shuai. Upon reaching the office, Luo Yang plopped down heavily onto the sofa and, after a moment, called out to Luo Qinya, "Fetch me someone." Luo Qinya nodded, "Sure, who should I look for?" "A girl." Luo Qinya dutifully took out her notebook and pen, asking, "Boss, what is her name? Her phone number and address?" After a brief silence, Luo Yang replied, "I don't know." Luo Qinya was taken aback, "Then how am I supposed to find her?" After a pause, she inquired, "Do you have a picture of her?" Luo Yang frowned and said no, but then reconsidered, feeling it might be too much to ask of Luo Qinya, and added, "I met a girl at the Auto City. She's about 170 tall, has shoulder-length hair, very beautiful, and then she went to the hospital." Luo Qinya was both amused and exasperated. Had the boss developed a crush? Han Wenjun stifled a chuckle, though he didn't dare reveal his mirth. Young Master Luo could be quite cunning, but it was surprising to witness such childishness in him. Nevertheless, Luo Qinya sensed something unusual in Luo Yang's words. He had emphasized very when describing the girl's beauty. Just how stunning was she compared to Wei Lin? Speaking of which, what did the boss think of Wei Lin? Chapter 66. The CAD.AS Luo Qinya contemplated further questions. Han Wenjun interrupted, "Qinya, let us go. I have a friend in the household registration department. Let's see if we can track her down." Noticing Han Wenjun signaling to her, Luo Qinya suppressed her inquiries and followed him out. Outside, Han Wenjun quietly remarked, Qinya, don't you possess any perceptiveness? President Luo is in a foul mood, yet you persistently inquire about that matter. Luo Qinya pouted and replied, but that is simply unreasonable. There is no information whatsoever. Where am I supposed to locate that person for him? Han Wenjun chuckled softly and suddenly said, Qinya, don't you think our President Luo seems more human now? More human? Luo Qinya couldn't help but laugh. Was he not human before? Han Wenjun shook his head and replied, previously, I always perceived him as an elevated deity. Just think about it. Who earns billions in a single day? Although he is youthful, I never regarded him as an ordinary young person. However, today he has developed feelings for a girl, worrying and getting angry for her. Don't you think he suddenly resembles you and me? A real person? Luo Qinya pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, that is true. But what about Wei Lin? Han Wenjun laughed. Why are you fretting over the boss's matters? Luo Qinya, however, tilted her head and huffed. Look at the commotion at the sales office today. Who doesn't he know that Wei Lin is the future boss lady? It seems our boss is straddling multiple boats. Han Wenjun shook his head and said, I witnessed it firsthand. President Luo was merely helping Wei Lin out of a predicament. He Xiao is nothing but a superficial ornament, and President Luo was considering Wei Lin. Whether there are feelings involved? I can't say. However, given President Luo's immense wealth, do you think his romantic life would be so mundane? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qinya retorted, but he can't be a scumbag. Han Wenjun chuckled. I see you're about 25 or 26, yet you remain so naive. We shouldn't concern ourselves with President Luo's personal affairs. I believe he values loyalty, is generous to his subordinates, possesses personal capabilities, and bears a sense of social responsibility. To have a boss worth following is a good thing. With his wealth, do you think his life could possibly be dull? Just look at Principal Sitsong. He is undoubtedly a scoundrel, yet what of it? Luo Qinya was left speechless and, feeling exasperated, decided to ride with Han Wenjun to the household registration office. She was somewhat irritated. Wasn't he this akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? How could such a prominent businessman not have encountered beautiful women before? She simply could not believe that a single meeting could escalate to this extent. Luo Yang was brooding, as Zhong Shuai would only arrive in the evening. Having rested at home during the day, it was impossible to find a suitable outlet for his frustration during daylight hours. After sitting in the office for a while, the raucous renovation noises became unbearable. So he opted to return home for a brief nap, intending to vent his frustrations later amidst the American stock market and futures. Just as he exited the elevator, his phone rang. It was a call from Qin Feiyang. He reached out and pressed the answer button. President Luo, there is a financial forum conference in the provincial capital, an exchange meeting for prominent entrepreneurs within the province. Our Chuan city initially had no qualifying entrepreneurs, but this year, with your emergence, we far surpassed the threshold. I've registered you. We depart for the provincial capital tomorrow for a full day of events. Luo Yang forced a wry smile and said, Mayor Qin, to be honest, I am rather reluctant to deal with those individuals. Perhaps. Before he could finish, Qin Feiyang promptly interrupted him. I have already signed you up. You cannot back out now. Go ahead. A broader circle and more acquaintances will undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. Very well, I shall go tomorrow, Luo Yang conceded, realizing he could not evade the situation. After providing the address, Qin Feiyang offered a few more words of caution before ending the call. Luo Yang suddenly recalled the idea of seeking Qin Feiyang's assistance in locating that girl. However, the thought flitted away just as quickly. Without any information, how could he expect anyone to help him? Moreover, discussing this matter with Qin Feiyang would only cause him embarrassment, especially since the girl clearly held a rather unfavorable impression of him. Making a grand effort to find her might only result in a cold rejection. Sullenly, he opened the door and entered the house. In the living room, someone was present. His father stood up and said, Luo Yang, your aunt has arrived. Luo Chunying also hastily rose, her lips moving as she looked at Luo Yang. Yet she ultimately refrained from uttering any words. The Luo Yang before her was no longer the insignificant character she once belittled. Nodding slightly, Luo Yang replied coolly, Aunt. Upon hearing Luo Yang address her as aunt, Luo Chunying seemed to regain her composure, albeit with a hint of irritation in her voice. She began, Luo Yang, the school suddenly revoked your uncle's qualification for the project group. And I find it quite vexing. He is over 40, and if he misses this opportunity, his prospects will be bleak. He inquired, and was told that it was requested by your personal assistant. Luo Yang, You must speak to her. How could she handle things so carelessly? Luo Chunying was well aware that this was Luo Yang's decision, yet she obliquely shifted the blame onto his assistant. With a calm demeanor, Luo Yang replied, "It has nothing to do with her. This was my directive." Luo Chunying was taken aback. She never anticipated that Luo Yang would so straightforwardly take full responsibility upon himself. This conversation had effectively reached a dead end. Her face flushed with anger. She retorted, "What do you mean by that? You need to clarify." Luo Yang, expressionless, responded, "That is precisely what I mean. Clarifying it leads to the same conclusion." Luo Chunying's face turned crimson, and she turned to Luo Weigua, exclaiming, "Second brother, look at this child. Does he not regard me as his aunt? Does he have no respect for his elders, forgetting that I am his aunt?" Luo Yang replied with a smirk, "Aunt, allow me to speak candidly. This world operates on principles of cause and effect. For every action, there is a reaction. You will reap what you sowed. I shall refrain from saying more to avoid further escalating the situation. I am a man who repays kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. As for money, I possess ample resources, enough to last several lifetimes. I will give it to whomever I choose, and if I choose not to give, then I shan't. I have the luxury to be capricious." Luo Chunying retorted angrily, "Just say it directly. Am I your enemy?" Luo Yang pointed toward the door and stated, "Whether enemy or not, I am disinclined to engage in such discussions with you. Let me be clear. This is my project, my money. Do not harbor any delusions. The door is right there. If you have any grievances, please express them outside. This is my home." Luo Chunying, seething with rage, gritted her teeth, her hands trembling as she pointed a quivering finger at Luo Yang, then gestured toward Luo Weigua, exclaiming, "Second brother, well, you all are truly something." Zhao Jinyu, observing the drama unfold, remained aloof and silent, having long harbored disdain for her two sisters-in-law, who were ungrateful and snobbish. She pondered the significance of their familial ties. Left with no recourse, Luo Chunying stamped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. Luo Weigua, after a moment's reflection, hastily pursued her. Zhao Jinyu, casting a dark look at Luo Yang, remarked, "Son, look at your father." Luo Yang chuckled softly, replying, "Isn't this a good thing, mother? It demonstrates that father is not devoid of compassion. Even if his younger sisters are heartless, he still cannot bring himself to be unkind to them." Zhao Jinyu frowned and queried, "Then why did you just threaten to sever ties with your aunt?" With a sigh, Luo Yang explained, "Mother, my father is a man of integrity. How could he be harsh with his own sisters? My intention in saying that was to make it clear that neither my elder nor younger aunt should expect to gain any advantage from me. I cannot control my father's actions. Each generation faces its own challenges. If he feels compelled to secretly assist them, that is his prerogative, but I certainly will not. I, for one, hold grudges." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu could not help but express her indignation. "Indeed, those two aunts are truly ungrateful. I would not treat them kindly either. Let us not dwell on them, as it only stirs my ire," Luo Yang said, shaking his head. He plucked a grape from the fruit bowl on the coffee table and popped it into his mouth, continuing, "Mother, tomorrow I must travel to the provincial capital for a meeting. I will be gone for 2 days. I was initially reluctant to go, but Mayor Qin has already registered my name, and I cannot refuse him. It's best to attend and broaden my social circle." Zhao Jinyu had no objections and stood up to head to the kitchen, stating, "I will go prepare dinner in the afternoon." Luo Qinya and Han Wenjun returned. Luo Qinya wore a sullen expression. "Boss, I couldn't locate the person. I even searched the hospital. Otherwise, why not send me to the sea to fish for needles? I am not cut out for this search." Luo Yang shared her frustration, as Han Wenjun briefed him on the current preparations, primarily focusing on acquiring more land for the fourth phase, specifically targeting high-end properties like villas and luxury apartments. Luo Qinya had received numerous interview calls throughout the day and had been too busy until now. She inquired about Luo Yang's opinion, to which he lazily waved his hand. "Han, please accompany me to the company. As the big boss, you have far more experience in hiring than I do. Lend me your support," she requested. Han Wenjun readily agreed, and the two made their way to the company. 17 candidates awaited their turn in the lobby of the office building, 5 of whom were women applying for the position of Luo Yang's personal assistant, essentially the role of executive assistant. Luo Qinya had arranged for a reception area in the lobby since the upper floors were undergoing renovations, making interviews inconvenient. Now, all properties in Tianzong City, whether residential or commercial, belonged entirely to Luo Yang, allowing Luo Qinya the freedom to arrange things as she saw fit. A temporary workspace had been set up on the right side of the front desk for conducting interviews, while the other candidates remained seated in the lobby, waiting for their turn. The initial round of interviews featured 5 women, with the first candidate being named Song Ziqing, a 25-year-old graduate from Han University, holding a degree in financial management, applying for a finance position. Luo Qinya posed a series of general knowledge questions, to which Song Ziqing responded with remarkable agility and coherence. This young woman possessed striking beauty, comparable to that of her and Wei Lin, prompting Luo Qinya to make a note before summoning the next candidate. Out of 17 candidates, only 6 were confirmed: 1 human resources personnel, 4 traders, and 1 finance assistant, all 4 traders having prior experience in stock trading. Luo Yang's personal assistant retained the information of 2 candidates, Song Ziqing and Wang Yu, both distinguished by their attractiveness. Luo Qinya had considered that as the assistant to the president, not only should one possess exceptional abilities, but also a pleasing appearance, as they would represent the president's image. Thus, physical appeal was deemed the primary criterion. Once selections were made, Luo Qinya contacted Luo Yang to inform him of the 2 assistant candidates, inviting him to the first floor of the office building to meet them. After washing his face, Luo Yang ambled over, only to realize he had not changed his shoes, still donning a pair of flip-flops. Indifferent to the need for a change, he made his way to the office building with a casual clatter. Upon seeing his appearance, Luo Qinya could hardly suppress a laugh, yet restrained herself in the presence of Song Ziqing and Wang Yu. Luo Zong, this is Miss Song and Miss Wang, along with their profiles, she said, handing the documents to Luo Yang. As he perused the first document, that of Song Ziqing, he could not help but acknowledge the allure of both candidates. However, Song Ziqing appeared to have a more poised and refined demeanor. Upon reviewing Wang Yu's profile, which also indicated a university education, he noted their qualifications were fairly similar. Typically, individuals of their educational background would not opt to return to Chuan City for employment. Considering Luo Qinya's salary offerings were quite competitive, starting at an annual salary of at least 100,000. The cost of living in Chuan City was undoubtedly lower than that of first- and second-tier cities, and being locals made it more convenient for them to remain close to home. Without hesitation, Luo Yang declared, "Wang Yu will assist at the front desk for now, as we have numerous recruitment matters at hand, while Song Ziqing will serve as my personal assistant." Both Song Ziqing and Wang Yu felt an unsettling apprehension. The president was not only exceedingly young, but also lacked a professional appearance. And the company did not even possess a proper office. Was this a reliable environment? Luo Qinya immediately recognized that they were making the same mistake she once did, and promptly suggested that she guide them to the interview room to discuss some work-related matters. Once inside the interview room, Luo Qinya addressed them. "Do you feel that the young age of our boss makes him seem unreliable?" The 2 girls nodded, their expressions revealing their discomfort, though they had not vocalized their concerns. Luo Qinya continued, "As fellow women and Chuan City residents, let me share a few heartfelt words. Should you choose to leave, you may regret it for a lifetime. Although our boss is young, his capabilities I find it difficult to articulate. If I speak the truth, you might think I'm boasting. Well, if you believe you can remain, then do so. If you prefer not to, feel free to leave." Song Ziqing glanced at Luo Qinya, then cast a tentative look towards Luo Yang outside, hesitantly inquiring, will the boss?" Luo Qinya chuckled. "Do you think the boss selected you as his personal assistant with ulterior motives? You are overthinking this. Allow me to share my thoughts. When I previously came for an interview, I harbored similar sentiments as you. However, the boss scarcely acknowledged my presence, treating me merely as a worker. Fear not." Song Ziqing exhaled in relief. A beautiful girl invariably approaches every man with a sense of caution, perceiving each one as a potential predator. Although Song Ziqing was confident in her allure, she dared not claim to be more beautiful than Luo Qinya. As long as the boss was not lecherous, that was sufficient. Furthermore, Song Ziqing wished to inquire further but hesitated, caught in indecision at that moment. Wang Yu interjected, "Will the company pay salaries on time?" Luo Qinya chuckled and replied, "Absolutely, our youthful boss is not lacking in funds. If you choose to commence work today, you will soon grasp the extent of our boss's capabilities." Song Ziqing, still doubtful, asked, "Work in the evening?" Luo Qinya offered clarification. "Our company's primary business revolves around trading in U.S. stocks and international futures. Given the time difference with Europe and America, the market opens at 9:30 in the evening and closes at 4 in the morning. Thus, our working hours are confined to this time frame. Moreover, The office is currently undergoing renovations, which should be completed in about a month, so we do not have daytime shifts. However, if you prefer, you may come in for a day shift at double pay. Song Ziqing and Wang Yu felt reassured. Wang Yu mentioned having other commitments in the evening and opted to start officially in the morning, while Song Ziqing, having no plans, was curious to witness the prowess of the boss as described by Luo Qinya. Thus nodded in agreement to commence work that very day. Upon exiting, she spotted the young boss waving at her. Perfect timing. I need you to accompany me for a moment. Chapter 68. Class reunions are all about showing off. Is there truly a matter at hand? Song Ziqing gasped in astonishment. Could it be that the young boss harbored ulterior motives towards her? Just moments ago, Luo Qinya had assured her that Boss Luo was not lecherous, so why was he summoning her for a private meeting? Hurry up, don't dawdle, Luo Yang urged, stepping out ahead. Song Ziqing cast a helpless glance at Luo Qinya, silently pleading for her to intervene. Luo Qinya, exasperated, replied, just go. What are you pondering? With a determined bite of her lip, Song Ziqing decided to follow him outside. After all, she possessed a can of wolf spray in her bag. Should the boss dare to make any unwelcome advances, he would soon regret it. Luo Yang glanced around downstairs. His car was parked near the residential building, while only a single taxi was stationed outside the company. Perfect, that would suffice. As Song Ziqing emerged, she momentarily lost sight of Boss Luo. Where had he gone? Had she already misplaced the boss on her very first task? Just as uncertainty began to creep in, a taxi pulled up beside her, and Luo Yang leaned out from the driver's seat, calling, "Get in." Taken aback, Song Ziqing hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, which was in such disrepair that it was barely presentable. The seats were riddled with holes, and as she fastened her seatbelt, she found herself bewildered. Was this truly the car of their affluent boss Luo? The scene starkly contrasted with the grandiose image Luo Qinya had painted of him. How could someone so illustrious be driving such a dilapidated taxi? After a brief while, unable to contain her curiosity, Song Ziqing asked, "Boss Luo, where are we headed?" While driving, Luo Yang replied, "You can drive, right? I noticed from your profile that you possess a driver's license, which is why I called upon you. It's a class reunion. And if I happen to indulge in some drinks later, you shall be my designated driver." So it's driving, then? Startled, Song Ziqing discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, why didn't you mention it earlier? You, a successful entrepreneur, arriving at a class reunion in a dilapidated taxi. Aren't you concerned about losing face? A mere 10 minutes later, Luo Yang arrived at a seafood restaurant on Binjiang Road, found a parking spot, and upon exiting the vehicle, he spotted someone glancing around outside the establishment. He waved. "Huang Tao, over here." The individual was none other than his classmate Huang Tao, who immediately approached him and cast several scrutinizing glances at Song Ziqing, exclaiming, "Old classmate, is she your girlfriend?" What a high-profile match. Upon seeing Song Ziqing's stunning beauty, Huang Tao couldn't help but envy Luo Yang, thinking to himself that wealth truly attracts beautiful women. "Where's your G-Wagon? What did you drive here?" Huang Tao continued to glance around in search of Luo Yang's vehicle, recalling how he had envied the Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon Luo Yang had driven home previously, losing sleep over it for several days. Luo Yang chuckled heartily and pointed at the taxi, saying, "I came in this car." Huang Tao was taken aback. "This car? You are driving a taxi now? Could it be that this fellow's newfound wealth is merely an illusion, and he is, in fact, just a driver, having worked for a boss only to return to earn a living as a taxi driver?" Who's driving a taxi?" A slightly high-pitched voice inquired as a man approached, playfully patting Huang Tao on the shoulder. Upon catching sight of Luo Yang, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's Luo Yang. I heard you've hidden yourself away in the south. When did you return?" This was Zhao Jian, whose father had been the deputy mayor of Xizang Town during their middle school years and later ascended to become an assistant director in a bureau in Chuan City. Zhao Jian had always possessed a rather arrogant demeanor. Teachers would often say that mastering mathematics and science would allow one to travel the world without fear, to which he retorted that having a good father was far more advantageous. Indeed, while some classmates toiled and struggled to gain admission to university, only to grapple with job hunting upon graduation, Zhao Jian had already secured a position as an office clerk in a state-owned enterprise for several years. While you were still in university, he was already earning a salary. By the time you graduated and faced struggles, he had been promoted, always remaining ahead of you at the starting line. Zhao Jin's gaze fell upon Song Ziqing, and his eyes brightened. He exclaimed, "Oh my, Who is this so beautiful? Huang Tao. Is she your girlfriend? Huang Tao chuckled awkwardly. I wish she were, but alas, she is the esteemed assistant of Luo Zong. Haha, Luo Zong. Which Zong are you referring to? Zhao Jin pointed at the taxi mockingly. Since when can one driving a taxi be called Zong? That title seems rather cheap, doesn't it? After openly disparaging Luo Yang, Zhao Jin turned to Song Ziqing. Miss, are you truly Luo Yang's girlfriend? Song Ziqing quickly clarified. No, I am Luo Zong's personal assistant. So you've truly made it to the status of Luo Zong. Zhao Jin laughed heartily, saying, Luo Yang, just a few months ago, I heard from the class monitor that you were buried under a mountain of debt. He expressed concern that you might drag the classmates down with you, hence removing you from the group. Where did you find the means to recover in these past few months? Luo Yang replied nonchalantly. Recover? It's merely a struggle. Look, our Luo Yang is truly honest and never lies. Zhao Jin playfully patted Luo Yang on the shoulder and turned to Song Ziqing, saying, You, with such a fine individual, what kind of job could possibly be difficult to secure? Yet you wish to be an assistant to a taxi driver. How utterly laughable. Come, let us go inside. Once we've enjoyed some delectable food and drink, I shall personally ensure you find a splendid job. Song Ziqing swiftly evaded Zhao Jin's grasp, replying, No, thank you. I am quite content with my current position and have no desire to change. Zhao Jin, feeling somewhat deflated by Song Ziqing's rejection, straightened his posture while retrieving his phone, deliberately shaking the BMW car key that dangled from his belt. Noticing that Song Ziqing paid no heed to the key, he turned to Huang Tao and remarked, Tower, I heard you were considering a car upgrade. I purchased this BMW 5 last year for 460,000 upon its release. If you are indeed looking to switch, I could offer it to you at a discount. I am keen on acquiring a BMW X6, a sporty model, priced at a cool 1 million. It's exhilarating. Huang Tao, fully aware of Zhao Jin's intention to boast in front of the ladies, chuckled and replied, The BMW 5 doesn't particularly appeal to me. I prefer the Mercedes G-Class. Zhao Jin was momentarily taken aback, momentarily speechless before exclaiming, Wow, the G-Class? That S over 1 million. Huang Tao glanced at Luo Yang, smiled, and changed the subject, urging, Come on, let us head inside. We've arrived. As Song Ziqing opened the taxi door, she stated, I think I'll stay here in the car for a bit. Zhao Jin, unable to contain himself, urged again, Come on, sitting in the taxi is rather dull. We are all classmates and acquaintances. Join us. This seafood restaurant is the most renowned new establishment in Chuan City. You must try it. It's truly delightful. I frequent this place and I never spend less than 3,000 to 5,000 on a meal. I really don't need to. I'll just wait in the car, Song Ziqing firmly replied, sliding into the vehicle and slamming the door shut with a decisive thud. Zhao Jin felt a tinge of embarrassment. This beautiful woman was offering him no semblance of courtesy, and he was somewhat vexed. He contemplated gathering a few individuals to drag her inside later. Chapter 69. A twisted reunion. This gathering was orchestrated by Zhao Jin, who had reached out in a group chat, discovering that most of their classmates resided in Chuan City, and thus decided to organize a reunion that, of course, his primary aim was to flaunt his current status, as there was nothing more gratifying than displaying his success in front of familiar faces. Today, he had reserved a lavish 50-seat private room, adorned with a grand rotating dining table at its center, which was embellished with magnificent fresh flowers. The reservation for this room alone cost 1,000 yuan. Dozens of male and female classmates engaged in lively conversations, with the women dressed in their finest attire, while the men displayed their mobile phones and car keys prominently, as possessing a vehicle added a touch of prestige. Naturally, Zhao Jin's BMW key was a particularly notable symbol of status. Upon entering, Luo Yang barely garnered a glance from anyone, as if he were invisible. It was Huang Tao who pulled him to sit beside him, exclaiming, Come, Mr. Luo, take a seat here. I wish to bask in some of your prosperity. Huang Tao's words instantly elicited laughter from many classmates, who interpreted his comment as a jibe at Luo Yang. Huang Tao, a notorious ruffian, hails from a well-off family and is deeply entrenched in the underworld. His fearsome demeanor often deters most from crossing his path. However, his unusually courteous behavior towards Luo Yang is clearly a ploy to belittle him. Huang Tao harbors a tinge of confusion regarding Luo Yang's arrival in a taxi. If he has indeed fallen on hard times, how could he possibly afford such an exquisite assistant? Could it be yet another instance of feigning humility to conceal his true capabilities? Most likely. Thus, Huang Tao's politeness towards Luo Yang is genuine. After all, during Luo Yang's last visit home, his extravagant display left Zhao Jin in the dust. Zhao Jin rose, clapped his hands, and raised his glass, proclaiming, "Fellow classmates, everyone who could make it is here, so let us toast." Everyone stood up. The female classmates took delicate sips, while the male classmates downed their drinks in one go. The thumb-sized glasses held only a modest amount. Luo Yang, not wishing to indulge excessively, merely tasted the drink before setting the glass down. Zhao Jin, however, was watching him intently, and with a hearty laugh, he approached and patted Luo Yang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Do you all remember our classmate Luo Yang? He has now been elevated to the status of general manager. Luo, how much do you earn in a day driving a taxi?" With a smile that failed to reach his eyes, Luo Yang replied, "What money can one earn? It's merely a means to get by." Zhao Jin chuckled. "I find that hard to believe. How much can one possibly earn driving a taxi all day? How could you afford such a beautiful assistant? Surely, you must be deceiving us." Luo Yang laughed. "I am just as perplexed. She only applied today. I mentioned it would be arduous to be my assistant. But if she wishes to join, what can I do?" "Look at that," Zhao Jin remarked, a mix of envy and indignation in his tone. "And no matter how good your circumstances, nothing surpasses the art of persuasion. Come now, show us how you managed to charm her. At this juncture, Zhao Jin addressed the group. "You may not be aware, but Luo Yang has brought with him a stunning beauty, who has declared herself General Manager Luo's personal assistant. She is currently seated in the taxi he drove here. I simply cannot fathom the minds of today's young women. They would rather sit on a bicycle smiling than ride in a BMW crying. Is that true? Luo Yang, do not keep her hidden away. Bring her in for us to see." In an instant, both male and female classmates were eager to catch a glimpse of Luo Yang's assistant, clamoring for him to summon her. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang retrieved his phone and called Song Ziqing, instructing her to come in and enjoy some snacks. Soon enough, Song Ziqing glided into the room, and Luo Yang's 30-plus classmates were momentarily rendered speechless. Even Qinyu, the self-proclaimed class beauty, felt a pang of inadequacy upon seeing Song Ziqing's striking beauty. Luo Yang pulled up a chair beside him, gesturing for her to sit. "Xiao Song, take a seat here. My classmates wish to meet you. Please, feel free to have something to eat." Zhao Jin, consumed by envy, hurried over with his glass, eager to engage Song Ziqing. "Since you're here, you must join us for a toast." However, Song Ziqing promptly declined. "I cannot drink. General Manager Luo has already had his fill. I must drive later." Zhao Jin, with a flourish of bravado, proclaimed, "Do not worry. Shortly I shall drive you in my BMW. It is certainly more comfortable than riding in Luo Yang's taxi." "I apologize, but I cannot drink," Song Ziqing replied, her voice gentle yet resolute. Zhao Jin, narrowing his eyes with a smirk, retorted, "Oh, my dear, I dare say Luo Yang has not mentioned my identity to you. Allow me to enlighten you. When Zhao Jin makes a request, those who disregard it shall find themselves in discomfort. It is imperative that you partake in this drink today." Rising to his feet, Luo Yang interjected calmly, "Zhao Jin, this is merely a gathering of classmates. While it is indeed commendable to rekindle friendships, there is no need for you to assert your authority. My assistant here is not your classmate. If she wishes to drink, she may, but if not, it is of no concern to you." A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Luo Yang's words carried an unmistakable edge. It was perplexing, as Zhao Jin had always perceived Luo Yang as an unassuming and mild-mannered individual. When had he developed such a distinct personality? Zhao Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered anyone who dared to deny him face. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted, eyebrows raised in indignation. "Luo Yang, are you seeking to provoke me?" With a cold smirk, Luo Yang replied, "Provoke you? You have grown accustomed to your lofty demeanor, always overthinking. I have no time to engage in trivial disputes with you. Frankly, this gathering has become rather dull. Aside from your incessant boasting and flaunting of wealth, what else is there? I heard that female classmates are exempt from fees, while male classmates owe 200 each, which you graciously cover. Here's the deal. I shall take care of the bills for the others, leaving you with 200 to settle on your own. Farewell." With that, Luo Yang beckoned to Song Ziqing and departed without a word to the other classmates, striding straight out. Zhao Jin stood there, momentarily stunned, then glanced at the table of equally dumbfounded classmates, feeling utterly humiliated. He had lost all semblance of dignity. Luo Yang, halt this instant! Fueled by rage, Zhao Jin charged after him, his temper flaring. Luo Yang was at the front desk preparing to settle the bill when Zhao Jin burst out, intent on confronting him. Yet, Luo Yang was no pushover. He swiftly seized a bottle of beer from the samples displayed at the counter, ready to defend himself should Zhao Jin attempt to grab him. Just then, Zhao Jin noticed two familiar figures emerging from a side room, his face shifting to one of surprise as he quickly donned a smile to greet them. Secretary Yang, Uncle He. The two individuals, one in his 30s and the other in his 50s, exuded an air of authority that was unmistakable. They were clearly not ordinary folk. The younger man swept his gaze over Zhao Jin, nodding slightly, then his eyes fell upon Luo Yang, momentarily taken aback before striding forward to shake his hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Luo, what brings you here?" To Zhao Jin's astonishment, this man was none other than Yang Zhe, the secretary to Mayor Qin. Chapter 70. Another game of pretending to be weak? Zhao Jin, initially believing Yang Zhe was approaching him for a handshake, extended his hands in greeting. However, to his bewilderment, Yang Zhe brushed past him, completely ignoring him as he fervently grasped Luo Yang's hand in a warm greeting. Zhao Jin was left dumbfounded. How could Secretary Yang possibly know someone as unremarkable as Luo Yang? Furthermore, their camaraderie was strikingly intimate. In the capacity and stature of Yang Zhe, even when meeting the heads of various towns, he would not extend such excessive courtesy. Thus, Zhao Jin was left bewildered. Yang Zhe hastily introduced the middle-aged man accompanying him to Luo Yang. "Mr. Luo, allow me to introduce you to Mr. He Fuguwei." Luo Yang responded with a note of recognition. "Ah, so you are Mr. He, the wealthiest in Chuancheng. I have long admired your reputation." He Fuguwei, with his round and plump face adorned with a beaming smile, vigorously shook hands with Luo Yang multiple times, cheerfully exclaiming, "Wealthiest? That's merely the nonsense of those clueless youngsters. It brings me to tears. If we are to speak of the true wealthiest, Mr. Luo, you would have to claim second place. Who would dare to claim first?" Luo Yang chuckled heartily, realizing that He Fuguwei was cunningly shrewd, 1,000 times more so than his son. He knew that He Fuguwei must be aware of the incident with He Shuai's Porsche 911, which he had damaged, yet He Fuguwei showed no signs of displeasure, wearing a blissful demeanor akin to that of a benevolent Buddha. Yang Zhe then inquired of Luo Yang, "Are you here for a meal?" Luo Yang smiled and replied, "Just a gathering of classmates." We were about to settle the bill and leave. He Fuguwei stepped forward, occupying a significant portion of the counter, casually tossing out a bank card as he instructed the front desk. "Charge it to Mr. Luo's account." Luo Yang, with a smile, replied, "Mr. He, allow me to take care of this. I cannot let you bear the expense." He Fuguwei, with a serious expression, insisted, "Mr. Luo, you are mistaken. I have long wished to treat you. There is no time like the present, so let us dine tonight. I know a wonderful place where we can enjoy a meal and then some entertainment." Luo Yang glanced at his phone and shook his head. "Mr. He, I sincerely apologize. My work with stocks and futures keeps me occupied on weekdays until 9 in the evening. Perhaps we could arrange to meet on the weekend?" "Absolutely." He Fuguwei nodded enthusiastically, refraining from pressuring Luo Yang for an immediate commitment. Although he did not engage in stock trading, he understood the time zone differences affecting U.S. stock and futures markets. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin stood in shock, realizing he was in the presence of two individuals he could not afford to offend. One was the mayor's secretary, and the other was the wealthiest in Chuancheng. He had always viewed their acquaintance as a point of pride, but he never anticipated that these two influential figures were so familiar with Luo Yang. The situation transcended mere familiarity. It was akin to sycophancy. When had Luo Yang risen to such prominence? He Fuguwei insisted on covering the bill and then accompanied Yang Zhe in escorting Luo Yang and Song Ziqing to the exit. Song Ziqing brought the taxi around, and Luo Yang, smiling, waved goodbye to Yang Zhe and He Fuguwei before getting into the vehicle. The old taxi belched black smoke as it departed. Yang Zhe and He Fuguwei only turned back once the car was out of sight. Yang Zhe addressed He Fuguwei, "Old He, I must return to report to the leadership. I shall take my leave." He Fuguwei nodded, and after Yang Zhe drove away, he muttered to himself, "What a game, with a fortune in the billions. He drives a dilapidated taxi. Who is he trying to fool?" He then nodded at Zhao Jin as a form of acknowledgement before striding away. Zhao Jin, a mere scion of privilege, was not worthy of such deference from He Fuguwei. Had it been his father, perhaps he would have received a modicum of respect. As everyone departed, Zhao Jinkai finally regained his senses. After taking a few steps back, he noticed a throng of classmates gathered at the entrance, watching intently. Goodness, what a tremendous embarrassment! In the taxi, Song Ziqing felt a warmth in her heart. This young boss had not once laid a hand on her, nor had he even cast an extra glance in her direction. What truly warmed her was that Luo Yang had unhesitatingly defended her in front of that ruffian classmate. Such a display of manliness. Stealing a glance at Luo Yang, who sat in the back seat, she noted that although he was not particularly handsome, with a slightly darker complexion, his thick brows and large eyes exuded a distinct masculine charm. As they approached Tianzong City, she inquired, "Mr. Luo, shall I take you home or to the office?" "Directly to the office," he replied. "Why this time?" Night had fallen, and it was nearly 8 o'clock. With just about an hour until the market opened, why bother going anywhere else? They soon arrived at the office building, where Guozhuang had even arranged for 2 security guards to be on duty at night and had recently hired an additional 10 guards. Ample manpower to ensure the boss's premises were well guarded. After parking the car, Song Ziqing quickly caught up with Luo Yang. The absence of renovation workers in the evening rendered the atmosphere significantly quieter. Upon exiting the elevator, they headed straight for the leftmost office, which was illuminated. Upon entering, they discovered several people seated within: Luo Qinya, Song Shuhuai, Han Wenjun, and 4 or 5 newly recruited traders, with Song Shuhuai temporarily assuming the role of head of the futures trading department. Luo Qinya was appointed head of the U.S. stock trading department, overseeing only 2 individuals, one male and a female named Wang Yu, who had prior commitments but would officially join tomorrow. Luo Yang nodded in acknowledgement, and Luo Qinya promptly fetched a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap and handing it to him. "Had a drink?" she inquired. "Just a little," he replied before turning to Han Wenjun and saying, "Mr. Han, at dinner tonight, I ran into Mayor Qin's secretary and he Fuguwei. That old fellow insisted on paying for me, not even mentioning the matter of me smashing his son's Porsche worth over $1 million. Han Wenjun chuckled. He wouldn't dare. His reputation as a tycoon is nothing but a fade. What real estate mogul isn't drowning in debt? He is likely groveling at your feet, hoping to curry favor with you, especially since he might soon find himself unable to secure a loan from the bank. Besides, with your reputation for generous donations, what fool would dare cross you?" Luo Yang laughed, given his penchant for creating trouble. "Who knows, he might seek my assistance in the future, but there's a bit of history between his son and me. Haha." Meanwhile, Song Shuhuai and Luo Qinya were guiding their new subordinates as they familiarized themselves with their computers. All 4 new traders had prior experience, but they were taken aback upon seeing the $500 million in leverage available in the account. Song Shuhuai disregarded the market conditions, deeming them irrelevant without Luo Yang's on-site direction. Recognizing that futures trading was Luo Yang's priority, Luo Qinya asked, "Boss, what shall we buy tonight?" Luo Yang lazily opened his mobile trading app to scan the market, but suddenly froze, leaping up in surprise. The room, which had been filled with laughter and chatter, fell silent, all eyes fixed on him in shock. Hastily, Luo Yang pulled up Yao Wenbin's contact information and dialed without delay. The call connected, and Luo Yang activated the speakerphone. The voice of Yao Wenbin resonated forth. "He, General Manager Luo, what request do you have?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Luo Yang promptly stated, "Manager Yao, immediately employ your utmost authority and connections to secure for me the highest leverage limit possible. The terms remain unchanged, half for you, half for me." Upon hearing this, Yao Wenbin's voice quivered with trepidation. "Is this prudent?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily added, "All right, please hold on. I will report to the president at once." Chapter 71. At 10 billion leverage, the office lay enveloped in silence, no one daring to utter a word. Luo Yang's fingers gently tapped on the back of his chair. Although accustomed to the thrill of profit without becoming overly excited, this latest prediction stirred within him a tempest of emotions that he found difficult to quell. The wait this time stretched far longer than the last. Previously, Yao Wenbin had only made him wait 5 minutes. Yet now, 25 minutes had elapsed without a response. Checking the time on his phone, Luo Yang noted it was 20:49, with roughly 40 minutes remaining until the market closed. Time was still on his side. Yet anxiety gnawed at him. Currently, the limit stood at 500 million, sufficient for mere profit, but this time it was truly different. At 21:20, Luo Yang's phone finally rang. It was Yao Wenbin. Taking a deep breath, he answered and switched to speaker mode. "On the line." Yao Wenbin's voice was laced with excitement and tremors. "General Manager Luo, our president has urgently convened an investor meeting. We've exerted our utmost efforts, but due to the pressing nature of the situation, we require an advance of 2 or 3 days. No, just 1 day will suffice. The investors have decided to grant you a leverage limit of 10 billion. You must exercise caution." Luo Yang nodded, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, after the meeting concludes at 4 in the morning, I will refrain from contacting you again. Simply deduct your share and transfer the remaining balance to my company account." After hanging up, only 7 minutes remained until the market closed. Raising his gaze, Luo Yang instructed Qianya to purchase a specific stock. With the market witnessing more declines than increases that evening, he ultimately selected a stock that had risen by 11%. Qianya promptly collaborated with her newly hired subordinates to bookmark the stock, eagerly awaiting the market's opening to purchase 250 million worth of shares before settling in to observe Luo Yang direct the futures trading team. Song Shuai's heart raced. Just the night prior, Luo Yang had imparted an unforgettable lesson, and tonight's development seemed even more extraordinary. Previously, they had quietly earned 3.6 billion RMB, and now their boss displayed signs of excitement. How much would they profit this time? However, the newly hired traders regarded the situation with skepticism, as they already possessed a leverage limit of 500 million, considered substantial by typical trading company standards. Yet, Luo Yang sought an additional 10 billion in leverage from Tiger Securities. Was this merely a ruse? Surely, such an amount was unattainable by any trading firm. They suspected it was nothing more than a fanciful illusion. To be candid, the new recruits began to doubt the authenticity of the situation. Even contemplating resigning the following day after enduring a night of uncertainty, it all felt exceedingly unreliable. At 9:30 in the evening, the American stock market and international futures commenced trading punctually. Luo Qianya and her companion promptly acquired the pre-selected stocks. The newcomer, Fu Xian, not yet 30, had been a trader for 6 years, thus considered quite seasoned, although his performance was rather unremarkable. However, in the realm of future finance, exceptional performance mattered little. Ultimately, decisions were dictated by their superior, Luo Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang instructed Song Shuhua, "Go long on crude oil futures, placing an order at 31.25 with an investment of 500 million. Please distribute the amounts among yourselves." Song Shuhua swiftly commanded 4 subordinates to each place a long position of $100 million. Luo Yang proceeded with caution, having observed that whenever his orders exceeded $1 billion, the crude oil curve would shift. Thus, he needed to meticulously time his entry. He had tested this, finding that purchasing just before a significant change resulted in minimal subsequent volatility. The traders maintained a bullish outlook on crude oil, though their confidence was somewhat wavering. The young boss's decision to invest 500 million seemed audacious, leading them to speculate that this trading session was merely a simulated interview, certainly not a genuine undertaking. After all, who would frivolously wager 500 million? In reality, it wasn't just 500 million, but a staggering billion. The American stock account still held 500 million, and the young boss humorously sought a leverage limit of $1 billion, leaving them incredulous. Upon the acquisition of crude oil futures, the price surged to 31.38, resulting in an immediate unrealized gain of $2,080,000 in the account. $2,080,000. Fu Xian and his fellow newcomers couldn't help but lament, contemplating how splendid it would be if this were genuine. In their previous company, the risks associated with futures were exceedingly high, and a profit of merely $1,000 or so over an entire year was commendable. $2 million constituted 1/5 of their annual earnings. Yet this was not the final figure, as crude oil futures continued to rise, soon surpassing 32.32.15, 32.45, 32.6, 32.95. The momentum was astonishing, and within mere minutes, it breached 33. The rapid ascent left the novices flushed with excitement. Although the trading was virtual, the increase in crude oil prices was undeniably real. How wonderful it would be to actually invest such a sum. Just as the price broke through 33, Luo Yang issued a second command. Place the order at 33.05. The newcomers were momentarily taken aback. With such a vigorous increase, it was evident to any discerning observer that another significant surge was imminent. How regrettable it would be to miss this opportunity. Song Shuhua snapped, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly place the order." Unlike the novices, Song Shuhua had been firmly educated by Luo Yang in reality, fully aware of his terrifying judgment. Once the newcomers regained their composure, they hastened to follow the instructions, dismissing any hesitation, for after all, it was merely virtual. As soon as the order was placed, crude oil prices climbed to 33.08, and the entire $500 million position was executed, yielding a profit of 28,880,000, $28,880,000. If this were real, they would likely wake up laughing in their dreams. Yet, had it been an actual operation, they would have surely hesitated to stake such a substantial amount. At this moment, Luo Yang appeared particularly cautious, fixated on the screen. Upon witnessing the continuous rise in crude oil prices, he promptly declared, short selling, place an order at $33.09, a total of $10 billion to be invested. Wang Bolin, a newcomer under Song Shuhai's supervision, could not help but interject, Lao Zong. Although this is a virtual operation, I believe there is still significant upward potential for oil prices. Short selling now would be imprudent. Luo Yang chuckled softly, disregarding his comment, and merely glanced at Song Shuhai. Startled, Song Shuhai quickly retorted, enough of your nonsense. If you think you're capable, then you should be the boss. Hurry, place the short order at $33.09. Although Song Shuhai shared Wang Bolin's perspective, he chose to trust Luo Yang, who was known for his uncanny instincts. The five of them quickly resolved to place individual short orders of $1 billion each at $33.09. In a lavish office within a distant financial skyscraper, several magnates were intently observing a massive electronic screen. Tonight promises substantial profits. I anticipate a groundbreaking record. One remarked, the bullish momentum is impressive. Isn't it? Have we surpassed $100 billion in transactions? Excellent. Let us act swiftly. What? Someone has placed a $1 billion short order? Damn it. There's no time to react. Cursed thief. Chapter 72. A resounding success. Just as the newcomers were still murmuring, crude oil prices suddenly plummeted as if struck by an unseen force. The price swiftly dropped to $30.01, soon breaching the $30 mark. The newcomers stood in stunned silence as the oil market spiraled downward like an aircraft's engine losing power and sputtering out. The speed of the decline was terrifying, crashing through 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, and $22. The office was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of heavy breathing. One could almost sense the tumultuous turbulence of the oil market through the screen. This night was destined to be tumultuous, with countless individuals worldwide contemplating a leap from the rooftops. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual operation. However, they soon recalled that their young boss had not erred but had indeed made the right call. At that moment, they realized, goodness, $100 million seized this opportunity. If this were real, we would have profited over $1 billion. Goodness, such maneuvers. Surely, only those engaging in virtual trading would dare to act so recklessly. Who would be bold enough to do this in reality? The oil prices continued to plummet until they stabilized at $21. Song Shuhai, trembling slightly, turned to Luo Yang and asked, Lao, boss, is it possible? Can we reverse and buy at the bottom? With oil prices dropping so sharply, this must be the optimal moment to buy. Luo Yang smiled and replied, if you think this way, do you not think others might as well? Song Shuhai paused, sensing his boss's skepticism. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, if not buying at the bottom, then let us liquidate this $100 million order. After all, we've already made a profit of $11 million. $11 million. Boss? Luo Yang cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, as if I were incapable of calculating. I am well aware that we have earned $11 billion, and yet the order remains stagnant. Song Shuhai, sensing Luo Yang's indifference, dared not speak further and could only fixate on the screen. The price of crude oil finally halted its descent at 20.98, before slightly rebounding by 2 cents. Returning to 21.at that moment, orders to buy at the bottom cascaded like snowflakes, resulting in a monumental surge in trading volume. Song Shuhai, his face flushed with urgency, implored Luo Yang, boss. Luo Yang huffed, what's the hurry? Keep your composure. Song Shuhai, wringing his hands in distress, exclaimed, boss, how can one remain composed? The crude oil has hit rock bottom. It is bound to surge significantly. Several newly recruited traders could not suppress their laughter, whispering among themselves about the performance, which seemed worthy of an Oscar nomination. The oil price then stabilized at the 21 mark, yet Luo Yang remained silent. After a while, his phone rang. It was Yao Wenbin. Upon answering, Yao inquired, General Manager, The president and a few investors are wondering if this is the best moment to act. Luo Yang replied coolly, Yao, since you have entrusted me with this authority, trust must accompany it. If they lack faith, you may instruct risk control to liquidate the orders. After all, we have already made over 11 billion. Yao Wenbin chuckled awkwardly before saying, well then, proceed with your strategy, but do exercise caution. He then hung up. From Yao Wenbin's words, it was clear that the folks at Tiger Securities were inclined to take profits and were hesitant to gamble. Any seasoned individual in this scenario would opt to secure their gains. Having already realized an $11 profit, Song Shuhai gazed at him with eager anticipation, and Luo Yang smiled, striving to relax himself as he turned to the dazed Song Ziqing and said, Ziqing, please fetch me a glass of water. I am quite parched. Oh, certainly. After pouring a glass of water and handing it to Luo Yang, Song Ziqing curiously asked Luo Qinya, Manager Luo, is it truly possible that so much money has been made? It feels utterly surreal. Making money cannot be this effortless, especially not $10 billion, which converts to around 70 to 80 billion yuan. It must be a jest, Luo Qinya replied with a cheerful grin. Stay spirited. Endure a little longer, and by 4 in the morning, the boss will share some delightful news. Delightful news? A jolt of excitement surged through Song Ziqing as she pondered. Could it be that the boss was going to propose that she become his girlfriend? Luo Yang, oblivious to the peculiar thoughts of this assistant, picked up his phone and dialed another number. Sister-in-law, could you come over to the company? Let me give you a ride. Luo Yang had also fallen asleep, and Zhu Yingying quickly got up, joining him as they both made their way to the office building. Why now? It was nearly midnight. Upon entering the office, they found a group of individuals with wide eyes, transfixed by the computer screen. Luo Yang greeted Luo Yang, saying, younger brother. Zhu Yingying, naturally industrious, immediately set to work pouring tea and water. Seamlessly blending into the environment, in a lavish office, a prominent figure in the international financial arena tugged at his beard in frustration, vehemently cursing, This thief. This thief. Why hasn't he sold yet? Why hasn't he sold? Does he still wish to pilfer our hard-earned fruits? Luo Yang remained blissfully ignorant of the underlying treachery and bloodshed surrounding him. His sole focus was on his predicted figures. Meanwhile, Song Shuhai endured a tormenting struggle, desperately wishing to persuade his superior to liquidate the short position, pondering how delightful it would be to secure a profit of $11 billion. Just as he hesitated, the crude oil prices suddenly began to plummet, akin to a stone hurled from a rooftop, descending vertically. Damn! Song Shuhai's heart nearly leapt from his chest. The oil price shattered the $20 mark, continuing its rapid descent. $19, $18, $17. Everyone, except for Luo Yang, stared in bewilderment at their computer screens as they witnessed the oil prices plummet vertically. 12, 11, 10, and it felt as if there was no bottom, with prices spiraling down to $1, showing no signs of halting. Throughout this decline, substantial amounts of capital surged in, attempting to capitalize on the anticipated rebound. However, no one foresaw the oil prices plummeting to zero, only to rebound briefly before continuing their descent into negative territory. $1. Then -$2, $3, $4. The decline persisted relentlessly. All were left utterly astonished. In their lifetime, no one had ever witnessed negative oil prices. The downward momentum remained fierce, cascading to -$10, $15, $20, -$30, $35. The moment the price hit -$35, Luo Yang suddenly interjected, Shuhai, promptly place an order to sell at -$36. Oh, understood. Song Shuhai gestured, rallying his 4 subordinates to execute the selling order. As oil prices continued to plunge, reaching -$36.1, Luo Yang's order for $1 billion was entirely fulfilled at -$36. 320,000 contracts of crude oil, with each contract comprising 1,000 barrels, netting a profit of $69.19 per barrel, culminating in a staggering total of $22,414 million. Checking the time, it was just before 1 in the morning. Luo Yang instructed Song Shuhai, process the withdrawal. Like a marionette, Song Shuhai trembled as he executed the transaction, withdrawing $222,414 million. The investment group at Tiger Securities would take half, leaving $111,007 million, equivalent to $785,970 million soft sister currency. Were it not for the armrests of his chair, Song Shuhai would have collapsed to the ground. My goodness, My boss is no ordinary person, he marveled, initially believing that earning 36 billion in a single night would be unforgettable, only to realize that he had amassed a staggering sum of 785 billion soft sister currency that very night. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qinya reported to Luo Yang, "Boss, the company account has received 0.785 billion. All right, got it." Luo Yang waved his hand, his heart finally settling into calmness, then instructed Zhu Yingying, "Sister-in-law, transfer a bonus of 500,000 to each person present, including you and your brother. Additionally, Qianya, Shu Hai, and General Manager Han will receive their bonuses doubled, totaling 1 million each." Chapter 73. Under supervision, upon hearing Luo Yang announce that each newcomer would receive a reward of 500,000, 5 or 6 of them believed he was jesting. After all, how could one amass over 700 billion in a single night, 100 billion in dollars? It seemed like mere fanciful talk. However, Luo Qinya was filled with joy. Having only recently joined the company, she had already received a bonus of 70 to 80,000. Such an opportunity was surely rare to find elsewhere. Noticing that Fu Xian and the others were skeptical, she requested their bank account details and proceeded to conduct the transfer. During this process, she called Zhu Yingying over to teach her the procedure, as she would later assume the role of the company as cashier, responsible for dispersing salaries and bonuses. After a brief moment, Fu Xian and the others received notifications from their banks, and upon checking, they were utterly astonished, especially Song Ziqing, who stared in disbelief at the balance displayed in the message. It had indeed increased by a substantial 500,000. "Boss, did we really earn 100 billion tonight?" she stammered, a mixture of surprise and excitement evident in her voice. Luo Yang replied nonchalantly, "What do you think? Do you believe I have so much spare cash that I would frivolously distribute it?" "Goodness!" Fu Xian exclaimed, clutching his chest, unable to contain his shock. "Boss, this is just a virtual operation. My heavens, 100 billion. All the newcomers were overwhelmed by this immense wave of happiness, rendering them speechless. Luo Yang waved his hand. "All right, return to your rest. You've all worked hard through the night. Tomorrow, I have a meeting in the provincial capital. The operations for tomorrow night will be overseen by Shu Huai and Qinya, while I'll issue commands via video." Shu Huai and Luo Qinya nodded in agreement. Luo Yang then turned to Song Ziqing, instructing, "Come to Tianzong City to fetch me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for our trip to the provincial capital." "All right, boss," Song Ziqing replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. That moment, she didn't even consider whether the boss had ulterior motives for taking her to the provincial capital. Reflecting on her previous thoughts now made her blush. The young boss had never even glanced her way or made a joke at her expense. A billionaire with assets of 700 billion wouldn't need to employ such schemes with a mere girl like her. If he sought companionship, wouldn't it be simpler to toss a bundle of cash her way? If one bundle wasn't enough, surely a basket would suffice. Luo Yang beckoned to Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying. "Brother, sister-in-law, let us head back." Once Luo Yang departed, Song Ziqing quietly asked Luo Qinya, "General Manager Luo, didn't you mention you had good news to share with me? What is it?" Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she pondered whether the boss had developed feelings for her and was relying on Luo Qinya to convey this news. Luo Qinya, beaming like a blooming flower, replied, "Didn't you already know? Why ask me?" "I knew." Song Ziqing was taken aback, reflecting momentarily before shaking her head. "But the boss hasn't mentioned anything to me. Why can't he just tell me directly? Why must it go through you?" Luo Qinya was taken aback, and then could not help but reach out to poke Song Ziqing's forehead. "You. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Surely you are overthinking it. The joyous news I mentioned is simply that I will inform you after the boss concludes his trading operations. Once it's done, the boss will undoubtedly have made a profit, and with profit comes bonuses. Isn't a bonus of 500,000 worth celebrating?" Song Ziqing, momentarily stunned, then gasped, covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. How mortifying! Luo Qinya found the situation both amusing and exasperating, unable to restrain herself from chiding, "You silly girl." Aside from the girl she had yet to meet, she had never witnessed the boss harbor feelings for any other woman. As for her own position, she was treated like a mere servant, with not a shred of tenderness shown towards her. On the way back, Zhu Yingying, noticing there were no outsiders around, addressed Luo Yang. "Yang Di, just give them the bonuses as you see fit. There is no need to include me and your brother. It feels improper to receive 1 million in bonuses for having done absolutely nothing." Luo Yang snorted. Why should anyone else dictate how I spend my own money? If I choose to give it to you, then accept it graciously. It reflects well on me too. You've worked hard, and merit deserves reward. I'm not stingy with my earnings. Tomorrow I will head to the provincial capital. Make a note of the bonuses for future monthly disbursement. Distributing them daily is far too cumbersome. Very well. Zhu Yingying did not press Luo Yang further, relieved that his intentions were genuine. She calculated that thanks to this little uncle, she had amassed over 1.2 million recently. Perhaps it was time to look for a house to buy, as finances were no longer a concern. Given the current situation, her monthly salary was merely a few thousand, but these bonuses were extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Zhu Yingying, encountering a night where one could earn $10 billion was no ordinary occurrence. The manipulation of international financial giants to harvest the unsuspecting was not a daily affair. This scheme had been in preparation for quite some time. The unprecedented negative oil prices were also a rarity. That night, countless individuals were left destitute, dancing on the edge of a blade by engaging in futures trading with these international capital sharks. However, Luo Yang was an anomaly. The magnitude of this capital was so substantial that his involvement would inevitably trigger change. By intervening at precisely the right moment, when the situation was most precarious, he left those capital moguls powerless, leading them to curse him as a thief. He had brazenly snatched $20 billion in profits from their grasp. Having just finished a shower and not yet settled into sleep, Luo Yang's phone rang. He glanced at the unfamiliar number, noting that it was from the capital. Surely, it wasn't a telemarketing call? Though hesitant to answer, the mention of the capital piqued his interest, and after a moment's contemplation, he picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Luo Yang? Came a voice from the other end. A middle-aged man with a slightly magnetic tone. Yes, this is Luo Yang. Who am I speaking to? My surname is Su Dongfeng. I hold two identities. Publicly, I am the executive chairman of Longting Fund, and privately, I am the director of the National Financial Trends Research Office. Luo Yang was taken aback, quickly straightening his posture as he replied, Greetings, Director Su. Alas, my audacious gamble this evening has indeed captured the attention of the higher-ups. This individual must be the captain of the financial national team. Su Dongfeng appears to wear a wry smile, suggesting there is no need to treat me so formally. I am merely engaging with you informally tonight. A tempestuous night indeed. Let us not speak solely of the domestic financial landscape. Even the international financial arena is awash with blood. Preliminary estimates indicate that the Western Titans have swept away more than $1 trillion this evening. Luo Yang can only accompany this with a rueful smile. Undoubtedly, numerous domestic institutions will face the guillotine tonight. Yet, what recourse does he have? He is merely snatching a morsel from the mouths of those Western capital giants based on his foresight of the next 24 hours. To truly contend with them remains, at least for now, an unfeasible endeavor, Su Dongfeng remarks. You, apart from that cohort of harvesting Western capital giants, are the sole major victor. In fact, prior to this evening, your earnings of nearly $400 to $500 million were already on our regulatory radar. However, tonight's astonishing profit of $20 billion in the financial realm has left us astounded. How did you achieve this? Let me also clarify the updated situation. Dear friends are urging me, and I share their urgency. Yet haste must not lead to folly. Some have raised the issue of such astronomical amounts in withdrawals and transfers. Currently, domestic access to U.S. stocks and futures has been enabled. The brokerage I mentioned, Tiger Securities, operates out of Shanghai and is a regulated entity within the country. All transactions occur domestically, while purely dollar transactions that evade regulation can only be registered abroad. We have not yet reached that stage. The negative oil prices are a matter for May. I shall refrain from mentioning any large domestic banks that have suffered losses. Additionally, I am not an expert in this field. This narrative is intended merely for the enjoyment of all, without the need for professional scrutiny. Lao Luo, appreciate everyone's support. The next edition will disclose a set of winning numbers for the double chromosphere lottery. Just a jest. Chapter 74. A glimpse of a beauty amidst the flickering lights. Luo Yang replied succinctly, Intuition. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I cannot claim to predict the next 24 hours, lest I be apprehended for experimentation. Su Dongfeng pondered for a moment before stating, You need not overthink this. Although you are under regulatory scrutiny, your operations do not contravene any rules. Your earnings are reasonable and justified, as long as there is no tax evasion. You may continue to profit. Furthermore, at this juncture, Su Dongfeng paused before continuing, There are certain matters I would prefer to discuss in person. Shall I come to Chuan City, Or would you prefer to come to Beijing? I have a business exchange meeting in the provincial capital tomorrow. Perhaps we should postpone. Before Luo Yang could finish his thought, Su Dongfeng interjected, Very well, I shall fly to your provincial city tomorrow. I will reach out to arrange matters upon my arrival. Luo Yang set down his phone. Contemplating it was only a matter of time before the regulatory authorities took notice, given that each transaction yielded a 100 profit, and substantial sums at that. How could it fail to attract attention? Su Dongfeng, as the captain of the national team, wields considerable power, so it is prudent not to challenge him. Some advantages must be conceded. After all, money is not finite, and since his transactions are all legitimate, there is little cause for excessive concern. On the following morning, rising at 9 o'clock could be considered early. Sister-in-law Zhu Yingying had already prepared breakfast. Just as they finished eating, Song Ziqing arrived with great enthusiasm, carrying a suitcase. Luo Yang, taken aback, inquired, Are you planning to move? Song Ziqing responded with a casual, Didn't you say you wouldn't be back today? Upon hearing this, Luo Yang promptly fell silent, realizing that women could often be quite troublesome. The myriad of items required for a simple outing, clothes, cosmetics, and a plethora of other assorted belongings, was overwhelming. Luo Yang drove them to the train station. Luo Yang expressed his disdain for the long wait for a flight, noting that the high-speed train to the provincial capital, Hanjiang, only took a little over 2 hours. Though the flight was merely 50 minutes, the time spent boarding and disembarking often exceeded that of taking the high-speed train. Thus, opting for the latter seemed most sensible. As they approached the train station, Luo Yang turned and proposed, Why don't I accompany you to the provincial capital? It would be good to have someone to look after you. Luo Yang chuckled, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Besides, I have Ziqing with me. You should stay home and keep an eye on the children. Luo Yang primarily wished for him to remain at home to look after their son, Luo Jun, until he was ready for elementary school. Upon arriving at the train station, Luo Yang got out and waved for Luo Yang to return home. Song Ziqing placed her suitcase before Luo Yang and said, Boss, please hold on a moment. I need to fetch the tickets. The tickets had already been reserved on her phone, and she soon returned after retrieving them from the machine. Luo Yang glanced at the tickets and noted the departure time was 10:30. With over 40 minutes to spare, so there was no rush. Song Ziqing then looked at her watch and exclaimed, Oh dear, boss, I forgot to buy some water. Wait here. I'll go to that supermarket over there. Luo Yang frowned slightly. Isn't their water for sale in the waiting room? They also sell it on the high-speed train. Song Ziqing pouted. Water in the waiting room is 2 yuan but sold for 4. On the high-speed train, it's it's exorbitant. I always buy it beforehand to take on the train. Luo Yang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Even with such a substantial boss, she still scrimped on 2 yuan for water. Yet, this mindset and habit were commendable. Despite his wealth, he was prudent with his spending, willing to part with money when necessary but reluctant to squander it unnecessarily. That was just his character. He could give, but one must not take. After a while, as Song Ziqing had yet to return from her errand, Luo Yang idly looked around. Suddenly, he felt a jolt throughout his body. A girl clad in a white embroidered shirt and denim shorts, revealing a pair of strikingly long, fair legs, walked past him directly toward the security check. It was her. Luo Yang's heart raced inexplicably as he grabbed his suitcase and pursued her, following closely behind as they both passed through ticket checks and security before entering the waiting area. The girl didn't head for a seat, but instead queued up directly. The electronic screen at the ticket gate displayed that the first train to Jianghan was set to depart in 10 minutes. With only a few minutes left for ticket checking, Luo Yang, disregarding everything else, joined the line behind her. Once inside the waiting hall, ticket checks were merely a formality, as the inspectors primarily in short order. He easily blended in, closely following the girl until the train arrived, and boarded car number 7 right behind her. The girl found her seat by the window, and after sitting down, she turned her head and caught Luo Yang's gaze. Even the imposing and affluent boss felt a twinge of shyness and quickly averted his eyes. At that precise moment, the phone rang, prompting Luo Yang to hastily answer the call, attempting to mask his urgency. It was Song Ziqing on the line. Boss, where are you? I'm on the high-speed train. I took the earlier one. You can make your way here on your own and we'll meet in Jianghan. Luo Yang replied before abruptly ending the call. Realizing he still had matters to discuss, he dialed back, only to be met with the disheartening message. Sorry, your call has insufficient funds. Luo Yang was taken aback. What was he to do about his phone being out of credit? He possessed not a single cent. relying solely on his phone for navigation through the world. A lack of funds could very well cost him dearly. As the train commenced its journey, Luo Yang placed his suitcase on the luggage rack and settled into the seat next to a girl, inhaling the faint fragrance that wafted from her. His palms were slick with perspiration from nerves. It seemed that matters of the heart were indifferent to one's financial standing. Even a man of Luo Yang's stature was rendered as anxious as any ordinary person upon encountering a girl he found enchanting. When the conductor approached to check tickets, Luo Yang felt a rush of embarrassment and anxiety. Although boarding without a ticket could be remedied by purchasing one, he found himself devoid of funds, and his phone's lack of credit rendered him helpless. How utterly mortifying. Soon, the conductor reached Luo Yang and politely requested, "Hello, may I see your ticket, please?" Luo Yang retrieved his ticket, sheepishly admitting, "I'm terribly sorry. I misread the train number and boarded the wrong one." The conductor glanced at him, responding with mild incredulity, "Misreading the train number is one thing, but this is car number 3, and you're in car number 7. How does one manage to get that wrong?" "Well, it's done now. You'll need to purchase a new ticket." Luo Yang, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise, stammered, My phone is out of credit. Could you possibly help me recharge it? Once I do, I will transfer the ticket to you." The conductor gave him a scrutinizing look but chose to ignore his request, turning her attention to the girl beside him. "Hello, may I see your ticket, please?" Luo Yang felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, suspecting that the female conductor believed him to be a fraud. His ruse was pathetically transparent. A misread train number equated to no ticket, compounded by the fact that his phone was out of credit. Surely, such bad luck could not be real. After inspecting the girl's ticket, the conductor returned it to her, casting one last glance, captivated by her beauty, so striking it could incite envy among other women. Luo Yang, quick to observe, noted the beautiful girl's name on her ticket, Jiang Xiuyan. The conductor, regarding Luo Yang with an air of finality, remarked, "I have no choice but to report you to the train police." Just then, the stunning Jiang Xiuyan called out to the conductor, then turned to Luo Yang, inquiring, "What's your phone number? I'll recharge it for you." Luo Yang, momentarily stunned, swiftly relayed his number. Jiang Xiuyan, while navigating her phone, offered, "I'll recharge 20 yuan for you, and you don't have to pay me back, just buy your own ticket." The efficiency of China Mobile's recharge service was remarkable. Within mere seconds, Luo Yang received a text notification. He quickly scanned to purchase his ticket, subsequently teasing her, "Don't assume everyone is a fraud." If only private individuals could purchase high-speed trains, he would astound her with a magnificent spectacle. Chapter 75. You still want to scam me on WeChat? The conductor walked away, her expression stoic. Luo Yang cast aside his embarrassment and, smilingly, addressed Jiang Xiuyan. "Miss Jiang, shall we exchange WeChat? I would like to send you the money via red envelope. Thank you for your assistance. You even know my name?" "Well, I learned it from my train ticket," she replied swiftly. Jiang Xiuyan, with a slight pout, continued, "I've already mentioned that you needn't return those 20 yuan. Trying to trick me into adding you on WeChat? Not a chance." Luo Yang was taken aback. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn, catching him off guard. Jiang Xiuyan turned to him, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him, as she expressed in a seemingly exasperated tone, "I must ask, why are you not driving your taxi and earning money? Why are you following me?" Luo Yang was stunned once more. She had recognized him as the taxi driver. Noticing his dazed expression, Jiang Xiuyan lowered her voice and remarked, "You are truly outrageous. I have encountered many admirers, but you are by far the most unreliable and absurd of them all. Abandoning your job to follow me onto the high-speed train? When we reach Zhanghan, I'll treat you to a meal, though it will be limited to a budget of 100 yuan. Oh, you have the fare to return." After a few seconds of dazed contemplation, Luo Yang nodded, replying, "I have money," but he wanted to clarify that he hadn't followed her specifically but was on a business trip to Zhanghan. However, Jiang Xiuyan swiftly cut him off, stating, "No buts allowed. I'm only helping you this once. If there's a next time, I want to assist you again. My monthly salary is only around 4 to 5,000 yuan. I can't afford any more trouble, you understand?" Luo Yang nodded again, responding promptly, "Understood." Jiang Xiuyan muttered, "The day I rode in your taxi, I sensed something was off. How absurd." This was the second time she had called him absurd. Luo Yang chuckled softly. Having never been this close before, he now realized that whether she was angry or pleased, she exuded a certain perfection. How could someone be so strikingly beautiful? What was more, she was a kind-hearted girl. Had another girl been pursued by a man like him, she would likely have chosen to call the police or hastily distance herself. In that instant, Luo Yang felt an intensified flutter in his heart, warmth radiating within him, as if his heart might leap from his chest. Was this what it meant to be smitten? Was this the feeling of love? Of course, it was not love, merely unrequited affection. Though she had misjudged him, there was no doubt that Jiang Xiuyan was an exceptionally intelligent girl. It is a misconception to believe that beautiful girls lack intelligence or that clever girls are never beautiful. Noticing Luo Yang's infatuated gaze, Jiang Xiuyan slightly furrowed her lovely brows and sighed. Driving a taxi must be quite exhausting, am I right? Not too bad, he replied. Is the car yours? It belongs to the company. Did your delay today cause any issues? Not at all. I took a leave of absence. Jiang Xiuyan nodded. I see, I'll rest for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night. All right, Luo Yang replied, his questions and answers flowing effortlessly. He watched as Jiang Xiuyan leaned against the window. Eyes closed, her profile illuminated as she rested. He gazed at her long lashes for an extended moment. Perhaps she was genuinely tired, for soon she appeared to drift into slumber. As the train approached the next station, Jiang Xiuyan remained asleep. A young man, holding his ticket, glanced at the number before turning his attention to the seat above Luo Yang's head, poised to speak. Luo Yang raised his hand to signal him to be quiet, then stood up and led him to the rear of the carriage, whispering, "How much did you pay for your ticket?" The young man, eyeing him warily, replied, 86. Why do you ask? Luo Yang produced his phone and said, Would you be willing to sell me your seat for 2,000 yuan? After all, it's less than 2 hours to Jianghan, and there are plenty of vacant seats elsewhere. You can easily find another spot. He gestured towards the still slumbering Jiang Xiuyan, adding, That girl, she's my girlfriend. We couldn't get tickets together. The young man paused, then inquired, How much are you offering? 2,000. 2,000. Luo Yang affirmed earnestly with a nod. All right. Without hesitation, the young man pulled out his phone and set a WeChat payment request for 2,000 yuan. Luo Yang swiftly scanned the code to complete the transaction, the notification chiming as the payment was successful. Thank you. The young man grinned as he departed, having earned 2,000 yuan for merely switching seats amidst the plethora of available spots in the carriage. Luo Yang returned to his original seat, silencing his phone before sending a brief message to Song Ziqing. He recalled that his phone still contained a mere 20 yuan, prompting him to recharge it to avoid any potential service interruption. The maximum recharge amount was 500, and he proceeded to recharge 10 times, adding 5,000 yuan to his balance for peace of mind. The train arrived at Jianghan Station at 12:10 in the afternoon. A sudden jolt roused Jiang Xiuyan from her slumber. She blinked in confusion for a moment before coming to her senses. Are we at Jianghan? Indeed, Luo Yang replied, glancing outside at the buildings, though he would have preferred to linger at the station for another 10 hours or so. Jiang Xiuyan stood, adjusted her shoulder bag, and said to Luo Yang, Come with me. There's a delightful little restaurant outside the station. I've eaten there several times, and I'd like to treat you to a meal before you head off. Luo Yang acquiesced, retrieving Song Ziqing's suitcase and trailing behind her. Many onlookers cast furtive glances at Jiang Xiuyan. Her beauty was truly captivating, making her the focal point wherever she went. Familiar with Jianghan Station, she led Luo Yang through the bustling crowds until they emerged onto the square, walking a few hundred meters to the right before announcing, Here we are. The establishment was a quaint eatery called Suji Lao Wei Dao, modest in size yet impeccably clean. Jiang Xiuyan handed the menu to Luo Yang, saying, Take a look. What do you feel like eating? Anything is fine, he replied casually, flipping through the menu before deciding. I'll just have some noodles. I'm not too hungry. Jiang Xiuyan couldn't help but chuckle. I was joking. Don't be too stingy. I can afford a meal worth a few dozen yuan. Her laughter illuminated the restaurant, leaving Luo Yang momentarily awestruck as he blurted, You are truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiuyan frowned slightly and retorted, I know I'm pretty, but I despise those who are obsessed with appearances. Beauty is bestowed by one's parents, not a personal choice. If I weren't beautiful, would I then deserve to be discriminated against? Her words seemed to have provoked her, and she ceased speaking to Luo Yang. It was only after he finished his meal that she fixed her gaze upon him and declared, You must book your return ticket immediately. I shall accompany you to the station. Do not engage in such absurd behavior again. Understood, Luo Yang replied, picking up his phone to book a high-speed train ticket to Chuancheng right in front of her. After Jiang Xiuyan observed him retrieve the ticket, she urged him to enter the station. Please proceed to the station. Luo Yang tilted his head thoughtfully and asked, "May I take a photo with you?" Jiang Shuyan graciously consented, of course. She stood next to Luo Yang and allowed him to capture a photograph of the two of them with their heads close together, fulfilling his heartfelt wish for a keepsake, knowing full well that they would likely never meet again in this lifetime. After watching Luo Yang pass through security at the entrance, Jiang Shuyan shook her head with a wry smile and turned to leave. The taxi driver appeared rather foolish, having followed her all the way to Jianghan, abandoning his work. It was simultaneously pitiable and amusing. Chapter 76. The transaction. Luo Yang emerged from the opposite exit only after watching Jiang Shuyan walk away. The square was bustling with people, none paying heed to the others as they passed by. With a sense of melancholy, he dragged his suitcase out of the square and entered a Western restaurant, ordering a cup of coffee while waiting for Song Ziqing. Approximately half an hour later, upon the arrival of her train, Luo Yang sent her the address and instructed her to order upon her breathless arrival. Song Ziqing pouted in displeasure. "Boss, this is rather outrageous. I merely went to buy a bottle of water, and you actually left me for another train." Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage in conversation. Song Ziqing, unceremoniously, ordered several expensive dishes, having come to the realization that no matter how lavishly she dined, it would not diminish a single hair on the boss's head. The entrepreneur exchange meeting was scheduled to last all day, taking place at the Jianghan Hilton Hotel. With a sullen expression, Luo Yang prompted Song Ziqing to remark, "Boss, I've noticed something off about you today. During stock trading, you seemed like a deity, commanding respect. Yet now, you appear quite foolish." Luo Yang snorted coldly. "Has Luo Qinya mentioned to you the duration of the probation period?" Song Ziqing immediately acquiesced. "Boss, I take back what I said earlier. You are authoritative and charismatic, adored by all, even causing cars to burst tires upon seeing you." Luo Yang ignored her, grunting, "Jot that down in your little notebook." After finishing their meal and settling the bill, they took a taxi to the hotel. The Jianghan Hilton was a five-star establishment, accommodating the wealthiest entrepreneurs in the province. Subpar accommodations were simply unacceptable. Having never stayed in a five-star hotel before, Song Ziqing, accustomed to budget hotels at around 200 yuan, immediately felt enveloped by an air of opulence upon entering the Hilton. The grand and spacious lobby featured a tea lounge to the left of the reception, with luxurious seating across from the front desk. To the left of the entrance, an advertising board proclaimed the Jiangnan Province Entrepreneur Exchange Meeting, manned by 7 or 8 staff members for registration. Luo Yang signed in and received a casual bag containing the schedule and information for the event, which he did not bother to peruse before heading to the front desk, inquiring if 2 rooms could be arranged for him and an assistant. The female receptionist, upon inputting Luo Yang's identification, informed him that only 1 room could be allocated per participant. "There is no need for you to reserve a meeting room for me. Instead, please arrange for 2 business suites, which I shall pay for myself." Luo Yang has decided against using the meeting group's room, as they are merely standard accommodations at the hotel, and there is no need to skimp on a few trivial expenses. Why should he compromise his comfort? The front desk attendant, of course, was delightfully pleased, for the occupancy rate of the luxurious business suites was low due to their exorbitant cost. Standard rooms started over 1,000, business rooms from 5,000, while the luxurious business suites are priced at 12,800. This unassuming young man, unexpectedly, reserved 2 suites. Just as Luo Yang was about to swipe his card for payment, a man in his 30s, approximately 175 centimeters tall and exuding an air of sophistication, approached from the tea and coffee area. "You must be Mr. Luo Yang," he inquired. "And you are?" Luo Yang scrutinized him, unable to recall any prior acquaintance. His attire did not suggest he was part of the meeting group. "I am Chen Jin," the man replied, offering a slight smile as he extended his hand for a handshake, then instructed the front desk attendant, "Please charge Mr. Luo's 2 rooms to my account." The young female attendant, evidently recognizing Chen Jin, nodded respectfully in affirmation. "Certainly." Chen Jian then turned to Luo Yang with a smile, saying, "Mr. Luo, the rooms are ready. Your assistant may take a break for now. A guest from the capital wishes to meet with you. A guest from the capital?" Luo Yang felt a stir of anticipation. It was likely director Su Dongfeng from the national team. He promptly instructed Song Ziqing, "Ziqing, you may rest for now. If you are hungry, feel free to dine at the hotel or venture out. All expenses will be covered." Song Ziqing, beaming, was about to agree when Chen Jin interjected, "All expenses for your 2 rooms will be directly billed. No payment is necessary." After a moment's contemplation, Luo Yang readily concurred. Since Chen Jin was associated with Su Dongfeng, it seemed reasonable to accept a small favor, knowing full well that Su Dongfeng would undoubtedly seek to benefit from him in due course. Upon exiting, a black Mercedes-Benz S350 awaited outside the hotel's revolving doors, subtle yet elegant. For someone like Luo Yang, a mere intra-level S-Class costing over $1 million was hardly more than a vehicle for errands. Chen Jin opened the door for him to enter, subsequently taking his seat within as well. Su Dongfeng was not present. Only a driver occupied the front seat. Chen Jin said nothing, and the driver set off. After approximately 40 minutes, they traversed the outskirts of the city, and after another 10 or so minutes, they arrived at what appeared to be a rustic mountain villa. The vehicle halted, and Chen Jin, with a cheerful demeanor, invited Luo Yang inside. They navigated through several corridors before finally entering a private room. Inside awaited a man in his 40s, with a fair complexion and a refined air. Upon seeing Luo Yang and Chen Jin, he rose with a smile to greet them. "Xiao Luo, Mr. Luo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You are even younger than the photographs suggest, truly a promising young talent." After exchanging a firm handshake, he introduced himself. "I am Su Dongfeng." Indeed, it was Director Su from the national team. After pouring tea, Su Dongfeng remarked, "Please, enjoy some tea." Luo Yang smiled as he sipped, choosing not to speak or inquire. What was meant to happen would inevitably unfold, and it was unlikely that Director Su had summoned him merely for tea. Indeed, Su Dongfeng cast a glance at Luo Yang and chuckled, sighing, "You may appear youthful, yet you bear a striking resemblance to those cunning old foxes. Hee hee, but upon reflection, it makes sense. Without a few sharp blades, how could one possibly carve a piece of flesh from the jaws of those capital titans in the West?" He then decided to be forthright, stating plainly, "Let me not beat around the bush. You may choose one of two conditions. Since you remain silent, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. The first is for you to join Longting Fund as my deputy, overseeing the fund's operations." Luo Yang remained quiet, prompting Su Dongfeng to glance at him again and continue. "The second is for you to relinquish a portion of your company's shares to us." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang replied, "Director Su, the domestic market is limited in scope and operational scale is constrained. However, I have conceived an alternative proposal." Su Dongfeng nodded thoughtfully. "Go on." Luo Yang suggested, "We could establish an offshore company. I wish to engage in trading U.S. stock indices and foreign exchange, challenging those international capital giants." Su Dongfeng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, smiling. "I suspected you might pursue this path." "Very well, but how much are you prepared to put forth?" "I am initially prepared with a base of $2 billion, and I can allocate 20%. How does that sound?" Luo Yang anticipated Su Dongfeng's reluctance and contemplated his bargaining strategy. To his surprise, Su Dongfeng acquiesced, agreed. He then gestured towards Chen Jin, saying, "Luo, allow me to introduce you to Chen Jin, the son of a former superior of mine. His father is the .1 in Jiangnan province." Luo Yang felt a jolt of surprise. He never imagined the seemingly refined Chen Jin could wield such influence. Su Dongfeng continued, "As the saying goes, many threads make a rope, and many grains of sand make a tower. As your wealth increases, it is wise to cultivate alliances. Thus, having Chen Jin lead the effort to attract several shareholders will only benefit you. What do you think?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang readily agreed. "All right, I will allocate another 10% and let Brother Chen distribute it as he sees fit." Su Dongfeng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. "Luo is a straightforward man, while Chen Jin is quite prudent. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek his help." Luo Yang pondered for a moment and then turned to Chen Jin. "Speaking earnestly, Brother Chen, I do have a favor to ask of you." Seeing Luo Yang's seriousness, Chen Jin also adopted a solemn demeanor, nodding. "Speak on." Luo Yang suddenly felt a pang of shyness, chuckling awkwardly before finally saying, "I would like to ask Brother Chen to help me investigate a person, a girl named Jiang Xiuyan." Chapter 77. Ranking Chen Jin was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are searching for just one girl?" Luo Yang chuckled softly, though his amusement was somewhat restrained. Su Dongfeng, however, seemed to grasp the situation, laughing heartily. "Luo, while you are a top-notch trader in stocks and futures, even the most skilled among us are but human. As the saying goes, even heroes find it difficult to overcome the allure of beauty. Chen Jin, please assist him in this matter." Understanding Luo Yang's unspoken sentiments, Chen Jin smiled and nodded, though he was puzzled. What sort of woman would a wealthy individual like Luo Yang find elusive? However, Since it was a request from Luo Yang, he felt compelled to agree without hesitation. As for the reasons behind it, he would not pry into them with Luo Yang. Mr. Luo, I would appreciate it if you could share the details of this girl's information with me. Luo Yang took out his phone, retrieved a photo of himself with Jiang Xiuyan, and said, Brother Chun, this is the only picture I have. I happened to encounter her in Chuan City, and then I ran into her again at the train station. After arriving in Jianghan, she treated me to a bowl of noodles, took a photo together, and then left. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yang candidly added, if it weren't for seeing her name on the train ticket, I wouldn't have even known her name. Chun Jin, puzzled, asked him, did you not reveal even a hint of your multi-billion fortune? Luo Yang replied with a wry smile, she thought I was a taxi driver, and at the high-speed train station, she assumed I was a madman pursuing her after abandoning my job. Chun Jin couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was simply too amusing. A super-rich individual worth hundreds of billions masquerading as a shabby taxi driver. Nevertheless, to be fair, the girl in the photo was indeed remarkably beautiful. No wonder, young Mr. Luo had a discerning eye, yet his approach to wooing women left much to be desired. While Mr. Luo excelled at making money, his skills in romance were decidedly lacking. Su Dongfeng, uninterested in matters of love, shifted the conversation back to financial matters, inquiring if Luo Yang needed assistance from his side. Luo Yang needed to transfer $1.4 billion into the offshore company's foreign exchange account, a substantial sum that was not easily managed. Luo Yang graciously declined, as it might be difficult for others, but with the connections behind Tiger Securities, transferring such an amount should pose no challenge for him. Su Dongfeng, pressed for time, hurriedly left after finalizing the offshore company matters without even having a meal. Chen Jin, however, stayed to dine with Luo Yang. The dishes were not extravagant, consisting of home-cooked meals. Initially, he intended to enjoy a lavish dining experience with Luo Yang, but the young boss seemed disinterested. After finishing the meal, he promptly returned Chen Jin to the hotel and then proceeded to investigate matters regarding Jiang Xiuyan. By the time he returned to the hotel, dusk was approaching. Luo Yang sent a text message to Song Ziqing, inquiring if she had dined yet. Shortly after, she replied, yes, did the boss arrange something? Please prepare the computer and come over shortly. We have a video call with Qinya and Song Shuhai at 9 o'clock to prepare for the work. All right, I will be there shortly. Song Ziqing shortly translated to approximately 20 minutes. When the doorbell rang, Luo Yang opened the door and was greeted by a pleasant aroma. After glancing at her, he furrowed his brows and remarked, it's already dark. Where are you off to? Looking like a fairy. Song Ziqing nearly stumbled, having put in effort to present herself beautifully to her boss, only to be likened to a fairy. I need to use the restroom. Stung by the comment, Song Ziqing huffily marched to the restroom to remove her makeup, returning in a huff to set up her laptop, connect to Wi-Fi, and link up with Luo Qinya. Luo Yang sniffed the air, feeling much improved, and nodded approvingly, this is much better. He had a slight aversion to strong perfumes and heavy makeup. At this moment, Song Ziqing had already categorized her boss as a blind iron man, for he seemed utterly oblivious to the stunning beauty before him, displaying no signs of gentleness and treating her merely as a laborer. This was due to Song Ziqing's lack of communication with Luo Qinya regarding the experiences of a personal assistant. Had she inquired, Luo Qinya would have shared even more grievances, for boss Luo did not regard her as a mere worker but rather as a mule to be driven. Fortunately, despite the exhaustion, the boss was quite generous with rewards. Song Ziqing pondered whether her boss was inherently uninterested in women. She resolved to find an opportunity to ask Luo Qinya upon her return. Unbeknownst to Luo Yang, this beautiful assistant was lost in her whimsical thoughts. He indeed regarded Song Ziqing's beauty with indifference, his mind occupied solely with Jiang Xiuyan. After establishing a connection with Luo Qinya, Song Ziqing tested the audio and video quality of the call. Finding it to be flawless and smooth. 8930, Luo Yang instructed Luo Qinya to purchase the selected UDES stocks, the leverage limit having returned to its previous $500 million. The futures market showed no significant fluctuations, and Luo Yang, preoccupied with his thoughts, found little interest in trading, directing Song Shuhai and others in their operations. By around midnight, observing minimal changes, he instructed Song Shuhai to place orders and conclude the session. With the total profit from both the U.S. stocks and futures amounting to just over $290 million, less than $300 million. Converted to soft sister currency, this was approximately $2 billion. Luo Yang directed his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, to record a bonus of $100,000 for each person, with Luo Qinya and Song Shuhai receiving 200,000 each. After yawning, he told Song Ziqing, "Wrap things up, you may return to rest." Although her boss was somewhat blind, Song Ziqing felt elated at the prospect of 100,000 bonus. Previously, she had feared that her boss might be a lecher. Taking precautions against such possibilities, to her surprise, he was not only devoid of lust but resembled a blind brother made of iron, seemingly oblivious to the very concept of women. It was apparent to her that her boss was not in high spirits that evening, likely dissatisfied with earning merely 2 billion, as he had previously garnered profits exceeding 500 million. Sigh. The comparison was indeed disheartening. In her previous workplaces, bosses would flaunt their positions with a mere tens of millions, walking as if their eyes were fixed on their foreheads, while here was boss Luo, young and possessing such capability and wealth. That night, Luo Yang found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind incessantly occupied by the visage of Jiang Xiuyan. Unsure of when he finally dozed off, the following morning, he was roused by the sound of the doorbell. It was Song Ziqing, reminding him it was time for breakfast, as a meeting was about to commence. After washing his face and feeling the discomfort of his weary eyes, Luo Yang made his way downstairs to the hotel restaurant. Song Ziqing attentively served him, yet he lacked an appetite, opting for a bowl of plain rice porridge and a plate of fruit slices. After breakfast, he proceeded to the third-floor conference hall, which was already bustling with people, each radiating a polished charm and exchanging greetings, suggesting they were prominent figures in their respective industries. Only Luo Yang stood alone, feeling somewhat forlorn, yet beside him, Song Ziqing's tall and exquisite presence was quite captivating. The conference hall boasted around 300 to 400 seats, each adorned with a nameplate. After a brief search, Luo Yang was unable to locate his assigned seat. But Song Ziqing, with her keen eyes, pointed out, "It's over there in the corner of the last row." Luo Yang sauntered over to take his seat and took a small sip from a bottle of mineral water. Song Ziqing furrowed her brows and murmured softly, "I have heard that these seats are arranged according to wealth, but I cannot believe that these individuals possess more riches than the boss." The wealthiest person in Jiangnan province, Hu Dao, who made his fortune in real estate, reportedly has assets exceeding 20 billion. Today, the attendees are all entrepreneurs from Jiangnan province, and even the wealthiest among them, Hu Dao, only has a little over 2 billion. Meanwhile, General Manager Luo from my family has at least 800 billion in cash yet is relegated to the very last position. Let me add here, some readers have mentioned that our protagonist is not engaged in traditional industries and earns money overseas, questioning why shares should be distributed to others. I am grateful to this reader for their appreciation of this book. However, this is a society built on connections. Wealth does not equate to authority, and no matter how affluent one may be, a mere finger from above can easily suppress you. Our protagonist lacks not wealth but rather a protective charm. By aligning with the national team and certain second-generation individuals, this becomes a survival strategy. Although the money earned is legal, can one guarantee that no powerful forces will covet his immense fortune? Furthermore, this is merely a novel. My intent is to craft an enjoyable and exhilarating narrative. Readers should not be overly concerned with technicalities or plot specifics. I wish to express my thoughts freely. If overly influenced, I would undoubtedly fail to convey what I truly wish to write. Once again, I thank the readers for their generous support. Chapter 78. Do not discuss money with me? Those present are all inferior beings. Song Ziqing clearly observed that the nameplate on the seat in the first row near the center aisle bore the name Hu Dao. Leaving aside the wealth-based seating arrangement, many positions are determined by contributions to social welfare. Yet, no enterprise in Jiangnan province has ever donated 500 million. Song Ziqing inwardly scoffed. The rows to her right were predominantly filled with media reporters, armed with cameras of various lengths, many of whom were female journalists. Typically, those in the reporting profession possess above-average looks, and today they were all from the wealthiest echelon, thus exuding considerable enthusiasm. Entrepreneurs gradually entered the venue, locating their seats according to the nameplates. The majority of these business magnates bore the appearance of abundance, living lives of luxury. As they passed by, their gazes unabashedly roamed over the female reporters, particularly fixating on Song Ziqing, whose beauty was undoubtedly of a superior caliber in the gathering. Song Ziqing found their lecherous looks distasteful, and Luo Yang shared her disdain for such lascivious gazes. Just as he contemplated sending her back to her room, a young man, around 27 or 28 years old, dragged a chair next to Song Ziqing and, with a beaming smile, handed her a business card. "Hello, my name is Song Jie. assistant to vice president Hu Luo of the Dajin Group. Song Ziqing delicately picked up the business card with her fair fingers and replied nonchalantly, "What is it?" Song Jie smiled and said, "I was wondering which company you represent. I forgot to mention, our vice president whose father is Mr. Hu Dayo, the chairman of Dajin Group and the wealthiest man in Jiangnan. You must have heard of him." He assumed that by revealing this background, the beauty would respond with eager enthusiasm. To his surprise, she displayed no excitement, instead continuing to glance at her phone and dismissively replied, "And so what?" Song Jia offered a slight, awkward smile before continuing, "Our vice president who greatly appreciates your demeanor and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our Dajin Group. As for the salary, well, as long as vice president who is pleased, that is a trivial matter. Wealth and prosperity are assured." Without lifting her head, Song Ziqing interjected, "Not interested." Song Jie's expression faltered, the slap to his face evident. He quickly added, "Dajin Group is a renowned enterprise throughout the Jiangnan province." "Hey," a sudden voice interrupted. Song Jie turned to see a young man beside Song Ziqing. It was, of course, Luo Yang, whose languid tone bore an edge of sharpness. "She is my assistant. You think you can poach her in my presence and treat me like air?" Taken aback, Song Jie asked, "Which company are you with?" Luo Yang replied, his smile devoid of warmth, "Why does it matter to you which company I represent? Poaching my assistant in my presence is akin to slapping my face. If you slap my face, do you expect me to respond politely?" Seeing Luo Yang's brusque demeanor, Song Jie felt a surge of indignation. "Mind your tone. Dajin Group is a principal sponsor of this entrepreneurs conference. What do you have to be so proud of, sitting at the end of the seating arrangement? What's wrong with seeking better opportunities? Dajin Group has no shortage of funds. People aspire to rise, just as water flows downward. Who wouldn't desire a better salary?" Luo Yang chuckled derisively, retorting, "You think you can discuss money with me? Talk about anything else, morality, rules, but let us not discuss money. When you talk money with me, I'm afraid everyone present becomes insignificant." "You." Song Jie was incensed, his mind clouded with rage. How could there be such an arrogant individual? Who in Jiangnan province would dare to label the wealthiest Hu Dayo's Dajin Group as insignificant? Moreover, he was not merely speaking of Hu Dayo but of everyone present. Fuming, Song Jie stood up to leave, making a point to notice Luo Yang's nameplate. Future Finance, Luo Yang. What sort of company was that? He had never even heard of it. Luo Yang found the situation tedious. Had they engaged in a serious discussion regarding corporate experiences or development statuses? He might have feigned interest, but instead, he discovered they were all merely a collection of lecherous individuals, instantly draining his enthusiasm. His phone chimed. It was a call from Chan Jin. Luo Yang answered, and Chan Jin stated directly, "I've added you on WeChat. Please accept it that I have something to send you." Upon opening WeChat, Luo Yang saw a friend request notification from someone with the username Zhuajingguan Tian and couldn't help but chuckle at Chan Jin's unexpected modesty. After accepting the request, shortly thereafter, Chan Jin sent a lengthy message. Jiang Xiuyan, 24 years old, hailing from Jianghan, a graduate of Jianghan University, currently serving as a room supervisor at the newly constructed New Port Plaza Hotel funded by Hong Kong Capital. Her father, Zhangguang Yuan, also from Jianghan, is a teacher at the 33rd Middle School, while her mother, Wei Fengling, from Chuan City, is an ordinary employee at the Hongxing Supermarket on Erhing Road in the Jianghan Liberated Zone. Jiang Xiuyan has a twin sister named Jiang Xiuan, a graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, currently signed with a Korean FC company as a trainee, yet to debut. The mother, Wei Fengling, has a sister, Wei Fengchun, who is a teacher at Chuancheng No. 1 High School and is divorced, raising a daughter on her own. That moment, Luo Yang's perception of Chen Jin's capabilities soared 1,000-fold. The information about Jiang Xiuyan was so meticulously detailed that it almost unearthed the lineage of her ancestors for 3 generations, each entry accompanied by a high-definition photograph. The reason for Jiang Xiuyan's visit to Chuancheng was revealed. She came to see her aunt, Wei Fengchun, who had fallen ill, while her cousin was in another city. It was astonishing to realize how close she was to him, yet he had failed to find her. Had it not been for this entrepreneurial exchange meeting in Jianghan, he might have never crossed paths with Jiang Xiuyan in his lifetime. Luo Yang felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Although he despised these so-called entrepreneurs, he could not help but be grateful for the meeting, as if guided by fate. If not for this conference, he would not have gone to the train station, and without that visit, he would have never encountered Jiang Xiuyan, leading to an inevitable absence of future possibilities. Now that he possessed Zhang Xiuyan's information, the saying "know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles" resonated within him. Luo Yang promptly resolved to first visit the supermarket where Zhang Xiuyan's mother, Wei Fengling, worked, aiming to subtly undermine her familial ties. Given Zhang Xiuyan's current unfavorable impression of him, he decided to bide his time and not exacerbate the situation. "Ziqing, come, let us go to a place." Luo Yang was a man of action, disliking procrastination. "All right." Song Ziqing also wished to leave this place, rising and carelessly flicking Song Jie's business card to the ground. Once they descended to the hotel's entrance, Song Ziqing exhaled a sigh of relief. "Boss, where are we headed?" Luo Yang glanced at his phone before replying. "Order a private car. The destination is Hongqing Supermarket on Erhing Road, Jiefang District. Song Ziqing inputted the address into her phone while calling for the car, simultaneously asking him, "Are we going to buy something at the supermarket? There are plenty of larger supermarkets nearby. Why venture so far?" Luo Yang chided her. "Mind your tongue. We are going to meet my future mother-in-law." Despite being a billionaire, Luo Yang felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Chapter 79. The indignant assistant Song Ziqing found Luo Yang to be rather peculiar, yet the decisions of her boss were beyond her purview. How unfortunate it was that her beauty seemed wasted on a life of servitude. The role of a young lady, indeed, was to be at the beck and call of Luo Yang. Their private car arrived promptly, a black Honda. The vehicle may not have been new, but it was well maintained, a stark contrast to their dilapidated taxi. The provincial capital was certainly larger than Chuancheng. It took half an hour to reach Erhing Road in the Jiefang district, which was already on the outskirts. Yet it remained lively and bustling. As the driver approached Erhing Road, he slowed down, scanning for the supermarket. Hongqing Supermarket was relatively unknown, likely a small establishment. "There it is." The driver suddenly pointed ahead and stopped the car. Luo Yang noticed a conspicuous electronic billboard on the first floor of the building that read, "Hongqing Supermarket." They had indeed arrived. After Song Ziqing alighted and paid the fare, she looked up at Luo Yang and asked, "Boss, what do you intend to purchase? Is this supermarket the only place that has what you need?" Luo Yang felt a twinge of nervousness, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he glanced toward the supermarket entrance and replied, "Let us first take a look inside." Song Ziqing gazed at him and inquired, "Boss, are you unwell, perhaps running a fever? You seem to be sweating profusely." "No, I'm not sick," Luo Yang replied, wiping his brow once more, feeling somewhat faint as he entered the supermarket, descending to the basement level. Once inside, he exhaled a sigh of relief, somewhat surprised. From the outside, the supermarket appeared rather small, yet upon entering, he realized the expansive space below, at least 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, with no fewer than 50 employees within. With such a multitude of staff and many customers present, he felt reassured about remaining unnoticed. Song Ziqing pushed a shopping cart alongside him, while Luo Yang kept his eyes peeled on the people around. Finding it peculiar, Song Ziqing noticed that the boss's gaze was fixated solely on the older female employees, completely disregarding the merchandise. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Goodness, could it be that the boss prefers women in their 40s or 50s over youthful beauty? Stepping back a little, she quietly observed Luo Yang, who seemed to only have eyes for the older women, scarcely glancing at the goods. The supermarket was predominantly staffed by women aged 30 to 50, with only the checkout line featuring young ladies in their 20s. Panic set in for Song Ziqing. She felt a chill in her heart. "Oh dear, boss, you're young and affluent, yet you overlook all these beautiful young women, while these older ladies could very well be your mothers. The tastes of the wealthy are truly incomprehensible, so peculiar." Luo Yang had already scrutinized over 20 female employees without spotting Wei Fengling, Zhang Xiuyan's mother. Chun Jin had sent him a photograph of Wei Fengling, in which she bore a resemblance to Zhang Xiuyan, albeit with an air of worldly weariness etched on her face. As they approached the fruit section, Song Ziqing's eyes were drawn to the fresh and enticing fruits, yet the boss paid them no mind, his attention still directed at the older women, pouting and furrowing her brow. She was about to inquire what exactly the boss intended to purchase when Luo Yang suddenly halted, a look of tension on his face, his gaze fixed ahead. Following his line of sight, Song Ziqing couldn't help but exclaim an expletive under her breath. The object of Luo Yang's unwavering stare was a woman, seemingly in her 40s, weighing fruits for a customer on the electronic scale. Despite her age, the woman bore the marks of time on her face, yet her features, Those eyebrows, those eyes, those lips were undeniably beautiful, enough to elicit envy even from Song Ziqing. Were this woman 20 years younger, she would undoubtedly surpass Song Ziqing in looks. Frustration and anger surged within her. Could it be that the boss truly favored such mature women? Yet, after all, she was a motherly figure, albeit one who was quite busy. Her eyes not once lifting. Wei Fengling, come over here, called out another woman from across the way. Wei Fengling responded with a slight acknowledgement. I am quite busy here. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, the woman became irate. When I call you over, you should come without delay, not think that just because you possess a modicum of beauty. The latter part of her statement was mercifully left unspoken, yet the implication was unmistakable to all present. With a wry smile, Wei Fengling asked the waiting customers to hold on for a brief moment, then approached the irate woman, intending to request her assistance in moving several crates of fruit, removing the spoiled ones and placing the good ones on the display counter. However, the burly woman, unwilling to lift a finger herself, insisted that Wei Fengling do the work. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Luo Yang, and after a moment of contemplation, he beckoned to Song Ziqing. Ziqing, come here. What is it? She inquired. Tio, the supermarket office. Luo Yang replied emphatically, striding ahead. Indeed, where there are people, there exists a realm of conflict. This world is devoid of a place free from strife, and wherever one turns, one encounters those who revel in bullying others. At the service desk, he inquired about the location of the front desk manager or the owner, and was informed that they were in the fourth-floor office. With a stern expression, Luo Yang made his way to the elevator, while Song Ziqing remained silent, pondering whether the owner intended to seek redress from the supermarket's management for that woman's behavior. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he turned right upon exiting the elevator and spotted the sign for the manager's office of Red Star Supermarket. Without hesitation, Luo Yang knocked on the door. Upon seeing Wei Fengling, he felt a twinge of nervousness, yet when faced with the others, he felt no pressure whatsoever, and an air of arrogance emanated from him. Come in, he declared, pushing the door open, with Song Ziqing following closely behind. Inside the office sat a man in his 50s, somewhat portly, who glanced at Luo Yang and inquired, What brings you here? Luo Yang boldly seated himself on the sofa beside the coffee table and gestured toward Song Ziqing, stating, This is Ms. Song from our future financial investment company. We wish to purchase your supermarket, name your price. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, pondering the absurdity of the proposition. Was this individual some sort of lunatic? Song Ziqing too was momentarily stunned, incredulous that the owner would consider purchasing a supermarket merely to appease that insufferable woman. Regaining his composure, the middle-aged man asked Luo Yang, What exactly do you mean? Luo Yang reiterated, We intend to acquire your supermarket. The man cast a glance at Song Ziqing, noting her youthful appearance coupled with an air of affluence and beauty. Perhaps she was a wealthy heiress? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Our supermarket has 4 shareholders, with a total investment of 12 million. After deducting various labor costs and taxes, we still net around 300,000 each month. What do you propose? 30 million, Luo Yang interjected, holding up 3 fingers. Will you sell for 30 million? The middle-aged man was once again taken aback. 30 million. The supermarket's pure profit had only reached about 300,000 at its peak, and this year they were barely breaking even, with profits under 50,000. Of course, 30 million was a tempting offer. Anyone would be a fool to decline it. Realistically, a sale would top out around 15 million, yet this young man was offering 30 million. Was he serious? Chapter 80. A windfall from the heavens. Luo Yang discerned the incredulous expression on the middle-aged man's face and directly stated, You should promptly inform all your shareholders. If they agree, we can immediately draft a preliminary agreement, followed by the necessary transfer of licenses and ownership. Furthermore, Luo Yang regarded him and added, None of your current staff will be replaced. All will be retained, and your salary will increase by 1/3. The man appeared momentarily stunned, then inquired, Really, is that true? Luo Yang gestured towards Song Ziqing, saying, The entire process will be overseen by General Manager Song. The legal representative for the transfer will be General Manager Song. Once the preliminary agreement is signed, the funds can be transferred to your account, after which we can proceed with the formalities. Of course, even a preliminary agreement requires the consent and signatures of all your shareholders. Then, the middle-aged man, observing the playful expression on Luo Yang's face, suddenly comprehended the situation and eagerly nodded, bowing slightly as he said, Please, do continue. What other requests do you have? Luo Yang nodded and replied, I have but one request. There is an employee in your supermarket named Wei Fengling. I want her promoted to the position of Deputy General Manager. Whether she possesses the capability or can handle the role is of no concern to me. Your primary responsibility will be to assist her. The middle-aged man, after a brief moment of confusion, finally grasped the implication. Oh, so you are acquiring the supermarket for her, aren't you? Luo Yang responded with grave seriousness. It is imperative that only you are aware of this. This matter must remain confidential from everyone, including Wei Fengling. Should you perform well, I shall reward you handsomely at the year's end. If not, well, you know the consequences. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. I will certainly excel. The middle-aged man thought with amusement, as he had always managed the supermarket effectively. The young man before him had not imposed any high-performance standards. He merely required that he assist Wei Fengling. Surely, any competent individual could manage such a simple task, and he was no exception. Luo Yang then instructed Song Ziqing, General Manager Song, you may continue your work. I shall return to the hotel. I will coordinate with the finance department to ensure the funds are transferred here shortly. Song Ziqing, wearing an unhappy countenance, felt aggrieved at being left to handle everything alone. What puzzled her most was why the boss would go to such lengths for someone he had never even met. Wei Fengling. The mere thought of sharing this with others made her feel embarrassed. Yet, what could she do? He was the boss, after all, with funds seemingly limitless. Even if he were to part with 30 million, it seemed he would hardly bat an eye. Reluctantly, Song Ziqing acquiesced, planning to call Luo Qinya later to vent her frustrations, hoping she would report to the boss's mother, for who could rein him in if not her? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at Hongqing Supermarket, General Manager Qin Baichuan instructed a 3-hour suspension of operations, then accompanied Song Ziqing to summon all employees. The staff, accustomed to such meetings, quickly formed orderly lines. With a beaming face, Qin Baichuan raised his hand and excitedly announced, Everyone, please pay attention. I have several important matters to discuss. First, let us warmly welcome the new majority shareholder of Hongqing Supermarket, Ms. Song Ziqing. Upon hearing this, the lined-up employees were taken aback, wondering how a perfectly functioning supermarket was suddenly changing ownership. The employees harbor the greatest fears regarding issues of work and salary. Song Ziqing cleared her throat softly and stepped forward. Addressing the assembly, Greetings, everyone. My name is Song Ziqing, and I am the sole proprietor of this supermarket. You needn't worry. All employment contracts for our staff will remain intact. There will, however, be some modifications to the promotion and salary incentive structures. But rest assured, these changes are advantageous for all. Those who dedicate themselves to their work will be rewarded, while those who exhibit apathy will have their contracts terminated. As long as everyone commits to their responsibilities, there will be no cause for concern. Furthermore, I bring news from the headquarters. In celebration of the successful establishment of our new company, each employee of the supermarket will receive a bonus of 5,000 yuan, which can be collected from the finance department shortly. That concludes my remarks. The crowd erupted in applause. No development plan could captivate the ordinary employees quite like the allure of a substantial bonus, particularly one as generous as 5,000 yuan. The new boss truly exhibited a spirit of generosity, unlike the previous shareholders, who were notoriously stingy, offering meager year-end bonuses of only a few hundred yuan. The resounding applause persisted, an impromptu and fervent display of appreciation. General Manager Qin Baichuan felt somewhat awkward, as he had never before received such a warm welcome from employees. Previously, he had been met with sparse applause and perfunctory responses. Clearing his throat, Qin Baichuan raised his hand to quell the applause, and once the room settled, he announced, I would like to declare a personnel change. Wei Fengling, formerly of the Fresh Produce Department, has been promoted to the position of Deputy General Manager of our Hongqing Supermarket. What? Wow! The nearly 100 employees in the supermarket were left dumbfounded, including Wei Fengling herself. How could an ordinary employee without a high diploma or any connection suddenly be elevated to the role of Deputy General Manager? Only Qin Baichuan understood the underlying truth. He, the General Manager, was merely a faade, while Wei Fengling's position as Deputy General Manager was the genuine article. However, Luo Yang had cautioned him that this was a secret, and he dared not let it slip, lest his promising career be jeopardized. Qin Baichuan called Wei Fengling to the front, urging her to say a few words. Blushing furiously, she nervously pinched her fingers. Her forehead beaded with sweat, at a loss for words. Suddenly, A stout woman from the crowd erupted. On what grounds does Wei Fengling deserve to be deputy? Qin, are you swayed by her looks? Let me tell you, if your family finds out. Qin Kaihui, silence yourself. Qin Baichuan retorted, his temper flaring. His cousin had always taken advantage of him, and if she had any education, she would be clamoring for a managerial position. Fortunately, her lack of education relegated her to the ranks of ordinary employees. Undeterred, Qin Kaihui shot back. If you want me to be quiet, then don't let Wei Fengling be deputy. If she can be, I should be the one instead. What is she worth? Just a pretty face, I scoff. Qin Baichuan could no longer contain himself and shouted, Qin Kaihui, you are fired. Go to finance, settle your accounts, and leave. Song Zong was still present. Watching this unfold, Qin Kaihui's ignorance and lack of decorum left him no choice but to take action. Taken aback, Qin Kaihui pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Baichuan and exclaimed, How dare you? Qin Baichuan, have you truly lost your senses in your infatuation? Very well, you are dismissed. I shall return to speak with my sister-in-law. Qin Baichuan exclaimed coldly, Get lost. As for the circumstances behind this, once he mentioned it to his wife. Would she be as foolish as the others? Moreover, he had conducted himself with integrity and stood tall. His association with Wei Fengling was of no consequence, and he cared not for what others might say. An hour later, Wei Fengling was still in a daze on her way home. She carried with her 20,000 yuan in cash, a bonus shared between her and Qin Baichuan, which was 4 times that of the ordinary employees. She could hardly fathom how such an incredible stroke of fortune had befallen her. Upon returning home, she was at a loss as to how to explain this to her husband and daughter. It was simply too bizarre, almost as if it belonged in a novel. A tale so outrageous it seemed implausible. Chapter 81. Digging a pit for you to fall into upon arriving home. Her husband, Jiang Guangyuan, had also returned. He taught physics at a junior high and had no evening classes that day. Jiang Guangyuan, who had been engrossed in a book, quickly poured her a glass of water upon her arrival and urged her to sit on the sofa before inquiring, Are you tired? Shall I make you a bowl of noodles? I'm not tired, Wei Fengling replied, shaking her head. Old Jiang, please sit. I have something to discuss with you. Although their household was not wealthy, they managed to get by. While materially they were not particularly affluent, their familial bonds were undeniably strong. Jiang Guangyuan was renowned for his affection towards his wife, and upon seeing her serious expression, he immediately straightened up, sitting attentively across from her. Wei Fengling began by asking, Old Jiang, do you believe that pies might fall from the sky? Jiang Guangyuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, if pies were to fall from the sky, it would not be a good omen. Such fortuitous events do not occur in this world. We ought to refrain from desiring such things. A tranquil and simple life is sufficient. Contemplating his words, Wei Fengling opened her handbag and placed the 20,000 yuan before Jiang Guangyuan. In astonishment, he asked, Wife, what is the meaning of this? Are you giving me pocket money? I have already quit smoking. Wei Fengling sighed and shook her head. This is a bonus from our supermarket. We have a new owner now, and the new proprietor has granted each employee 5,000. Both Qin and I received 20,000. Jiang Guangyuan was taken aback, and then suddenly exclaimed, Wait, did I hear you correctly? You said the new owner gave each employee 5,000, and you and Qin each received 20,000. Why were you given 20,000? It should have been 5,000. Furrowing her brows, Wei Fengling replied, How would I know? The new owner was present, and Qin announced before everyone that I had been promoted to vice president. Ever since that moment, I have been in a state of shock. Promoted to vice president? Jiang Guangyuan's brows furrowed deeper before a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that old Qin has feelings for you? Bah! Wei Fengling's face flushed with indignation. I knew you would think that. I discreetly inquired with Qin. The promotion was a requirement from the new owner, and I assure you, I do not know her at all. Jiang Guangyuan pressed further. So, is your new boss a man or a woman? Wei Fengling shot him an exasperated glance. A woman, about the same age as our daughter, and quite beautiful. Jiang Guangyuan, feeling somewhat perplexed, touched his head. The boss was a woman, a young girl at that, and there was no familial connection between them. Why, then, was she particularly kind to his wife? Wei Fengling added, My current salary is an annual income of 200,000. Lao Jiang, do you think I have the capability to become the deputy general manager? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Guangyuan replied, I can't shake the feeling that there is a conspiracy at play. Here's what we'll do, my dear. You continue with your job for now, If they can't offer you the position of deputy general manager, simply return to your previous role at the supermarket. If they attempt to make things difficult for you, just refuse to comply. Worst case, we could resign. Our daughter is grown, and my salary is sufficient for our livelihood, so there is no need to worry. Wei Fengling nodded, acknowledging that this was their only option for now. They would take it one step at a time, and if necessary, resign from their jobs at the Hilton Hotel. Luo Yang had just stepped out of his car and entered the lobby when someone in the coffee area pointed at him and exclaimed, "Hu Shao, it's him! It's him! He is back!" Luo Yang glanced over and recognized the person as Song Jie, who had tried to poach Song Ziqing earlier that morning. At that moment, Song Jie leaped forward to block his path, saying, "Our Hu Shao has something to discuss with you, please." After a moment's consideration, Luo Yang approached and sat down opposite the so-called Hu Shao, observing him with indifference. "To be honest, I had no interest in conversing with you. However, after some thought, I feel inclined to say a few words. Firstly, your attempts to poach my people have already made you my adversary, so there's no need for politeness. I am not one to feign courtesy. I simply do not like you. Secondly, whether or not the person you seek is willing to leave is beyond my control. If she chooses to agree, then there is nothing I can do. If you insist on my opinion, then allow me to be blunt. Just get lost." The young man opposite him, appearing to be in his late 20s and somewhat handsome, bore an air of arrogance and mischief. After all, he was the son of the wealthiest man in the province, accustomed to a life of flattery and indulgence. It was no surprise he carried himself with such pride. Upon hearing Luo Yang's audacious remarks, Song Jie trembled with rage, pointing at Luo Yang and stammering, "Why, do you have any idea who you are speaking to?" Luo Yang replied coolly, "Indeed, I do. You are none other than Hu Dio's son, Hu Lu, the wealthiest man in Jiangnan province." Fuming, Song Jie retorted, "You know this and still act so arrogantly?" Luo Yang chuckled, "What would you have me do? You've already mounted pressure on me. Do you expect me to kneel and call you daddy while offering my assistant on a silver platter?" Hu Lu remained silent, casting a cold gaze at Luo Yang, before finally speaking up, "You are quite arrogant. I wonder where your confidence stems from. Since you know who I am, I will not mince words. I have my eye on your assistant. Tell me, how much can you offer her per month? 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps 30,000? If you're wise, you won't challenge me, or there will be no benefit for you." Luo Yang smiled and replied, "I have no concept of being wise, but it may not be easy for you to poach my assistant. While her monthly salary may not be substantial, around 10 to 20,000, her bonuses are quite generous, at least over 100,000. This, both Hu Lu and Song Jie could not help but burst into laughter. Song Jie mockingly remarked, "I say, Mr. Luo, this is not your rustic Chuan city. We are in the provincial capital of Jianghan. If you wish to boast, at least consider the locale. Why not step outside for a while and blow your own horn until you've exhausted all your bravado before re-entering?" Luo Yang smiled amiably at him. Observing him as one might have monkeyed at a tea that moment, a figure approached, casually interjecting, "Mr. Luo, what is the point of conversing with such a sycophant? Come, let us retreat to my room where we can engage in some real boasting. My quarters are spacious enough that no one will overhear us." The newcomer was Chen Jian. In fact, Luo Yang had spotted him earlier by the railing on the second floor of the lobby, and Chen Jian had noticed him too, yet neither had greeted the other upon the arrival of Song Jie and Hu Lu. Luo Yang, of course, relished the opportunity to set a trap for Song Jie and Hu Lu. Despite Hu Dio's claim to be the richest man in Jiangnan province, he would not dare to confront someone of Chen Jin's stature. Even with tenfold courage, he would not venture forth. Hu Lu, initially brooding and on the verge of an outburst, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Jin's sudden appearance. He then rose with a forced smile, saying, "Ah, Brother Jin has arrived. How do you know him?" Within the circles of Jiangnan province, Hu Lu was already a formidable figure, yet there remained individuals he dared not provoke, with Chen Jin ranking foremost among them. As he observed Chen Jin warmly embracing Luo Yang and strolling away, Hu Li's face turned ashen, and he snapped at Song Jie. "Didn't you investigate this Mr. Luo and claim he had no connections? How is he now seen with Chen Jin?" The mere fact that Chen Jin intervened to defend Luo Yang at such a critical moment, even at the risk of antagonizing Hu Lu, indicated that this Mr. Luo was indeed no ordinary individual. Chen Jin was well regarded in their circles, known for his composure and discretion. However, his low profile did not equate to weakness, at least not something Hu Lu would dare to challenge. Song Jie, with a woeful expression, replied, I did my due diligence. He is from Chuan City, involved in financial investments, without any significant connections, just close with a minor deputy mayor. I thought that wouldn't pose much of a threat, but who could have anticipated his association with Qian? Useless, Hula muttered under his breath, his face darkening as he hurriedly exited. Today had been a significant blow to his pride. In the elevator, Qian Jian turned to Luo Yang and commented, "That scoundrel has caused distress to many young women over the years. I wonder if he has set his sights on your lovely assistant?" Luo Yang chuckled. "It appears Brother Jean knows him rather well." Chun Jin scoffed. "He will inevitably face the consequences of his actions." Chun Jin did not stay at the hotel, but rather went to the business suite he had arranged for Luo Yang. The living room's refrigerator was stocked with beverages. He retrieved a bottle of Evian and inquired, "What would you like to drink?" "Just mineral water, please." Luo Yang took the remote control and switched on the television, which was currently broadcasting the news. After placing the remote down, he accepted the bottle of mineral water that Chun Jin handed him, twisting it open and taking a sip. On the television, a poised female anchor was delivering a news report that suddenly captivated him. According to the latest information from our station's reporter, Mr. Li Donglai, the investor of Xinguang Plaza, is set to sell the entirety of his ownership in Xinguang Plaza. This includes the Xinguang Grand Hotel and the Victoria Commercial Building, with a total price exceeding 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. Currently, there is interest from the renowned local enterprise, the Dajin Group, to take over. Upon hearing this news, Chun Jin was incensed. These merchants from Hong Kong are utterly despicable. They rush to the mainland to profit, receiving numerous local incentives while feasting on the resources of the common people and the nation, gorging themselves until they are gluttonous, and the moment they sense a hint of adversity, they flee without a second thought, devoid of any patriotic spirit or the sense of responsibility that a true entrepreneur should possess. Luo Yang chuckled and responded, "Do you really expect those profit-driven merchants to be patriotic? Responsibility? Forget it. Wait, are they selling at the Xinguang Grand Hotel?" Qin nodded and said, "Yes, actually, I heard my father mention this matter some time ago." He advised Mr. Li Donglai, having earned so much from the mainland and received so many preferential policies, to have faith in our country. Damn it, that his conscience must have been fed to the dogs, and yet he still chooses to bolt. After a pause, he added, "This year, due to the impact of the pandemic, Jiangnan province's economy has suffered significantly, and my father is quite upset. He has been dealing with a toothache these past few days. His face is swollen. Li Donglai is just adding insult to injury." Luo Yang pondered and said, "Brother Jean, what do you think about me taking over Xinguang Plaza?" Chun Jin was taken aback. "Are you serious?" Luo Yang nodded earnestly and explained, "There are two reasons. First, I have a disdain for that Lu. The Dajin Group wants to take over Xinguang Plaza, so I intend to snatch it from under their noses, making it infuriating for them. Second, you mentioned your father is struggling due to Jiangnan province's economic woes. You know me. I may not be lacking in much, but I certainly have plenty of money. Once I acquire Xinguang Plaza, I plan to secure an additional piece of land for a grand development project. I envision constructing a globally unparalleled 7-star luxury hotel, along with various large commercial buildings, office towers, and so forth. An entire suite of developments. Additionally, I aim to build our future financial headquarters here, with an initial investment of 100 billion yuan. If funds fall short, I can always inject more. After all, I am not short on capital." Chun Jin was momentarily shaken, taking several seconds to regain his composure, but still asked with a trembling voice, Are you being serious?" Luo Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. "Brother Jean, I consider you a brother. Despite your unique status, I genuinely need someone with your background, and I feel a special connection with you. You have been quite kind to me. Since we are brothers, if your father faces difficulties and I can provide a solution, what more needs to be said?" Chun Jin's face flushed a rare shade of crimson as he nodded vigorously, shaking Luo Yang's hand excitedly before turning to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he turned back to Luo Yang and said, "I will go back to discuss this with my father immediately. It's too convoluted to explain over the phone. Luo Yang, thank you for treating me like a brother. From now on, you are my own brother." After Chan Jin finished speaking, he dashed away, entirely abandoning his usual composure and grace. Luo Yang smiled once more, yet there remained a reason he chose not to disclose. Zhang Xiuyan worked at the Newport Grand Hotel. Thus, if he was to pursue the woman of his unspoken affections, he would embark on an unparalleled and extravagant plan to woo her. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Yang picked up his phone to call Han Wenjun. "Mr. Han, please assign a capable deputy to oversee the operations in Chuancheng." Immediately bring all available personnel to the provincial capital, as I have a monumental plan worth 1 trillion. You will take the helm and exercise your expertise. Additionally, summon Qinya and Song Shuhai, along with the entire trading department, to converge here. Han Wenjun could sense the shock in his voice over the phone, and after a few seconds, he repeatedly affirmed, "All right, boss, I will gather the team at once. The plans for Tianzong City are already in place. I can appoint a deputy for that, while the rest will be swiftly redirected to Jianghan." By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Ziqing returned, irate as she reported the details from the supermarket. Once she concluded her report, she indignantly asked Luo Yang, "Boss, do you have a fondness for Wei Fengling? Don't you think she could be your mother?" Luo Yang nodded. "Indeed, I regard her as a maternal figure." Song Ziqing was momentarily rendered speechless, finding her boss's perspective rather unsettling. Just as she prepared to retort, Luo Yang waved his hand, saying, "You should refrain from meddling in the gossip of distant relatives and focus on your primary duties." After reprimanding Song Ziqing, she promptly shrank back. After all, one must not underestimate a tiger, even if it appears dormant. Han Wenjun departed on a high-speed train at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, taking 4 hours to travel from Chuancheng to Jianghan, arriving at 6 o'clock. After a 40-minute drive, they reached the Hilton Hotel. Fortunately, Luo Yang had booked a luxurious business suite, spacious enough to accommodate a small meeting for 20 individuals. Han Wenjun's entourage comprised 37 members, with the real estate department accounting for the vast majority, totaling 29, while the remaining 8 included Luo Qianya, Song Shuhai, and Fu Xian from the trading department. Luo Yang's cousin, Luo Yang, and Zhu Yingying did not attend. Following Luo Yang's instructions, Song Ziqing had arranged individual rooms for everyone at the hotel. Apart from Han Wenjun, Luo Qianya, Song Ziqing, and Song Shuhai, the others retired to their rooms for rest while Luo Yang convened a small meeting. Luo Yang discussed the matters concerning Newport Square and then introduced the preliminary plan for the 1 trillion investment, which required Han Wenjun to organize the workforce to formulate an initial proposal. Han Wenjun listened attentively, taking notes as Luo Yang turned to Luo Qianya and stated, "Qianya, once we secure Newport Square, you shall serve as the legal representative and chairperson of the board. The rest of the management will remain unchanged, with a professional manager in place." Luo Qianya appeared taken aback, responding, "Boss, I lack the capability and experience to manage a large enterprise." Luo Yang huffed, "Lack of ambition. For now, you need not manage the enterprise directly. Simply oversee the professional manager. Furthermore, could you all consider enhancing your own skill sets? In the future, our financial group will diversify, and there will be a substantial demand for talent. Qianya, transfer the U.S. stock trading responsibilities to Shuhai, and you will also serve as the human resources director of our future financial group." Several individuals were profoundly stirred by Luo Yang's words, and Luo Yang intended to provoke them further. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chun Jin calling, and he answered immediately. Chun Jin's voice came through quickly. "Are you in the room? My father has arrived and wishes to speak with you." "I am here," Luo Yang replied promptly, then hurriedly summoned Luo Qianya and a few others to prepare the computer equipment. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang, and Luo Yang rushed to open the door. 3 individuals stood outside. The leader, a man in his 50s with an imposing demeanor, was followed by Chun Jin and another man in his 30s with a sharp gaze. Luo Yang recognized the leader, albeit only from television. "Hello, hello, please come in." Luo Yang greeted them with a smile, ushering them into the living room. Once inside, he invited Chun Jin's father to a private room, leaving Chun Jin and the guard-like figure in the living room. The private room was spacious and tranquil. After sitting down, Chun Jin's father scrutinized Luo Yang and nodded, remarking, "You resemble your photographs quite closely, albeit more handsome, youthful, and accomplished." He then introduced himself. "I am Chan Zhangwo. Chun Jin's father, I shall call you Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo sounds good." Luo Yang hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to address him. Chun Zhangwo chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "I am not here in an official capacity today, but rather as Chun Jin's father. Since you and Chun Jin are friends, feel free to call me Uncle Chun." "Very well, Uncle Chun." Luo Yang felt a sense of relief as the atmosphere lightened. Chun Zhangwo rubbed his right cheek and commented, "I've been feeling quite irritable lately, suffering from a toothache. One side of my face is swollen and uncomfortable." Luo Yang replied, "It seems to me that your troubles stem from worries. Regarding my relationship with Jin Gu, I shall speak plainly. Uncle Chun, Jin Gu has likely mentioned that I intend to seize the Newport Group from Dejin and also prepare a large-scale investment plan. My team is currently drafting the proposal, which should reach you shortly." We are initially projecting an investment of 100 billion. This figure is not negotiable. On behalf of the people of Jiangnan, I express my gratitude for your contributions, Chen Jiangwo remarked, visibly moved. Despite his high-ranking status and extensive experience, the support from someone like Luo Yang touched him deeply. This was the mark of a responsible entrepreneur. To Chen Jiangwo, Luo Yang was indeed a timely benefactor. However, Chen Jiangwo expressed some concerns as he inquired, "Xiao Luo, let me be frank. How much cash can you currently mobilize? Can you ensure sufficient funding for the subsequent phases? I do not wish to engage in a grand venture that ultimately leads to a disastrous outcome." Luo Yang smiled and responded, "Uncle Chen, I may not boast about many things, but I can assure you of my financial backing. Currently, I have approximately 85 billion in cash. Since you are here today, I would like to take up half of your evening to show you my work." After contemplating for a moment, Chen Jiangwo readily agreed. Knowing that Luo Yang's statement held significant intent, he then asked, "Xiao Luo, do you still intend to establish your company's headquarters in the provincial capital?" Luo Yang nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, Chuancheng is but a small city. My anticipated profits from financial trading will exceed 500 billion yuan annually. Such a tax burden. Considering the magnitude, it is hardly a boon for Chuancheng. The Tianzong City project I have left is nearly complete, and the supporting infrastructure in the provincial capital is far more suitable. Of course, there are other locales that would be even more appropriate, such as Jingcheng or Modu, yet I owe nothing to those places." Chen Jiangwo felt a twinge of emotion as he listened. It was almost explicit that Luo Yang had chosen to establish the headquarters in Jianghan not for any reason other than Chen Jin and his father. As the clock approached 9:30, Luo Yang accompanied Chen Jiangwo into the living room, where Luo Qinya and others had already activated the computer and established the connection, awaiting his instructions. Luo Yang first instructed Song Ziqing, "Ziqing, please prepare some tea for everyone." He then mentioned a particular American stock, prompting Song Shuhuai to immediately direct the American stock traders to execute a full purchase. The leverage for both accounts was set at 500 million USD, while the temporary investment limit from Tiger Securities was retracted following that transaction. Although they desired to invest each time, domestic restrictions were considerable, and the market could only accommodate so much, given Luo Yang's level of expertise. Such extensive investments were intimidating and thus could not be made consecutively. Consequently, Luo Yang considered establishing offshore company accounts abroad. Only within that vast pool could he truly showcase his prowess. The fluctuations in crude oil futures were relatively frequent, yet the previous occurrence of negative oil prices had not resurfaced as the market opened at $37.10 for crude oil. Luo Yang did not hesitate, instructing Song Shuhuai, "Go long on crude oil, execute a full purchase." Song Shuhuai, without a moment's hesitation, excitedly gestured to several subordinates to proceed with the orders. While Chen Jiangwo lacked practical experience in trading, he possessed a sound understanding of economic principles. Chen Jin, unfamiliar with stock futures and merely observing, was nonetheless captivated. Within a minute, the long positions were executed, as Luo Yang's predictions proved exceedingly accurate. When he opted for a long position, the price surged immediately, and when he chose short, it promptly declined, never once faltering. Song Shuhuai and his team had grown accustomed to their own miscalculations and had fully embraced Luo Yang's forecasts, often finding their predictions completely at odds with his yet consistently being proven wrong. 5 minutes later, crude oil prices soared to 37.35 USD, resulting in a floating profit of $3,350,000 US in their account. Observing the smiles on Song Shuhuai and the others, who appeared entirely unperturbed, Chen Jin pointed to the rising line and inquired, "Is this not a profit?" Song Shuhuai responded with a grin, "Indeed, currently, the long position has a floating profit of 335,000 USD. Is that a profit of over 3 million USD? Chen Jin exclaimed, astonished. Has it really been achieved in the time it takes to smoke a single cigarette? Surely, one couldn't earn money this swiftly. Song Shuhuai dismissed the notion, saying, "This is merely the beginning. We've just scratched the surface." The price of crude oil inexplicably surged straight upwards, breaking the $38 mark within 20 minutes, and the rise continued at its previous pace. Noticing Luo Yang's silence regarding further orders, Song Shuhuai paid it no mind, savoring a few delightful sips of the coffee prepared by Song Ziqing. Half an hour later, the price surpassed 39 USD, yet Luo Yang remained unmoved. As the clock approached 11, the price of crude oil had surged to $39.75. At last, Luo Yang spoke up. Place the order immediately, setting the selling price at $39.8. Without requiring a command from Zhong Shuhai, several traders, including Fu Xin, swiftly executed their actions. In less than a minute, the price of crude oil climbed to $39.82, and all buy orders were filled. The account's profit amounted to $36,180,000. Chun Jian, observing the persistent red figures on the screen, inquired of Zhong Shuhai, "How much have we earned?" Zhong Shuhai, with a beaming smile, replied, "We've made $36,180,000. He then added two words, dollars. Chun Jian was left speechless, astonished at the thought of earning $36 million in just over an hour. Converted to RMB, that was over 250 million. Who could possibly achieve such a feat in just a little over an hour? In Chun Jian's experience, he could not think of anyone capable of such a thing. No wonder Su Dongfeng had described Luo Yang as a prodigy. Truly, a marvel. Today marks the first of the month, and a new chapter begins. Old Luo expresses gratitude for everyone's support and encouragement. As a result, he has set a goal for himself, a minimum of 3 updates daily. Currently, after the updates, the requests for more hover around 100. Now it stands at 171. If requests reach 500, an additional chapter will be added. At 2,000, 2 extra chapters will follow. For every additional 500 requests, 1 more chapter will be added. Additionally, there are currently 285 reviews. Once it hits 300, another chapter will be added, and at 400, 2 chapters will be added. For every additional 100 reviews, 1 extra chapter will be included. The rating currently stands at 9.5. For every increase of 0.1, 10 chapters will be added on that day. Each requirement will be considered in the order received, so please, everyone. 1. Request more updates. 2. Leave 5-star reviews to boost the book's rating. 3. Write reviews. Lastly, Old Luo thanks everyone for their affection and informs them that the book is performing well. Being an experienced author, he assures readers that the book will not be abandoned. Once again, thank you. Chapter 84. Investing heavily. Chen Jin discreetly glanced at his father, who appeared equally moved, though be honest. As the top figure in Jiangnan province, he had encountered numerous large enterprises and high-profit companies. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone earning money as effortlessly and in such substantial amounts as Luo Yang. After observing the screen for about 5 minutes, Luo Yang suddenly instructed Zhong Shuhai, immediately place a short sell order, setting the price for crude oil at $39.81, and buy in full. Understood. Zhong Shuhai and his colleagues swiftly executed the short sell order in mere seconds. Curiously, Chen Jin asked, "What is a short sell?" Zhong Shuhai, with a grin, explained, "In futures trading, buying with the expectation of a rise is known as going long, while betting on a decline is referred to as going short. Our current position is betting on the fall of crude oil futures." Chen Jin, astonished, remarked, "But we just bought it expecting it to rise, and now we're betting on it to fall." Zhong Shuhai nodded, smiling. "Indeed, that's the nature of futures trading. It is perilous and not meant for the average person. However, our boss is no ordinary person. Ha ha, he is a god. Only a deity could play the market this way." Luo Yang thought to himself, "I am no god. I am merely a fool." Had it not been for his collaboration with Luo Yang, none of the individuals, including Zhong Shuhua, would have dared to engage in such audacious maneuvers. The turmoil of the futures and stock markets is something that no one can fully comprehend, yet Luo Yang seems to possess an uncanny ability to gauge the situation accurately. When questioned about his methods on previous occasions, Luo Yang merely attributed his success to intuition. The ensuing transactions truly opened the eyes of Chen Jiangwo and his son Chen Jin. Luo Yang oscillated between short selling and going long, repeatedly playing with the same futures contracts. After a flurry of activity, at 3:30 in the morning, Luo Yang glanced at the time and then at the futures, noticing that the fluctuations had diminished significantly. He decided to call it a night and promptly instructed Zhong Shuhua to liquidate all positions in U.S. stocks and crude oil. The U.S. stock market had surged by 14%, netting a profit of $70 million, while the futures trading that night yielded a staggering $552 million, resulting in an astonishing profit margin exceeding 101%. This was truly remarkable. Once Zhong Shuhua completed the calculations, he reported to Luo Yang, "Boss, tonight we've made $70 million from U.S. stocks and $552 million from futures, totaling $622 million, which translates to approximately 4,416 million in renminbi. After deducting fees and commissions from Tiger Securities, The net profit stands at 4,700 million. Well, tonight was quite satisfactory. Bonuses will remain unchanged, 300,000 for each member of the management and 150,000 for the rest. He then turned to Chen Jiangwo and Chen Jin, saying, Uncle Chen, Brother Jin, we made a modest profit of 430 billion tonight. How about we find a place to celebrate? Let me treat you. Chen Jin was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he exclaimed, You, Luo the tycoon, made 4 billion in one night, and you call that modest? I doubt I could almost bite a piece of your flesh. How extravagant. However, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively, saying, Never mind. You've all endured a long night and must be exhausted. Let us not prolong this. Get some rest. You can resume your activities tomorrow. I'm heading home. My head is pounding from the numerous missed calls tonight. Luo Yang did not insist on keeping him and smiled as he saw him off. Chen Jian then declared to his father, Dad, I'll stay here with Luo Yang. Very well, Chen Jiangwo responded, pleased that his son was growing closer to Luo Yang, who had indeed provided a valuable lesson in wealth generation. To be honest, Chen Jiangwo had harbored concerns about Luo Yang's ambitious investment plan of 100 billion. But witnessing Luo Yang's extraordinary operations firsthand and the effortless acquisition of 4 billion had completely alleviated his worries. With such capabilities, not only 100 billion but even 500 billion no longer seemed daunting or questionable. Perhaps in 2 or 3 months, he would amass that wealth. It was no wonder Luo Yang confidently proclaimed that the only surplus was money. Upon returning to his room, Luo Yang surveyed the exhilarated crowd in the living room and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Let us refrain from further activities tonight. It's already 4 in the morning. Get some rest, and once you're rejuvenated, you can venture out during the day. The day after tomorrow is Friday, allowing for a 2-day respite. Though Tsong Shuhua and his companions felt a lingering desire for more, they dared not defy their boss, and with beaming smiles, retreated to their respective rooms. The prospect of a bonus of 150,000 stirred genuine excitement within them. It was indeed difficult to find sleep. After a night of labor, receiving such generous rewards, how could they possibly rest easy? Once everyone had departed, Chen Jin gritted his teeth and addressed Luo Yang, saying, You, my friend, is this how you operate every single day? Luo Yang pondered for a moment before replying, Pretty much. The American stock market and futures operate 5 days a week, around 20 days a month. On the least profitable days, we rake in over 3 billion, while on the most lucrative days, it can soar to $110 billion. Of course, such opportunities are rare, but generally, earning between 30 and 40 billion daily is quite feasible. Chen Jin couldn't help but tug at his own hair in frustration, exclaiming, Oh, come on. I split that 10% with those guys, so why couldn't I keep just one more point for myself? It's practically like picking up money off the ground. After a moment, he added, It's not that easy to pick up, though. Luo Yang chuckled, Don't be too disheartened. Even 1 point is substantial. If you were to accumulate $1,000 billion in a year, you'd still end up with a cool billion for yourself. Don't you think that's quite a fortune? Chen Jin stared in disbelief. What? $1 billion in a year? Luo Yang nodded affirmatively. That's the minimum. Chen Jin was instantly flustered. He had initially thought that earning 100 billion in a single night was an exceedingly rare stroke of luck, and was content with the prospect of making just a few $1 million annually. Little did he expect Luo Yang to assure him of a minimum of 1 billion. Converted into yuan, that amounted to over 70 billion. Enough to live lavishly for a lifetime. After a brief pause, Chen Jin took several large gulps of water to regain his composure and suddenly asked Luo Yang, I've already arranged for someone to speak with a senior executive at the Newport Hotel Group regarding Newport Plaza. Tomorrow, when they negotiate with the Dajin Group, they'll discreetly inform us of Dajin's offer, and we can swoop in for a few billion. Luo Yang replied with a grin, That goes without saying. Chen Jin, feeling more at ease, crossed his legs and said, The Dajin Group is having a tough time this year. This acquisition of Newport Plaza is a do-or-die situation for them. They've contacted several consortiums and banks, and I estimate their bottom line won't exceed 12.5 billion. I was worried about you earlier, but now I'm not concerned at all. You, with your abundant resources, can definitely handle it. Of course, such acquisitions require more than just money, but I believe my father will lend you a hand. While I can't say it's a certainty, I do say there's a 99% chance. Luo Yang laughed heartily, recalling the arrogant demeanor of Hu Lu and Song Jie, and felt an urge to strike back. This appetizer should suffice. Suddenly, Chen Jin interjected, Wait, Luo Yang. Something feels amiss. Luo Yang, puzzled, asked, What seems off? Where's the discrepancy? After a moment's reflection, Chen Jin, gripping his hair in deep thought, suddenly smacked his thigh in realization. I've got it. I remember now. He pointed at Luo Yang and inquired, the information I provided you. Jiang Shuyan works at the Newport Grand Hotel. Doesn't she? Oh, Luo, you're really going all out for the ladies. Chapter 85. The lavish courtship scheme with Chen Jin uncovering the secret. Luo Yang couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. He pretended to drink water to cover his reaction, but unexpectedly choked, turning beet red. Chen Jin exclaimed, Seriously? You're trying to hide this from me? With your wealth, you could easily sweep someone off their feet. There is no need to convolute matters so excessively. It is quite embarrassing. Luo Yang chuckled awkwardly without uttering a word. Chen Jin, fixating on him, inquired, Why not simply reveal your true worth? Luo Yang shook his head and replied, That may not be feasible. Jiang Xiuyan, I have a sense that this individual cannot be swayed by mere monetary influence. Furthermore, I have been jilted by women before, particularly those who are materialistic. Hence, I yearn for a relationship that is both pure and romantic. Do refrain from meddling in my plans. After all, I sent to your father in dire need of investment to stimulate the economy. You certainly have some audacity. Chen Jin laughed, tossing his head back, then suddenly asked, Now be honest with me. Have you employed any other means? Under Chen Jin's penetrating gaze, Luo Yang felt a twinge of discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded. I acquired the supermarket where her mother works over on Erhing Road in the liberated zone. Spending 30 million. Chen Jin couldn't help but cover his eyes. You truly bring shame upon manhood. Jiang Xiuyan has a sister who works as a trainee in a Korean company. Are you contemplating acquiring an entertainment firm as well? Should the need arise, I would make the purchase. Luo Yang disregarded his mockery and responded earnestly, believing that silently investing in someone he cherishes is worthwhile. One must possess beliefs and aspirations throughout life. And for me, the desire to earn money has already been fulfilled. The remaining pursuit is love. Life is but a fleeting few decades. I wish to have no regrets about my time on this earth. Chen Jin initially intended to further ridicule him, but Luo Yang's words struck a chord within him, rendering him momentarily silent. Indeed, it is invigorating to live as Luo Yang does, to buy when one wishes, to love when one desires, and to hate when one feels compelled. Life is merely a handful of years. What remains after death? It is simply about living without regrets. Yet, among the billions of souls in this world, how many can genuinely embody the essence of Luo Yang? Alas! After a prolonged silence, Chen Jin sighed deeply, saying, If only I were a woman, I would marry you. Luo Yang immediately shuddered and quickly retorted, Enough of that, Brother Jin. I acknowledge you as my brother, but I do not wish to regard you as my sister, nor do I want you as a wife. I need to excuse myself to the restroom for a moment. The following day, Luo Yang remarkably rose at 9 o'clock, for there was a tactical confrontation with the Dajin group ahead. Given Hu Li's arrogant demeanor, Luo Yang felt compelled to retaliate. Chen Jin made do on the sofa for a few hours, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and then made several phone calls before informing Luo Yang. The representatives of Dajin Group will engage in their first formal meeting with senior officials at the Newport Hotel today. I will receive updates in real time. Luo Yang nodded. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qinya and Song Ziqing arrived. He promptly instructed them, Qinya, after breakfast, accompany me to Newport Square. Ziqing, go to Hongqing Supermarket and finalize the paperwork. After some contemplation, he added a few reminders to Song Ziqing. Also, ensure that Qin Baichuan does not let go of that plump woman. Song Ziqing pouted and asked, Isn't she the enemy of that aunt? Wouldn't it be better to dismiss her? Luo Yang admonished her. You do not understand. To exact revenge on someone is not to drive them away, but to keep them under your watch and manipulate them. Song Ziqing inexplicably shivered. Luo Qinya found herself utterly perplexed and, in her confusion, inquired of Song Ziqing, Ziqing, who is that aunt? Song Ziqing immediately seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations, grasping Luo Qinya and exclaiming, Qinya, the boss is utterly bizarre. He has taken a liking to an aunt from the supermarket. Her indignation was palpable. It mattered not to her if he had no affection for the aunt, nor did it concern her if he favored Luo Qinya or Wei Lin from Chuancheng. Yet, he chose to be infatuated with a woman who could very well be his mother, which felt like a slap in the face to their cohort of young and beautiful maidens. Luo Yang glared, his voice heavy with gravity. Luo Qinya, Isn't Song Ziqing's probation period 1 month? Once this month concludes, let's settle her wages and send her on her way. Isn't Hu Deshao from Dajin Group coveting her? Perfect. She can go fishing for that golden son-in-law. Song Ziqing's expression froze, and she wilted, lowering her head to murmur, "Boss, I was wrong." Luo Yang then turned his stern gaze upon Luo Qinya. "We need to hire a legal expert at a high salary. The company must establish an oversight department to expel anyone found in violation of rules and regulations." Luo Qinya and Song Ziqing, taken aback by their boss's unprecedented sternness, turned pale and fell silent. After his reprimand, Luo Yang showed them no further consideration and simply declared, "We shall depart after breakfast." Upon descending to the hotel dining area for breakfast, Luo Qinya and Song Ziqing did not dare to accompany him, leaving only Chen Jin by his side in the elevator. Chen Jin, with a smile, remarked, "You really are something, scaring a few flower-like maidens to the point of tears. How can you bear it?" Luo Yang retorted irritably, "If I don't discipline them, they'll soon forget their place." Chen Jin scoffed, "You are just pretending, I say. Your female subordinates are all exceptionally beautiful, proving you have quite the eye for aesthetics. Are you planning to form a harem?" Luo Yang snorted dismissively, "Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. I have no such proclivity. The only one I admire is Zhang Xiuyan. It's a pleasure to have attractive employees in the company. Would you have me hire someone so grotesque it makes me nauseous? I have the means to hire whoever I wish. Is that any of your concern?" "Enough." Chen Jin could not refrain from lamenting, "Please, for the love of all that is good, do not mention Zhang Xiuyan again. It stirs a turmoil in my heart. Must you rub salt in our wounds? I cannot bear the thought of 1,000 billion beauties. Just thinking of her makes me wish to transform into a woman and marry you. Damn, I can't win in this banter." As the elevator doors opened to reveal others, Luo Yang, for once, conceded defeat. The hotel breakfast was decent, yet Luo Yang lacked appetite that morning, settling for a bit of porridge and some fruit. In contrast, Chen Jin devoured a substantial plate of noodles, declaring the taste satisfactory. After finishing, he received a message on his phone. Upon reading it, he remarked, "Brother, the team from Dajin Group consists of 5 individuals, 2 senior executives from the group, a vice president of a commercial bank, and Hu Dayo along with his son, Hueli.it. Seems they are determined to secure this deal." Luo Yang pursed his lips and, once Luo Qinya and Song Ziqing had finished their breakfast, asked Chen Jin, "Did you drive here?" Chen Jin shook his head. "I came in my father's car last night. I didn't drive. However, I know the security manager at this hotel. I can borrow a car from him." Chen Jin, speaking as he dialed a number, soon found himself approached by a robust and jovial security manager who placed the car keys on the table and remarked, "Young Master Jin, why didn't you mention it sooner? Today, I'm driving my wife's Honda Accord. It hardly seems fitting for you to take this vehicle." "Fitting?" Luo Yang retorted, seizing the keys and rising to his feet. "A car, whether good or bad, still runs on the ground. What is the difference? If one truly wishes to show off, one ought to procure something that flies." As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Yang ambled away, muttering to himself, "Perhaps when I have some free time, I should inquire about acquiring an aircraft. It could prove to be quite an adventure." As for today's updates, the 3rd installment has arrived, with the current count at 315. Having surpassed 300, an additional update will follow shortly. Whether further additions will be made depends on the sentiments of my esteemed readers. 400 reviews will yield another update, 500 will bring yet another, and 600 reviews will prompt one more. Chapter 86. The local tycoon's wealth on the 28th floor of the new Harbor Plaza Hotel Group's office building, in a spacious and luxurious conference room. An oval mahogany table was flanked by a row of individuals on either side. To the left sat 5 representatives from the Dajin Group, while to the right were senior executives from the New Harbor Hotel Group. Notably absent was the owner, Li Donglai. The full representative of Li Donglai, the executive president, Hua Xiaodong, took the lead. Dajin Group's Hu Dayo, well prepared, recognized the New Harbor's intent to divest from the mainland, while Dajin Group aimed to seize this prime asset. Once the pandemic was weathered, New Harbor Plaza would become a veritable golden goose. Yet, negotiations were bound to be arduous and time-consuming. Hu Dayo anticipated several rounds of discussions over the course of a week. With the main contention revolving around price, as negotiations commenced, Hu Dayo took a sip of tea and cheerfully initiated the conversation. "President Hua, you must have seen our sincerity at Dajin, given the current environment you're all too aware of. The New Harbor Group specializes in hotels, commercial buildings, and office spaces. Regardless of how favorable past figures may appear, they now reflect losses. Should we take over, we would inevitably shoulder at least 6 months of deficits, a considerable sum. Therefore, President Hua, might it be prudent to adjust your price downwards? Hua Xiaodong shrugged, a wry smile on his face, and replied, Director Hu, we are old acquaintances, so I'll dispense with pleasantries. Our boss has made it quite clear. No negotiations below 12 billion. Hu Daio's heart raced, but he maintained a neutral expression, recognizing that this negotiation would likely prove challenging. His aim was to push for a price reduction of around 1 billion. Selling New Harbor Plaza at this juncture was not opportune for Li Donglai. The ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic had rendered the operational losses starkly apparent. Thus, he believed pressing down the price was advantageous. Furthermore, the funds they had gathered amounted to approximately 6 billion, and even if an agreement was reached with New Harbor Plaza, payments would need to be staggered. However, this was manageable, as they could offer interest slightly above bank rates. Li Donglai, ever shrewd, was well aware that holding on to New Harbor Plaza incurred losses, while transferring the burden of these losses to another party, while still collecting interest, was far more lucrative than continued operation. Yet, with Hua Xiaodong's firm stance, the negotiations were set to become quite arduous. Hu Daio cast a fleeting glance at the vice president of the City Commercial Bank. Dajian had self-raised 25 billion, and the three banks had extended a financial credit of 35 billion. In summary, the funds were insufficient. Hu Daio stroked his chin in contemplation, while his son Hu Lu, brimming with youthful exuberance, could not restrain himself and interjected, Mr. Hua, it seems you do not genuinely wish to part with Xinguang, do you? Otherwise, you might as well hold on to it and continue incurring losses. To be frank, apart from our Dajin, who else in Jianghan City, Jiangnan Province, possesses both the intention and the capability to take over Xinguang at this juncture? Hua Xiaodong shook his head with a bitter smile and hesitated before stating, we can offer a maximum of 2 billion. At 118 billion, that is the lowest price I can bear. Hu Le shrugged and chuckled. Mr. Hua, it appears we are unable to reach an agreement, although they were determined to succeed. The father-son duo of Hu Luo and Hu Daio played their roles with aplomb, projecting an air of finality as if ready to depart. Hua Xiaodong, pondering whether to call his boss Li Donglai, was interrupted by a double knock at the conference room door, and in walked his secretary, Wang Ling, tall and graceful, approached Hua Xiaodong and whispered a few words in his ear. Hua Xiaodong was taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, all right, please bring them into the conference room. The 5 members of Dajin Group were momentarily stunned. What was Hua Xiaodong up to? What did he mean by inviting someone here? Shortly thereafter, Secretary Wang Ling ushered in 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman. The seats were filled, and the newcomers settled into the prominent seats at the front. Upon seeing these individuals, Hu Lu was momentarily taken aback. Among the 3 men and 1 woman, he recognized 2. One was Chen Jin, the son of Jiangnan Province's top official Chen Jiangwo, and the other was the brash Luo Yang, who had previously slapped him in the face. The third man was unknown to him, but the woman caught his eye. She was strikingly beautiful, rivaling the allure of Luo Yang's assistant whom he had previously considered poaching. This scoundrel truly had a knack for surrounding himself with stunning women. However, Hu Lu could not fathom why this was here. What business did he have in this place? Even with Chen Jin's backing, what was this local tycoon from Chuan City hoping to achieve? This could at most have 1 or 2 billion in assets. Could he truly covet the hundreds of billions in assets of Xinguang Group? As they pondered these questions, Hua Xiaodong rose with a smile and introduced, Director Hu. Allow me to present these guests, representatives from Future Finance, led by General Manager Luo Qinya. Luo Qinya stood up and courteously addressed everyone. Greetings. I have been entrusted by our chairman at Future Finance to negotiate the full acquisition of Xinguang Plaza. Mr. Hua, may I inquire if your side is interested in selling? Hua Xiaodong chuckled. Of course, we are interested. You see, Director Hu and his team from Dajin Group are right here discussing matters. The sudden appearance of this group nearly made Hua Xiaodong burst into laughter, truly a stroke of fortune. Hu Le glared at Luo Yang, seething. What do you mean, Luo? What business do you have stirring trouble here? Do you even know the price of Xinguang? Speaking it might frighten you. Luo Yang retorted with a laugh. And what of being a? The rustic bumpkin is simply burning through his money. I am somewhat of a stubborn mule. To put it plainly, I find you quite disagreeable. Regardless of how much your esteemed company, Dajin, is willing to offer, we at Future Finance shall augment your price by an additional 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaodong could not suppress a chuckle. Is there truly a wealthy local tycoon like this? However, Hu Li's expression darkened, and he retorted, his face flushed and voice raised. Let me tell you, it's 120 billion. Not the mere 10 billion you presume. You think that adding 10 billion will suffice to secure a 20 billion deal? How foolish. Observing Hu Li's loss of composure, Luo Yang found amusement in the situation and smiled, saying, Indeed, if you offer 120 billion, I will merely add 10 billion, bringing our future finances total to 130 billion, which is simply more assertive than your offer. However, should your Dajin group reach 200 billion, I shall refrain from any further increase. Hu Lu, incensed, turned to his father, who Daoyu had been observing quietly. He recognized Chen Jin, which was why he refrained from reacting rashly. Uncertain of the relationship between Chen Jin and this local tycoon from Chuan City, he understood that their presence together here implied some connection. Seeing his father silent, Hu Lu directed his ire towards Luo Yang. You, surnamed Luo, are deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Who do you think you are? What authority do you have to represent future finance? With a smile, Luo Yang replied, I am merely a runner for our boss. I do not make the major decisions, but I can certainly oversee minor matters such as the acquisition of a new port square. As for who I am the eldest in my household. Hua Xiaodong, grinning, turned his gaze towards the beautiful Luo Qinya. Miss Luo, is what this young man just stated true? Without hesitation, Luo Qinya nodded. Absolutely. Every representative of future finance speaks with authority. 130 billion. Should your side consider proceeding, we can immediately engage our legal advisors to draft a contract. Upon mutual confirmation of the agreement, we will transfer all funds in cash within 3 working days. After finishing, Luo Qinya felt she had omitted a key point and added, to demonstrate our sincerity, we are prepared to pay a 10 billion deposit immediately. At present, there are 325 reviews. An additional chapter has just been added. I would also like to express my gratitude to 4 generous patrons. Brother Z, user 783837874632, user 63785296511179, and user 783393856909. Thank you for your generous contributions. I will strive to add another chapter, though it may take a little longer as I work diligently. Chapter 87. Didi Ride-hailing. Once Luo Qinya finished speaking, she gracefully struck an elegant pose. How could our boss's words be taken lightly? Not to mention 130 billion. Even 310 billion would pose no problem whatsoever. Hua Xiaodong, without hesitation, turned to Hu Dayo with a smile. Chairman Hu, what do you think? Hu Dayo cast a deep glance at Chen Jin, then rose to address the 4 individuals on his side. Regarding the acquisition of the new port square, our Dajin is withdrawing from the deal. Chulu exclaimed in distress. Dad? Hu Dayo shot him a cold glance, snorted softly, and left without looking back. It is evident to even the most oblivious that the opposing party has come thoroughly prepared. This matter is no laughing matter. Their ability to produce 13 billion in cash for payment has already outmatched the Dajin group, and further discussions would only lead to greater embarrassment. As for the young gentleman with the surname Luo, his words are sharp and caustic, and it appears he has some unresolved issues with his son, Hu Lu. This son, it seems, is quite a handful. It wouldn't be surprising if today's predicament is a result of his machinations against his father. Once Hu Dayo's team departed, Luo Yang lost all interest, while Hua Xiaodong appeared quite exhilarated. Luo Qinya earnestly conveyed the intentions of future finance. After our acquisition, we will make no alterations to the entirety of Newport Plaza. I shall assume the role of chairperson of the new hotel group and act as the legal representative of the group. Mr. Hua, if you are amenable to remaining in your position, we will offer you a 50% salary increase. However, the new hotel group will adopt a new name. Hua Xiaodong was overjoyed. The previous owner, the Hong Kong businessman Li Donglai, was notoriously frugal, meticulously calculating every expense. The wealthy individuals from the mainland indeed exhibit a generous spirit. To offer a 50% raise during this pandemic is nothing short of remarkable. Very well, Mr. Luo, we shall immediately arrange for the legal team to draft the contract and promptly contact the advertising company for the redesign and installation of the new corporate name. What shall it be? Hua Xiaodong inquired with great enthusiasm. Luo Qinya glanced at Luo Yang, who waved the key to his Honda Accord and suggested, let us name it Xiaoyan Hotel Group. Xiaoyan? Xiaoyan? Both Luo Qinya and Hua Xiaodong were taken aback, perplexed as to why Luo Yang would propose such an overtly feminine name. It seemed rather out of place and hardly reminiscent of a grand hotel brand. Chun Jin, unable to contain himself, abruptly stood up and announced, "Excuse me, I have an upset stomach. I feel nauseous. Please continue your discussion. I need to visit the restroom." How shameless. Is it truly appropriate to use such a name? For a prestigious hotel group worth billions, with future plans reaching into the hundreds of billions, this Xiao Yin name is simply intolerable. Luo Yang, having made his statement, noticed Chen Jin slipping away and, with the car keys in hand, stood up leisurely, addressing Hua Xiaodong and Luo Qinya. "You carry on with your important matters. I shan't intrude any longer. Farewell." Luo Qinya sighed in exasperation, but Luo Yang paid her no heed, waving his hand dismissively as he sauntered away. Hua Xiaodong turned to Luo Qinya and asked, "Mr. Luo, who is he?" Luo Qinya shook her head in distress, replying, "He is a relative of our boss, understood." Hua Xiaodong nodded with a smile. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. Having driven Hu Daio and his son from the Dejing group, a wealthy second-generation heir is bound to have a fierce temperament. However, he is certainly more formidable than the average rich kid. The most prominent second-generation heir in Jianghan is none other than Hu Daio's son, Hu Lu. Who would have thought he would be publicly humiliated on his own turf today? Luo Yang had neither the time nor the inclination to delve into the details of the transfer. The reason one is called a boss is precisely because they can delegate responsibilities to others. To burden oneself with such exertion for a venture of this magnitude is hardly worth it. He might as well play the stock market alone. Xingang Square is quite expansive, standing out in Jianghan for both its architectural design and the vibrancy it exudes. Luo Yang leisurely drove his Honda Accord around, eventually finding a spot near the Xingang Grand Hotel to park. He alighted and made his way to the hotel entrance. At the entrance, 2 security guards stood at attention. Whenever a vehicle arrived, they would respectfully open and close the doors for departing or arriving guests, assisting them with their luggage into the lobby. With no baggage in hand, Luo Yang naturally did not receive any assistance. He glanced inside through the revolving door and stepped in. The lobby was rather vacant, with only 2 guests being attended to at the front desk. One of the receptionists briefly looked up at Luo Yang before returning her gaze to the computer screen. After taking a brief stroll, he settled into a tea and coffee area, but the lack of patrons was disheartening. According to Chen Jin's information, Jiang Xiaoyin was the supervisor of the housekeeping department, likely not present in the lobby, leaving him with no chance to catch a glimpse of her. Perhaps it was time to leave, as even a furtive glance seemed unattainable. However, fate had a peculiar way of intervening. Just as Luo Yang stood up, a melodious female voice called out to him, "Hey, what brings you here?" A jolt ran through Luo Yang. The voice evoked a sense of longing, yet he was reluctant to meet her now. Upon raising his head, he indeed saw Jiang Xiaoyin's strikingly beautiful face, though she was clad in the hotel's work uniform, which lent her an entirely different allure. Observing the dazed Luo Yang, Jiang Xiaoyin bit her lip, her brow furrowing as she demanded, "Come with me." Luo Yang obediently followed her out of the hotel, and they walked until they reached a secluded greenery outside. It was only then that Jiang Xiaoyin halted. Turning to him with a look of vexation, her expression serious as she questioned, "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? I asked you to return to Chuan City. Why are you here again? And at my workplace, no less." Wait, suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyin paused, a moment of contemplation before she inquired, "No, it's not possible for you to know I work here. Tell me, how did you find out?" Luo Yang feigned a rueful smile, responding, "I genuinely didn't know. I resigned from my job in Chuan City and came to Jianghan to drive a Didi. I just dropped off a passenger at the Xingang Hotel and decided to rest in the lobby for a while, as I was feeling a bit worn out." Jiang Xiaoyin scrutinized him intently for a moment before asking, "You're really not here looking for me?" With utmost sincerity, Luo Yang replied, "I truly am not." "All right, I'll take your word for it." Jiang Xiaoyin glanced at her watch before asking, "Where is your car?" "As a favor to a friend, I'll help you with a business today. Take me home. I'm off duty." "Certainly, the car is over there." Luo Yang pointed with a beaming smile. "Wait," Jiang Xiaoyin suddenly halted, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "You know where I live now. You won't be stalking or harassing me, will you?" Luo Yang quickly raised his hand in assurance, "Absolutely not. If you don't wish to see me, I won't show up." With a measure of doubt, Jiang Xiaoyin followed him, and Luo Yang ran to the side of his black Accord, opening the passenger door with a friendly smile, inviting her to enter. After inspecting the vehicle, Jiang Xiaoyin climbed in, and Luo Yang closed the door before taking his place behind the wheel. As she fastened her seatbelt. Jiang Xiuyan took a moment to inhale the fragrance that permeated the car. It was delightful, reminiscent of a vehicle typically driven by a woman. Her gaze then fell upon a small velvet charm hanging from the rearview mirror. Indeed, this was a car belonging to a woman. Luo Yang, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled and said, "I just bought this second-hand car a few days ago. The previous owner was a lady, and I haven't had the chance to tidy it up yet." After driving for a while, Jiang Xiuyan noticed that Luo Yang was driving very cautiously, hardly uttering a word to her, nor daring to steal a glance in her direction. Relieved, she inquired, "How's your DD business going in Jianghan?" Luo Yang responded with a measured tone, "It's going well. It can sustain a living." Jiang Xiuyan pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, "How about this? I'll give you my phone number. Our hotel frequently has guests requesting rides to the airport and train station. The timing can be a bit late, but the fares are high, and there's a tip involved. If any guests need a ride, I'll arrange it for you." Luo Yang was taken aback. Could it be that he was truly going to drive for Didi? This is the 5th update today, with over 11,000 words. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 88. Luo Yang faces a setback. Although Luo Yang remained silent during this ride, he was filled with joy. The first time he drove Jiang Xiuyan as a taxi passenger, she had been indifferent to him, almost treating him as a stranger. However, today was different. They were at least friends now, and he wished that this journey would never come to an end. Yet, reality set in, and after more than 20 minutes, Luo Yang arrived at the destination Jiang Xiuyan had specified. As Jiang Xiuyan prepared to pay, she rummaged through her bag only to find she had no cash. Luo Yang quickly interjected, "It's fine. It's on the house today." Jiang Xiuyan refused, pulling out her phone to say, "No way. I'll add you on WeChat and send you a red envelope." Luo Yang felt a surge of delight. After much contemplation, he had struggled to add her on WeChat, and now she was the one initiating the addition. Without hesitation, he handed her his phone to do so. Once the connection was established, Jiang Xiuyan's WeChat name was not Spicy Little Jiang, and her profile picture was not her own but rather a cartoon pig. After the connection, she sent a red envelope with the label "Fair." Upon sending the red envelope, Jiang Xiuyan glanced at Luo Yang, who was grinning foolishly, and remarked, "Why are you staring blankly? Hurry and claim your red envelope." Luo Yang clicked to receive it, revealing an amount of 100 yuan, and sheepishly remarked, 100 is a bit too much. This is the first time. It won't be this generous in the future." Jiang Xiuyan placed her phone into her crossbody bag, but as she prepared to leave, she turned back to Luo Yang and said, "Luo Yang, there's something I need to clarify with you right now." Luo Yang nodded eagerly, "Sure, go ahead." Jiang Xiuyan hesitated for a moment, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Yet she spoke up, "Actually, I'm aware of your feelings towards me. We are not meant to be. However, I believe you're a decent person, and I don't want to hurt you in the future, so I want to make things clear in advance. If we are to be friends, I will treat you as a true friend. But if you have other intentions, then we won't even be able to remain friends." Luo Yang felt a heaviness in his heart, yet he forced a smile and said, "All right, I assure you, unless you were to take the initiative to express your feelings for me, I would never utter such words myself. It is simply impossible for me to do so." Jiang Xiuyan, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely replied, "Luo Yang, my refusal does not stem from any disdain for your profession or your financial status. Friendship and love are entirely different matters. The essence of love involves various factors such as shared interests, personal qualities, and intellectual compatibility, not to mention one's environment. We are fundamentally different, hence a romantic connection between us is utterly unattainable. Do you understand?" Luo Yang felt as though a knife had sliced through his heart, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. After a prolonged gaze at Jiang Xiuyan, who was looking at him, he finally spoke. "Then, if I were to say that hypothetically speaking, if I were exceedingly wealthy, would you consider being with me?" Jiang Xiuyan shook her head, saying, "No, I wouldn't." "Well, I'm leaving now. If anyone needs a ride in the future, I'll contact you via phone or WeChat." Luo Yang, somewhat bewildered, nodded slightly and watched as Jiang Xiuyan's tall and graceful figure vanish from his sight. After a long moment, he regained his senses, feeling utterly dejected. Loving someone truly is exhausting. It seems that wealth is not omnipotent. I can't even win over the woman I admire. Suddenly, life felt monotonous and dreary. What does it matter if I accumulate wealth? Just as he returned to the hotel, Chen Jin's call came through. "Where are you?" "Just got back to the hotel. What's up?" Luo Yang replied. "Come downstairs." "I'm waiting outside the hotel," Chen Jin said before abruptly hanging up. leaving Luo Yang with no chance to inquire further. A surge of frustration bubbled within him as he descended the stairs. Stepping outside to look around, yet Chun Jin was nowhere to be seen. Over here. A head emerged from the window of a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the right exit of the hotel, waving at him. Who else could it be but Chun Jin? With a scowl, Luo Yang climbed into the car, the spacious and luxurious back seat providing an unexpected comfort. Chun Jin gestured for the driver to start the engine. What's wrong? Why does our wealthy Luo look so glum? Who offended you? Chun Jin, sensing Luo Yang's discontent, inquired with a grin. I see. You must have encountered some trouble with the stunning Shuyan. Your subordinates regard you like mice fleeing from a cat. Who would dare to offend you? Chun Jin's mind raced as he spoke, and after a moment, he patted Luo Yang's hand, saying, My dear Luo, why hang yourself on a single tree? Look at me. Though I may not have much money, I live quite freely. Of course, once I leech off you, my financial woes will be a thing of the past. Stop overthinking it. Jiangu will take you to a special place. Where exactly are we going? You're being so mysterious. Luo Yang furrowed his brow in inquiry. Chun Jin chuckled. You'll find out when we arrive. Stop being so secretive. I can't be bothered with your antics, Luo Yang retorted irritably, then asked, by the way, how is the fundraising for that 10% of friends going? Initially, the offshore company's total capital was set at $2 billion, and Chun Jin's 10% would amount to $200 million, which, when converted, would be a staggering $1,400 million, a significant sum indeed. Chun Jin pondered for a moment before responding, It's going all right. Everyone seems to be a bit tight on funds. A few more days should suffice to gather the necessary amount. Regarding this matter, Luo Yang once again reminded him, If you are tight on funds, then do not proceed. Never take money that should not be taken. I will cover your share, and when the year-end dividends are distributed, I shall deduct it then. Chun Jin smiled wryly. Indeed, funds are scarce. We appear to be flourishing on the surface, yet at home we occupy prominent positions, and we must be cautious in all matters to avoid any trouble. If you have surplus funds, it would be a great help if you could lend them to me, sparing me the need to beg. Among the 10 points, he was considered the leader, hence he received an extra half point, amounting to 1.5, which translates to $30 million, over 2 billion RMB. Asking him to produce such a sum all at once is indeed a challenge. Nonetheless, he was determined to secure his stake for several reasons. Firstly, the involvement of the national team in Luo Yang's venture, which is under scrutiny. Secondly, Luo Yang's knack for guaranteed profits. And thirdly, the fact that the money earned is from international capitalists, with the national team's involvement ensuring it contributes to the nation without breaching any laws. This is paramount, as the funds are clean. Although Chun Jin does not engage in high-risk investments like American stocks or international futures, he is aware that such international capital can be ruthless, often preying on domestic investors. Recent events surrounding a certain oil product are a case in point, and having Luo Yang reclaim funds from those capital giants is indeed gratifying. Luo Yang pondered for a moment and then called Yao Wenbin. On the call, Yao Wenbin chuckled, Oh, Mr. Luo, what a surprise to hear from you during the day. I thought your calls were reserved for the evening. Is there another opportunity at hand? Upon mentioning a good opportunity, his tone lowered, though his excitement was palpable. Luo Yang chuckled, Mr. Yao, it is not that matter. I wish to ask for your assistance with 2 things. First, to help me establish an offshore company and account abroad. Additionally, I intend to accumulate $20 billion as startup capital for the offshore account. As you are aware, the domestic pool is still too limited. Yao Wenbin paused for a moment, then replied, Mr. Luo, do you have time? I am flying to Chuan City today to discuss this with you. Luo Yang was taken aback. You have something to discuss? No problem, but I am not in Chuan City. I am in Zhenghan. Which is more convenient? Fly directly here, and when you arrive at the airport, give me a call, and I will send someone to pick you up. All right, Yao Wenbin responded without any pretense before hanging up. He did not disclose the reason for his visit, indicating that he must have something of considerable importance to discuss, yet Luo Yang could not fathom what it might be. The driver remained silent as they drove, and half an hour later, they arrived at a villa district in Nanjing, stopping in front of an opulent villa. As Luo Yang stepped out of the car, he noticed a line of luxury vehicles parked along the roadside in front of the villa's fence. Even the Ferraris were the least impressive, most of them being high-end sports cars, including several Pagani and a Lamborghini, along with an Aston Martin, among others. Observing these vehicles, Luo Yang surmised that the individuals visiting today must hold significant status, and the host's identity was undoubtedly remarkable. regardless of Chen Jin's silence and Luo Yang's reluctance to inquire. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, two individuals emerged from within the wrought iron gate of the villa's garden. Both men appeared to be in their late 20s, one stocky and the other slender, yet neither was particularly remarkable in stature. The plump one was merely a tad overweight, while the lean one was not excessively thin. They approached, flanking Chen Jin and playfully delivering a punch upon his shoulder, before turning their gaze towards Luo Yang. So, this is Luo Yang, the esteemed Mr. Luo? Chen Jin grimaced and retorted, go ahead, strike me. I've been pummeled by you two since childhood. Fine, one punch and I'll take away half your shares. Come on, hit me a couple more times. The stockier fellow immediately broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, you rascal. Have you come to Jiangnan and completely worn yourself out? Just a touch and you're already complaining. Come on, as he spoke. He threw an arm around Chen Jin and planted a kiss on his cheek, declaring, the handsomest in the capital gives you a peck. That elevates your worth by at least 20%. Pa! Chen Jin spat in disdain, vigorously wiping his cheek and shooting a look of disgust at his friend. Luo Yang discerned that the banter between Chen Jin and these two was not genuine roughhousing, but rather a well-practiced exchange of playful insults. After shooting Luo Yang a quick glare, Chen Jin turned to him with utmost seriousness, saying, allow me to introduce you. These two grew up with me in the same compound, Shuai Jun and Lu Fei Bai. The slightly plumper one is Shuai Jun, and the leaner one is Lu Fei Bai. Though the two engaged in jest with Chen Jin, they adopted a more decorous demeanor towards Luo Yang, shaking his hand earnestly and warmly proclaiming, Mr. Luo, it is an honor to finally meet you. At that moment, a red Ferrari 812 pulled up, and out stepped a chicly dressed and strikingly beautiful young woman. Luo Yang felt a pang of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. The woman approached with a radiant smile, saying, oh, esteemed young gentleman, how do you do? The name is Qing Ruan Ning. It is a pleasure. Shuai Jun playfully pinched her delicate cheek and remarked, all right, usually I call upon you to liven things up, but today, calling you here is truly a stroke of good fortune. Allow me to introduce you to our great benefactor, Mr. Luo Yang, the star of our gathering today, understand? The young woman paused in surprise. She had only acknowledged the three familiar young men and had completely overlooked the unfamiliar young man. Upon Shuai Jun's hint, her gaze sparkled as she focused on Luo Yang, leaning closer with a cheerful smile. Oh, Mr. Luo, you are quite youthful. This is my first time seeing you. Do take good care of me in the future. Hearing her mention the name Ruaning, Luo Yang suddenly recalled that she was indeed Qing Ruaning. One of the most sought-after rising stars in the country, she had recently secured a leading actress title and was steadily making her way into the ranks of first-tier celebrities. No wonder she seemed so familiar. She was a star. With her intentions to ingratiate herself apparent, Luo Yang naturally responded with politeness. As Qing Ruaning observed Chen Jin, Lu Fei Bai, and Shuai Jun surrounding Luo Yang. She felt a stir of astonishment. Just who was this young Mr. Luo? She had been invited by Chen Jin to attend a party but was unaware of the specifics. However, she was well aware of the formidable backgrounds of Chen Jin and his companions, all of whom were intimidatingly influential young scions. Frequently navigating the circles of Beijing, Qing Ruaning possesses an astute understanding of the temperaments of these young elite. She has always regarded them with indifference. However, her apparent reverence for the unfamiliar yet youthful Mr. Luo suggests a significant shift in dynamics. As Luo Yang ushered a group of them into the villa's grand hall, the atmosphere became lively, with no fewer than 20 individuals present, including both servers and guests, a mix of men and women. Shuai Jun took the lead, raising his hand to call for silence, announcing, everyone, please quiet down. Our guest has arrived. At his command, the chatter subsided, and the musicians paused the gentle melodies that had been filling the air. A group of 4 or 5 approached to extend their greetings, and Shuai Jun proceeded with introductions. Mr. Luo, allow me to introduce our closest comrades in the Beijing scene, Su Honglin and Zhang Ruiqi. He then pointed to a man and a woman at the center, emphasizing, this is our leader, Zhu Hua, and his beloved sister, Su Ying. Familiar faces, aren't they? Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Su Ying, a prominent singer renowned for her beauty and unblemished reputation. He had not anticipated her to be the sister of the young elite Zhu Hua. As Shuai Jun highlighted Zhu Hua's significance, Luo Yang understood the weight of the introduction and promptly shook hands with them. Shuai Jun concluded, Mr. Luo, in honor of your arrival, we've also invited a heavenly diva to grace us with her presence, Hu Xuefei. Come forth. Luo Yang was once again startled. These individuals certainly knew how to indulge in revelry, a top-tier star, the ethereal songstress Su Ying, alongside the illustrious Hu Shuefei. Although Hu Shuefei was older than Su Ying and Qing Runing by a decade, she appeared to be in her 30s, emanating a commanding presence that overshadowed even Qing Runing's allure. Yet, in comparison to Su Ying, Hu Shuefei's aura was less imposing. Rather than being domineering, Su Ying possessed an icy, distant elegance reminiscent of a celestial being, creating an unapproachable aura. Initially, Luo Yang harbored similar sentiments, but the realization struck him. She was indeed Zhu Hua's sister. With such a prestigious background, who would dare disturb her? Who would presume to exploit her? Hu Shuefei inclined her torso slightly and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Luo." Meanwhile, Su Ying cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yang, remaining silent. At that moment, Luo Yang finally comprehended the nature of the gathering. It was a welcome ceremony orchestrated by the young elites from Chen Jin's circle, a rather grand affair indeed, featuring first-rate singers, rising stars, and a diva. However, there was also an element of irony. Chen Jin had kept his plans entirely under wraps. As the evening progressed, Hu Shuefei performed her signature song, Ancient City, showcasing her remarkable vocal prowess that truly justified her status as a diva. Previously, Luo Yang had only experienced the songs of such stars through Bluetooth speakers, never having witnessed them live, let alone in an intimate setting. Concerts featuring Hu Shuefei often grossed millions, and now, having her sing exclusively for him, Luo Yang felt a newfound sense of importance. After Hu Shuefei concluded her performance, Su Ying followed suit with a Cantonese song, though without choreography. Luo Yang had seen her perform this piece on television, where she sang and danced with an enchanting intensity. At last, there was Qing Runing. She was not a professional singer, her vocal skills paled in comparison to those of Hu Shuefei and Su Ying. She merely performed a dance, yet it was evident that she possessed a solid foundation in the art of dance. Seizing the moment when Zhu Hua excused himself to the restroom, Hu Shuefei followed suit and discreetly inquired, "Zhu Xiao, just who is this general manager Luo that you all hold in such high regard? Surely he must not belong to your circle. I have never encountered him in all my years in the capital." Zhu Hua chuckled softly and replied, "The reason I called you and Qing Runing over is that you share a close rapport with us. Our guest today is no ordinary young master. Do not be deceived by his youth or lack of fame. He is, in fact, a true tycoon. If you and Qing Runing can manage to please him, even a fraction of what he shares could surpass a lifetime of toil." Hu Shuefei was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "Really? What capabilities could he possess at such a young age? Surely it must be due to the fortune of his forebears. Which wealthy overseas merchant is he the son of?" Zhu Hua shook his head with a smile. "You are mistaken. He is not a second-generation rich kid, but rather a bona fide first-generation tycoon. At his current rate of development, it is estimated that within 2 years he will rival the top tycoons in the country, and perhaps within 5 years, he may compete with the wealthiest individuals globally." Hu Shuefei was genuinely astonished. Unlike the frivolous banter of those like Shuai Jun, who spoke in half-truths, Zhu Hua was steady and forthright, never indulging in falsehoods. If he spoke highly of Luo Yang, it must be true. For today's welcome banquet, Chen Jin had even invited both Western and Chinese culinary chefs from the hotel. Outside, in the private garden, a barbecue was underway featuring a secret recipe for roasted whole lamb, demonstrating considerable thought put into the food. Qing Runing sat obediently next to Luo Yang, smiling as she asked, "I heard from Huagu that General Manager Luo is a god of wealth. May I inquire what kind of fortune he has amassed?" Luo Yang chuckled in response, "Huagu is jesting. I dabble a bit in stocks and futures, but nothing beyond that." Qing Runing and the approaching Hu Shuefei exchanged skeptical glances. Could one truly amass great wealth through trading stocks and futures? They had only ever heard of losses in such ventures, and even occasional gains were seldom lasting. How could this enigmatic general manager Luo garner the favor of someone like Zhu Hua? Chen Jin, perceiving their lack of familiarity with Luo Yang's prowess, candidly remarked, "Look at you all. Since you've gathered here today, let me broaden your horizons. Yang, why not bring your team over here and showcase your skills this evening?" Luo Yang glanced at Zhu Hua and the expectant expressions of Chen Jin's close associates, pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Chen Jin was elated, immediately signaling for someone to arrange transportation to bring people over from the Hilton Hotel. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang addressed Zhu Hua and the others, saying, "Huagu, since you are all friends of Jinggu, I shall not stand on ceremony. Each of you contribute a sum, and I will have someone open an account to transfer it over. Tonight, I shall execute a trade on your behalf. Excellent. I have 26 million available, and I shall invest it all, Chen Jin exclaimed without hesitation upon hearing Luo Yang's proposition. It was no joke. When boss Luo operated, it was akin to picking up money. If he offered a single opportunity, failing to seize it would be sheer folly. Zhu Hua and several others were indeed followers of Luo Yang. They were already well acquainted with his past experiences. With Director Su leading the way, they had not witnessed the events through Chen Jin's eyes, nor had they endured the same level of provocation as he had. Nevertheless, they understood that Chen Jin's total assets amounted to approximately 20 to 30 million. Tio now extract 26 million meant he was laying bare his entire fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hua and his companions resolved to each invest 20 million, totaling 100 million among the five, while Suing decided to contribute 15 million. Hu Shufa hesitated for a moment before stating, I shall invest 10 million as well. Qing Runing blinked her eyes, appearing rather pitiful. Chen Jin leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Do not say I did not offer you a warning. This opportunity comes but once. It is up to you to decide. Gritting her teeth, Qing Runing stomped her foot and declared, I have saved up 30 million over the past few years. Let it all be invested alongside General Manager Luo to share in his fortune. However, she subsequently clung to Luo Yang's arm, feigning a pitiful demeanor. General Manager Luo, this is all my capital. Should you squander it, I shall have no choice but to become your servant, relying on you for sustenance. Luo Yang chuckled softly, admiring Qing Runing's audacity in gambling. It was precisely because she placed her utmost trust in herself that she was destined to reap the greatest rewards in terms of financial backing. Hu Shufa and Suing undoubtedly surpassed Qing Runing. Hu Shufa, a superstar, had amassed considerable savings over the years, while Su Ying's connection to Zhu Hua provided her with an unassailable foundation. Qing Runing, hailing from an ordinary family, had toiled diligently to achieve her current status and wealth, which paled in comparison to those of Hu Shufa and Su Ying. Yet, she possessed a remarkable ability to seize any advantageous opportunity, such as this one today, which, in that regard, gave her an edge over Hu Shufa and Su Ying. Thus, her future path was likely to be bright, and her achievements might well rival those of Hu Shufa. An hour later, Luo Qinya, Song Ziqing, Song Shuhai, Fu Xin, and two others arrived. Upon seeing Hu Shufa, Su Ying, and Qing Runing, they were all filled with excitement. Such close proximity to a star was something none of them had ever dared to dream of. The astute Qing Runing took the initiative to engage in conversation and take photos with Luo Qinya and Song Ziqing, demonstrating her social savvy. Chen Jin had arranged for personnel to assist in bringing in computers and other equipment, followed by setting up and debugging the connections. Luo Yang instructed Luo Qinya to open a new account with Tiger Securities to transfer the funds. Zhu Hua, Su Honglin, Shui Jun, Zhang Ruiqi, and Lu Feibai each contributed 20 million. Chen Jin added 26 million, Suing invested 15 million, Hu Shufa 10 million, and finally, Qing Runing contributed the most at 30 million, culminating in a total of 181 million. Converted to the local currency, this amounted to 25 million, and since Luo Yang was in charge of operations, Tiger Securities generously offered a tenfold leverage. After all, Luo Yang was unlikely to incur losses, and the more he profited, the greater their commission. They were eager for him to invest heavily. However, there were limits. The domestic market was not vast. Unlike the U.S. stock market where hundreds of billions could create a stir, a sudden influx of tens of billions here would cause quite a sensation.